In a world where all have transformed, the laws of the game descend, enabling everyone to awaken their professions. Delve into dungeons, brave secret realms, confront void monstrosities. In public instances, kill and plunder, hold life and death lightly, defy and fight. On the day of Profession Awakening, Lin Chuan awakened as a mythic-class necromancer summoner, capable of summoning undead beings from higher planes, along with a tenfold attribute talent. The undead continuously evolve awakening skills, unlocking equipment slots, and even gaining their own unique talents. At level 20, upon successful profession advancement, all skills evolve once more, and all undead gain 20-fold attributes, along with new skills, Black and White Impermanence, reaping souls and claiming lives. At level 50, the second advancement begins, activating sacred artifacts. The undead of heaven and earth heed my command, following me to conquer the void battlefield. Chapter 001, The World of Game Laws. Longhua Nation, East Sea City. East Sea City, First Senior High School, Profession Awakening Hall. Students, please maintain order. The Profession Awakening ceremony is about to commence. 1,000 third-year students of East Sea City First Senior High gathered here, preparing for the most pivotal moment of their lives. Amid the sea of people, Lin Chuan rubbed his hands in anticipation, his heart brimming with exhilaration. This is a world where reality and gaming seamlessly merge. Upon turning 18, each individual undergoes a Profession Awakening ceremony to unlock their destined vocation. Professionals are the mainstream of this world. Professions are generally categorized into three types: combat professions, support professions, and lifestyle professions. Combat professions, as the name implies, primarily engage in battle, standing on the front lines against monsters, slaying creatures, leveling up, and acquiring treasures. Common examples include warriors, mages, archers, assassins. Any who prevail through martial prowess fall under combat professions. Support professions not only provide various buffs to combat professions, but also offer emotional encouragement, cheering them on. Lifestyle professions typically relate to daily life, incapable of leveling up, ultimately becoming mere specks of dust in human society. Thus, awakening a combat profession is the lifelong aspiration of every individual. However, not everyone succeeds in awakening. In the current state of this world, the success rate of profession awakening is only 50%. This figure includes both support and lifestyle professions. Historical data indicate that the probability of awakening a combat profession is less than 10%. Dismally low. This inevitably means that among the 1,000 third-year students present today, 90% will fail to awaken a combat profession. At that moment, a beam of white light shot into the sky. Through the relentless efforts of the staff, the awakening array was finally completed. The awakening ceremony was about to begin. After 3 years of study, you have gained considerable understanding of the world of professionals. Now, the time to test you has come. I urge everyone to brace yourselves and approach this with caution. Enter the awakening array in an orderly manner. The ceremony now commences. Principal Su Chiu offered final words of encouragement to the students. Additionally, I must emphasize once more, profession awakening heavily relies on luck. Academic excellence does not guarantee a combat profession. While those with poorer grades might unexpectedly turn the tables, maintain a calm mindset. Subsequently, students enter the awakening array one by one under the guidance of the staff. Zhou Ming, awakening failed. Wang Qian, awakening failed. Li Heng, awakening successful profession, chef. Sun Xiao, awakening successful profession, teacher. Haha, from now on, I'm a teacher too. Sun Xiao laughed heartily. Don't worry, entrust your children to me in the future. I'll ensure each of them awakens a combat profession. This year's awakening success rate was notably low, setting a record low, leaving the students with grim expressions. This year's student quality is rather mediocre, Su Chiu sighed. If this trend continued, without the emergence of a rare profession among the students, next year's educational funding would likely be halved. Lu Shuhan, the principal, called another name. A fair-skinned girl with striking features, dressed in pristine white, stepped onto the platform. It's the school bell, Lu Shuhan. I wonder what profession she'll awaken. Definitely a combat profession. I think mage suits her well. Stop daydreaming. Instead of that, worry about whether you'll awaken any profession at all. Under the gaze of her peers, Lu Shuhan strode confidently into the array. Hailing from a lineage of mages, her family had long arranged for a master to assess her potential. It was certain she would awaken a combat profession, most likely a high-damage mage. Sure enough, a violet light radiated from the array. Heavens, it's violet, a rare profession. Professions are ranked by strength into common, advanced, rare, legendary, and mythic. Each rank corresponds to a specific color. Lifestyle professions are white, common professions green, followed by blue, violet, orange, and red representing mythic. Violet signifies a rare profession. Lu Shuhan, awakening successful. Rare profession, extreme ice mage. Suchiyo was overjoyed. The probability of awakening a combat profession is low, but that of a rare profession is 1 in 10,000. Moreover, Liu Shihan awakened a prestigious ice element profession. As widely known, ice element professions not only deal high damage, but also excel in control strategies. With proper planning, her rare profession could be cultivated to rival a legendary one. A legendary profession would grant her free choice among the nation's top institutions. Legendary tier strength. Next year's funding is secured. Suchiyo suppressed his smile as the ceremony continued. Liu Shihan's emergence undoubtedly injected a dose of morale into the students, dispelling prior despondency as each mustered their utmost effort. What profession will I awaken? Lin Chuan advanced with the crowd, pondering his future vocation. Well, if it isn't the top student of our class? What? Worried you might not awaken combat profession. A taunt timely echoed beside him. It was Luo Kuan, the school's notorious playboy. Hailing from one of East Sea City's 3 major conglomerates, he idled his days away without diligence. Thus, he harbored particular disdain for diligent strivers like Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan ignored him, but Luo Kuan persisted. Being a bookworm is useless. Awakening depends on luck. Those who love learning tend to have decent luck, Lin Chuan retorted. That's for you paupers. We wealthy rely on the power of money. I've long consulted a master. I'm guaranteed at least a rare profession. Unlike you, fretting over mere success. Luo Kuan leaned close to Lin Chuan's ear, his voice venomous. If you fail to awaken, you'll be relegated to the ordinary world. Once out of school, let's see how that old fool, Suchiyo, protects you then. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's expression darkened. An orphan raised single-handedly by Principal Suchiyo, he shared a profound bond with him. Insults toward himself were tolerable, but toward the principal, unacceptable. Slap. A sharp, crisp sound of a slap echoed through the grand hall. And one had anticipated that Lin Chuan, usually so mild-mannered and soft-spoken, would strike Luo Kuan across the face with such force. Luo Kuan could never have imagined that Lin Chuan would dare to lay a hand on him, just as he prepared to retaliate. Next, Luo Kuan. Luo Kuan, step forward now, or your qualification for the occupation awakening will be revoked. The staff overseeing the awakening ceremony urged impatiently. Consider yourself lucky. Luo Kuan shoved Lin Chuan aside and strode confidently into the awakening array. A violet radiance surged upward from the formation. Violet! It's Violet again. Heavens! Our school has produced 2 rare occupations this year. Luo Kuan, awakening successful. Rare occupation. Berserker. Suchiyo beamed, unable to contain her delight. 2 rare occupations. An exceedingly rare occurrence in the entire history of Donghai City's first senior high school. This year, there was real hope for the school to be ranked among the top 100 elite educational high schools in Longhua Nation. For Suchiyo, this was an immense affirmation of her professional career. Luo Kuan emerged from the array, locking eyes with Lin Chuan in the crowd and raising a thumb, pointed downward. His lips moved almost imperceptibly as he murmured words meant only for Lin Chuan to hear. You're finished. Not even Suchiyo can save you now. Chapter 002. Mythical Class Profession, Necromancer. Lin Chuan felt an inner tranquility. Before him lay not only the daunting task of awakening a combat-oriented profession, with a mere success rate of less than 10%, but also the pressing need to surpass Luo Kuan, which required his profession to be at least of rare grade or higher. The odds of such an outcome were slimmer than winning a lottery. Next, Lin Chuan. Suchiyo called out Lin Chuan's name. Finally, it was his turn. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, stepped out from the crowd, and walked toward the magic circle. The circle began to operate, its faint luminescence re-emerging. What kind of profession would Lin Chuan awaken? He was renowned as a top scholar in the school. A scholar? That was a relic of a bygone era. Would a rare profession be content with such a title? Let alone a rare profession. Even an ordinary one was far superior to the average individual. The students directed their gazes toward the magic circle, eagerly discussing the profession Lin Chuan was about to awaken. Even Liu Shihan couldn't help but cast a couple of glances. By now, the magic circle had been functioning for some time, yet it showed no sign of halting. What was happening? Was the magic circle malfunctioning? Suchiyo expressed her deep concern and couldn't resist asking Master Liang, who was overseeing the circle. Master Liang, is this phenomenon normal? Liang 1, a master of formations and a high-ranking profession, though not particularly powerful, was responsible for maintaining the crucial strategic resources such as awakening and teleportation arrays. His importance far outweighed that of other professions. Liang Wen cast a disinterested glance at Suchiyo and replied coolly, it's a normal phenomenon. The time it takes for each individual to awaken is random. Some take longer, some shorter. Just be patient. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, Liang Wen was secretly troubled. What he didn't mention was that the strength of the awakened profession had a significant correlation with the duration of the awakening. The longer the awakening period, the more likely one was to achieve a high-quality profession. Generally, awakenings were completed in an instant, yet Lin Chuan's duration was evidently abnormal. This lad might just awaken an extraordinary profession. Suddenly, a thick cloud of black smoke erupted from the magic circle, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. In June, the weather turned so frigid that it sent chills down people's spines. The circle was smoking. What was happening? Was it typical for a profession awakening to manifest in such a manner? Was the magic circle malfunctioning? The ominous black smoke surged outward, causing the students to recoil in fear of being tainted by something malevolent. Simultaneously, a bizarre crimson light erupted from the magic circle, as if it had etched itself into the very depths of people's souls. The previously lethargic Liang suddenly became animated. An anomaly. This was indeed an anomaly. The red light signified that someone had awakened a mythical class profession. Someone. Naturally, he referred to Lin Chuan. Suqiu stared intently at the magic circle. She had never encountered a situation where a profession awakening altered the surrounding environment. Upon hearing Liang Wen's exclamation, Suqiu was equally astonished. Red light, a mythical class profession? It was rare enough to awaken a rare profession, let alone a mythical one. The awe that surrounded Lu Shuhan and Luo Kuan awakening rare professions stemmed from their scarcity, which limited imagination. Yet now, Lin Chuan had awakened a mythical class profession. As the red light gradually dissipated, the black smoke emanating from the magic circle began to recede. Lin Chuan, awakening successful. Profession, Necromancer, Liang Wen announced slowly. Necromancer? What a formidable name. Have you ever heard of this profession? It's not listed in the profession rankings. Is it? Could it be that Lin Chuan not only awakened a mythical class profession, but also a hidden one? Lin Chuan stepped out from the magic circle, his heart brimming with excitement. The students' guesses were indeed correct. Lin Chuan's profession was a hidden one. In this world, professions were not static. Each possessed numerous branches. For instance, Lu Shihan's Ice Mage was a branch of the mage profession, while Luo Kuan's Berserker originally belonged to the warrior class. When a specialized profession grows sufficiently powerful, it evolves into an independent profession. Every 2 to 3 decades, a new profession emerges. However, it was unprecedented for someone like Lin Chuan to debut with a mythical class profession. After the successful awakening, a surge of information flooded into Lin Chuan's mind, granting him a profound understanding of his profession. Was this the legacy information? All powerful professions carried such legacy insights. Lin Chuan discovered that his profession bore similarities to a summoner, primarily relying on summoned beings for combat. However, more accurately, he should be summoning the dead. The beings he could summon did not belong to this world. Rather, they hailed from other planes as formidable undead entities. These summoned beings not only possessed immense strength, but could also level up and evolve. Name, Lin Chuan. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 1000. Strength, 10. Vitality, 10. Agility, 10. Mental power, 10. Undead space, 0-10. Equipment, none. The primary attributes of professions in this world comprised strength, vitality, agility, and mental power. Depending on the profession's strength, each level up granted a varying number of attribute points. The stronger the profession, the more attribute points one obtained upon leveling up. Judging by Lin Chuan's attributes, he undoubtedly possessed the highest level of 10 points. His current level attributes were already more than double that of many ordinary professions. Although summoners were a branch of mages, his strength surpassed that of many warriors. Furthermore, Lin Chuan discovered that he had also awakened a talent skill. Talent, Domain of Death. Domain of Death enhances summoned beings' attributes by tenfold. Skill, Reaper's Servant, Soul Arrow. Reaper's Servant summons a Reaper's Servant. Cost, 10 mental power. Soul Arrow fires an arrow imbued with deathly energy at the target, inflicting 1,000 points of mental damage and causing a 1-second stun. Cost, 50 mental power. Upon viewing his talent and skills, Lin Chuan's breath quickened. A tenfold enhancement to the attributes of summoned beings. This talent was simply extraordinary. Even the weakest of summoned entities could transform into a super creature with unparalleled attributes in his hands. With mere attributes, he could overpower opponents several levels above him. Coupled with the Soul Arrow skill, which inflicted damage equivalent to 10 times his mental power, it was undoubtedly a divine ability. A single strike could vanquish both foes and monsters. The only drawback might be its high mental power consumption, making it impractical for frequent use in the early stages. Young man, let me see your summoned entity. Liang Wen beckoned to Lin Chuan. Aware of the esteemed status of the formation master, Lin Chuan dared not show any sign of negligence. With a thought, he activated the Reaper's Servant skill. The skill was initiated, instantly depleting his entire 10 mental power. A summoning array illuminated behind him, and the same phenomenon as during his awakening occurred once more, with countless black mists pouring forth from the summoning array. Soon, the summoned entity materialized. The first to appear was a pitch-black scythe gleaming with a chilling light. Then, the entity materialized, a wretched, spectral being shrouded in tattered black robes. The robes stirred ominously without the caress of wind, exuding a palpable aura of dread. Chapter 003, The Summoned Beast from Hell. The figure beneath the black cloak remained obscured, save for a skull mask that adorned its visage, which imparted an unsettling chill. Reaper's Servant. Level, 1. Strength, 100. Constitution, 100. Agility, 100. Mental power, 100. In the realm of gaming, A balanced distribution of attributes is often deemed suboptimal, a term we might label as inept. However, under Lin Chuan's tenfold attribute enhancement, this Reaper's Servant emerged as a formidable force. Even seasoned practitioners at levels 7 or 8, while employing their skills, might struggle to contend with this terrifying entity. The aura of the Reaper's Servant was excessively menacing, prompting the students to instinctively retreat a step. What a horrifying creature this is. It exudes an air of dread. Clearly, this must be a denizen of the underworld. How could such an oddity exist? Do not approach. Liang Wen immediately activated his detection skill to assess the attributes of the Reaper's Servant. With all attributes at a mere 10 points, the balance was notable, surpassing that of an average practitioner. Yet, with such attributes, it should not be classified as a mythical level occupation. Perhaps the true potential of this class reveals itself later. One must remain diligent and not grow complacent simply because they awakened a mythical level profession. Lin Chuan felt a jolt of surprise. The attributes of the Reaper's Servant were evidently 100, so why did Liang Wen report them as only 10 points? It soon dawned on him. The tenfold attribute effect of the death domain was visible solely to himself. Others could only perceive its original attributes. This suited Lin Chuan's intentions perfectly, allowing him to play the role of the underdog. He reveled inwardly, yet maintained an impassive demeanor, bowing respectfully to Liang Wen. I shall heed your esteemed guidance and diligently grind through dungeons to level up. Liang Wen nodded approvingly, thinking to himself that remaining composed after awakening a mythical level profession was a commendable trait. You may disperse your summoned creature now. Just as Lin Chuan prepared to reverse summon the Reaper's Servant, he discovered an alternative method. With a mere thought, a pitch-black vortex materialized before him, and the Reaper's Servant vanished into its depths. Simultaneously, Lin Chuan noted a change in the count of entities within his necromantic space, shifting from 010 to 110. The Reaper's Servant could be directly stored within the necromantic space, ready for immediate release without additional expenditure of mental power. Moreover, this method of release did not count as a skill. It could be utilized even if silenced. Stepping down from the platform, as he returned to the throng of students, a second wave of inheritance information surged into his mind. Dual professions. A daring notion took shape. However, according to the rules of this world, no precedent for dual professions had ever been established. Indeed, upon checking his occupational information, the existence of a second profession was concealed. Name: Lin Chuan. Hidden profession: inactive. Given that this profession also bore an inheritance memory, it might be linked to one of the 6 ancient professional families. The ancient 6 professional families consist of the warrior, mage, assassin, healer, knight, and archer, these foundational classes. All professions that humanity can currently awaken are branches of these 6 core families. It is said that the ancestors of these families reached level 100 and bequeathed their descendants with a legacy of memory. Lin Chuan's hidden profession may indeed be connected to one of these ancient lineages. Observing Lin Chuan's awakening of a mythical level profession, Luo Kuan clenched his fists. Lin Chuan, this is your last chance to revel in glory. Once you step through that door, I shall demonstrate the might of wealth. The strength of a practitioner is influenced by the quality of their profession, but the significance of equipment and items cannot be overstated. It is not uncommon in this world for rare practitioners of modest means to be overwhelmed by affluent, ordinary practitioners. Moreover, Luo Kuan possessed both wealth and a rare profession. The profession awakening ceremony continued. This cohort of students exhibited a notably lower caliber. As Su Qiu often remarked, "You are the worst class I have ever taught." However, there was a silver lining. This year not only saw the emergence of 2 rare professions, but also the genius Lin Chuan awakening a mythical level profession. Reflecting on this, Su Qiu felt a sense of relief. This year, a total of 1,000 students participated in the profession awakening, with 95 awakening combat-related professions and 171 awakening supportive ones. The remainder either awakened life-related professions or experienced failure. This ratio represented the lowest since the institution's inception. Were it not for Lin Chuan, Lu Shuhan, and Luo Kuan, this year's examination results for Donghai City's first senior high school would have been dismal. Students, the profession awakening ceremony has concluded. First and foremost, congratulations to those who have awakened combat and supportive professions. The doors to a new world shall open for you. For those who experience failure, do not be disheartened. Although you may not partake in the practitioner examination, you can still participate in the general examination, contributing to the continuation of humanity. A bright future awaits all of you. Lastly, I must emphasize that starting tomorrow, the novice dungeon in Donghai City will commence. In 1 week, you will sit for the practitioner examination. This dungeon serves as a pre-examination benefit for you. I hope you take it seriously and perform to the best of your abilities. Particularly, the 3 students who awaken rare professions must approach this with utmost caution. If you can set a record, that would be splendid. If not, do not allow other schools to overshadow ours. Understood? Understood. Regarding the practitioner examination, it is the sole pathway to higher education. Lin Chuan's singular ambition is to gain admission to Qinglong Academy, the foremost university in Longhua Nation. Although Su Qiu did not explicitly state it, Astute individuals could discern that his words were directed at Lin Chuan. Who else, if not Lin Chuan with his mythical level profession, could be expected to break records? The so-called novice dungeon, as the name implies, is specifically designed as a benefit for students like Lin Chuan who have just awakened their professions. The danger level of this dungeon is exceedingly low, providing students with an opportunity to hone their skills and familiarize themselves with their respective roles and combat styles. Lin Chuan. Tomorrow, I shall ensure that you achieve a record in this dungeon. Luo Kun was determined to secure this record, bolstered by his family's financial backing. Lu Shuhan's eyes glinted with ambition, filled with both vigilance and hostility towards Lin Chuan and Luo Kun, indicating her desire to stake a claim in this record as well. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan's thoughts were occupied solely with what to have for dinner that evening. The following day, after a night of rest, Lin Chuan's mental power had fully replenished. Without hesitation, he summoned a Reaper's Servant, subsequently storing it within the necromantic space for future use. With 10 available slots in his necromantic space, he felt a sense of unease not fully utilizing them. Given the slow recovery of mental power in the early stages, it was prudent to prepare additional summoned beings. Arriving at the school entrance, he boarded the prepared bus. Lin Chuan, alongside his classmates, journeyed to the location of the novice dungeon. Upon their arrival, they found the entrance to the novice dungeon bustling with a throng of eager participants. Apart from Lin Chuan's school, students from other high schools in Donghai City also come here to participate in the novice dungeon trials. We are from Donghai City's first high school, and today we are bringing students to take part in the novice dungeon. The teacher responsible for handling the formalities glanced at the documents and immediately granted us access. Aside from the 3 classmates I mentioned yesterday, the other students quickly formed teams and orderly entered the dungeon. Every combat class needed to be accompanied by a support class. In advanced dungeons, the role of the support class is crucial, so it is advisable to establish good relationships from the outset. It is essential to remember that if you disregard the support class today, tomorrow you may find them beyond your reach. Ludong, what are you doing? Bring Zhang Zhuang along. This support class complements you well. Chen Sheng, team up with Zhang Wei. Su Qiu was at the front providing guidance to the students, striving to ensure that each one could maximize their level advancement. Generally, schools cultivate a sense of teamwork from a young age. However, Lin Chuan's status is unique, as he belongs to the exceptionally gifted category. Su Qiu did not require him to form a team, and Lin Chuan was pleased to go solo, as the experience gained from soloing dungeons far exceeds that from teaming up. Thus, he approached the dungeon entrance and entered it directly. The entry level for the novice dungeon is level 18, and the difficulty is set to novice. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Chuan was greeted by a vast expanse of grassland, where the grass grew over half a meter high, concealing numerous dangers. The monsters of the novice dungeon were hidden within. As soon as Lin Chuan stepped into the dungeon, he swiftly summoned 2 death servants. The appearance of the death servants quickly shrouded the grass beneath them in black mist. Lin Chuan navigated the grassy terrain with his 2 death servants in search of monsters. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from ahead, and a half-meter-tall rat lunged towards Lin Chuan. Jagged rat. Level 2. Strength 13. Vitality 11. Agility 9. Mental power 10. Go. Let me see your strength. Lin Chuan commanded, gesturing grandly. The 2 death servants charged forward wielding their scythes. In a flash of cold light, the jagged rat was instantly cleaved into 4 pieces, failing to mount even a single attack against the death servants. Chapter 004. Evolution. Bronze level summoned beasts. Given the current attributes of the jagged rat, it might pose a threat to an average practitioner. However, Lin Chuan was no ordinary individual. With 2 death servants boasting attributes as high as 100 points, this low-tier monster was no different from a mere carrot. Kill jagged rat, experience 6. A single minor foe granted Lin Chuan an experience boost of 6. Suddenly, Lin Chuan realized that he possessed 2 exceptionally powerful summoned creatures. Thus, navigating this low-level dungeon did not require excessive caution. Gaining confidence, he waved his hand. Go, find monsters and slay them. The 2 death servants split up to seek out prey in the grass. Kill jagged rat, experience 6. Kill jagged rat, experience 6. The jagged rats were weak, but their numbers were plentiful. Within just 5 minutes, Lin Chuan's experience had soared above 90. Such efficiency was indeed remarkable. Soon, a golden light appeared beneath his feet, and Lin Chuan successfully leveled up to 2. After the upgrade, all his stats were fully restored. Name, Lin Chuan. Class, Necromancer. Level, 2, 175. Strength, 20. Vitality, 20. Agility, 20. Mental power, 20. Necromantic space, 220. Equipment, none. Upon reaching level 2, Lin Chuan's mental power limit also increased to 20 points, allowing him to summon 2 death servants. As a mythic class profession, all his attributes experienced the highest growth potential, with no points allocated for free distribution. Nevertheless, his single attribute growth surpassed that of other classes, clearly an overwhelming advantage. Without further ado, Lin Chuan summoned once more. 2 summoning circles materialized, and the death servants emerged. Radiating dark energy, Lin Chuan's number of summoned creatures rose to 4. Simultaneously, he discovered that after leveling up, the limit of his necromantic space expanded from 10 to 20 creatures. It seemed that he would need to rapidly accumulate more death servants. Speaking of the death servants, the ones he summoned this time appeared noticeably larger than before. Curious about whether their attributes had improved post-upgrade, Lin Chuan checked the information on the death servants. Death servant. Level 2. Strength 200. Vitality 200. Agility 200. Mental power 200. Indeed, upon reaching level 2, the attributes of the death servants had doubled, increasing directly from 100 to 200. Such attributes now rivaled the combat power of many level 10 professions, which was quite formidable. Clearing a novice dungeon was a mere walk in the park. Onward. With 4 death servants at his command, Lin Chuan's monster hunting speed escalated once more. After another 5 minutes, golden light enveloped him again. Lin Chuan was now level 3. All his attributes increased by another 10 points, and correspondingly, the attributes of the death servants rose to 300 points, with their numbers increasing to 7. After the recent sweep, few monsters remained in the low-level area, and respawning would take an hour. Lin Chuan was not inclined to wait, with his momentum for leveling up peaking. Time was of the essence for gaining experience. He pressed on toward the advanced area. The recommended leveling range for the low-level area is level 13, while the advanced area requires level 46. The monsters here were significantly stronger than those in the low-level region. Most others would team up after reaching level 3 to venture here, but Lin Chuan was alone. However, this was of no concern. He was terrifyingly strong. With 7 death servants, each boasting attributes of 300, any monster that showed its face would be swiftly dispatched. Grey Wolf. Level 5. Instant kill. Power Bear. Level 6. Instant kill. Wind Leopard. Level 7. Instant kill. Lin Chuan continued his rampage, dispatching foes with ease, and his experience soared as if propelled by a rocket. In no time, he had successfully reached level 4. By now, the number of his death servants had grown to 11. The onslaught of his summoned army was relentless, leaving no blade of grass standing in their wake. Half an hour later, another golden light appeared, and Lin Chuan leveled up to 5. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned 5 more death servants simultaneously. Oh, Lin Chuan noticed something unusual. The death servants he summoned now were noticeably larger than the previous ones, and their colors had undergone a significant change. Previously pitch black, they now bore a layer of bronze armor. Once again, Lin Chuan examined the information on the death servants and discovered something intriguing. Death servant, bronze level. Level 5. Strength 500. Vitality 500. Agility 500. Spirit power 500. Bronze realm power. Defense 10. Damage 10. Under the influence of the bronze realm power, the death god's minions' defense and damage each increased by 10. Do not underestimate this 10. When converted into attribute bonuses, it represents a substantial augmentation of 50 attribute points, equivalent to the attribute increase of 2 or 3 levels for other professions. As the information regarding the death god's minion unfolded, a torrent of knowledge surged into Lin Chuan's mind. It turned out that even summoned minions like the death goddess had varying levels. The minion Lin Chuan initially summoned was in its primordial form, often referred to as black iron level, and had now evolved to the bronze level. Beyond this, there were silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king levels. Each tier not only bestows a significant boost in attributes, but also unlocks diverse skills and equipment, along with various types of effect damage. In the later stages of cultivation, a single low-level summon could engage in battles beyond its tier, wreaking havoc. If I could fully utilize the realm of the undead, wouldn't that be a flight to glory? After the death god's minion evolved, Lin Chuan commanded it with fervor, as though invigorated, to slay enemies indiscriminately. It was as effortless as slicing through vegetables in the novice dungeon. Killed Grey Wolf, experience 18. Killed Mighty Bear, experience 21. Killed Swift Leopard, experience 24. Moments later, the monsters in the high-level area were thoroughly eradicated by Lin Chuan. Next, he would have to wait for the monsters to respawn. Such an occurrence was truly unprecedented. For other adventurers, the monsters would typically respawn before the battle concluded, making it virtually impossible to eliminate them all, let alone wait, as Lin Chuan did. After a fierce battle, Lin Chuan garnered another 86 experience points, being just a step away from leveling up. After reaching level 5, the experience required for further advancement increased significantly, rendering progression in this area rather sluggish. Lin Chuan murmured to himself. Thankfully, there was no one around. Otherwise, he might have spat blood in frustration. Within less than an hour of entering the novice dungeon, he was already on the verge of reaching level 6. This rate of leveling up was akin to riding a rocket, if not at least a plane. It was worth noting that most of his peers were still grappling around level 3, while Lin Chuan's advancement was already leagues ahead. Aiming to test his luck in the core area, Lin Chuan fixed his gaze on the distant landscape, where the grass exhibited an unusual hue. The core area of the novice dungeon was also the key to record-breaking achievements. It was divided into regions of jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards, each housing its own boss. This configuration was already quite close to that of a standard dungeon. Even in a novice dungeon, the bosses remained formidable, with a chance to drop equipment upon defeat. The quality of the equipment was random. Obtaining a piece of purple rare gear would greatly aid in the vocational examination set for a week later. Lin Chuan's ambition was to enter the prestigious Qinglong Academy, the foremost institution in Longhua Nation. Thus, acquiring valuable items and equipment was undeniably advantageous. Resolute in his decision, Lin Chuan approached the entrance of the core area. He registered his challenge, and the timer commenced. Chapter 005. Proceeding to the core area of the dungeon. The minimum level required to participate in the vocational examination was level 8. As long as one could successfully graduate from the novice dungeon, they would qualify for the examination. The vast majority could achieve this with ease by continuously defeating minor monsters on the periphery of the novice dungeon. One could reach level 8 without even entering the core area. However, the path to top-tier institutions was far less straightforward. Only upon reaching level 12 could one have a chance of being admitted to better universities domestically, while the admission requirements for prestigious institutions were even more stringent. As the leading higher education establishment in Longhua Nation, Qinglong Academy naturally demanded a higher admission level. According to data from previous years, the minimum admission level reached 15 last year and was raised to 16 this year. Therefore, to ensure a smooth admission into Qinglong Academy, Lin Chuan needed to elevate his level to at least 17, alongside adequate equipment support. Ascending to level 17 in 7 days appeared daunting, yet for Lin Chuan, it posed no challenge whatsoever. This was due to the Mythic class profession's superior experience bonuses, enabling him to gain experience at a rate far exceeding that of other professions while farming the same dungeon. After registering his challenge information, the dungeon began timing independently. The tutorial for the novice dungeon had already covered the map routes, and Lin Chuan was well acquainted with them. Upon entering the dungeon, he immediately charged forward with his bronze-level Death God's minion. After running a mere 100 meters, several dark figures emerged from the underbrush. Howl! It was the Jackal Beastmen, a gregarious type of monster. Their howls echoed across the plains as countless Jackal Beastmen poked their heads out from the grass. Jackal Beastman. Level 8. Health 366. Eager to meet their demise, I shall oblige. Go forth, annihilate them. Lin Chuan bellowed, and his 11 Death God's minions surged ahead, scythes in hand, ready to reap the beast heads. The original premise of the Jackal area was to overwhelm challengers with sheer numbers. However, Lin Chuan's strength was extraordinary, rendering what was once a terrifying onslaught into a mere grass-cutting game. Indeed, a literal grass-cutting game. Each swing of the Death God's minion's scythe glimmered ominously, cleaving the Jackal Beastmen in twain. The surrounding grasslands suffered as well, the previously lush vegetation being mercilessly flattened beneath the advance of the Death God's minions. Killed Jackal Beastman, experience 40. Killed Jackal Beastman, experience 40. The abundance of monsters was exhilarating. It was far more efficient than aimlessly searching for monsters to level up in the grass. As the golden light of leveling up surrounded him, Lin Chuan successfully reached level 6. His status was restored, and his spirit power surged by another 10 points, reaching 60 points. With 60 spirit power, he could command 6 Death God's minions, effectively increasing his leveling speed by 30. With a wave of his hand, another 6 bronze-level Death God's minions appeared. Advance. Broaden our front. The 22 bronze-level Death God's minions lined up in formation, sweeping forward along their path. Any Jackal Beastmen lurking in the grass would meet the scythes of death upon revealing themselves. Lin Chuan pressed onward. Before long, the number of Jackal Beastmen dwindled sharply. He realized that he had almost eradicated the monsters in this area. The second phase must be approaching. Not far ahead, massive wooden stakes came into view. Platforms adorned the stakes, upon which stood the Jackal Crossbowmen. Behind them lay a makeshift encampment. Jackal Crossbowmen. Level 9. Health 403. Before Lin Chuan could approach, the Jackal Crossbowmen had already detected his presence. They drew back their crossbows, which were over a meter long, and aimed at him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of arrows slicing through the air filled the atmosphere, allowing Lin Chuan to witness what a rain of arrows truly entailed. Several of his Death God's minions, still entangled with the Jackal Beastmen, were inadvertently struck by the crossbow bolts. Under attack by Jackal Crossbowmen, Death God's minion, bronze level, health 103. The health bar diminished by less than a tenth. Such impressive defense, Lin Chuan mused inwardly. During previous battles, the Death God's minions had dispatched foes with a single strike and had never been hit before. Accidentally struck by a crossbow bolt, Lin Chuan gained a profound understanding of the formidable defenses and health of the Reaper's minions. Truly, they were powerful. I have yet to make a move. Yet you strike first? Will you pursue me outside the dungeon tomorrow? Charge forth. With a grand gesture, Lin Chuan commanded 22 Reaper minions, each towering over 2 meters, to charge at the horde of canine crossbowmen ahead. The scene was a dark spectacle, overwhelming in its grandeur. How many steps does it take to eliminate a single canine crossbowman? Answer: 2 steps. First, sever the column and platform beneath the crossbowman. Second, cleave the crossbowman in two. There were only about 50 or 60 of these crossbowmen. With Lin Chuan's fluid motions, in just 2 rounds, every monster lay lifeless. Kill canine crossbowman, experience 50. Kill canine crossbowman, experience 50. Having breached the blockade of the canine crossbowman, only the boss stage remained. This was the first boss Lin Chuan faced since his class awakening, and it was natural for him to feel a tinge of anxiety. A cautious approach was warranted. Search for any remaining foes. If discovered, eliminate them without mercy. Lin Chuan directed the Reaper minions to scour the nearby underbrush, meticulously clearing away all concealed dangers. Oh, an additional discovery. Among the thicket, Lin Chuan stumbled upon a treasure chest. It likely contained a plethora of valuable items. Upon opening it, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have obtained a wooden magic staff. Congratulations, you have obtained a magic robe made of beast hide. Congratulations, you have obtained a beast bone ring. 3 pieces of ordinary white gear. In this world, equipment was exceedingly rare, with quality classifications mirroring those of professions. White ordinary, green superior, blue exquisite, purple rare, orange legendary, and red mythical. Wooden magic staff, ordinary. Level, 5. Attributes, Spirit 5, Strength 1. Beast hide magic robe, ordinary. Level, 5. Attributes, Constitution 3. Beast bone ring, ordinary. Level, 5. Attributes, Spirit 5. The attributes of low-level white equipment were rather lackluster, yet Lin Chuan was unfazed, even feeling a hint of excitement. This was solely because the weapon and ring together could enhance his spirit by a total of 10 points. 10 additional spirit points would allow him to summon another Reaper minion. Moreover, each level up would restore an extra 10 points of spirit as he advanced further. The number of Reaper minions would steadily increase. Equipped with the gear, Lin Chuan's spirit rose. Without hesitation, he chose to summon. Now, Lin Chuan possessed 23 Reaper minions, each with full attributes of 600. This combat power was equivalent to a perfectly balanced team of professionals at a level above 10. Lin Chuan immediately opted to engage the enemy. A canine orc, standing over 2 meters tall, leaped from the encampment. Canine orc leader, boss. Level, 11. Strength, 131. Constitution, 115. Agility, 123. Spirit, 98. The attributes of the canine orc leader were notably high. In both monsters and humans, every 10 levels marked a significant threshold. Beyond level 10, attributes received a substantial enhancement. The level 9 canine crossbowman had health just over 400, yet the level 11 canine orc leader boasted a staggering 1150 health. The disparity of 2 levels surpassed the cumulative attributes of the previous level 9. Had anyone else glimpsed these attributes, they would likely turn and flee. Yet today, Lin Chuan stood before them. Charge. The 23 Reaper minions surged forward. Canine orc leader health, 700. Canine orc leader health, 700. In a flurry of cold steel, within moments, the canine orc leader was felled. Moreover, Lin Chuan's damage output was evidently overflowing. Kill canine orc leader, experience 200. Golden light enveloped him as Lin Chuan ascended to level 7. Chapter 006, Breaking Records. As the golden light of Lin Chuan's level up shone forth, a purple gleam flickered across the corpse of the canine orc leader. Purple, a rare drop. Whether it was a material or equipment remained uncertain. Lin Chuan approached to inspect, discovering it to be an item of equipment. Rare priest staff, rare. Level, 5. Attributes, Spirit 10. Effect, when using a skill, can release an additional instance. With the extra skill inheriting 50 of the original skill's effects, the ability to release an additional skill was intriguing. He wondered if it would apply to summoning skills. Eagerly, Lin Chuan donned the staff. Summoning. 2 summoning circles illuminated simultaneously, and 2 Reaper minions clad in bronze armor emerged. Reaper minion, bronze level. Level, 7. Strength, 700. Constitution, 700. Agility, 700. Spirit, 700. Bronze realm power. Defense 10. Damage 10. The attributes of the 2 Reaper minions were identical. This signified that the dual skill effect of the priest staff was not only effective for summoning skills, but also did not diminish the attributes of the summoned entities. This was an extraordinarily powerful advantage. With the Reaper minions enjoying a 10-fold attribute enhancement in the realm of the dead, their potential was already formidable. Possessing more of such robust summons could only be beneficial. Having reached level 7, Lin Chuan's necromantic space could now accommodate 70 summoned entities. He promptly expended all his spirit, replenishing the number of Reaper minions to 37, thus significantly amplifying the combat power of his summoned army. Upon completing this endeavor, a message floated across the sky. Congratulations. Lin Chuan has cleared the novice dungeon of the canine encampment, taking 23 minutes and 17 seconds, setting a new record, ranked first. A new record set effortlessly. Lin Chuan had anticipated this outcome. However, his ambitions extended beyond merely breaking a single area-S record. He aimed to shatter the records of all core areas within the novice dungeon. Retracing his steps, Lin Chuan advanced toward the Firewolf area, outside the novice dungeon. In the rest area of Donghai City's first senior high school, Principal Su Chiu was engaged in a game of chess with Liang Wan. What brings Master Liang here to observe our students' participation in the novice dungeon? Huh, you old rogue, feigning ignorance. Aren't you intrigued by that young lad who awakened a mythical class? Liang Wan, who had long overseen the awakening ceremonies in Donghai City, shared a familiar rapport with Su Qiu. It was surprising that the young Lin Chuan had caught Liang Wen's attention. I heard your school is aiming to break the novice dungeon record this year. Achieving that won't be easy, as the records are standardized nationwide. To break it, you must first surpass the talents of other cities. Just do your best, Su Qiu remarked, though his anticipation remained unabated. As they conversed, an elongated luxury sedan approached from the intersection. The security personnel surprisingly made no attempt to stop it, allowing the vehicle to enter the rest area unimpeded. Liang Wen was incensed, questioning the identity of the individual who could pass through security without obstruction. The vehicle came to a halt outside the rest area of Donghai City First High School, and a portly middle-aged man, adorned with numerous gold rings on his fingers, emerged from the car. Liang Wen was not a long-term resident of Donghai City and did not recognize this individual. However, Su Qiu, having taught here for many years, immediately discerned the man's identity. She rose with a beaming smile and approached him. Isn't this President Luo Xiong of the Luo Chamber of Commerce? Are you here today to witness your son's challenge in the novice dungeon? As she spoke, Su Qiu gestured for others to bring over some benches. Luo Xiong paid no heed to Su Qiu's greeting, as his subordinates were already setting up an opulent sofa. He reclined upon it with a sense of entitlement. Of course, today marks my son Kuen's debut, and I am eager to witness it firsthand. I wish to see how he shatters the national record for the novice dungeon. Su Qiu and Liang Wen exchanged a knowing glance, instantly understanding the implications. This was likely a boastful claim made by Luo Kuen, especially given that a rare profession coupled with extraordinary abilities could indeed challenge the records of the novice dungeon. It seemed that President Luo had invested significantly in his son. With the awakening of a rare profession, it was evident that Luo Kuen was determined to succeed in this novice dungeon challenge. A complete set of rare equipment is merely a trifling expense, nothing to fret over. If it weren't for the scarcity of legendary quality low-level equipment, I would have procured a full set as well. Who might this be? Liang Wen's flattery was well received by Luo Xiong, who took pride in having only one son. The more remarkable Luo Kuen became, the more radiant Luo Xiong appeared. However, Liang Wen's words caused a stir within him. A mere set of rare equipment, you say? After years of development, rare equipment was not uncommon, yet low-level rare equipment was indeed a rarity. After all, the only dungeon capable of producing level 1 equipment was the novice dungeon, which was only accessible for a limited time, resulting in significantly fewer items being accumulated. Compared to equipment of other levels, level 1 gear was exceedingly precious. Not only had Luo Xiong secured a set for Luo Kuen, but he was also seeking legendary equipment. The life of the affluent was indeed monotonous and tedious. This is Master Liang Wan, a master of formations. It was Master Liang who conducted Luo Kuen's awakening ceremony yesterday. Master Liang, it is an honor to finally meet you. Luo Xiong did not rise, but merely uttered a polite greeting. It was worth noting that even Su Qiu showed great respect upon encountering Liang Wan. Yet, in the face of Luo Xiong's rudeness, Liang Wan remained unperturbed, even smiling in response. The influence of the Luo family was evident. The Luo Chamber of Commerce was not only one of the 3 major financial conglomerates in Donghai City, but also held considerable sway throughout the entire Longhua nation. After a brief wait, Luo Xiong began to exhibit impatience. Principal Su, when will the record for the novice dungeon be refreshed? President Luo may not be aware, but generally, novice practitioners entering the dungeon will first elevate their levels to 8 before challenging the 4 core areas. This process typically takes around 4 hours. Currently, it has been less than 2 hours since the students entered the dungeon, so we still have to wait. And what does that subtitle mean? Following Luo Xiong's pointed finger, Su Qiu noticed a message appearing on the crystal beside the entrance of the novice dungeon. Congratulations to Lin Chuan for clearing the novice dungeon, Wolf Den, in 23 minutes and 17 seconds, setting a new record, ranking first. Someone had already refreshed the dungeon record. Moreover, it had only taken 23 minutes. Su Qiu began to doubt her own eyesight. The previous fastest record for the novice dungeon was 54 minutes, and this new record was a staggering improvement. Lin Chuan, could it be that he's from your school? Liang Wen looked at Su Qiu in astonishment. He had an inkling that Lin Chuan would break the novice dungeon record, but he had not anticipated such swiftness. Su Qiu was equally taken aback. Typically, at this stage, others would still be frantically leveling up, yet Lin Chuan had completed the record. It could be a coincidence. There are countless prodigies nationwide. It is unlikely that it is our Lin Chuan. Indeed, my son Kuen hasn't even made the list. How could that Lin Chuan, a penniless lad, possibly break the record? Principal Su, I have heard that your school has awakened a mythic level profession. This is a significant event that hasn't occurred in many years. Indeed, that is true. But Master Liang has assessed that his profession's peak power lies in the later stages. He may not perform well initially. Ha ha ha. Every profession has its unique characteristics. This is quite normal. Luo Xiong felt quite pleased upon hearing Su Qiu's words. Since Lin Chuan was a later stage profession, He was undoubtedly not a match for Luo Kuan at present. Although Luo Kuan had not secured the first kill in the Wolf Den area, there were still 3 core areas remaining, which presented a substantial opportunity. Once a record was set in one area, it would not be long before records in other areas followed suit. Before long, a second message appeared. Congratulations to Lin Chuan for clearing the novice dungeon. Firewolf Ridge area in 18 minutes and 46 seconds, setting a new record, ranking first. Lin Chuan, once again this Lin Chuan. This time, he had cleared it in just 18 minutes, even faster than before. The difficulty of the 4 core areas of the novice dungeon was relatively similar. Yet Lin Chuan had managed to further reduce his time, indicating that he was growing stronger in battle, visibly so, before Su Qiu could fully revel in the excitement. The spectators from other schools erupted into cheers. This Lin Chuan has doubled his speed. From which prestigious family does this prodigy hail? With such prowess, he could select any institution across the nation. He is soloing. He is soloing. Finally, someone grasped the crux of the matter. During the system announcement, Lin Chuan's name was not accompanied by the word team, signifying that he had been undertaking the challenge alone. The difference in speed between solo play and team play was monumental. It was common knowledge that the current records for novice dungeons were typically achieved by well-coordinated teams employing meticulous strategies. Yet today, Lin Chuan had shattered the record single-handedly. Such an astonishing pace transcended the mere label of a prodigy. Master Liang, do you think it is possible that a high-level student snuck into the dungeon to set the record? Su Qiu could not help but inquire. Deep down, he hoped that this Lin Chuan was indeed their school's Lin Chuan, but the terrifying record made it feel somewhat surreal. Impossible. This is undoubtedly a newcomer who has just awakened their profession. Only those who have recently completed the awakening ceremony and still bear the aura of the awakening array can enter the novice dungeon. If someone had awakened long ago, they would absolutely be barred from entry. Liang Wen refuted Su Qiu's speculation. Thus, a question arose. Who exactly was this Lin Chuan? Was he truly the Lin Chuan from Donghai City First High School, or was he someone else entirely? Just as everyone outside the dungeon was enveloped in shock, Lin Chuan had already encountered the boss of the third area. Two-headed tiger eagle boss. Level 11. Strength 163. Vitality 165. Agility 154. Mental power 122. This area presented the greatest challenge among all sections. Monsters were scarce, yet their attributes were exceedingly high, making them quite troublesome to handle. Nevertheless, regardless of how formidable these creatures might be, they were merely a trivial obstacle in the presence of Lin Chuan's bronze-level Death Knight minion. If a single strike proves insufficient, then let there be another. The only source of vexation for Lin Chuan lies in the scarcity of foes and his limited experience, which hinders his progression. Moreover, this particular boss possesses the ability to soar through the skies. Though Lin Chuan's Reaper minions are formidable, they are confined to melee combat and lack any means to engage aerial adversaries. Consequently, the majestic two-headed tiger eagle, embodying the essence of flight, momentarily obstructs Lin Chuan's advance. This two-headed tiger eagle is a rare creature of tri-elemental attributes. Its eagle form wields the power of the wind, while one tiger head commands the waters, and the other breathes fire. The boss, soaring above, relentlessly bombards Lin Chuan with elemental assaults, launching wind blades, fireballs, and water projectiles, leaving him beleaguered. It is truly lamentable that a summoner, albeit a branch of the mage class, possesses no means for ranged attacks. I declare that summoners are the disgrace of mages. Is Lin Chuan destined to retreat in defeat? Certainly not. Who dares claim that he lacks ranged offensive capabilities? He merely hesitates to employ them. Yet, in the face of the formidable two-headed tiger eagle, it is evident that he must resort to his ultimate tactic. Spirit Arrow, launch a soul attack against the target, inflicting 1,000 mental damage and causing a 1-second stun. Cost, 50 mental power. This skill necessitates a substantial expenditure of 50 mental power. And with the dual summoning effect of the Necromancer's staff, it can summon up to 10 Reaper minions. Lin Chuan is not devoid of offensive capabilities. He simply refrains from utilizing them. Anticipating the current predicament prior to the challenge, he wisely preserved enough mental power to unleash the Spirit Arrow skill. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Lin Chuan activated the skill. Spirit Arrow. Extending 2 fingers, a pitch-black arrow coalesced into existence, exuding an aura of death. Go. With a swift whoosh, the arrow transformed into a dark streak, hurtling towards the two-headed tiger eagle. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them. This arrow, not only swift beyond measure, defied any defensive measures. Even as the two-headed tiger eagle shielded itself with its wings, it could not prevent the black arrow from striking its brain. Two-headed tiger eagle HP, 1050. Two-headed tiger eagle HP, 525. Thanks to the Necromancer's staff, an additional activation of the skill was granted. 2 strikes delivered a total of 1575 damage. The two-headed tiger eagle was left with but a sliver of health. The stunning effect of the spirit arrow took hold, causing the creature to lose control and plummet from the sky. Though merely a fleeting second, it condemned the two-headed tiger eagle to an inescapable fate. The Reaper minions seized the opportunity. with a flash of blades. The two heads of the tiger eagle bid farewell to their necks forever. Defeated the two-headed tiger eagle, experience gained, 260. A flash of azure light signified the emergence of a blue item within the storage space. Lin Chuan also ascended to level 10 from this encounter. Level 10 is a pivotal milestone. Lin Chuan felt an undeniable surge in strength, as though something within him had shattered. Hastily, he examined his status. Name, Lin Chuan. Class, Necromancer Summoner. Level, 10-0-33. Strength, 151. Constitution, 151. Agility, 154. Mental power, 165. Necromantic space, 66,100. Skills, Reaper Minion, Spirit Arrow. Upon reviewing his attributes, Lin Chuan was taken aback. It appeared that leveling up had only granted an increase of 10 points, yet upon reaching level 10, he had gained a staggering 50 points. Moreover, all 4 attributes had risen by 50 points each. Such an enhancement was no trivial matter. Powerful boss creatures within dungeons typically possess attributes far superior to those of humans. Even so, an 11th level creature might only reach around 130 attributes. In contrast, Lin Chuan's level 10 attributes soared to an impressive 150. Even if armed with a sword, he could likely vanquish a boss in close combat. Now, what of the attributes of his summoned minions? The mere thought quickened Lin Chuan's breath. Reaper Minion, Silver Grade. Level, 10. Strength, 1,500. Constitution, 1,500. Agility, 1,500. Mental power, 1,500. Silver Realm Power, Defense 20, Damage 20. A staggering 1,500. The Reaper minions had not only ascended from bronze to silver grade, but also enhanced their defensive and offensive capabilities to 20. Their attributes now reached an astonishing 1,500 points. Even fully equipped 19th level professionals could scarcely match such prowess. The crux of the matter is that Lin Chuan currently commands 66 of these exceptionally powerful silver grade Reaper minions. With 66 silver grade Reapers at his disposal, who could stand against him? Chapter 008, The Pitiful Luo Kuan. In addition to his attribute boosts, Lin Chuan discovered an unusual addition to his skill list, a question mark. A question mark? What could this signify? Instinctively, Lin Chuan felt that this sensation of breakthrough was intrinsically linked to this enigma. Clicking on the question mark, he delved deeper into its details. New skills available for learning. Use a beginner skill learning scroll to commence learning. It appeared that he had unlocked the privilege to learn new skills. What type of new skill awaited him? A novel offensive technique? Or perhaps a new summon creature? Lin Chuan was filled with curiosity. In this world, one could learn a new skill every 10 levels. To acquire a new skill, one must utilize an item known as a skill learning scroll. At level 120, a beginner skill learning scroll is required. From levels 30-50, an intermediate skill learning scroll is necessary, while levels 50-80 demand an advanced scroll. Beyond that, levels 80,100 necessitate a top-tier skill learning scroll. Skill learning scrolls are exceedingly rare and expensive items. Even a beginner skill learning scroll commands a price of 200,000 gold coins on the market. Intermediate scrolls currently fetch upwards of 1 million. Advanced skill learning scrolls can reach tens of millions. As for the most elite skill learning scrolls, they are priceless, often exchanged for items rather than currency. To learn a new skill, Lin Chuan requires a beginner skill learning scroll. For an orphan with nothing to his name, this sum is astronomical. However, he remains undeterred. He has awakened a mythical class profession. Levels, equipment, and skill learning scrolls will come in due time. Eagerly, Lin Chuan yearned to obtain a beginner skill learning scroll and unlock new skills. Resolute, he dashed toward the final sector of the novice dungeon, leaving behind a throng of silver-grade Reaper minions. The novice dungeon is merely a playground for seasoned adventurers. Only by entering the wild zone can one truly be considered a qualified practitioner. The wild zone is rife with ferocious beasts, as well as even more formidable dungeons and secret realms. There, countless adventures and challenges await. One can also acquire a plethora of precious artifacts, rare treasures, and formidable equipment. The mere thought of this made Lin Chuan impatient with anticipation. Congratulations to Lin Chuan for completing the novice dungeon in the Double Tiger Forest area, with a time of 25 minutes and 6 seconds, setting a new record and ranking first. Outside the novice dungeon, the announcement of the record being broken reappeared. Once again, it was Lin Chuan. This marked his third record-breaking achievement, a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, Luo Xiong, who had been waiting outside the dungeon to cheer on his son, now wore a grim expression. Initially confident that Luo Kuan would firmly hold the top position on the leaderboard, he now found himself wishing fervently for Lin Chuan to slow down, even if just for a fleeting moment, to allow Luo Kuan a chance to set a record of his own. His pace had noticeably diminished. Liang Wen observed that Lin Chuan's completion time for the third area had not only failed to improve, but had actually slowed compared to the second area. Despite leveling up, his speed had decreased, possibly due to encountering creatures that challenged his abilities, speculated Su Qiu. The boss of the Double Tiger Forest area was of the flying type, a common hurdle for novice adventurers lacking aerial combat skills. The outcome of his performance in this final area remained to be seen. The last area, the Rift Abyss, housed all wind attribute monsters, and the terrain was notoriously difficult to navigate, presenting a formidable challenge. The current leaderboard record for the Rift Abyss stood at 57 minutes and 23 seconds. Thus, even if Lin Chuan were to maintain his speed, he would require at least half an hour to complete it, according to Su Qiu and Liang Wen's estimations. At that moment, a disturbance rippled through the space before the novice dungeon, and a figure emerged into the sight of the gathered crowd. It was Luo Kuan, fully armed and exuding excitement as he rushed towards Su Qiu. Principal, I've reached level 8. Su Qiu glanced at him, offering a perfunctory, very good, very good, before turning his attention back to the distant novice dungeon. Principal, I'm at level 8, level 8. Yes, I understand, I understand. Su Qiu's indifferent demeanor left Luo Kuan perplexed. He had just achieved level 8. Furthermore, he noticed the absence of Lin Chuan and Lu Shuhan. Typically, it took an average person 48 hours to reach level 8 within the novice dungeon, yet Luo Kuan had accomplished this in a mere 3 hours. Such talent and leveling speed had set a record in Donghai City. He felt confident that he could compete with even the most gifted individuals across the province and nation. Even the school belle, Lu Shuhan, could not match his pace. Yet, why did Su Qiu not even spare him a glance? What was he anticipating? Luo Kuan was filled with curiosity. Kuan, come here, called Luo Xiong. Dad, you're here too. I reached. However, upon seeing his father's stern expression, Luo Kuan instinctively swallowed his words. So, you haven't even begun challenging the core area yet? And you exited early, wasting your opportunity to enter the dungeon today. Dad, don't worry. With my leveling speed, I can make up for it in half a day, Luo Kuan assured, thumping his chest. Useless, go stand over there. Luo Xiong was on the verge of exploding with anger. He had hoped Luo Kuan could set a record in the novice dungeon to bring him pride, yet the boy had foolishly exited halfway through. What a disgrace. At that moment, new text appeared at the entrance of the novice dungeon. Something's happening. Not only Su Qiu, but others from various schools held their breath in anticipation. Was it Lin Chuan? Everyone was curious. Impossible. 10 minutes to clear one area? Absolutely out of the question. The consensus was that it was likely another student who had managed to conquer this area, as there was no set order for the 4 areas, and by now, it was time for students to show their prowess. However, the text materialized. Congratulations to Lin Chuan for completing the novice dungeon in the Rift Abyss area, with a time of 9 minutes and 35 seconds, setting a new record and ranking first. As the announcement echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Outside the novice dungeon stood not only teachers from various schools, but also many students of lesser talent, as well as those who had exited to rest. Gasp. He broke the record in under 10 minutes. Is Lin Chuan even human? 10 minutes. The break between classes is just 10 minutes. I stepped out for a moment, and this guy sped through the core area of the novice dungeon. By the heavens, let me see what this person looks like. It's utterly demoralizing. In the Dragon Hua Kingdom, on the Star Domain battlefield, an elderly man sat atop a defensive wall made of energy, displaying an air of tranquility as he faced the relentless onslaught of otherworldly creatures below. This man was none other than Li Qingyuan, the mightiest force of the Dragon Hua Kingdom. Not only was he known as the forbidden land of evil spirits, but he also boasted an astounding level of 97, wielding 3 immortal artifacts. Yet, this unflappable elder suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing a look of disbelief. I never imagined that even I, the creator, could not achieve a record of 10 minutes, yet it has been shattered by a mere child. With that, Li Qingyuan smiled faintly. A look of ease washed over him as he closed his eyes once more, muttering to himself, a gifted lad. Lu Zio, you should pay a visit to Donghai City. Behind the elder stood several imposing adventurers, all of considerable level. However, these individuals exhibited profound respect towards Li Qingyuan. One stepped forward from the crowd. Master, shall we directly guide him to the Star Domain battlefield? No need. If this young lad truly possesses remarkable talent, keeping an eye on him will suffice. Other matters can be addressed after he graduates from Qinglong Academy. Chapter 009. Completing the novice dungeon and heading to the wilderness area. The space around the novice dungeon continued to fluctuate. Amidst the fervent gazes of the crowd, Lin Chuan emerged with an expression of calm. It truly was him. Su Qiu's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. The name matched, the time matched. This record-breaking individual was undoubtedly Lin Chuan. Before anyone could react, Su Qiu dashed forward, almost as if teleporting, to stand before Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, tell me, are you the one who has consecutively broken the records for all 4 core areas? Lin Chuan gazed at the 4 lines of text above the entrance and nodded silently. Yes, ISNT it written there. Speculation was one thing. Confirmation was another. Su Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had imagined countless times that he would mentor a truly remarkable student, bringing him fame in the educational sphere. Yet, he never anticipated Lin Chuan would be so extraordinary, breaking 4 records in a single breath, with one record taking merely 9 minutes. 9 minutes. A legendary figure once proclaimed that if someone could clear the novice dungeon in under 10 minutes, they would take that person as a disciple. Indeed, I was right not to underestimate you. Liang repeated the word good thrice, clearly impressed by Lin Chuan's performance. Since you awakened as a mythic class adventurer under my tutelage, I consider myself half your mentor. Here, take this set of novice equipment. I hope you shine brightly in the practitioner entrance examination in a week's time. Should you gain admission to Qinglong Academy, feel free to seek me out whenever you encounter difficulties. Liang casually bestowed a set of equipment upon Lin Chuan, his astonishment matching that of Su Qiu's. At this moment, forging a connection with Lin Chuan could prove advantageous, perhaps, in the future. As Lin Chuan shines brilliantly in the realm of professionals, I too might bask in his glory. Thank you, Master Liang, for your equipment. I shall redouble my efforts to level up and strive to gain admission to the Azure Dragon Academy. Lin Chuan said respectfully. Indeed, splendid, splendid, Master Liang responded. Thoroughly pleased with Lin Chuan's reaction, stroking his beard and grinning broadly. Master Liang's profession is that of a master of formation, an exceedingly rare auxiliary profession. And he currently serves as a professor of formations at the Azure Dragon Academy, possessing both profound knowledge and high status in his field. If you have the opportunity to study some formation knowledge under Master Liang, it would greatly benefit you in the future, Su Qiu interjected. Lin Chuan had always sensed that Liang was no ordinary individual. He was astonished to discover that he was the formation professor at the Azure Dragon Academy. After bowing respectfully to Liang once more, Lin Chuan addressed Su Qiu. Principal, I am now level 11 and wish to apply for access to the wilderness zone. Level 11? So soon? Liang had assumed that Lin Chuan was attempting to challenge the 4 core areas prematurely, but it turned out he had been steadily progressing step by step. He couldn't help but regard Lin Chuan with an increased sense of approval. If all goes well, this young fellow is practically assured a freshman spot at the Azure Dragon Academy. Hearing Liang praise, Su Qiu couldn't help but feel elated. The admission slots at the Azure Dragon Academy are exceedingly limited. Every year, only 1 or 2 students from EC City's top high school manage to gain entry. This year, the most promising candidates for the Azure Dragon Academy are Lin Chuan, Lu Shuhan, and Luo Kun. Haha, thanks to Master Liang's good wishes. At level 11, you may indeed venture into the wilderness zone. Go to the Academic Affairs office to obtain your pass. Master Liang, Principal Su, please wait. I shall go and procure the pass at once. Although it was called procurement, the school had already prepared the necessary paperwork for each student, and they merely needed to collect it. Having obtained the pass, Lin Chuan wasted no time and boarded the bus headed for the outskirts of EC City, immediately immersing himself in intense leveling and training. Watching Lin Chuan's departing figure, Liang and Su Qiu nodded in approval. Gifted, diligent, ambitious, and possessing a commendable character, this young man is destined for greatness. Only Luo Xiong wore a grim expression, glaring fiercely at his inept son beside him. Seeing Lin Chuan thriving, Luo Kun felt as though he had swallowed something bitter. Anger surged within him, his fists clenched tightly, the skin on his fingers breaking under the pressure. Lin Chuan, just you wait. What are you still standing there for? Are you not embarrassed enough? Come back with me. I will equip you with some items. If you still cannot surpass Lin Chuan, just wait until after the college entrance examination to see how I deal with you. Luo Xiong seized Luo Kun, tossing him into the vehicle as they departed. Although Lin Chuan had gained a significant lead today, it was inconsequential. With Luo Kun's family resources, he could easily make up for the loss using various precious items. The world of professionals is not as simple as it appears. Talent, economic power, and connections are all indispensable, and these are qualities that Luo Kun possesses. An hour later, Lu Shuhan reached level 8 and exited the novice dungeon. As another rare profession holder, her leveling speed was considerably slower than Luo Kun's. Principal, am I the first? Lu Shuhan's immediate inquiry upon exiting was about whether she was the fastest among the 3. As the school belle, she was not merely a pretty face. Having awakened a rare profession, she naturally aspired to claim the top spot. Su Qiu shook his head regretfully. Who is ahead of me, Lin Chuan or Luo Kun? Both, was the answer. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuhan realized she had been left far behind by both individuals. Lin Chuan was to be expected, but she found it hard to accept that Luo Kun, who had been a spoiled brat before his profession awakening, was also ahead of her. She bit her lip. Determination etched on her face. Lin Chuan is already at level 11 and has reset all 4 core area records in the novice dungeon, Su Qiu added. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuhan's expression grew resolute. Turning on her heel, in front of everyone, she re-entered the novice dungeon. How is that possible? Liang was filled with confusion. The rule of this world states that one can only enter a dungeon once a day, yet Lu Shuhan was entering the novice dungeon for a second time. Lu Shuhan's family hailed from a mysterious magical lineage. Having befriended many extraordinary individuals, she must have used some item to increase her dungeon entry count. I see. Lin Chuan remained oblivious to the rivalry between Luo Kun and Lu Shuhan, as at that moment, he was already aboard the bus heading for the outskirts of EC City. After an hour's journey, the bus had left the city center and arrived at the city's edge. Due to prolonged battles with magical beasts, the cities in this world exhibit a unique state. To provide supplies for professionals engaged in continuous combat, a self-sustaining commercial and living system has emerged here. Various shops lined both sides of the road: weapon stores, equipment shops, potion vendors, consumable outlets, and others selling precious items. One can acquire powerful gear to enhance monster slaying speed, as well as recovery potions that provide a safety net in critical moments. In this place, the atmosphere of professionalism is palpable and vibrant. Numerous professionals can be seen coming and going, transforming the area into an independent city. Additionally, there are mercenary guilds and trading houses, where one can undertake tasks for substantial rewards and exchange materials gathered in the wild for coins to purchase necessary equipment or materials. Chapter 010: A Night in the Wilderness. Lin Chuan did not linger. His primary objective was to level up swiftly. Other matters could be postponed. Crossing the street, he made his way directly to the city gate. Halt. No exit without proper documentation. Trespassers will be apprehended. 2 soldiers on duty blocked Lin Chuan's path. I have a pass, Lin Chuan quickly asserted. The soldiers examined the pass for authenticity. A student from EC City's top high school, Class 3-1. Are you a candidate for this year's professional entrance examination? The notification was just issued yesterday. With a nudge from a fellow soldier, the other began to recall. Wait a moment. Suddenly, he realized the crucial issue. A pass also serves as an examination permit, which is only issued to students once they reach level 8. His eyes widened in disbelief. You are already at level 8? So soon. Our EC City's novice dungeon opened only this morning. How could it be just a few hours? I wonder if your foundation is solid enough. Could there be danger? I am level 11. There is no issue. Level 11? Well, that certainly alleviates concerns. The soldier returned the pass to Lin Chuan and allowed him to proceed. Wait, did he just say he is level 11? It wasn't until Lin Chuan had walked away that the soldier processed this information. Did he really say that? Level 11? Is there truly someone who can level up so quickly? No one could provide an answer, but given the current situation, it certainly appeared to be true. Moreover, the very individual they deemed to be leveling at an astonishing pace was lamenting that his progress felt as slow as a tortoise. The wilderness is fraught with peril, inhabited by a myriad of monstrous entities. The outdoor dungeons are not all situated near urban centers. One must traverse a considerable distance to reach their entrances. For instance, the dungeon that Lin Chuan is currently heading towards requires crossing an untamed mountain range. This mountainous terrain conceals countless creatures that may launch an attack at any moment. A path carved by adventurers leads to the dungeon entrance, which is relatively safer. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, Lin Chuan summons a Reaper minion to accompany him, lest he be caught off guard and swiftly dispatched. Lin Chuan's destination is a dungeon located to the northeast of Donghai City, known as the Goblin Nest. Goblins are particularly repugnant beings. Not only are they diminutive in stature, but they also reproduce at an alarming rate. Once their numbers exceed the carrying capacity of their population, they expand outward, inciting warfare. Naturally, Donghai City bears the brunt of this aggression. Prolonged conflict has claimed many adventurers' lives, and the citizens of Donghai harbor a deep-seated loathing for goblins. Conversely, the abundance of these creatures signifies ample experience points, making it a prime hunting ground for eager candidates seeking to level up. Thus, the Goblin Nest consistently ranks among the top 10 most popular dungeons in Longhua Kingdom. Hey, what is that summoned creature? It looks utterly grotesque. Indeed, it's enormous and wielding a massive scythe. Oh dear, its bones are protruding. How terrifying. Hey, be careful while walking. Don't let that scythe graze me. Oh, can't you clean your weapon after slaying a monster? Blood just splattered all over me. Lin Chuan's Reaper minion, with its fearsome appearance, draws many curious glances. Though the reception is far from favorable, numerous onlookers are left thoroughly frightened. Unaccustomed to the attention, Lin Chuan decides to leave the main road to avoid unwanted discussions and opts for a smaller path. In stark contrast to the bustling thoroughfare, the narrow trail is decidedly more treacherous, with hidden goblins potentially lying in ambush. Upon departing from the crowd, an immediate silence envelopes the surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chuan quickly dons a set of equipment bestowed upon him by Yang 1. Beginner's Staff, Advanced. Level 10 Attributes, Spirit 20. Strength 5. Beginner's Mage Robe, Advanced. Level 10 Attributes, Constitution 15, Spirit 10. Beginner's Mage Boots, Advanced. Level 10 Attributes, Agility 10. Spirit 10. Beginner's Mage Ring, Advanced. Level 10 Attributes, Spirit 20. Beginner's Mage Necklace, Advanced. Level 10 Effect, Magic Recovery Speed 50. A mage can equip 5 items in total: a weapon, clothing, shoes, a ring, and a necklace. Aside from the weapon, Lin Chuan adorns himself with the rest of the gear. With the newfound equipment, Lin Chuan has significantly upgraded his capabilities. Not only have his attributes improved, but the number of his Reaper minions approaches 100. Name: Lin Chuan. Class: Necromancer. Level: 11, 5279. Strength: 205. Constitution: 215. Agility: 210. Spirit: 250. Undead Space: 86110. Suddenly, as Lin Chuan is still inspecting his attributes, a series of whistling sounds pierce the air. Without a doubt, someone has launched a surprise attack on him. Sharp stones rain down upon him, causing considerable pain. Received attack from low-level Goblin Warrior, health -44. Received attack from low-level Goblin Warrior, Reaper Minion, silver level, health -36. Lin Chuan had thought himself cautious enough. Yet the reality proved otherwise. He was indeed struck by the goblin's ambush. Fortunately, it was merely goblins he encountered today. Had it been a creature of higher caliber, he might have met his demise. Realizing that one minion was insufficient for his protection, he decides to summon 20 more. With a snap of his fingers, 20 silver-level Reaper minions materialize in the forest. Eliminate all those who dared to ambush me. With the command given, the 20 Reaper minions meld into the shadows of the forest. Before long, the woods are filled with the sounds of anguished cries. Slain low-level Goblin Warrior. Experience 33. Slain low-level Goblin Warrior. Experience 33. Acquired inferior axe. The low-level Goblin Warriors are level 8 creatures. The experience provided by monsters outside the dungeon is minimal. The only advantage lies in the materials they drop. This has created a means of livelihood for many low-tier adventurers, and the Mercenary Guild frequently posts requests for materials. Goblins may lack strength and yield low experience, but their sheer numbers are formidable. In this recent skirmish, Lin Chuan seems to have disrupted a goblin nest, eliminating nearly 50 to 60 goblin minions. The entire engagement lasted only a few minutes, netting him 2,000 experience points, a substantial gain. Having tasted success, Lin Chuan employs the same strategy, directing his Reaper minions to sweep through the area in a line. Any goblin that shows its face is swiftly dispatched. After a period of relentless slaughter, Lin Chuan realizes that while the wilderness is teeming with monsters, it is still relatively sparse when considering the vastness of the map. Over 2 hours have elapsed since he entered the deep woods, and despite having discovered 2 goblin nests, he has yet to reach level 5. The efficiency of leveling here pales in comparison to that of the beginner dungeon. It appears that true advancement lies in the dungeons after all. After several more rounds of exterminating goblins in the forest, twilight begins to descend. It is time to find a place to rest for the night. Generally, adventurers are advised against spending the night alone in the wilderness. If circumstances necessitate it, one should ideally travel in a group or seek out a campsite with ample company, primarily to guard against ambushes by wild creatures. However, Lin Chuan finds himself untroubled by such worries. With his silver-level Reaper minions standing guard, no creature dares approach. Chapter 011. The Mysterious Assassin Girl. Let us rest here for the night. Before darkness envelopes the land entirely, Lin Chuan locates a relatively flat area and ignites a campfire. The wilderness does not offer the comforts of the city. Each individual carries sufficient provisions within their storage space. It is widely understood that rations are considered emergency sustenance, which Lin Chuan finds unpalatable. Fortunately, aside from the monsters, the wilderness is also home to various beasts. Lin Chuan manages to catch a few rabbits, skewering them over the fire. In no time, the rabbits sizzle and exude an enticing aroma. As the meat cooks to perfection, Lin Chuan eagerly grabs a rabbit leg and takes a bite. Delicious. Suddenly, a melodious voice belonging to a young girl resonates through the forest. Who goes there? Lin Chuan instinctively becomes alert. In the wilderness, humans can be more dangerous than monsters. After all, while monsters mindlessly seek to take your life, humans may covet your wealth. The forest remains silent in response to Lin Chuan's inquiry, save for the rustling of leaves. Is this your cooking? It smells divine. Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind Lin Chuan, causing his hair to stand on end. He turned to find a strikingly beautiful girl standing behind him, a dagger pressed menacingly against his waist. However, the scent emanating from you is rather peculiar, leaving me quite uncomfortable. Lin Chuan sensed a terrifying murderous intent from the girl, one that completely disregarded the value of life, as if he were not a human being, but rather a lifeless corpse. In the darkness, a cold glimmer flashed, and a silver-tier Reaper servant launched an attack from the shadows. The girl was forced back, looking somewhat astonished. You're a weak creature, yet you possess an aura of great power. Despite your evident frailty, you still carry a burden like that summoning beast. You truly are a good person. However, that's not how a good person card works, Lin Chuan thought, feeling exasperated. The girl was preparing to strike again when, with a whoosh, an arrow flew from the darkness, forcing her to retreat. Simultaneously, a figure appeared atop a nearby branch, bow and arrows slung across his back, clearly a marksman. The earlier shot had been his doing. With a whistle, he called out, "Boss, I've spotted her." Moments later, 4 more figures burst forth from the forest, led by a warrior. The warrior glanced at Lin Chuan, surprised to see he had found an accomplice. However, upon noticing Lin Chuan's school uniform, his wary demeanor relaxed. "I didn't expect you to recruit a rookie who has just awakened their profession. It seems you've truly been cornered. You filthy wench, return what you've stolen from us." The others echoed, indicating a considerable conflict between the two groups. Lin Chuan instinctively distanced himself from the unfolding drama, wishing to avoid any trouble. "Huh, what do you mean your treasure? This was taken by me first, so it rightfully belongs to me." The girl retorted. "And you 5 little thieves? What do you mean by chasing us for 3 days without rest?" From her storage space, the girl produced a scroll, causing the eyes of the others to gleam with desire. Lin Chuan was no exception. It was a beginner skill learning scroll, a precious item valued at 200,000. They were fighting over this. This is something we found in a public dungeon. Hand it back. One of them demanded. Oh, so you acknowledge it came from a public dungeon. Since you chose to farm in a public dungeon, you should be prepared for someone else to pick up the loot. Regular dungeons only allow solo or team entries, with all rewards belonging to the dungeon farmer. However, public dungeons are different. They are essentially wilderness zones. With no ownership of dropped treasures, anyone can freely pick them up. Thus, farming in a public dungeon implies acceptance of the possibility of others taking your treasures. Hence, one must exercise extreme caution in public dungeons. Encountering ill-intentioned individuals may lead to losing both life and wealth. From the conversation among these individuals, it was evident that the beginner skill learning scroll was indeed their hard-earned treasure, now snatched away by this girl. They're all at level 19. I'll distract them. You should escape in the opposite direction. I apologize for involving you in this, Lin Chuan said, without waiting for a response. The girl waved the beginner skill learning scroll in her hand. This matter has nothing to do with you, little brother. If you want this scroll, come and take it. Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike, the signature skill of the assassin class. In an instant, the girl transformed into a shadow, swiftly approaching the leading warrior from behind to launch a surprise attack. In the darkness, the gleam of her dagger flashed like a serpent striking at the warrior's neck. Clang. The warrior stood firm, his sword raised behind him, deflecting her attack. I've pursued you for 3 days and nights. Do you think I haven't figured out your attack pattern? So what? You will never capture me. The girl refrained from further assault, kicking against the warrior's weapon and propelled herself into the forest, vanishing into the shadows. Catch me if you can. Her voice echoed as she swiftly evaded several obstacles, fleeing into the distance. Chase her. The warrior bellowed, leading his comrades after her. As they departed, he signaled to the archer in the trees, who immediately understood. Before long, the entire group plunged into the forest, leaving only the archer, who fixated his gaze on Lin Chuan with predatory intent. Is there something you need? Lin Chuan asked coldly. Since the archer remained, it was clear he had designated Lin Chuan as his target. After all, in the wilderness, humans are more dangerous than monsters. Ha ha ha. Do you really think we're that foolish? You think a few words from that girl would divert all of us? How do we know she isn't wielding a fake scroll? As for the real one, The archer wore a sinister smile and drew his bow, aiming at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's heart sank. It was evident this individual had no intention of letting him go. Moreover, in the archer's eyes, the disparity in their strength was glaringly obvious. The archer was already at level 19, while Lin Chuan remained an 11-level novice. No need for pleasantries. In the wilderness, I understand the rules of killing and looting. Since you know, then hand over any valuable materials you possess, and perhaps I might consider sparing your life. Spare my life? Lin Chuan scoffed. You're merely afraid I might possess something that could save me, right? After all, injuring yourself would be quite unfortunate. Lin Chuan was acutely aware that once the other party harbored murderous intent, they would certainly not let him off the hook. Having stolen someone else's treasure, his fate would be a bounty from the Dragon Hua Kingdom. But did Lin Chuan possess anything to ensure his survival? No. Yet that was inconsequential. Lin Chuan was not an ordinary level 11 novice, but a genius who had awakened a mythic tier profession. He snapped his fingers. A black vortex appeared, and a silver tier reaper servant emerged before him. Good luck retrieving the good stuff from me if you can. Chapter 012, Beginner Skill Learning Scroll. What a bold little brat. Today, I shall show you just how vast the chasm between professionals can be. Storm Arrow Rain. Storm Arrow Rain, a high-level skill imbued with wind attribute attacks. As he released a single arrow, Lin Chuan saw not one, but a deluge of arrows hurtling toward him. Indeed, it was like a rain of arrows. Clang, 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 clang. The arrows struck the Reaper Servant, producing a cacophony of sound. Receive damage from Storm Arrow Rain. Health 167. Receive damage from Storm Arrow Rain. Health 167. Each arrow dealt over 100 damage, and the total damage from this skill exceeded 2,000. Generally, a fully equipped level 11 professional wouldn't exceed a little over 2,000 health. In the archer's estimation, this attack could easily take Lin Chuan down. However, the Reaper Servant absorbed all the attacks. Lin Chuan emerged unscathed, not a scratch on him. Is that all you call a rain of arrows? Then what should I call this? The archer suddenly felt an unusual black mist enveloping his body. Turning around, he noticed over 20 pairs of crimson eyes fixed upon him from within the forest. They were the Reaper's minions, the very servants that Lin Chuan had employed during the day to sweep through the area. He had not retracted the necromantic space. Instead, it had dispersed into the forest. Lying in wait, Lin Chuan had initially no intention of taking action against this individual, but the archer's greed had compelled him to set his sights on Lin Chuan's possessions. Thus, Lin Chuan saw no reason to hold back. The archer, akin to a frightened kitten, felt every hair on his body stand on end. No, spare me. If you let me go, I will give you everything I possess. Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a plea. Foolishness. If I kill you, your belongings will still belong to me. Attack. Upon receiving the command, the Reaper's minions advanced menacingly towards the archer. Lin Chuan launched his assault with ferocity, his presence overwhelming. The seasoned archer, honed through experiences in public dungeons, managed to react swiftly despite the immense pressure. If you wish to kill me, you must first prove your capability. He activated Swift Wind, which increased his movement speed by 40. The scythe of a Silver-tier Reaper's minion came crashing down, yet he narrowly evaded it. However, he was not facing just a single foe. Just as he prepared to escape in another direction, the other Reaper's minions had already encircled him. The archer found himself cornered. And no matter how swift his movements, he could not escape Lin Chuan's grasp. In a flash, the blade gleamed, and the archer's head was severed from his body. The sound of his demise echoed, and his belongings spilled forth from his storage space. When a professional perishes, their storage dissipates, causing their items to scatter. This phenomenon explains why conflicts among humans in the wild are so prevalent. Lin Chuan gathered the spoils, hastily stowing them in his own storage. Dispose of the body. I do not wish to lay eyes upon it. With that, the Reaper's minion carried the archer's corpse into the depths of the woods. After completing these tasks, Lin Chuan returned to his previous spot and retrieved another rabbit from his storage to roast. The unexpected visitor had interrupted his dinner. 40 minutes later, the aroma of the roasted rabbit wafted enticingly through the air. Lin Chuan tore off a leg, finally able to savor his meal. Delicious. A young girl's voice chimed in nearby, having returned after dispatching her foes. Did I not tell you to flee quickly? Why are you eating? She sat beside Lin Chuan. The archer sought to kill me. After a skirmish, I grew hungry, Lin Chuan replied without lifting his gaze. This time, the murderous intent that had previously surrounded the girl dissipated. After all, it was her appearance that had embroiled Lin Chuan in this conflict. What became of those people? Lin Chuan inquired. All dealt with. The forest is the assassin's domain. Once we entered, I led them astray and eliminated them one by one. The girl spoke nonchalantly, while Lin Chuan remained expressionless. He had no desire to discern right from wrong in this matter, but based solely on the archer's attempt on his life. It was evident these individuals were no strangers to murder and robbery. For the sake of mere coin, they treated human lives as inconsequential. Today, the girl's actions were indeed justifiable. Indeed. Lin Chuan then asked, What? No longer wish to kill me? The girl patted Lin Chuan's shoulder and said casually, Misunderstanding. I mistook you for an enemy of my family. I apologize. By the way, I am hungry as well. Thank you for the roasted rabbit. She reached for the rabbit. But Lin Chuan used his stick to swat her hand away. He distinctly felt the stick connect with her hand, yet no sensation followed. In the blink of an eye, the roasted rabbit was already in the girl's grasp. She wore a triumphant expression. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. Here, for you. She raised her hand and tossed Lin Chuan a scroll. What is this? A beginner's skill learning scroll? The item she had thrown was precisely the scroll that several individuals had attempted to seize earlier. You went through such trouble to take it from them, only to so easily give it to me? Lin Chuan found this girl increasingly perplexing. A mere beginner's skill learning scroll held little value. I took it from them because it dropped in the public dungeon. The thrill of treasure hunting is part of the fun. Presenting it to you is a gesture of gratitude for the roasted rabbit, as well as compensation for earlier. Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. The girl was surprisingly astute in certain aspects. Currently in need of a beginner's skill learning scroll, he accepted it without hesitation, stowing it in his storage. He then took out 2 more rabbits to roast. This beginner's skill learning scroll is so precious, I cannot accept it without providing something in return. I priced the roasted rabbit at 60,000 each. If I roast 2 more for you, we will be even. Lin Chuan said, playfully deceiving her. To his surprise, the girl seemed unfazed. Upon seeing Lin Chuan begin roasting the rabbits again, her eyes sparkled with delight. Is this a deal? Deceiving an innocent girl. I truly am a scoundrel. Lin Chuan mentally chastised himself. He promptly gave himself another reprimand. How could he feel guilty for obtaining a beginner's skill learning scroll for free? Thus, Lin Chuan reassured himself. His culinary skills were indeed commendable, having captured the girl's heart, at least her affection for the rabbits. I owe you a favor. If I come across anything good in the future, I will be sure to sell it to you first. In Lin Chuan's eyes, this girl appeared almost naive. However, this was quite normal. Many daughters of prestigious families in this world were pampered and sheltered, rarely exposed to the harsh realities of life. Yet, once they awakened their professions, they would inevitably cross paths with individuals like Lin Chuan. Such individuals shared a common trait, a lack of practical life experience. Lin Chuan had already concluded that this girl belonged to some illustrious family. Before I forget, what is your name? I am Lin Chuan, level 11, a necromancer. Lin Chuan introduced himself and his title, a gesture of respect in this world. Xie Yuqing, level 27 phantom assassin. Lin Chuan visibly froze for a moment. This seemingly harmless girl had already reached level 27. Moreover, it appeared she had completed her class advancement. No wonder she could single-handedly eliminate 4 level 19 professionals. Rest assured, I find you quite agreeable. I shall not turn against you. Out of nowhere, Lin Chuan received a goodwill card. Then I truly thank you. Chapter 013, The Inheritance Ring of the Outer Path. After finishing their meal, the two finally found a moment to relax. Despite Xie Yuqing's petite stature, Her appetite was surprisingly large. Of the 3 roasted rabbits, Lin Chuan had only consumed a single leg, while she devoured the rest. "Ah, I am full." Xie Yuqing beamed with satisfaction. "I've never eaten so comfortably before." Once satiated, they began to chat. "By your attire, you must be a student from a nearby school?" Lin Chuan's uniform was an obvious indicator of his novice status. He candidly admitted, "Yes, I am preparing for the professional examination in 6 days." "Are you planning to grind the Goblin Nest dungeon now?" "I have heard that this dungeon levels up quite rapidly. It is said to be quite entertaining, and it happens to be on our way." "Ah, are you considering enrolling in the Azure Dragon Academy?" "I have been informed that it is the first choice for many aspiring professionals." "What level is your profession, and how swiftly do you progress? Are you confident in soloing? Would you like me to accompany you?" "Rest assured, my fees are quite modest. All I require is some roasted rabbit in return." Xie Yuqing, like a curious child, bombarded Lin Chuan with a flurry of questions, leaving him at a loss on where to begin his responses. "You cannot go anywhere." Just as the awkwardness hung in the air, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly echoed through the forest, startling both of them. To be on the safe side, Lin Chuan had previously dispatched his grim Reaper minions to patrol the woods. However, they had not detected any approaching presence. This could only mean one thing. The man's strength far exceeded Lin Chuan's own. "Miss, you have been out for quite some time. The clan leader is exceedingly worried for your safety and has sent this old servant to escort you home. I hope you do not make things difficult for this old servant." In the blink of an eye, an elderly man, leaning on a cane and nearing 60, appeared before them. "Chunbo, what brings you here? If this old servant had not come, I fear these few would have lost track of you." Unbeknownst to them, behind Chunbo stood a line of cloaked figures, their forms shrouded in the darkness of night. These individuals knelt on one knee, displaying utmost respect towards Chunbo and Xie Yuqing. Xie Yuqing stuck out her tongue at Chunbo, indicating that it was their own inadequacy that prevented them from seeing through her concealment technique. "Miss, your abilities have indeed progressed, which brings this old servant great joy. However, the time spent away has been rather lengthy, and it is time to return home. The Azure Dragon Academy has sent multiple letters urging your return, and the master has not only expended considerable effort on this matter, but has also incurred significant expenses. Please do not make it difficult for us. What can you do if I refuse to return?" Xie Yuqing placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of defiance. He misjested. "This old servant would never dare to impose upon you. However, I sincerely hope that you can alleviate the master's concerns." Chen Bo's expression remained unchanged as a token appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this token, Xie Yuqing's countenance shifted dramatically. "The clan leader's token? How could that old man entrust this to you? The clan leader is also worried about you, fearing unforeseen circumstances might arise. Now that we have seen the clan leader's token, please." Chen Bo stepped aside to allow Xie Yuqing passage. "Calm down. It's not as if I want to go with you. I just need to bid farewell to my friend." Xie Yuqing approached Lin Chuan, her demeanor filled with regret. "I'm truly sorry, but I can no longer accompany you to the goblin lair. Seeing the clan leader's token is akin to seeing the clan leader himself. I cannot disobey the clan's orders. However, I believe we will meet again in the future. I will be waiting for you at the Azure Dragon Academy." As she spoke, Xie Yuqing took out a ring and placed it on Lin Chuan's finger, then embraced him. Whispering softly in his ear, she said, "This is the Outer Dao Inheritance Ring. It can save your life in critical moments, so make sure you never take it off. When you reach level 30, its effects will gradually manifest. If you encounter insurmountable challenges in the future, you may also come to the Xie family in Yinxing, and we will provide assistance to the best of our abilities." As soon as the ring appeared, the cloaked figures behind Chun Bo noticeably stirred. Chen Bo scoffed, "Look at your pitiful state." His voice carried an imposing weight, silencing the inner turmoil of everyone present. Though Chun Bo maintained a facade of calm, turmoil surged within him. It was a known fact that non-clan members who donned the Outer Dao Inheritance Ring would suffer repercussions. Yet this young man showed no reaction. Could it be that his identity is? A bold thought crossed Chen Bo's mind, and he silently resolved that this matter was of such gravity that he must report this young man's identity to the clan leader post-haste. Lin Chuan remained oblivious to Chen Bo's thoughts, nodding earnestly at Xie Yuqing. "Rest assured, I will definitely gain admission to the Azure Dragon Academy." As Xie Yuqing observed the ring on Lin Chuan's hand, she suddenly recalled a most secretive family decree. Those recognized by the inheritance shall have the assassin clan serve them for generations. Could it be that his identity is? No wonder he felt so familiar earlier. The thought caused Xie Yuqing's cheeks to flush with warmth. If it were him, perhaps that would be quite delightful. I will be waiting for you." Xie Yuqing smiled brightly, taking light steps towards Chun Bo. Suddenly, her figure vanished. A pair of beautiful eyes appeared before Lin Chuan. Before he could react, he felt a gentle touch on his lips, intoxicating him. Just as he began to savor the moment, that sensation abruptly disappeared. A low voice whispered in his ear, "This ring will allow you to awaken assassin skills. Guard it well." Moments later, Xie Yuqing, Chen Bo, and the cloaked figures vanished together. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chuan found himself alone in the forest. Cough. After a long while, Lin Chuan regained his composure and let out a helpless chuckle. "Did I just get teased? Lin Chuan had always believed he lacked charm with women, particularly during his school days. As an orphan, he naturally did not garner much attention from his female classmates. However, he had to admit that he was not unattractive, nor lacking in intellect. Now, having awakened a mythical-level profession, his appeal among girls was undoubtedly worlds apart from before. The Azure Dragon Academy, huh? It seems I have yet another compelling reason to gain admission. Lin Chuan was resolute. He would certainly strive to enter the Azure Dragon Academy. Simultaneously, a bold idea took root in Lin Chuan's mind. Awakening assassin skills? Perhaps this is linked to my second profession? If this ring is as miraculous as Xie Yuqing claims, then I might awaken my second profession. A dual-class fusion. Lin Chuan would become the first dual-class individual in the annals of this world. Subsequently, Lin Chuan glanced at the ring Xie Yuqing had gifted him, examining its attributes. Outer Dao Inheritance Ring, Assassin. Level. Attributes. Effects. Skills. The equipment information was inexplicably concealed. Such phenomena typically arise under two circumstances. Either the item's level is too high for Lin Chuan to discern its attributes, or the item has been imbued with restrictions, necessitating certain conditions to unlock it. It seems that the path to awakening a dual profession is not as straightforward as one might imagine. However, Lin Chuan quickly reconciled himself to this, for after all, a dual profession would be the first of its kind in human history. A bit of difficulty was only to be expected. If there were no challenge, it would indeed be rather dull. It appears I must heed Xie Yuqing's advice and first elevate my level to 30. After the tumultuous events of the night, Lin Chuan found himself unable to sleep. Thus, he resolved to take advantage of the night to journey ahead to the dungeon camp near the goblin lair. During his travels, Lin Chuan did not forget to instruct his Grim Reaper minions to sweep the wilderness for goblins. Indeed, he soon discovered 2 goblin gathering spots, which he promptly eradicated, leaving no trace of their presence. Thus, he contributed a modicum of effort to the fight against the goblins in Donghai City. At last, as the first light of dawn began to grace the horizon, Lin Chuan beheld the distant glow of the replica camp. Although situated in the wilderness, humanity had established an electrical infrastructure here, rendering life far less impoverished than one might imagine. The dungeons yielded a plethora of materials and equipment, leading numerous seasoned low-level adventurers to form mercenary guilds centered around these lucrative endeavors. They engaged in daily forays into the dungeons, hoping to unearth rare artifacts amidst their toil. Naturally, such vibrant locales fostered small pockets of community. Consequently, around the dungeons, quaint towns and commercial districts sprang forth, mirroring the functionalities of the urban border areas of Donghai City. However, each time a beast tide surged forth, these makeshift towns would be obliterated, resulting in structures of lesser scale and craftsmanship compared to true cities. As the adventurers often remarked, functionality was paramount. The mere existence of a place providing respite and trade was already a significant boon. At this hour, before the sun had fully risen, mercenary adventurers were already stirring within the camp, preparing for their daily dungeon quests. To avoid causing too much commotion, Lin Chuan withdrew his Death Reaper servant into the realm of the undead, leaving but one to safeguard him. However, he underestimated the impact of his Death Reaper's presence. The moment he appeared in the replica camp, he immediately caught the attention of the mercenaries. Hey, what is that? A skeleton wielding a scythe. How terrifying. Can a skeleton even wield such a bizarre weapon? The skeleton's eyes glowed red, reminiscent of blood, sending chills down their spines. It was one thing for the students to be frightened by the Death Reaper, but Lin Chuan was taken aback to see even seasoned adventurers react with such alarm. Clearly, these undead creatures inspired an innate fear within humanity. Wishing to hasten his entry into the dungeon and level up, Lin Chuan strode purposefully toward the entrance. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed from behind him. The Death Reaper's servant acted swiftly, cleaving the object in two with a single stroke. It turned out to be an apple. Hey, young man, we're preparing to tackle a hellish difficulty dungeon, and we're short one member. I see your skeleton is quite formidable. Would you care to join our party? A mercenary, brandishing a massive sword upon his back, arrogantly addressed Lin Chuan. Chapter 014, New Skill, Soul Reaver. Lin Chuan turned to glance at the apple on the ground, and then back at the man. His demeanor was hardly one of genuine camaraderie. With that, Lin Chuan commanded the Death Reaper to close the distance. The man merely smirked dismissively and unsheathed his great sword, both parties bristling with tension. My apologies. My companion here is a bit uncouth. I sincerely apologize for his rudeness. Just as both sides were poised for confrontation, a young woman rushed forth, continuously offering her apologies to Lin Chuan. Huang Kai, get over here. Apologize. With that, she forcefully pressed down on the head of the provocateur. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Chuan's ire dissipated somewhat. While the man's behavior was indeed discourteous, the projectile hurled at him was merely an innocuous apple, devoid of malice. Thus, he decided to let the matter rest. Thank you. I'm Hu Xiaoyi, and these are my teammates. We are mercenaries from this vicinity. To put it plainly, mercenaries were merely laborers exchanging their efforts for remuneration, often considered the lowest tier among adventurers. Lin Chuan noted that they appeared to be around 20 years old, having joined the mercenary ranks at a young age. Yet, they still lingered around low-level dungeons, suggesting a rather average aptitude. However, they were fortunate in their own right, having at least awakened to combat-oriented professions. While the early levels yielded minimal rewards from dungeon runs, with steady perseverance in accumulating experience and levels, they might unlock new skills upon reaching level 20, leading to a potential ascent in their fortunes. Alas, the odds of such an outcome were exceedingly slim. You look like a student from Donghai High School, am I right? Lin Chuan nodded in affirmation, introducing himself. I envy you. At least you have the chance to take the college entrance examination, unlike us. It turned out that Hu Xiaoyi and her companions were all students who had failed to qualify for university due to their lackluster talents, ultimately relegating them to the lowest echelon of mercenaries here. After 2 years of effort, they had managed to elevate their levels to 18 and were soon to venture into higher-level maps. To mark a significant milestone in their adventurer careers, they planned to challenge a hellish difficulty dungeon and were in search of allies. The swordsman possessed a sensing skill that allowed him to gauge the strength of potential recruits, which was why he had approached Lin Chuan, sensing an unusual aura emanating from him. Unfortunately, they had misjudged their target. I would like to assist you, but you must understand that I am currently focused on my studies and need to level up quickly. Hu Xiaoyi understood this. Recalling her own experience with the adventurer entrance examination 2 years prior, the urgency of that time still vivid in her memory. Through their earlier conversation, Lin Chuan discerned that these individuals harbored no ill intentions and were quite well regarded within the camp. They were genuinely kind-hearted, having never engaged in wrongdoing and often eager to guide newcomers in leveling up. This revelation elevated Lin Chuan's opinion of them significantly. If my leveling goes smoothly, I might consider teaming up with you for a dungeon run on the last day. Are you four going to run a 4-man team? Actually, we're only 3. So, we need to find one more strong ally. Leave it to us, Hu Xiaoyi affirmed with a serious expression. We should be able to find a suitable teammate within 5 days. Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for their commitment to this endeavor. He hoped for a smooth leveling process and resolved to assist them to the best of his ability. After bidding farewell to the group, Lin Chuan arrived at the entrance of the Goblin Nest dungeon. His foremost objective remained leveling up, otherwise, all else would be moot. Goblin Nest, entry level, 8 to 18. Aside from the unique beginner dungeon that only accommodates novice players, other dungeons are categorized into 5 levels of difficulty: normal, hard, elite, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the monsters, and the greater the experience gained. Furthermore, the drop rates for items also increase with difficulty. The first 3 levels do not guarantee drops. The nightmare difficulty ensures at least 1 blue quality item, while the highest hell difficulty has a chance to yield purple quality rare items. Currently, Lin Chuan had reached level 11, and his silver level Death Reaper servant, augmented by a 10-fold attribute boost in the realm of the dead, boasted an impressive 2,000 points. Such power could only be described as terrifying. Many adventurers equipped at level 20 might not surpass the strength of his Death Reaper servant. Moreover, Lin Chuan possessed dozens of such servants. Tackling a nightmare-level dungeon seemed quite reasonable. With a clear assessment of his strength, Lin Chuan directly selected the Nightmare difficulty dungeon. A black vortex materialized, drawing him into the dungeon. Upon entry, the surrounding environment shifted dramatically. He found himself at the edge of a forested swamp, the dim light casting an unsettling green hue throughout the area, creating an atmosphere that felt profoundly disconcerting. Before his professional awakening, Lin Chuan had already conducted thorough research and was well-versed in dungeon strategies. However, prior to delving into the dungeons, he had a far more pressing matter to attend to: the acquisition of a basic skill learning scroll. This item was a rare treasure among low-level practitioners. It is worth noting that a low-level practitioner could earn merely a few hundred gold coins a day by grinding through dungeons. In contrast, a single basic skill learning scroll was valued at a staggering 200,000 gold coins in the auction house, something low-level practitioners would fight tooth and nail to obtain. To avoid unnecessary complications, Lin Chuan had refrained from using it until now. With no one else around in the dungeon, it was undoubtedly the safest place to proceed. Upon acquiring the scroll, a surge of potent energy emanated from it. Lin Chuan tore open the scroll, and the latent energy transformed into a purple light that penetrated his being. Subsequently, information regarding a new skill materialized within his mind. Using the basic skill learning scroll, you have acquired a new skill, Soul Reaper. Soul Reaper, summon a Soul Reaper. Consumption, 100 points of mental power. As Lin Chuan anticipated, the skill learned at level 10 included the ability to summon a creature. The new summon required 100 points of mental power, which posed a certain strain on Lin Chuan's current mana reserves. However, he was undeterred, as he still possessed the artifact known as the Priest's Staff. The dual casting ability of the staff not only benefited Lin Chuan's summoning skills, but also ensured that the attributes of the summoned creature would be unabridged. Let us examine what peculiarities the Soul Reaper possesses. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers, and 2 summoning circles materialized before him. Unlike the summoning circle for the Death Reaper's minion, this time, the circles pulsed with both red and blue hues. Please select the type of Soul Reaper to summon. A. Soul Reaper Horse Face. B. Soul Reaper Bullhead. Astonishingly, there were two types of summoned creatures. Lin Chuan surmised that these two summons likely possessed different functional inclinations. He had sufficient mental power to summon both, so he chose to summon the Soul Reaper Horseface first. The summoning circle began to revolve, and the red light melded into the circle. The sound of chains scraping against the ground echoed, as if some sealed creature was breaking free from its restraints. Thud, thud, thud. As the heavy footsteps drew nearer, a humanoid summon over 3 meters tall emerged from the circle, exhibiting equine features. Its massive horse head bore 2 eyes like copper bells, instilling terror in those who gazed upon it. The horseface's limbs were bound by pitch-black iron chains that emitted a sinister smoke, clearly not an ordinary item. Lin Chuan inspected the information regarding his new summon. Soul Reaper Horseface. Level 11. Strength 3000. Constitution 750. Agility 2000. Mental Power 2000. Soul Strike. Active, use actively to deal 200 damage. Consumption 1000 mental power. Cooldown 1 day. A staggering strength of 3000. The Soul Reaper Horseface could deal substantial damage even with a basic attack. Furthermore, it possessed a critical strike skill capable of inflicting 6,000 points of damage in a single blow. During this period of low-level, low-health monsters, most creatures lacked specialized skills, making 6,000 points of damage nothing short of devastating. Truly, the Soul Reaper was formidable. A single strike could claim a soul. Although the Horseface's constitution was relatively low, the attacks from these low-level monsters were hardly formidable. If they failed to eliminate the Horseface, they would be swiftly dispatched in return. The best defense is a good offense. After all, Lin Chuan also had a Silver-Grade Death Reaper minion with a constitution of 2000. He could position the Silver-Grade Death Reaper minion at the forefront while having the Horseface lurk behind, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Lin Chuan had already devised a strategy for utilizing the Horseface. But there was still another summon to consider. Lin Chuan activated the Soul Reaper skill once more, and 2 summoning circles appeared anew. This time, he opted for the other Soul Reaper, the Soul Reaper Bullhead. A blue light swirled within the circle, and a dark blue summon emerged. Like the Horseface, the Bullhead was also humanoid in form, but its features were distinctly bovine. Its body appeared more solid, and it wielded a fan the size of a shield. Soul Reaper Bullhead. Level 11. Strength 750. Constitution 3000. Agility 2000. Mental Power 2000. Soul Shield. Active, use actively to temporarily increase the target's constitution by 1000 points. Duration 30 minutes. Consumption 1000 mental power. Cooldown 1 day. Another 3000. However, in stark contrast to the Horseface, the Bullhead's strength was only 750, but its constitution reached an impressive 3000. This indicated that it served as a meat shield. Just as Lin Chuan had formulated a plan for the Horseface, now he had acquired a tank. How considerate. Moreover, the Bullhead could grant shields to allies, making the Horseface and Bullhead an impeccable duo. Just imagine the Bullhead bestowing a shield upon the Horseface, rendering its effective constitution nearly invincible. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Chuan was eager to test the prowess of his new summons. He advanced forward, and within a few meters, the scenery transformed dramatically. The once lush forest morphed into a barren desert, the ground riddled with pits of various sizes. Lin Chuan recognized that this was the true setting of the Goblin Nest dungeon. Every dungeon has its backstory, and the Goblin Nest was no exception. Years ago, humanity engaged in a fierce conflict with the goblins, suffering immense casualties until a certain powerful being intervened, sealing the goblins within a dimensional plane, essentially the realm of the dungeon's map. However, due to the goblins' prolific breeding and insatiable greed, they devastated all nearby flora and fauna, resulting in the desolate scene before him. Come forth, pests. Father is here. You shall meet your demise. Lin Chuan bellowed, his voice echoing across the desert. Moments later, a cloud of dust arose as a massive wave of dark green rushed towards Lin Chuan. It was a horde of goblin warriors, conservatively estimated to number over 1,000. Intermediate Goblin Warrior. Level 13. Strength 133. Constitution 179. Agility 104. Mental Power 87. Merely level 13, yet even a multitude of ants remains just ants. Lin Chuan summoned all the minions from his necromantic space, unleashing nearly 100 towering Death Reaper minions into the desert. Their imposing figures starkly contrasted with the diminutive goblins. Go forth, let me witness your strength. Lin Chuan commanded with a flourish of his hand, and a fierce battle erupted upon the hillside. Although the intermediate goblin warrior's level surpasses Lin Chuan's by 2 ranks, Lin Chuan wields a mythical class profession and is equipped with formidable gear, which has resulted in an overwhelming advantage over the intermediate goblin warriors. Furthermore, the strength attribute of the silver-tier death god minion has reached 2,000, rendering these monsters, with a mere 1,800 health points, utterly defenseless against such might. Each strike can eliminate one, or rather, a multitude of intermediate goblin warriors. The massive scythe, spanning 3 to 4 meters, is no mere ornament. Its destructive power rivals that of a small area skill. Kill intermediate goblin warrior, experience 50. Kill intermediate goblin warrior, experience 50. Obtain goblin's ear. The abundance of foes translates to a wealth of experience. With the valiant efforts of his summoned beasts in combat, Lin Chuan's experience is soaring. Occasionally, he also acquires some inconsequential materials that can be traded for gold at the marketplace. After 10 minutes, an upgrade illuminated the screen, marking Lin Chuan's ascension to level 12. At this rate, he should attain level 17 before the college entrance examination. The might of a mythical class profession is not solely reflected in its combat prowess, which far exceeds that of other classes. It also enjoys additional experience bonuses during regular grinding. While an ordinary profession may reach level 8 upon completing a dungeon, those of higher caliber can achieve levels 9 or 10. Only Lin Chuan, upon finishing, rose to an unprecedented level 11. Now, having vanquished this wave of monsters, not only has Lin Chuan attained level 12, but he has also accrued over 10% more experience. 1,000 monsters yield 30 experience points, quite promising indeed. As the battle neared its conclusion, the number of intermediate goblin warriors dwindled. Kill high-ranking goblin commander, elite, experience 165. Obtain first-tier crystal core. Lin Chuan noted a particular message. Within this throng of intermediate goblin warriors lurked a high-ranking commander, an elite creature, akin to a mini-boss. However, faced with Lin Chuan's extraordinary combat capabilities, the high-ranking goblin commander was swiftly dispatched, never even revealing its face. Oh, a crystal core has dropped? The crystal core, an exceedingly rare energy crystallization from the dungeon, harbors vast amounts of energy. In this game world governed by specific laws, crystal cores serve as a vital resource for generating magical items and maintaining societal activities. Their value is immense. Even a first-tier crystal core can fetch thousands of gold coins. However, the drop rate of such items is exceedingly low, rendering them highly coveted. Notably, the archer Lin Chuan defeated the previous night had 2 first-tier crystal cores among its spoils. If placed in the marketplace, they would yield a substantial profit. After dealing with the monsters, Lin Chuan pressed onward. Upon scaling a hill, he encountered a massive cave entrance. Standing guard at the entrance were 2 goblin wolf cavalry. The goblin wolf cavalry, ever vigilant, immediately sounded a whistle upon spotting Lin Chuan. Soon after, roars echoed from within the cave as goblin wolf cavalry surged forth. Awoo, awoo. Chapter 016, Hidden Boss. The goblin wolf cavalry did not rush to attack. Instead, they waited for their numbers to swell. After years of combat with humans, goblins have become a battle-hardened race. They are acutely aware of their strengths and weaknesses. While their individual attributes may be low, they possess a significant numerical advantage. Lin Chuan would not afford them the opportunity to increase their ranks. He promptly commanded his summons to charge forward. Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Level, 14. Strength, 188. Constitution, 267. Agility, 193. Mental power, 113. These attributes, while inferior to Lin Chuan's Death God minion, still reflect a considerable increase in constitution, pushing their health to over 600 points. Consequently, a single strike from the Death God minion does not eliminate them outright, but inflicts severe wounds, although merely requiring an additional blow. This significantly hampers Lin Chuan's monster-clearing speed. This skirmish consumed over 20 minutes before Lin Chuan finally dispatched the Goblin Wolf Cavalry guarding the cave entrance. However, there was good news. The experience gained from the Goblin Wolf Cavalry was double that of other minor monsters. This is quite reasonable, as a Goblin Wolf Cavalry consists of both a Goblin Warrior and a Riding Wolf, effectively counting as 2 monsters. After clearing the external Wolf Cavalry, more Goblin Wolf Cavalry continued to emerge from the cave. Lin Chuan's next task was to guard the entrance. Any Wolf Cavalry that dared to show itself would meet the Scythe of Death. This process continued for nearly 10 minutes until Lin Chuan finally saw no more Wolf Cavalry charging forth. According to the dungeon strategy learned in school, the next step was to enter the cave and slay the Goblin Giant King dwelling within to complete the dungeon. The cave, 3 meters high and elongated, was illuminated by torches on either side, alleviating any concerns regarding visibility. However, this terrain posed a significant challenge for Lin Chuan. He was apprehensive about how many goblins might be lurking within the cave. If it were flat terrain, he would have no worries. The cave, however, presented a dilemma. Once inside, he could only accommodate 2 summoned creatures at a time, severely lacking in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Should he encounter a goblin ambush, the consequences would be dire. In such moments, the value of the soul-collecting bullhead becomes apparent. The soul power shield grants Lin Chuan a temporary boost of 1,000 constitution, providing him with an additional 10,000 health points, ensuring his safety. The soul power shield lasts for half an hour, ample time for him to breach the dungeon. Lin Chuan instructed the soul-collecting bullhead to cast the shield on himself and 1 soul-collecting horseman, with the soul-collecting horseman in the lead and the silver-tier Death God minion following. Lin Chuan ventured into the cave. True to his concerns, as soon as he ventured more than 10 meters inside, he spotted a lurking goblin assassin. The goblin assassin launched an attack from the shadows, striking Lin Chuan with a blade. Received attack from low-level goblin assassin, health 0. Thanks to the protection of the soul power shield from the soul-collecting bullhead, damage was first deducted from the shield's value. The 230 points of damage were negligible. As the goblin assassin revealed itself, the soul-collecting horseman seized it and slammed it against the cave wall, reducing it to a pulp. Kill low-level goblin assassin, experience 65. Uncertain how many goblin assassins still lay in ambush within the cave, Lin Chuan resolved to proceed with caution. He discerned that the placement of the torches within the cave followed a particular pattern, with certain corners remaining shrouded in shadow. In these shadowy recesses, goblin assassins lay in wait. Recognizing this pattern, Lin Chuan methodically advanced, successfully eliminating numerous goblin assassins along the way. After 5 or 6 more minutes, Lin Chuan reached the cave's exit. Before him lay a vast chamber, home to the final boss, the Goblin Giant King. As he approached the exit, Lin Chuan paused, sensing something amiss. Not far from the exit, he noticed a section of the cave wall that differed in color from the surrounding stone. It was evidently a later addition. Sealed off. The color disparity in the wall was subtle, especially with the flickering torchlight making it harder to detect. Had it not been for Lin Chuan's keen perception of the torch concealing the secret of the goblin assassin, he might have remained oblivious. If the flickering flame could obscure the goblin assassin, it surely had the power to shroud other entities as well. There must be something lurking behind it. Lin Chuan immediately recalled a legend he had encountered online regarding goblin lairs. The tale spoke of a hidden boss within this dungeon, rumored to possess a chance of dropping legendary-grade artifacts. Such artifacts could be worth millions, even tens of millions. However, the hidden boss had never been discovered, leading the fervor surrounding the legend to gradually wane, and people ceased their search for the elusive boss. Lin Chuan speculated that he might have stumbled upon its location. Unseen by others, everything beyond this wall remained a mystery. What traps lay in wait, how formidable the creatures could be, no one knew. All would depend on Lin Chuan's own exploration. The unknown is invariably fraught with peril. Yet, Lin Chuan was undeterred. He would break through it. With a resounding command. Crash! Lin Chuan ordered his steed, and the soul chain smashed through the wall. Indeed, behind the barrier lay a passage. Let us proceed. Lin Chuan ventured forward with his summoned beast. Unlike the outside, this corridor posed no danger of ambush, allowing for an unimpeded journey. At the end of the passage, a vast cavern awaited. Lacking any source of illumination, it was suffused with a faint glow from within, where Lin Chuan discerned numerous creatures. The scent of animal musk mingling with the stench of wild excrement wafting toward him. Suddenly, countless pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life within the cavern. Lin Chuan had been detected. Ark! Ark! A chorus of howls erupted, and the illumination within the cavern surged. It was the Silver Moon Wolves. Silver Moon Wolf, level 13, strength 156, vitality 188, agility 173, mental power 50. These creatures, dwelling in darkness, exuded a silvery luminescence from their fur. Their relatively low level had rendered them captive to the goblins, utilized as mounts. From their demeanor, it was clear that they had been thoroughly domesticated. Come forth, attack. As Lin Chuan stepped into the cavern, he snapped his fingers, summoning a legion of reapers. The spacious cavern allowed him to summon even more creatures. As long as Lin Chuan had room to maneuver, the number of Silver Moon Wolves would be inconsequential against the high attributes of his reaper minions. The battle commenced immediately. Lin Chuan's summoned beasts cut through the fray as if in a realm devoid of opposition, each strike claiming a Silver Moon Wolf. As time elapsed, every last wolf fell beneath Lin Chuan's onslaught. Approximately 300 creatures lay vanquished, yielding commendable experience. This hidden area was indeed worthy of its reputation, providing additional experience bonuses. For someone like Lin Chuan, eager to level up, it was an invaluable treasure trove. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Strange. All the Silver Moon Wolves have been slain, yet why does the light persist? Chapter 017. First Kill, Legendary Artifact. Soon enough, Lin Chuan received his answer. On the opposite stone wall of the cavern, there stood an iron gate towering over 5 meters. Undoubtedly, it sealed away a formidable entity. Go. With the unlocking of a new summon, Lin Chuan no longer needed to risk his reapers. They had become his primary source of offense, and for scouting, he had superior options. The Soul Bull stepped forth from the throng of summoned beasts, its formidable vitality of 3,000 enabling it to confront any threat of a similar level. As the bull approached the iron bars, the creature within finally revealed itself. Silver Moon Wolf King, hidden, level 17, strength 445, vitality 397, agility 401, mental power 363. King of Silver Moon summons 20 Silver Moon Wolves to assist in battle. To his astonishment, it was the Silver Moon Wolf King, a hidden boss of level 17. Unlike ordinary foes, elite monsters possess an additional skill, making their might incomparable. Yet, in Lin Chuan's eyes, its attributes posed no difference from those of lesser creatures. Go. With a commanding shout, A multitude of silver-tier reapers surged toward the Silver Moon Wolf King. In a flash of cold light, nearly half of the Wolf King's health evaporated. A massive gash opened in its form, blood spilling across the ground. This strike ignited the beast's primal instincts. It keenly sensed the lethal threat posed by Lin Chuan's reapers. In a panic, it retreated, narrowly evading another reaper's attack. At that moment, it decisively activated the King of Silver Moon's skill. Arc. The wolves' howls echoed throughout the cavern as a horde of Silver Moon wolves suddenly emerged, charging toward Lin Chuan. The Wolf King recognized Lin Chuan as the greatest threat. If it could eliminate him, its predicament would resolve itself. However, the gap between fantasy and reality is often stark. 20 Silver Moon wolves might pose a challenge to others, but to Lin Chuan, they were laughable. Attempting to slay him with this skill was far less likely than simply passing gas to achieve the same end. Not only were these summoned Silver Moon wolves weak, but their numbers also paled in comparison to Lin Chuan's silver-tier reapers. They could not even approach him, falling victim to the scythe of death. With the Silver Moon wolves defeated, the Wolf King found itself powerless to resist, ultimately meeting the same fate as its brethren. Defeated Silver Moon Wolf King. Hidden. Experience. 300. Acquired a First-Order Magic Core. 1. The Silver Moon Wolf King collapsed, providing Lin Chuan with 300 experience points. His experience bar surged noticeably, and he obtained a First-Order Magic Core. A pleasant windfall. Simultaneously, a notification appeared. Congratulations, Lin Chuan, on achieving the first kill of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Rewarded with 1 Silver Moon Wolf King Essence. First kill rewards. As the first to locate and slay the Silver Moon Wolf King, Lin Chuan was entitled to a unique reward. An orange glow materialized, soaring directly into his grasp. Indeed, it was a legendary-grade artifact. Lin Chuan could hardly believe that a mere dungeon run had yielded such a remarkable treasure. The sudden stroke of fortune was overwhelming. It is essential to note that artifacts differ from equipment. They possess various functional effects. For instance, they may provide buffs, debuffs, potent curse items, life-saving tools, and enchanting effects. While equipment serves as the foundation for practitioners, the effects of artifacts create boundless possibilities. Thus, in the trading market, a powerful artifact could be valued exponentially higher than legendary equipment. Silver Moon Wolf King Essence, legendary. Item. Effect. Can be embedded in weapons to increase skill damage by 40. It is an enchanting material. Furthermore, it serves as a material that enhances skill damage. Lin Chuan's breath quickened involuntarily. A skill damage increase of 40. In the trading market, similar enchanting materials are valued at approximately 8 million. A windfall. Indeed, one cannot merely grind through dungeons. The true joy of the game lies in treasure hunting. Otherwise, like those mercenaries in the dungeon camp, who labor daily to gather materials, it might take an eternity to accumulate 8 million. Speaking of the dungeon camp, the mercenaries here began to stir. Each one fixated on the subtitles at the dungeon entrance, their expressions frozen in shock. A hidden boss has been discovered. It turns out that this dungeon indeed harbors secrets. Had I known, I would have gone treasure hunting myself. The first kill reward is a rarity. Yet, it remains uncertain what level of reward the Silver Moon Wolf King Essence is. If it could fetch 1 million, Lin Chuan would strike it rich. How enviable. I feel a twinge of jealousy. Speculations erupted regarding the worth of the Silver Moon Wolf King Essence. Some claimed it to be 1 million, others 2 million. There were even voices suggesting it might only be worth several 100,000, or, in the worst case, merely a few hundred gold coins. However, none could fathom that this singular Silver Moon Wolf King Essence was valued at a staggering 8 million gold coins. The perspectives of lower-tier adventurers seldom reach such heights. After a brief moment of astonishment, numerous mercenary teams began to race towards the dungeon entrance. According to past experiences, newly released dungeons and boss rewards are often the most generous. As the number of players increased, subsequent rewards would inevitably diminish in quality. These individuals were poised to enter the dungeon in search of the hidden boss, eager to reap the early rewards from slaying it. The Wild Wolf Mercenary Guild. How cunning you are, not even bothering to inform us, intent on hoarding it all for yourselves. Humph, inform you? Is this your first day as a mercenary? Don't you know that such rewards are given on a first-come, first-served basis? Soon, more individuals realized the situation and hastened towards the dungeon, fearful of losing out on the valuable rewards. In an instant, the dungeon camp was flooded with adventurers, leaving only a scant few behind. Lin Chuan, such a familiar name. Hu Xiaoyi's brow furrowed, a nagging sense of familiarity tugging at her memory. Finally, it dawned on her. Is it him? What a coincidence. Huang Kai wore an expression of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the level 11 novice he had just dismissed had effortlessly uncovered the hidden boss, and moreover, secured the first kill. It should be noted that he had spent a full 2 years here. He had traversed the Goblin Nest dungeon over 700 times without ever encountering the hidden boss, yet Lin Chuan managed to find it with such ease. It's utterly preposterous. Sister Xiaoyi, aren't we entering the dungeon? Enter? What nonsense. Do you know the location of the hidden boss? So what should we do? All of you. Wait by the dungeon entrance, and keep an eye out for Lin Chuan. Stay sharp, and when you see him, speak respectfully. Don't make a fool of yourselves. He is a valuable person. Whether he divulges the location of the hidden boss depends entirely on him. Do you understand? Huang Kai and another team member nodded vigorously, their earlier disdain and reluctance evaporating. They hurried to the dungeon entrance, patiently awaiting Lin Chuan's return from his adventure. Chapter 018, Clearing the Goblin Nest Dungeon. Lin Chuan stored the Silver Moon Wolf King essence in his inventory and exited through a hidden passage. Now, it was your turn. Turning a corner, Lin Chuan entered the main nest. Awaiting him was the final boss of the dungeon, the Goblin Giant King. The cave was vast, resembling a grand palace. Opposite Lin Chuan stood a goblin clad in regal attire reminiscent of a human king. He wore a crown upon his head and wielded a scepter crafted from pure gold. How ostentatious! Lin Chuan felt a surge of indignation, reflecting on his own life as a penniless youth, reliant on the principal's charity before his class awakening, struggling to secure adequate food and clothing, nearly on the brink of malnutrition. Yet this wretched goblin lived in such luxury. This was intolerable. Charge! Seize that golden scepter! Lin Chuan commanded, and the silver-tier death servants surged forth. Goblin Giant King Boss. Level, 18. Strength, 501. Vitality, 433. Agility, 397. Mental power, 522. Greed. Each attack steals 50 gold from the target. King. Nearby goblins gain an additional 20 damage. Not only does it hit, but it also steals money. How shameless. As the silver-tier death servants approached, goblins began to emerge from the castle above. A quick glance revealed at least 400 of them, featuring a variety of units. Goblin wolf riders, goblin archers, goblin mages, goblin warriors. Everything was present. Moreover, these creatures were particularly infuriating. They ignored the frontline death servants and directly targeted Lin Chuan. Hundreds of arrows and magical fireballs soared toward him. In such moments, the role of the tank became paramount. Lin Chuan positioned two soul-catching minotaurs in front of him, their massive forms shielding him from all attacks. However, amidst the barrage, an arrow inadvertently struck Lin Chuan. Hit by an attack from a mid-level goblin archer, health 0, gold -50. Lin Chuan cursed under his breath. This greed skill even had an aura effect. Kill them all. Although Lin Chuan had just acquired a Silver Moon Wolf King essence worth 8 million, the idea of losing his hard-earned wealth was more painful than any form of humiliation. The silver-tier death servants clashed with the goblins, engaging in fierce combat. Despite their numbers, the goblins were weak, with health points barely reaching 2,000. Under the relentless assault of the silver-tier death servants, they crumbled like straw dummies, each cut in half. Defeated mid-level goblin wolf rider, experience 70. Defeated mid-level goblin archer, experience 70. Defeated mid-level goblin warrior, experience 70. Defeated low-level goblin mage, experience 70. The battle lasted only a few minutes before the goblins could no longer withstand Lin Chuan's ferocious onslaught, collapsing one by one and converting into experience points. Now, it was your turn. With only the Goblin Giant King remaining, defeating it would signify the completion of the dungeon. The silver-tier death servants advanced, the scythe of death descending. Death servant attacks Goblin Giant King, boss, inflicting 2,520 damage. The Goblin Giant King's health plummeted to nearly half. As the Reaper's minion prepared to launch its second assault, the Goblin Giant King suddenly executed a somersault and landed atop the cave. Its form radiated a faint white glow, signifying the brewing of a formidable skill. The battle had entered its second phase. This was the mechanism of the dungeon's boss. When its health dipped below a certain threshold, it would transition to the next stage. Each phase would bolster its attributes by 20 and unlock new, potent abilities. The number of phases varied according to the boss's capabilities, but each phase was marked by a distinctive hue. The first phase was the norm, devoid of luminescence. Beginning from the second phase, the colors would sequentially manifest as white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and black. It was known that the most phases were associated with the stellar battlefield boss, which could ascend to an astonishing 8th phase. It was also evident that the more phases unlocked, the more devastating the boss's skills would become. Now, Lin Chuan faced another conundrum. The Goblin Giant King had taken to the cave's apex, yet his summoned beasts lacked aerial capabilities. He could only resort to a singular tactic, the soul-piercing arrow. Extending his fingers forward, a pitch-black arrow manifested at his fingertips. Whoosh, whoosh. Under the influence of the priest's staff, Lin Chuan was able to unleash 2 soul-piercing arrows, with the second strike possessing half the power of the first. In the blink of an eye, both arrows pierced the Goblin Giant King's body. 2,753, 1101. The combined assault dealt nearly 4,000 damage, surpassing even that of the Silver-tier Reaper's minion, instantly obliterating the Goblin Giant King. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Though the Goblin Giant King lay slain, its skill had been successfully unleashed, and this ability would not be nullified by its demise. The entire cave began to tremble, and countless stalagmites rained down from above. Sustained damage from Goblin Giant King attack, health at 0, gold lost, 50. At this moment, Lin Chuan's shield had not dissipated, thus he did not suffer health loss. But he was incensed, for these attacks were not depleting his health, but rather his gold. It was crucial to note that the gold he possessed had been meticulously saved for his tuition and living expenses, totaling only a few thousand coins. A couple more hits, and his small treasury would be utterly depleted. Damn it, Lin Chuan swore vehemently. Braving the onslaught above, he rushed forward, swiftly opening the treasure chest, all the while cursing under his breath as he exited the dungeon. As he made his hasty exit, Lin Chuan was not only struck by the skill attack, but also found that the treasure chest yielded only a single piece of blue quality equipment and 2 pieces of white ordinary gear. Not a single rare purple item to be found. Yet, this was to be expected. If rare equipment were so easily obtainable, this world would have far fewer low-level adventurers. Well, it is what it is, Lin Chuan sighed, attempting to console himself. In this world, as long as one exerted effort, starvation would not be a concern. After completing a dungeon, despite the boss's onslaught, the rewards were invariably greater than the losses. Hey Lin Chuan, is that you? Upon appearing at the dungeon entrance, he heard someone calling his name. Who are you? I am Hu Xiaoyi. We spoke earlier about teaming up for the held difficulty dungeon. At this reminder from Hu Xiaoyi, Lin Chuan swiftly recalled their earlier conversation. Oh, is there something else? I've exhausted my dungeon attempts for today and cannot join you. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Hu Xiaoyi's face as she fidgeted. Actually, we didn't come for that. She pulled Lin Chuan aside and whispered, classmate, did you discover the hidden boss in the Goblin Nest dungeon? If so, could you share its location with us? Hu Xiaoyi felt shy, knowing that the discovery of this hidden boss represented a potential for a bountiful yield of precious items in the short term. Just the information regarding its location could fetch tens of thousands of gold coins, equivalent to the annual income of an ordinary adventurer. Oh, that matter, Lin Chuan responded nonchalantly. While the hidden boss had indeed dropped high-quality loot in earlier encounters, he believed that apart from the initial kill, it was not guaranteed to yield exceptional items, rendering the information unnecessary to hoard. Moreover, Lin Chuan was confident that once the news of the hidden boss's defeat spread, many would scrutinize the dungeon relentlessly. It was only a matter of time before the location was revealed. Thus, he divulged the location to Hu Xiaoyi. Thank you. I will keep this information confidential. Hu Xiaoyi expressed her gratitude, bowing to Lin Chuan before hastily rejoining her companions to dive into the dungeon. Chapter 019, Dungeon Challenge Records. With the news of the hidden boss's discovery echoing throughout the realm, the dungeon surged in popularity once more. Throughout the night, the entrance was teeming with adventurers eager to vie for the high drop rates of the hidden boss's initial rewards. Let's aim to reach level 13 today. Perhaps we can even push for level 14 tomorrow. After finishing the dungeon the previous day, Lin Chuan's experience had climbed to 12 level 94. The Goblin Nest dungeon offered substantial experience. Factoring in today, he could clear the dungeon 5 more times before the examination, ensuring he would at least reach level 17. This would adequately prepare him for the Qinglong Academy. Yet, who would ever complain about being overleveled? Arriving at the dungeon entrance, Lin Chuan pondered, which difficulty should I tackle this time? After a day of experience, he had grasped the dungeon's mechanics, and returning to nightmare difficulty felt overly cautious. Instead, he would plunge into hell difficulty. Hu Xiaoyi and her companions had sought to invite him to conquer the hell difficulty dungeon, aiming to conclude his mercenary journey on a triumphant note. However, Lin Chuan was now resolved to challenge it solo. As the black vortex materialized, Lin Chuan was drawn into the dungeon. The scene mirrored that of the previous day, albeit with heightened difficulty. Let's set a record, he declared, snapping his fingers as an army of summoned beasts emerged. Nearly 100 entities surged forward. In the distance, clouds of dust billowed as countless goblins resurfaced. Elite Goblin Warrior. Level, 15. Strength, 265. Vitality, 246. Agility, 273. Spirit, 169. In the Hell difficulty dungeon, the first wave of creatures had transitioned from intermediate Goblin Warriors to Elite Goblin Warriors. With their level having risen from 13 to 15, their attributes had nearly doubled. It was no wonder that Hu Xiaoyi and her companions had refrained from recklessly challenging Hell difficulty until now. If the minor foes had doubled in difficulty, one could only imagine the unimaginable challenge posed by the final boss. Yet, alas, a mercenary is a mercenary. Lin Chuan was Lin Chuan. Following his ascension to level 12 the day prior, the attributes of the Silver Tier Reaper's minion had also increased, now soaring to an impressive 2,500 points, augmented by the Silver Power, which enhanced its damage and defense by 10. These elite Goblin Warriors were no match, as they charged forward one after another. They were merely rushing to their demise. In just a little over 5 minutes, Lin Chuan had already vanquished all of the over 1,000 elite Goblin Warriors, naturally ascending to level 13. Indeed, the experience garnered from the hellish difficulty was significantly high. With his level increase, the experience required for the next ascent also escalated. However, upon completing this initial wave of monsters, he found the experience gained exceeded that of the previous day. Yesterday, the first wave had barely provided him with 30 experience points. Yet today, it had surged to a remarkable 35. As Lin Chuan marveled at this, he led his army of summoned beasts toward the next location in the dungeon. He was not there for a leisurely retreat. There is an old adage that aptly fits. Since he had come this far, he might as well break a record while tackling the hellish dungeon. Having thoroughly studied the mechanics of the entire dungeon, he discerned that the second wave of monsters was the most time-consuming, as it required waiting for the goblin wolf riders to fully emerge from their lair, a process that took at least 30 to 40 minutes. This explains why current speedrun records on the leaderboard exceeded 40 minutes. However, Lin Chuan had no intention of employing conventional strategies. He resolved to charge directly into the cave, aiming for the boss's lair. Rather than waiting for the smaller monsters to emerge one by one, he preferred to storm in and annihilate them all at once. After all, with the current prowess of his silver-grade Reaper minion, these minor foes were no more formidable than ants. Scaling the hills, he arrived at the cave entrance, where he ordered his Reaper minion to dispatch the elite goblin wolf riders stationed at the entrance. Subsequently, he instructed the silver-grade Reaper minion to lead the charge into the cave. The layout of the cave remained unchanged. However, having entered prematurely, Lin Chuan faced not only the elite goblin wolf riders ahead, but also had to remain vigilant against the assassinations of elite goblin assassins lurking in the shadows. Yet, these were trivial matters in Lin Chuan's eyes. He summoned a soul-collecting bull from behind and enveloped himself in a soul force shield, granting him an additional 10,000 health points. Withstanding a dozen or so attacks was a rather effortless task. As he traversed the cave, he encountered a considerable number of elite goblin wolf riders, creating a bottleneck of sorts. Nevertheless, before his silver-grade Reaper minion, they all transformed into Lin Chuan's experience points. It took merely a few minutes to traverse the cave, and the number of elite goblin wolf riders encountered along the way was significantly fewer than those waiting outside. Originally numbering in the hundreds, he had only dispatched around 30 or so. Before long, Lin Chuan found himself at the entrance of the goblin giant king's lair. Following a turn, the Reaper minion shattered a nearby stone wall, leading him to the Silver Moon Wolf's den. Dealing with the smaller monsters proved to be a breeze. After reaching level 13, Lin Chuan further augmented his army of summoned beasts using his skills. Under the influence of the priest's staff, he could summon 2 creatures at once. This time, he primarily replenished his ranks with soul-collecting bulls and horse-faced beings, thereby enhancing the synergy within his forces. The soul-collecting bull could provide Lin Chuan with shields, ensuring his survival, while the horse-faced beings had their own unique advantages. For instance, now that the Silver Moon Wolves had been entirely dispatched by the Silver-grade Reaper minion, the Silver Moon Wolf King emerged from behind iron bars. Now is the time to prove myself, Lin Chuan declared, gesturing forward as a horse-faced being dashed toward the Silver Moon Wolf King. Previously, he had defeated the Silver Moon Wolf King through a group assault. This time, he intended for the horse-faced being to engage in a one-on-one duel, observing only a single summoned beast charging toward him. The Silver Moon Wolf King could not help but underestimate the threat, lunging straight for the horse-faced being's neck. Soul-collecting strike, unleash, Lin Chuan commanded without hesitation, activating the critical strike skill of the horse-faced being. In an instant, the chains in the being's grasp transformed into a crimson hue. With a swift motion, the chains whirled, striking the Silver Moon Wolf King squarely on the head. The wolf-like beast was known to possess a resilient constitution, famously described as having a copper head, iron bones, and a tofu waist. The head was not only not the Silver Moon Wolf King's weak point, but it was also among the more solid areas of its body. Confident that the horse-faced being's strike would yield no results, the Silver Moon Wolf King remained steadfast, bracing for the impact. Bang! The horse-faced being executed a soul-collecting strike on the Silver Moon Wolf King, hidden, dealing 8,966 damage. In a flash of blood-red light, the Silver Moon Wolf King was utterly obliterated by the horse-faced being's strike, reduced to mere pulp without a trace of bone remaining. After ascending to level 13, the horse-faced being's strength had reached an impressive 4,500 points. With the critical effect of the soul-collecting strike, the damage inflicted approached 9,000. Given that the Silver Moon Wolf King's total health was only around 7,000, this strike unceremoniously sent it to its demise, even denying it the opportunity to summon its minions. Silver Moon Wolf King, hidden, slain, experience gained, 550. After dispatching the Silver Moon Wolf King, Lin Chuan retraced his steps. Now, only the hellish difficulty boss, the Goblin Giant King, remained. Chapter 020, Instant Kill, a new record. Just as Lin Chuan returned to the corridor, he encountered an elite goblin wolf rider blocking his path. Were there still wolf riders lingering in such a place? Get out of my way, he commanded. The silver-grade Reaper minion continued to forge ahead, effortlessly dispatching the elite goblin wolf rider, who stood no chance against this harbinger of death. Slaughtering his way into the goblin lair, the boss materialized before Lin Chuan. Goblin Giant King Boss. Level, 19. Strength, 856. Vitality, 823. Agility, 799. Mental power, 875. Health difficulty bonus. Greed. Each attack steals 50 gold from the target. King. Nearby goblins gain 20 damage. The boss was still the same boss, albeit at an elevated level. The monsters in the hellish difficulty dungeon were 2 levels higher than those in the nightmare difficulty, yet the boss had only advanced by 1 level, likely due to a level cap. Otherwise, should it reach level 20, its attributes would be terrifyingly enhanced. However, correspondingly, the Goblin Giant King had unlocked the hellish difficulty bonus attributes, which were evidently more substantial than a mere level increase. Yet, as long as its vitality remained below 900, these enhancements were mere illusions before Lin Chuan. Clear out the small fry. Once they are dealt with, it will be your turn to shine, Lin Chuan instructed, leaving one horse-faced being behind while the rest of his summoned beasts set about eliminating the smaller monsters within the lair. Compared to yesterday, there were several hundred more elite goblin wolf riders in the lair. These were the monsters that should have been eradicated outside the cave. Due to Lin Chuan's sudden intrusion, the remaining monsters had congregated within the boss's lair. No previous team had dared to challenge in such a manner. The overwhelming numerical advantage instilled a profound sense of pressure in human teams, compounded by the mobility of the elite goblin wolf riders, which could easily lead to annihilation. Unfortunately, today they faced Lin Chuan, who was no ordinary opponent. With his level 13 summoned creatures boasting thousands in attributes, these minor monsters were easily dispatched. The summoned beings cut through the small fry as if slicing through vegetables, every strike contributing to Lin Chuan's experience points. The battle did not linger for long, as the small monsters soon fell to their doom. With a flash of golden light, Lin Chuan successfully ascended to level 14. The experience from hellish difficulty was indeed substantial. The thrill of leveling up was unparalleled. Having reaped the rewards from the small monsters, it was now time to confront the Goblin Giant King. The chains dragged across the ground, producing an unsettling sound of friction. The soul-snatching horse-faced creature lunged at the Goblin Giant King, delivering a critical blow. Explode. The chains transformed into a crimson hue mid-air, crashing down upon the Goblin Giant King's head and utterly obliterating it. Goblin Giant King, boss, slain. Experience gained, 720. Acquired a first-order magic core. Success. The boss posed a significant challenge, primarily due to the multitude of stages that continuously unlocked new skills and enhanced attributes. Thus, Lin Chuan's strategy was straightforward. A single strike to eliminate it instantly would allow him to bypass the torturous stages. No matter how formidable, if it lay defeated, it should not rise again. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Lin Chuan's attempt had proven remarkably successful. Congratulations to Lin Chuan for clearing the Goblin Nest dungeon, hell difficulty, in 27 minutes and 33 seconds, setting a new record and claiming the top rank. At the dungeon entrance, a series of subtitles emerged, captivating the attention of all adventurers. Look, someone has shattered the record for the Goblin Nest dungeon, and on hell difficulty. Goodness, 27 minutes, less than half an hour. The second place took 48 minutes, nearly a 50% reduction. Is this even human? Which treasure hunting guild does this Lin Chuan belong to? In an instant, discussions erupted among the crowd regarding this adventurer named Lin Chuan, eager to catch a glimpse of his visage. However, at that moment, Hu Xiaoyi and the others were still engaged in fierce combat within the dungeon, oblivious to the announcement. Had they seen it, they might have reconsidered inviting Lin Chuan to tackle hell-level dungeons alongside them. Meanwhile, at the novice dungeon entrance, Su Qiu was still engrossed in a game of chess with Liang Wan. Suddenly, a message infiltrated Su Qiu's mind, causing his movements to halt, his face displaying astonishment and disbelief. Congratulations to Lin Chuan for clearing the Goblin Nest dungeon, hell difficulty, in 27 minutes and 33 seconds, setting a new record and claiming the top rank. Could it be mere coincidence? No, absolutely not. It could not possibly be the same individual, Su Qiu murmured to himself. Liang Wan, seated across from him, also began to exhibit a remarkable expression. Master Liang, have you ever attempted the Goblin Nest dungeon? Su Qiu inquired tentatively. Indeed, both of us are among the top 1,000 record holders for the Goblin Nest dungeon. Whenever a new record is set, all holders ranked below it receive a notification. The Goblin Nest is a popular novice dungeon in Longhua country. How could I have not attempted it? Regrettably, my record was merely outside the top 200. What about Principal Su? Su Qiu waved his hand dismissively. Ah, it's hardly worth mentioning. I was merely fortunate to break into the top 100. Liang Wen continued. As fellow record holders, I presume Principal Su has received the same news? Yet again, it's Lin Chuan, who has shattered the record by finishing in under 30 minutes. This student's talent is nothing short of terrifying. It must be a case of shared names. Lin Chuan has only awakened his profession for 3 days, barely reaching level 12 or 13. How could he possibly challenge hell difficulty? Just 2 days ago, you expressed similar skepticism when this young man broke the record for the novice dungeon. Yet here we are. Facts speak for themselves. Su Qiu shook his head resolutely. No? I must personally verify this. If it truly is this lad, there may be ill-intentioned individuals plotting against him. With that, Su Qiu rose to leave. You old rascal. Deep down you're convinced this guy is indeed Lin Chuan. Wait for me. I'm coming along. I've already earmarked this student. Upon Su Qiu and Liang Wen's arrival, Lin Chuan was resting at the dungeon camp. Following a day of anticipation, The hidden boss incident had rendered the Goblin Nest dungeon even more popular. The number of adventurers attracted today had doubled compared to yesterday. Principal, what brings you here? Seeing Su Qiu lifted Lin Chuan's spirits considerably. The days of leveling up were undeniably arduous, particularly in this unfamiliar wilderness. Spotting a familiar face brought him great joy. Subsequently, he noticed Liang Wan. Professor Liang, greetings. Liang Wan nodded at Lin Chuan, offering an appreciative smile. Lin Chuan, I must ask, did you indeed break the record for the held difficulty dungeon this morning? Lin Chuan nodded. There was nothing to conceal regarding this matter. However, upon receiving confirmation from Lin Chuan, even the well-versed Su Qiu and Liang Wan could not maintain their composure. They both gasped in unison. Monstrous. Utterly monstrous. Other than this term, they could conjure no words of greater weight. Su Qiu quickly regained his composure, lowering his voice. While it's excellent that your strength has escalated, it's vital not to draw too much attention. Breaking records with such a vast margin opens you up to scrutiny from those with ulterior motives. Principal, what do you mean? Lin Chuan scratched his head, struggling to grasp Su Qiu's implication. He was merely focused on leveling up. How could that be construed as drawing attention? Furthermore, the notion of being targeted by those with ill intent, what did that signify? There are numerous mercenaries nearby. You are aware of this, correct? Lin Chuan nodded. Although students from various schools had begun to appear today, the majority of those tackling the dungeon were mercenaries. Most of these mercenaries were of mediocre strength, lacking exceptional talent. Furthermore, having lived in these desolate lands for extended periods, their mindsets were inevitably warped. Some mercenaries harbored deep-seated resentment towards those with significant talent, particularly newcomers like you, which may lead to hostility and covert actions against you. Chapter 021, Liang Wan's Gift. The Spatial Instant Return Talisman. In recent years, incidents of assaults on students during entrance examinations have escalated, primarily targeting those with exceptional talents. The consequences range from serious injuries to even fatalities. Although these mercenaries may not match your abilities, their extensive experience from battling magical creatures far exceeds yours. While a direct confrontation may be manageable, the true threat lies in their potential for underhanded tactics. Open arrows are easy to dodge, but hidden daggers are much harder to defend against. Thus, in your future endeavors, exercise utmost caution. With the entrance examination approaching, it is imperative that nothing goes awry. Su Qiu's words served as a wake-up call for Lin Chuan. Indeed, he could now solo the Goblin Nest dungeon on hell difficulty. Looking around the entire dungeon camp, there were hardly any individuals below level 20 who could compete with him. However, there was no rule stating that others had to engage him head-on, nor that they had to face him in a duel. Even if Lin Chuan could defuse all trouble, relentless harassment could still prove overwhelming. In this world, there are those who envy talent and those who seek to eliminate obstacles for their familial power. Unbeknownst to Lin Chuan, he may have already become a target in someone's eyes. Donghai City is not vast, yet there are certainly many who could easily crush Lin Chuan. I understand, Principal. Thank you for your warning. Though Lin Chuan verbally acknowledged it, he pondered how to act on this advice. The record-breaking achievement was not something he had announced to the world. It was merely an automatically generated message by the system, beyond his control. Moreover, even if he were to retreat to Donghai City and hide, what would become of the entrance examination? Lin Chuan found himself caught in a dilemma. Well, since you are essentially a student of the Qinglong Academy, do not forget that I am your teacher. Liang Wan interjected at the opportune moment. Professor Liang, do you have a solution? I possess some expertise in formations. Handling such minor matters is well within my capability. As he spoke, Liang Wan retrieved an item from his storage space. This object was known as the Spatial Instant Return Talisman, inscribed with intricate magical formations. In the face of peril, one merely needed to activate it slightly to be transported back to a pre-designated marker location in an instant. In this case, the designated site was their school. This talisman was a gift to you. The ability to escape danger instantaneously was indeed extraordinary. Holding this talisman, as long as one was not caught off guard and instantly slain, it signified absolute safety. Moreover, Lin Chuan also possessed the protective effect of the soul-collecting bullhead, which could grant him an additional 10,000 health points. Under this dual protection, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lin Chuan to meet his demise. Thank you, Professor Liang. Lin Chuan gratefully accepted the Spatial Instant Return Talisman, placing it in the most accessible spot. With this item in hand, it would greatly assist him in his future challenges within the secret realms. If only such items could be mass-produced, Lin Chuan mused inwardly. Regrettably, crafting such an item not only required profound knowledge of formations, but also demanded exceedingly stringent material requirements. Even with Liang Wen's current prowess, he had only managed to create a mere 5 of these Spatial Instant Return Talismans. Bestowing one upon Lin Chuan was already a significant recognition of his potential in Liang's eyes. Today marked the 3rd day since the awakening of their professions, and many students were still grappling with the novice dungeons. Su Qiu needed to return to Donghai City to oversee the novice dungeon, and Liang Wan expressed his intention to accompany her, as remaining here alone was of little utility. Before departing, Liang Wan was quite curious about the extent of Lin Chuan's current strength. Thus, he employed a probing skill. However, upon merely glancing at Lin Chuan's attributes, Liang Wen's jaw dropped in astonishment. You've already reached level 14? Ah, just hit level 14, Lin Chuan replied bashfully. Over the past couple of days, after completing the dungeon, he had begun studying various materials in the trading market, not dedicating himself fully to leveling in the wild. He felt somewhat embarrassed, fearing that Su Qiu and Liang Wen might think he was slacking off. However, these two had no such thoughts. Rather, they were astounded by the rapidity of Lin Chuan's leveling pace. Unlike the novice dungeons, the wild dungeons lacked the benefits bestowed upon beginners, and the actual leveling speed slowed drastically after level 10. While there were indeed diligent players who, after clearing dungeons, ventured into the wild to slay monsters, the experience gained was negligible. According to Liang Wen and Su Qiu's estimates, with the enhancement from a mythic class profession, reaching level 13 today would already be a commendable speed. Yet, they never anticipated he had already attained level 14. Was the experience boost from a mythic class profession so remarkably pronounced? At such a low level, a nearly full levels disparity was astonishing. Liang Wen remained unaware, as he himself was not of the mythic class. With your leveling speed, it seems certain that admission to the Qinglong Academy is a foregone conclusion. If you exert yourself further, perhaps you could even aim for a top spot in the college entrance examination. Achieving a top rank in the entrance exam would yield substantial rewards, greatly benefiting you upon entering the Qinglong Academy. Although Liang Wen did not elaborate on the specifics, Lin Chuan silently set a lofty goal for himself, to become this year's National College Entrance Examination top scorer. On the 4th day, the dungeon instances had refreshed. After completing today's run, he should be able to reach level 15. The silver-grade Death Goddess Servant would likely evolve into a gold-grade entity, while the Soul Collector would also ascend to bronze grade. Every 5 levels, summoned beasts would undergo a quality breakthrough, not only altering their appearance, but also unlocking corresponding powers, significantly enhancing their strength. The atmosphere at today's dungeon entrance was markedly different from usual, thick with the scent of gunpowder. 2 groups of people stood before the entrance. We have heard that a hidden boss has been discovered in this dungeon. From today onwards, this place will belong exclusively to the Ouyang family. Once we have farmed enough rewards from the new hidden boss, you are all welcome to return, a flamboyantly dressed individual arrogantly proclaimed. This proclamation immediately incited outrage from the opposing group, leading to a cacophony of protests. You think you can monopolize this? With so many of us here, are we to starve? Arrogant. Did you even consult the opinions of our guilds before making such a declaration? How outrageous. Why should your whims dictate our actions? The dungeon is a public resource. When did it become the domain of your trifling Ouyang family? A resounding slap echoed through the air as the arrogant individual suddenly struck one of the crowd, sending him soaring into the air with a forceful blow that left him spinning in a 720-degree arc before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present was left in stunned silence. Such brazen violence over a mere disagreement was shocking. First, let me clarify. The Ouyang family is a renowned clan in Xiaxing City. You may protest, but you must not speak ill of the Ouyang family. I merely taught him a lesson. Should anyone else dare to insult the Ouyang family, I will not hold back. The individual then displayed a contemptuous expression regarding the gathered crowd as if they were mere refuse. You rabble from the guilds. I could not care less where you choose to farm dungeons. It is of no concern to me. Lastly, let me reiterate. This dungeon now belongs to the Ouyang family. Do you understand? If you comprehend, then swiftly depart and do not hinder my access to the dungeon. Subsequently, he revealed his level. Name, Ouyang Hai. Level, 26. Profession, Gale Fist Master. He was indeed a Gale Fist Master of level 26. It is worth noting that, in this world, an individual's profession and level are considered confidential information. Conflicts and animosities inevitably arise among professionals, and carelessly revealing one's strength is a grave faux pas. Moreover, this person was openly antagonizing a throng of individuals at the dungeon camp. Although the crowd was numerous, they dared not voice their anger. The entry level for the Goblin Nest dungeon was 18. Those exceeding level 18 could no longer enter this dungeon, indicating that the professionals present were all below level 18. Once one reaches level 20, the attribute boosts gained from each level up becomes significantly greater, with a level of 26. This individual's strength was far beyond that of these lower-level mercenaries. Furthermore, there existed an insurmountable divide between levels 19 and 20 due to class advancements. Are you alright? Huang Kai? Hu Xiaoyi rushed forward to check on the injured individual struck by Ouyang Hai. Lin Chuan focused his gaze and realized it was a familiar face. It was Huang Kai, whom he had encountered several times over the past few days, now part of Hu Xiaoyi's team. Huang Kai, having been knocked unconscious, could hardly respond to Hu Xiaoyi's inquiries. Fortunately, among the crowd were several compassionate healers who, after casting a few healing spells, managed to stabilize Huang Kai's condition, allowing him to gradually recover. Hey, you all are being too excessive, aren't you? Just because you come from the capital, do you think that makes you superior? At this moment, another individual stepped forward from the crowd, a female professional. The capital, as mentioned by the Gale Fistmaster, referred to Xiaxing City, the capital of Longhua Nation. It was she? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. The young woman who stepped forward was an old acquaintance. She was none other than his classmate, Lu Shihan, the belle of Donghai City's first high school. Lu Shihan pointed at the individual and launched into a tirade, with someone having taken a stand. The other mercenaries chimed in, and the atmosphere grew tense once more, as if a confrontation could erupt at any moment. Lin Chuan shook his head, utterly disinterested in such matters. Whether it was the Ouyang family or the Yoma family, as long as they did not impede his progress in leveling up through the dungeon, they were free to quarrel as they pleased. Navigating through the crowd, Lin Chuan swaggered towards the dungeon entrance. Lin Chuan, are you here to help? Lu Shihan immediately spotted him and called out. No, Lin Chuan flatly refused. However, before he could fully articulate his dismissal, Lu Shihan continued. It's them who monopolized the dungeon, preventing us from leveling up. Can you tolerate not getting into a prestigious high school? If we let this slide today, will we endure them trampling over us tomorrow? The words that tumbled from Lu Shihan's mouth bore a fierce audacity. I believe in front of so many people. Anyone would be too anxious to act, Lin Chuan countered, unwilling to engage in this futile struggle. Yet, his words, upon reaching Ouyang Hai's ears, took on a different connotation, igniting a mocking response. You little brat, you're seeking death. Ouyang Hai's face flushed with rage as he launched an attack on Lin Chuan. Be careful. Lu Shihan, who had intended to pull Lin Chuan to safety, found herself thwarted as the opponent disregarded all decorum and struck at them. She attempted to intervene, but Lin Chuan was quicker to react. Suddenly, a red figure dashed out from the side, directly meeting Ouyang Hai's fist head-on. It was the soul-enticing horse face. Boom. The fists collided, producing a heavy thud that highlighted the immense force behind their strikes. Ouyang Hai was taken aback. He had assumed his adversaries were merely low-level minions, easily subdued with minimal effort. However, upon impact, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the opposing fist, and he realized he was at a disadvantage. Moments later, a greater force followed, sending the previously arrogant Ouyang Hai crashing into the ground, landing ungracefully and leaving multiple deep impressions in the earth. Despite his attempts to dissipate the force, some of it still surged into his body, causing him to involuntarily spit blood from the corner of his mouth. To his astonishment, hidden within this place was such a master. Ouyang Hai was internally astounded. His earlier arrogance completely vanished. I am Ouyang Hai from the Ouyang family of Xiaxing. I did not realize a senior was present. I sincerely apologize for any prior offenses and hope you will not take them to heart. He called out towards the dungeon camp. He did not believe that the soul-enticing horse face was Lin Chuan's summoned creature. For a summoner of mere level 10 could not possibly command such a powerful entity. Thus, he subconsciously assumed that a formidable expert was lurking within the dungeon camp. Such is the nature of this world, might reign supreme. While he had previously strutted about with bravado before others, now, faced with an enigmatic senior, he could only lower his tail and act humbly. Unfortunately, there were no seniors here, only a summoner, Lin Chuan. Senior? I cannot bear such a title. Here stands only a reckless brat, Lin Chuan remarked, approaching the soul-enticing horse face with keen interest fixed on Ouyang Hai. It's you. Ouyang Hai's eyes brimmed with shock. No fear. Lin Chuan still donned the uniform of Donghai City's first high school, unmistakably a novice who had just completed his class awakening. Yet, it was this very novice summoned creature that had forced him back with a single punch. Such a ludicrous notion was beyond Ouyang Hai's belief. However, one thing was certain. This high-ranking individual was determined to protect Lin Chuan. Having navigated the world of adventurers for years, Ouyang Hai understood well the wisdom of recognizing the powerful. Thus, he quickly donned a smile. Little brother, you jest. I was merely playing a light-hearted joke. This dungeon is a public resource. How could I dare to commit such a heinous act? So, now that I wish to enter the dungeon, what can you do about it? Dear brother, please by all means. Ouyang Hai hurriedly stepped aside, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. That was more like it. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Lin Chuan boldly walked to the dungeon entrance and entered without hesitation. Witnessing Lin Chuan's entrance, others were eager to follow suit, one after another moving towards the dungeon entrance, following the breathtaking scene of the soul-enticing horse face repelling Ouyang Hai. The Ouyang family members silently observed as the order of the dungeon returned to normalcy, refraining from further outrageous actions. In just a few days of absence, this fellow had grown so formidable. Lu Shihan clenched her fists, her face a mask of determination. She did not need to ponder. The soul-enticing horse face was unmistakably a sinister creature, one that only Lin Chuan could summon. Since being overshadowed by Lin Chuan's terrifying leveling speed in the novice dungeon, she had tirelessly ground for experience every single day. After much effort, she had finally raised her level to 13. Yet she never anticipated that Lin Chuan could now contend with professionals above level 20, even exhibiting a hint of superiority. This realization left Lu Shihan feeling quite disgruntled. After all, she too possessed a rare profession, one with strength comparable to legendary classes, and hailed from a powerful magical lineage. Having worked so hard to level up, She had believed she had surpassed Lin Chuan, only to find herself left even further behind. No, I cannot give up. It's merely a matter of leveling up. Am I to be intimidated by you? With that resolve, Lu Shuhan dove headlong into the dungeon. As the event gradually settled, the crowd dispersed. Ouyang Hai cast a glance filled with malice at the dungeon entrance. I admit your strength. With your talent, you are likely unmatched for nearly a century. Yet, you are too ostentatious. Our Ouyang family's young master is sitting for the college entrance examination this year, and if you continue to thrive, he will gain yet another formidable adversary. If that is the case, let me assist the young master in clearing the obstacles. Humph, a protector of the strong? What significant background could a student from a mediocre city possess? Does the Ouyang family of Xiaqing fear you? Ouyang Hai retrieved a specially crafted identity token from his storage space and handed it to an attendant beside him. Since a level 20 cannot deal with you, how will you respond to a level 30 assassin? As Lin Chuan engaged in the dungeon, the winds of danger were already gathering outside, stealthily approaching him. Chapter 023, Lu Shuhan defying the dungeon's limitations. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Chuan promptly summoned a legion of summoned creatures and advanced forward. Minutes later, the golden light of leveling up appeared, and Lin Chuan successfully reached level 15. Level 15. This milestone indicated that Lin Chuan could now qualify for various prestigious schools nationwide and had also met the minimum admission threshold for Qinglong Academy. However, through yesterday's conversation with Liang Wan, he has altered his aspirations. Gaining admission to the Qinglong Academy is merely a safety net. What he truly desires is to secure the title of this year's National College Entrance Examination Champion. Thus, reaching level 15 is merely the beginning. By the way, at level 15, it is anticipated that the summoned beasts will undergo evolution. Lin Chuan examined the attributes of the Grim Reaper's Servant. Grim Reaper's Servant, Golden Level. Level, 15. Strength, 4,000. Constitution, 4,000. Agility, 4,000. Mental Power, 4,000. Golden Realm Power, Defense 30, Damage 30. Indeed, the Silver Level Grim Reaper's Servant has evolved, transcending from Silver to Golden Realm. Under the influence of the Golden Realm Power, both defense and damage have increased by an additional 10, now reaching 30. Notably, the attributes of the Golden Level Grim Reaper's Servant have astonishingly soared to 4,000 points. Such attributes render it an unparalleled entity in any context. Most importantly, Lin Chuan currently possesses dozens of such summoned beasts. After reviewing the information regarding the evolution of the Grim Reaper's Servant, he turned his attention to the Soul Reaper's Horse. He soon noticed something unusual. Soul Reaper's Horse, Bronze Level. Level, 15. Strength, 6,000. Constitution, 1750. Agility, 4,000. Mental Power, 4,000. Soul Strike, actively used, inflicting 200 damage. Consuming 1,000 mental power, cooldown, 1 day. Bronze Realm Power, Defense 15, Damage 15, Skill Effect 15. The Bronze Realm Power of the Soul Reaper's Horse has enhanced its attributes by 15. It is worth noting that the Grim Reaper's Servant's Bronze Realm Power was only enhanced by 10. Clearly, the skills learned by summoned beasts at level 10 are superior. Although the enhancement is merely by 5, if both evolve to the highest level of King, the disparity would be a staggering 30. Moreover, the Soul Reaper's Horse also possesses an enhancement to skill effects, and when factoring in the boost from the Bronze Realm Power, using the Soul Strike can inflict a critical damage of 230. That amounts to a staggering 13,800 damage. Is this still human? What boss in a dungeon would not refer to it as father? Next up is the Soul Reaper's Bull. Soul Reaper's Bull, Bronze Level. Level, 15. Strength, 1750. Constitution, 6,000. Agility, 4,000. Mental Power, 4,000. Soul Shield, actively used, temporarily increases the target's constitution by 1,000 points, lasting 30 minutes. Consumes 1,000 mental power. Cooldown 1 day. Bronze Realm Power, Defense 15, Damage 15, Skill Effect 15. The Soul Reaper's Bull and the Soul Reaper's Horse represent two extremes. The horse emphasizes attack with exceptionally high strength but low constitution, while the bull is the opposite, boasting high constitution but low strength. However, with Lin Chuan's tenfold attribute enhancement, even though the Soul Reaper's Bull serves as a tank, its strength has risen to 1750, surpassing many strength-oriented professionals by several folds. Such is the remarkable nature of a tenfold attribute enhancement. The bronze-level Soul Reaper's Bull and Horse exhibit similar characteristics, with skill effects increased by 15. It can bestow Lin Chuan with an additional 1150 constitution, with the duration extended to 35 minutes. Now, Lin Chuan has become even more resilient. After reviewing the attributes of the evolved summoned beasts, he eagerly anticipates how formidable they will become at level 20. The ensuing battle requires no elaboration. The scene mirrored yesterday's, but the damage dealt was greater, and the completion of the dungeon was swifter. 10 minutes later, with a flash of critical damage from the Soul Reaper's Horse, the Goblin Giant King fell to the ground. Upon opening the completion treasure chest, 5 white items emerged, disappointingly devoid of any blue or green gear, rather parsimonious. Lin Chuan exited the dungeon with a sense of disillusionment. Completing the entire dungeon took merely 30 minutes. To re-enter, he must wait until tomorrow. The thought left Lin Chuan feeling hollow. In his ennui, he could only sit before the dungeon, observing passing mercenaries discussing the perils of today's dungeon and what materials had been dropped, sharing their delightful surprises. Under the embellished accounts of the mercenaries, an ordinary, simple dungeon transformed into a vibrant world. Just as Lin Chuan was engrossed, he suddenly spotted Lu Shuhan exiting the dungeon. He was about to greet her when he saw her figure vanish at the dungeon entrance. She re-entered the dungeon. How was she able to do that? Lin Chuan discerned that Lu Shuhan indeed emerged from the dungeon, but promptly re-entered. Her speed was remarkable, yet it did not escape Lin Chuan's keen observation. A couple of hours later, Lu Shuhan appeared at the dungeon entrance once more. As before, she disappeared into the dungeon. Then came the third and fourth times. Each appearance was fleeting, the only distinction being that with each entry, she appeared increasingly soiled. It was evident that she had endured intense battles. Until the fifth time, the sky had darkened, and Lin Chuan had kindled a campfire nearby, roasting his rabbit. Lu Shuhan did not continue to enter the dungeon, but instead trudged over to Lin Chuan, clearly exhausted. She had evidently spotted him. When Lu Shuhan reached Lin Chuan's side, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, appearing exceedingly fatigued. To catch up with Lin Chuan's level progression, she had braved 5 dungeon runs in a single day. Moreover, to maximize her experience, she opted for solo runs. Just the small monsters from 5 runs numbered in the tens of thousands, highlighting the arduousness of her endeavor. Yet, such dedication invariably yields rewards. By the end of the day, she had successfully ascended to level 14, with more than half of the experience required to reach level 15. Although she had completed numerous runs, her strength could not compare to Lin Chuan's extraordinary prowess. She could only tackle the dungeon at a difficult level, so her experience was naturally not as substantial. Did you run the dungeon more than once today? Lin Chuan inquired curiously. 5 times, I'm utterly exhausted, Lu Shuhan replied. Sniffing the air, your roasted rabbit smells delightful. Would you like some? Yes, thank you. Lu Shuhan nodded repeatedly, her eyes transfixed on the delectable food. It's not advisable to eat immediately after intense exercise, Lin Chuan cautioned. That's advice for ordinary people. We are professionals. Ah, indeed. Lin Chuan tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to Lu Shuhan. Unlike Xie Yuqing's ravenous eating style, Lu Shuhan consumed her meal with grace. She delicately tore off a small piece of meat and placed it in her mouth to chew. After just a few bites, she was already satiated. Today, I observed you for an entire day, and I find myself perplexed as to how you can enter the dungeons without restriction. Is it a characteristic of your profession? Lin Chuan voiced his curiosity. Lu Shuhan smiled gently, revealing that there are indeed matters in this world that even a scholar like you remains unaware of. Chapter 024, Leveling Up in a Team. Lin Chuan shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. This world is vast, and the knowledge gleaned from textbooks is limited. I have never considered myself a prodigy. All along, Lin Chuan had been shrouded in the aura of a top student. Moreover, he later awakened a mythical-level profession. Lu Shuhan had always perceived such individuals as those with a lofty demeanor, arrogant, and unyielding. However, based on their interactions today, the reality was quite the opposite. Lin Chuan was not only humble and eager to learn, but also never shied away from acknowledging his shortcomings. This endeared him to Lu Shuhan even more. For this reason, Lu Shuhan retrieved a crystal from her storage space. This item is known as the Dungeon Reset Crystal. Upon use, it allows one to bypass the limitation of entering a dungeon only once per day. Such a wondrous item exists. Lin Chuan was taken aback. Indeed, the knowledge in textbooks is far too rudimentary. Lin Chuan now felt that this world is immense, filled with countless intriguing unknowns waiting to be explored. May I take a look? He inquired. Sure, Lu Shuhan replied, placing the Dungeon Reset Crystal into Lin Chuan's hand. He immediately sensed a surge of potent energy emanating from it. Dungeon Reset Crystal, level 120, common, item, effect, allows an additional entry to a dungeon. Only applicable to level 120 dungeons. Remaining uses, 1220, Lin Chuan found himself enamored with this item. Where did you acquire this? How much did it cost? It's not something that can simply be purchased. It is said that this item has been passed down from our family's ancestors. Although the family has gradually fallen into decline, this relic has remained. Lin Chuan returned the Dungeon Reset Crystal to Lu Shuhan. My Dungeon Reset Crystal is of a lower grade, only allowing entry to dungeons below level 20. However, that suffices. I would be quite satisfied to reach level 16 before the entrance exam. Level 16? What a waste. With such a cheat item, your goal is merely to reach level 16? What difference does that make from being a slacker? If this Dungeon Reset Crystal were given to Lin Chuan, he could at least reach level 18. Why not level 20? Because the highest entry level for the Goblin Lair dungeon is capped at level 18. I have a suggestion. I will assist you in leveling up, and you will take me into the dungeon, Lin Chuan suddenly proposed. Lu Shuhan smiled wryly, reminding him, do not forget, we are currently rivals. What makes you think you can persuade me to take you into the dungeon? I appreciate you considering me a rival. However, I must say that since you hail from a magical family, your perspective must be far superior to mine. If you merely regard someone like me as a competitor, I would undoubtedly look down upon you. Furthermore, given your current level, you can only solo the hard difficulty, yielding minimal experience. While I can guide you through the hell difficulty, although there is experience reduction in a team, it will undoubtedly be greater than your solo efforts. By teaming up with me, you could reach level 17, significantly enhancing your chances of entering the Azure Dragon Academy. Join my team, and you won't need to lift a finger. You can simply wait to receive experience. What do you think? Do my points persuade you? After several days of intense dungeon runs, Lin Chuan had long harbored the thought of finding someone to assist her in dungeon runs. However, her pride made it difficult to voice her request. Thus, regardless of how Lin Chuan responded, she would have agreed to team up with him. After all, they both came from the same school, and she was quite intrigued by Lin Chuan's prowess as a mythical level profession. However, she could never have anticipated his next revelation. You can already solo the Hell difficulty dungeon. The monsters in the Hell difficulty dungeons are nearly level 20. How could Lin Chuan claim he can guide himself without any effort? Tomorrow, we shall see, he assured. It's a deal. They agreed to meet the next day after each had completed a dungeon run, gathering at the entrance to challenge the Hell difficulty dungeon. Lin Chuan, naturally, felt no pressure, finishing the dungeon in just over 20 minutes and even improving his record time. Regrettably, after reaching level 15, the experience required for leveling increased, and he did not attain level 16. After waiting for an hour and a half, Lin Chuan finally emerged from her dungeon run. My heavens! How could you clear the dungeon faster than me, a traditional mage? Has the summoning profession become so formidable? Seeing Lin Chuan seemingly waiting for a long time, she couldn't help but question him. Perhaps I am simply too strong. Are you ready? Can we form a team? Let us go. Lin Chuan initiated the team formation and then used the dungeon reset crystal to enter the dungeon. Goblin Lair, Hell difficulty, let us get started. Since this time it was a duo entering the dungeon reset crystal consumed 2 points of energy. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Chuan snapped his fingers, summoning forth his legion of summoned creatures. With the double summoning effect of the shaman's staff, Lin Chuan had fully populated his necromancer space, summoning a staggering 150 summoned beings into the dungeon. The overwhelming multitude of summoned creatures surged forward. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chuan covered her mouth in astonishment. She repeatedly checked Lin Chuan's attributes. Although slightly higher than those of other professions, his specialized attribute points did not surpass her own. Yet how could he summon so many creatures at once? Even a level 40 or 50 summoner could not conjure 150 low-level beings in one go. This was outrageous. Utterly ludicrous. Was he attempting to win by sheer numbers? Lin Chuan scrutinized the attributes of these summoned creatures. However, from her perspective, aside from their level of 15, they bore no other distinguishing features. Even their attributes were a mere 400 points, only slightly above that of minor monsters. Yet this dungeon contained over 3,000 adversaries, vastly outnumbering them. Lin Chuan could not fathom how Lin Chuan could confidently assert he would carry her through this challenge. Words from a man are but deceitful. One must rely on oneself in a dungeon run. In Lin Chuan's eyes, Lin Chuan was incapable of assisting her, and thus she resolutely joined the fray, unleashing her magical skills. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lin Chuan's summoned creatures clashed with the advanced goblin warriors. The golden level Grim Reaper minion struck down, triggering a triple experience jump. Defeated advanced goblin warrior, experience 75. Defeated advanced goblin warrior, experience 75. Defeated advanced goblin warrior, experience 75. Before Lin Chuan could comprehend what had transpired, a flurry of system notifications appeared before her eyes. In just a matter of minutes, the first wave of over 1,000 advanced goblin warriors was entirely vanquished. Lin Chuan smacked his lips in satisfaction. The experience gained by two individuals in dungeons indeed pales in comparison to that of solo endeavors. However, since there is free experience to be had, one would be remiss to demand too much. The energy of the dungeon reset crystals stood at a total of 12 points, granting them 6 additional opportunities to delve into the dungeons. Lin Chuan was confident that he could still reach level 18 before the college entrance examination. What are you daydreaming about? Let us move. Lin Chuan remained lost in astonishment until Lin Chuan suddenly grasped her hand, leading her towards the next dungeon location. Chapter 025, The Astonished Lin Chuan. The second wave unfolded as expected. After commanding his summoned beast to eliminate the high-level goblin wolf cavalry at the entrance, Lin Chuan pulled Lin Chuan into the cave. Can we just rush in this time? Fear not, I know this route like the back of my hand. To ensure Lin Chuan's safety, Lin Chuan summoned a soul-collecting minotaur during a brief respite and cast a protective shield around her. After all, she was a significant asset. Lin Chuan could not afford any mishaps. Is this a shield? Your summoned beast possesses such a skill? Stick with me in the dungeons, and you'll be safe. Lin Chuan curiously inspected her attributes, bemused by the shield that was 3 to 4 times longer than her health bar. It was astonishing that Lin Chuan's summoned beast could provide such a formidable shield. With this protection, the thought of dying was nearly impossible. Heavens! Why don't I have such a skill? If I had this shield, would I need to run from monsters? I could confront them head-on. Truly, the disparity between individuals is infuriating. How can there be such a bugged character in this world, monopolizing all the good fortune? As Lu Shihan was lost in her thoughts, they had already arrived at the entrance of the boss lair. Lin Chuan suddenly tugged Lu Shihan around a corner, slipping into the lair of the hidden boss. The Silver Moon Wolf King. Lu Shihan had never traversed this path, but she was no fool. In an instant, she deduced that the Silver Moon Wolf King before her was indeed the hidden boss of the dungeon. The hidden boss is here. How did you know? This location was discovered by me, and I even secured the first kill. You were the one who found the hidden boss. Goodness, how much experience have I missed out on? Lu Shihan was genuinely filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Not only was Lin Chuan immensely powerful, but his luck was also extraordinary. For days, rumors had circulated in the dungeon camp about the hidden boss being located, yet the specific location had not been disclosed. Initially, Lu Shihan had searched a few times, but upon failing to find it, she eventually abandoned the quest. In truth, not just Lu Shihan, but most mercenaries had also been unable to locate it. The details regarding the hidden boss's whereabouts had not been widely publicized. Lin Chuan suddenly surmised that this was likely due to Hu Xiaoyi and her companions strictly guarding the secret. He held these individuals in even higher regard. On the final day, he resolved to guide them through a hellish difficulty dungeon. Although he did not mind the secrecy surrounding the hidden boss's location, he truly admired their sense of commitment. If it had been any other mercenaries, they might have long since sold that information for profit. But those were matters for another time. For now, ascending in levels remained paramount. In the face of absolute power, numerical advantage was but a jest. Despite the multitude of Silver Moon wolves, they were merely a horde of lesser monsters. Lin Chuan swiftly cleared them, and the subsequent Silver Moon Wolf King was dispatched in a concentrated onslaught. They then entered the boss chamber. The familiar strategy and tactics came into play. After clearing the minor foes to amass experience, he unleashed the critical strike skill of the soul-collecting mare, swiftly vanquishing the Goblin Giant King. As the crimson light appeared, Lin Chuan was already poised at the location where the treasure chest would materialize. With the boss defeated, the chest emerged, and Lin Chuan promptly opened it before exiting the dungeon without a moment's hesitation. Lu Shihan only caught a glimpse of a red glow before she was teleported out of the dungeon, scarcely comprehending what had transpired, with no time left for astonishment. The dungeon is complete. Shall we continue? Huh, it's all done already? Well, it was a tad slower than my solo runs, but this pace is still acceptable. Acceptable? It's simply extraordinary. You must realize that Lin Chuan completes held difficulty dungeons in no more than half an hour. The second best record on the leaderboard exceeds 50 minutes. Teaming up with Lin Chuan, Lu Shihan inexplicably found herself on the leaderboard as well. If this speed isn't commendable, then who can claim it is? Lu Shihan inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. Yet, she could not deny the truth. Initially, she had thought to leverage the cheating effect of the dungeon reset crystals to close the level gap and challenge Lin Chuan. However, the current circumstances clearly indicated that she had overestimated her own capabilities. Although the experience gained from this dungeon was slightly less than that of a solo run, it still propelled Lin Chuan to level 16, while Lu Shihan successfully reached level 15. The experience bonus from hell difficulty, coupled with that from the hidden boss, had resulted in Lu Shihan acquiring far more experience than she ever had while soloing. Had I known that teaming up with you would be this enjoyable, why did I toil so hard in soloing difficult dungeons before? Lu Shihan now regretted not aligning herself with Lin Chuan sooner. Are you continuing? Lin Chuan inquired tentatively. After all, Lu Shihan entering the dungeon would require a slight expenditure of energy from the reset crystals. Of course, let us dive right back in. Without hesitation, Lu Shihan consumed the energy and entered the dungeon. For the next stretch of time, the two became wholly engrossed in the exhilarating experience of rapid level advancement through dungeon runs. Their levels soared as if propelled by a rocket. After 2 days of relentless effort, they exhausted the energy of the dungeon reset crystals. Lu Shihan's level ascended to 16, achieving her set goal, while Lin Chuan's level climbed to 18 thanks to the Mythic class experience bonus. Lin Chuan, congratulations on reaching level 18. Gaining admission to the Qinglong Academy should be a breeze. Thank you. Your experience is nearly at level 16, almost 17, right? After we complete the last day's dungeon opportunities tomorrow, you should hit level 17. As long as you perform normally, getting into the Qinglong Academy should pose no issue. Thanks to your assistance, I am quite satisfied with this outcome. Lu Shihan sincerely expressed her gratitude to Lin Chuan. Achieving such a level without any effort was merely a matter of spending some energy from the dungeon reset crystals. Once the college entrance examination concluded, this crystal would hold little value, making this transaction undeniably worthwhile. Shihan, we have one final dungeon opportunity left today. I'd like to invite a few friends to join us. Would you mind? Over the past few days, Lin Chuan and Lu Shihan had grown quite familiar, and their address had become more endearing. As long as you don't leave me behind, I have no objections. Lu Shihan had reached her level goal, so the number of individuals in the party mattered little. she would still attain level 17 today, regardless of experience gained. More importantly, she was developing a sense of reliance on Lin Chuan, reveling in the thrill of not having to personally engage in battling monsters within the dungeons. This sensation captivated her. Very well, I shall go find them now. Before long, Lin Chuan returned with Hu Xiaoyi and Huang Kai, but only the two of them. Hu Xiaoyi's face flushed crimson. Overwhelmed by a sense of shame. Lin Chuan, I'm terribly sorry. We have wronged you. Chapter 26, The Berserker in Heavy Armor. Hu Xiaoyi's words left Lin Chuan bewildered. What have you done behind my back to wrong me? He was not well acquainted with Hu Xiaoyi. What could she possibly have done to offend him? Initially intended as a jest, it unexpectedly rendered Hu Xiaoyi even more embarrassed. A few days ago, you revealed the location of the hidden boss to us. We had agreed as a trio to keep this secret, but another teammate discovered that the location could be sold for a handsome sum, and, behind our backs, sold the information to a mercenary guild. Lin Chuan suddenly grasped the situation. Oh, I thought it was something serious. It's just a minor matter regarding the location of a hidden boss. It would have been discovered sooner or later. If it was sold, then so be it. No. While you may not mind this matter, we cannot betray our trust. Otherwise, how can we establish ourselves in this world? Hu Xiaoyi gazed at Lin Chuan with unwavering determination. We have expelled that teammate and will never team up again. Lin Chuan was taken aback by Hu Xiaoyi's fervor. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary girl possessed such remarkable resolve. He smiled slightly. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, with one less person, I fear we might encounter difficulties in the dungeon. Hu Xiaoyi replied, we should find a tank or a healer. At the mention of a tank, Lin Chuan recalled a suitable candidate. Not far away, a figure clad in heavy armor was making his way towards the dungeon entrance. Luo Kuan. This individual was another rare class from Donghai City's first high school, Luo Kuan. Upon noticing Lin Chuan and Lu Shuhan, he exclaimed, is that you? It had been several days since they last met, and Luo Kuan had undergone considerable changes. His gaze had become much clearer, shedding the aloofness of a spoiled rich kid, though a hint of menace still lingered in his eyes when looking at Lin Chuan. Luo Kuan, what has happened to you? Your equipment looks quite impressive. Lu Shuhan complimented. A faint purple glow emanated from Luo Kuan's gear, a phenomenon only observable when certain set effects are activated. As the school beauty, Lu Shuhan had always garnered Luo Kuan's admiration, prompting him to share openly. Oh, this? It's my upgraded gear, courtesy of my family. It's extraordinary. Let me show you its attributes. This set of equipment had cost his family a staggering 20 million gold coins, a rare treasure indeed. Luo Kuan could not help but boast before Lin Chuan. Titan Giant's heavy shield and sword, rare, level 10 attributes, strength 10. Constitution 40, Titan Giant's heavy armor, rare, attributes, Constitution 40, Titan Giant's heavy boots, rare, attributes, agility 10. Constitution 40, Titan Giant's heavy ring, rare, attributes, Constitution 40, Titan Giant's heavy ring, rare, effect, health recovery speed 100, Titan Giant's heavy set effect, Constitution 200. Defense 50, Lin Chuan silently marveled at the fortune of the wealthy. Indeed, Luo Kuan had managed to acquire an entire rare set. However, he could not help but think, this gear is so extravagant that even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. Truly, foolishly wealthy. Uffed. Lu Shuhan could not suppress her laughter. Luo Kuan, aren't you a berserker? Why are you stacking health? Do you think your damage is too high? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Huh, can't a berserker stack health? I specifically had my dad choose this set for me. It enhances survival. Lin Chuan rolled his eyes. Why don't you study properly instead of sleeping through classes? The berserker's class trait is that the lower your health, the higher your damage. If you stack so much health, how can you deal damage? Ah, so that's why? I was wondering why I couldn't hit the monsters. For the past few days, to maximize his experience, Luo Kuan, like Lu Shuhan, chose to solo dungeons. And no one had reminded him. However, he spent over 10 hours each day to complete the dungeon, a torturous endeavor. Fortunately, with the experience bonus from his rare class, he had barely managed to reach level 14. You've truly endured a lot. Lin Chuan regarded Luo Kuan with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. Reflecting on this, much of his previous annoyance dissipated. One must not allow such foolishness to overshadow one's own stature. It was ironic that Luo Kuan, who had once been so arrogant during his class awakening, was now faring worse than many higher-tier classes. Luo Kuan, we are preparing to challenge a hell-level dungeon and are in need of a tank. Would you like to join us? Lin Chuan certainly did not lack tanks. His summoned creatures could dispatch monsters in an instant. Lu Shuhan, noticing Lin Chuan's mischievous expression, quickly grasped his intentions and playfully poked him in the side. I see your true colors now. You can clear hell-level dungeons already? I've heard that the hell difficulty of this dungeon is no joke. One misstep, and it could lead to disaster. Precisely because we lack confidence, we sought a powerful ally, and here you are. Lin Chuan flattered Luo Kuan, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Ha ha ha, indeed. With my current build, while my damage may not be remarkable, it won't be easy to take me down. Unfortunately, I can't switch to damage gear today, so I'll be your tank. Lin Chuan, I must make this clear. I trust Lu Shuhan's strength, but if you hold us back, Don't blame me for coming after you. Luo Kun raised his fist in warning to Lin Chuan. In his eyes, there was no need to worry about Lu Shihan, who hailed from a family of magic users and surely possessed ample equipment and items as a rare ice mage. The other two appeared to be local mercenaries. Their gear might not match his or Lu Shihan's, but they should be adequate and possessed rich combat experience. The only concern remained Lin Chuan, a poor boy who might struggle to assemble a complete set of level 10 equipment. Even a mythical class without gear enhancements would be a weakling. Rest assured, if I lag behind, I'll be your footstool for a month. But what if I carry you to victory? Wouldn't you owe me something in return? Lu Shihan stood nearby, covering her mouth as she laughed, remarking on Lin Chuan's mischievousness. If you can carry me through this, I'll gladly be your footstool for a month. Come on, let us form a team. Chapter 027, Conquering the Hell Difficulty Dungeon. Lin Chuan assembled the party. With the addition of Luo Kun, they finally formed a 5-member team. Hu Xiaoyi felt overwhelmed and whispered to Huang Kai, once we enter the dungeon, let us focus on dealing damage and be cautious of any missteps. In her eyes, only she and Huang Kai were genuinely prepared to tackle the dungeon. The other 3 were mere novices, having awakened their professions just a week prior. Lin Chuan, however, inspired confidence. She recalled how he had once forced back the formidable Ouyang Hai, who was at level 26. As for the other 2, one had no intention of engaging in combat from the start, while the other had transformed his berserker class into a mere tank. This dungeon run would be challenging, exceedingly so. Lin Chuan didn't dwell on such thoughts. Having gathered enough participants, he promptly initiated the dungeon. Hell-level goblin nest, enter. Once inside, Lin Chuan unleashed his army of summoned creatures. After reaching level 18, his necromantic domain could accommodate a staggering 180 summoned beings. The sheer multitude of these entities left everyone momentarily stunned. Hey, Lin Chuan, what on earth are you doing? Why summon so much rubbish? You're blocking my path. Hu Xiaoyi and Huang Kai halted their skills, finding their attack routes obstructed by the overwhelming number of summoned beasts. The only one who refrained from complaining was Lu Shihan. She had experienced this astonishing scene more than once and was now entirely unfazed. At this moment, she took on the role of narrator, gently reminding everyone of what was to come. Stay calm, stay calm. Just focus on moving through the map. Leave the rest to Lin Chuan. Rely solely on Lin Chuan. Was he intending to solo this? Don't worry, he can handle it. Just keep running and watch your step. Watch our step. The trio looked bewildered. What for? This dungeon has no traps. Are you worried we'll trip? Attention, here it comes. Before they could react, a barrage of monster kill notifications erupted before their eyes. Each notification piled upon the last, nearly filling their entire field of vision, obscuring the path ahead. Only then did they grasp Lu Shihan's warning about watching their steps. They were being inundated with experience notifications. What in the world was Lin Chuan doing? How was he eliminating monsters at such an astonishing pace? Luo Kun was utterly astounded. In that moment, he began to question his own existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He had only been grinding through the difficult levels for days, taking over half a minute to defeat a single minor creature. Yet Lin Chuan stood in place, hardly lifting a finger, achieving this rapid monster-clearing speed. Was the summoner truly so overpowered? Kun Gu, are you satisfied with my performance? Noticing Luo Kun's astonished expression, Lin Chuan couldn't help but tease him. Luo Kun's throat felt constricted, akin to having a fishbone lodged within. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't utter a word. Lin Chuan had indeed left him profoundly shaken. However, to admit that Lin Chuan was superior was tantamount to admitting defeat. Ignoring Luo Kun, Lin Chuan continued to clear monsters before hastening to the next location. Leveled up. Level 17, splendid. Lu Shihan felt elated. Today marked the final day before the college entrance examination, and it was their last dungeon run before the test. She had surpassed her initial expectations of level 16, achieving level 17, which she was quite pleased with. Undoubtedly, this was thanks to having Lin Chuan as her ally, who not only accelerated her leveling but also allowed her to remain idle. Let us hurry up, if we fall out of the experience zone. This dungeon run will be in vain. At this point, Lin Chuan had already moved ahead, prompting Lu Shihan to urge the group forward. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they found no monsters remaining. Where are the monsters? Where's Lin Chuan? Hu Xiaoyi inquired, perplexed. He has already gone inside. The dungeon can be cleared like this? Hu Xiaoyi, who had run the Goblin Nest dungeon hundreds of times, had never considered charging into the cave like this. Moreover, she hadn't heard of anyone else daring to do so. Had she been living under a rock? The group followed Lin Chuan into the cave, soon arriving before the hidden boss. This time, Luo Kun was once again enlightened. A hidden boss? A hidden boss? You bold rascal. You didn't even inform me of the location. Lin Chuan rolled his eyes. Did you even think to ask me? Well, I was too busy grinding the dungeon. With that playstyle of yours, grinding for over 10 hours a day, do you think you can handle a hidden boss? Luo Kun's expression darkened. Don't poke fun at my weaknesses. Look at my speed. Am I holding you back? As they spoke, all the Silver Moon Wolf minions lay defeated, and the Silver Moon Wolf King attempted to charge through the iron bars. Lin Chuan swiftly employed his Soul Snatcher arrow, dispatching the creature in an instant. You are indeed impressive. Luo Kuan intended to curse, but was suddenly enveloped in a golden light. He had leveled up. The words he was about to utter changed course, and he found himself praising Lin Chuan instead. Ha ha, Luo Kuan, you actually know how to flatter someone else? Is this the same spoiled rich kid I know? You're killing me. Lu Shihan found it amusing to see Luo Kuan gritting his teeth while praising Lin Chuan. What is so funny? We cleared everything here. What are you lingering for? Let us move. Luo Kuan realized he had lost face in front of the school beauty and grumbled as he walked away. Haha, this guy is so petty. We're all classmates. Perhaps we'll end up in the same school. No need to keep a stern face all the time. Mind your own business. After leveling up, Luo Kuan successfully reached level 15. Although his aspirations for Qinglong Academy were dashed, he had at least secured a spot at a key institution. He had missed out on too much experience earlier. So reaching the threshold for a prominent university was already a commendable achievement. Entering the final boss chamber, the last wave of monsters mingled with the remaining high-level goblin wolf riders. In the past, Luo Kuan would have certainly criticized Lin Chuan for this. But after facing previous waves of monsters, he had grown accustomed to it. Clearing the boss room in just over 20 minutes was a feat he had never imagined possible. If such a thing could be accomplished, surely a few additional minor monsters were nothing Lin Chuan couldn't handle. Get ready, everyone, brace yourselves. Lu Shihan suddenly warned. The trio widened their eyes, curious about what surprises Lin Chuan would bring next. After dispatching the minor monsters, the next challenge awaited, the Goblin Giant King. Go. Lin Chuan gestured grandly, sending forth his Soul Snatcher horsemen, which charged ahead with chains. The moment the chains struck the Goblin Giant King, they turned crimson, attacking with breathtaking speed, instantly engulfing the creature in a cloud of blood mist, resulting in an immediate kill. The spectacle before them may be deceptive, yet the notification regarding monster slaying is undeniably accurate. As the prompt materialized, everyone instinctively propped their chins upon their hands, lest they tumble in disbelief. This is truly formidable. Chapter 028, The Return Journey. Little did Hu Xiaoyi anticipate that she would wish to conclude her career within the Goblin Lair dungeon on a perfect note, prompting her to invite Lin Chuan to join her in conquering the hellish difficulty dungeon. Ultimately, it would conclude in such an unexpected manner. Throughout the entire endeavor, she exerted no effort, merely trailing behind Lin Chuan while absorbing the explanations provided by Lu Shihan. Being carried through the dungeon was one thing, but to inadvertently set a new record upon completion was another. Congratulations to Lin Chuan, Lu Shihan, Hu Xiaoyi, Huang Kai, and Luo Kuan for successfully clearing the Goblin Lair dungeon, hell difficulty, in 25 minutes and 47 seconds, thus setting a new record and achieving the top rank. Who exactly is this Lin Chuan? No, at this point, Hu Xiaoyi questions whether Lin Chuan is even human. He is nothing short of a prodigy. Could he possibly be a genius from some hidden noble lineage? With a firm conviction in her thoughts, she couldn't help but harbor a newfound respect for Lin Chuan. Sister Xiaoyi, you shall be the one to open the treasure chest, Lin Chuan suggested. Upon hearing his voice, Hu Xiaoyi snapped back to reality from her astonishment. All right. Thank you. The act of personally unlocking the completion chest imbued her with a genuine sense of accomplishment from conquering a hellish dungeon. Lin Chuan, having thought of this aspect as well, relinquished the opportunity to Hu Xiaoyi, feeling rather weary of opening treasure chests after having done so numerous times. As Hu Xiaoyi proceeded to unlock the chest, Lin Chuan suddenly stumbled upon a joke that he couldn't help but laugh heartily at. What the— are you insane? Why are you laughing so loudly? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Luo Kuan was genuinely startled by Lin Chuan's laughter. Lin Chuan, uninterested in his reaction, turned to Lu Shihan. I just thought of a joke. You see, the boss of this dungeon is named the Goblin Giant King. Huh? It's quite ironic that such a diminutive creature dares to call itself a king of giants. Lin Chuan laughed boisterously. The atmosphere became rather awkward. Huh? Came four simultaneous voices of confusion. Even Hu Xiaoyi and Huang Kai, who had approached to open the treasure chest, couldn't help but turn back, their expressions incredulous as they stared at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan felt quite uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes. What? Isn't that funny? Do you not realize? The third phase of the Goblin Giant King involves it growing to a towering height of 5 meters. It's precisely due to this trait that it is titled the Giant King. Huh? Is that so? Lin Chuan was genuinely unaware. Apart from having allowed the Goblin Giant King to enter its second phase during his initial run, he had dispatched it with a single blow in all subsequent encounters, thus oblivious to the existence of a third phase. He was completely unaware that its third phase involved transforming into a giant. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Lin Chuan hastily waved his hand, diverting the topic. At that moment, Hu Xiaoyi unlocked the completion chest, and suddenly, a flash of purple light erupted. A purple item dropped. Goblin's Secret Treasure Necklace, rare. Level, 15. Attributes, Strength, 15, Spirit, 35. Effect, Giant Transformation. Size doubles, attack type converts to melee physical, and gains spirit damage bonus. Upon use, all attributes become 500, lasting for 5 minutes, decreasing by 100 attributes per minute. Cooldown, 2 hours. Lin Chuan's eyes immediately fixated on this necklace. What he desired most was the effect of transformation. The added spirit damage from normal attacks could be set aside. The allure of doubling one's size was simply irresistible to any man. He could instantly become an imposing figure. Just the thought invigorated him. How should this purple item be distributed? Although it was merely a low-level purple item, its accompanying skill effect made it valuable. Such equipment with inherent skills could fetch a minimum of 50,000 gold coins in the marketplace, a substantial sum for an average adventurer. It's just a purple item. I have no use for it. You all can decide how to distribute it. Luo Kuan, coming from wealth, naturally scoffed at the notion of this purple item. The primary reason was that he had contributed nothing during this dungeon run and felt unworthy to claim it. The effects of this equipment do not align with my demeanor. I shall withdraw. Lu Shihan's reasoning was quite sound. After all, as the campus belle, it would be rather inappropriate for her to suddenly transform into a brawny figure. Ultimately, only Hu Xiaoyi and Huang Kai remained. As mercenaries, this item held significant importance for them. Since my two classmates have chosen to forego it, I shall do the same. Lin Chuan, this equipment should belong to you. Before Lin Chuan could finish his sentence, Hu Xiaoyi interrupted him. In this dungeon run, Huang Kai and I did not contribute. This item can be considered as having dropped solely for you, thus it rightfully belongs to you. Without waiting for Lin Chuan to decline, she had already pressed the necklace into his hands. Moreover, thank you for guiding us through the dungeon. Lin Chuan, just accept it. We are well aware of our limitations and talent. This equipment would not significantly aid us. Besides, aren't you preparing for the college entrance examination soon? Having an extra piece of equipment would naturally enhance your strength. Huang Kai chimed in with encouragement. Upon hearing the mention of the entrance examination, Lin Chuan found it challenging to refuse any further. Then I shall accept it with gratitude. His goal was to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam. And a great achiever does not concern himself with trifles. Lin Chuan resolved that when the opportunity arose, he would certainly extend his assistance to Hu Xiaoyi and Huang Kai. However, those considerations could wait for the future. His foremost priority now was the entrance examination scheduled for tomorrow. After finishing the dungeon run, Lin Chuan and the others had no reason to linger. They needed to swiftly return to Donghai City and prepare wholeheartedly for the exam. Lin Chuan, I need to head home to purchase equipment and items. Would you care to join me? If the equipment isn't too expensive, I can assist you in acquiring it. Consider it an investment. Lu Shuhan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was evident she sought to draw Lin Chuan closer to her, and her intentions were quite transparent. Humph. I am off to inherit my father's insurance company. If you two have time, come check if the car's headlights are out. Luo Kuan scoffed and left, clearly irked by the burgeoning rapport between Lin Chuan and Lu Shuhan. Over the past few days, Lin Chuan and Lu Shuhan had grown quite close, developing a solid relationship. Yet, his masculine pride would not allow him to acquiesce. What merit is there in relying on a woman? One day, Lin Chuan would grow independently. Shuhan, I appreciate your kindness, but I intend to rely on my own abilities for the entrance examination. I wish to see how far I can progress solely through my own efforts. Rest assured, I have gathered quite a few materials these past few days, and I should be able to exchange them for a substantial amount of gold to acquire a full set of equipment. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's declaration, Lu Shuhan felt a tinge of disappointment but found it difficult to press further. Very well. I believe you will find a way to procure the equipment. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. Lu Shuhan and Luo Kuan, both affluent, arrived at the dungeon's base camp in a vehicle equipped with fully automated magical technology, impervious to the assaults of wild magical creatures. Naturally, the cost of such a vehicle was astronomical to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan found himself abandoned, forced to trek back to Donghai City on foot. Just as he departed from the instance camp, several pairs of eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated upon him. Ouyang Hai glared menacingly in the direction Lin Chuan had vanished. Zhao Guang, I implore you and your companions to lend your assistance in dealing with this little pest. Chapter 029, The Assassination of the Level 30 Assassin. Beside Ouyang Hai stood three enigmatic figures cloaked entirely in blue robes. These individuals never revealed their true identities. Even the use of probing skills could not unveil their authentic information. Only their azure attire signified their rank, for in accordance with the Assassin Association's classification system, blue denotes a master assassin of level 30. They were undoubtedly the elite among assassins. I pledge the promised reward will be delivered without reservation, Ouyang Hai declared. Zhao Guang, positioned at the forefront of the trio, boasted an impressive level of 34, making him the most formidable among them. A ruthless man, he had claimed the lives of no fewer than 50 practitioners, including those of level 37 who could not escape his relentless pursuit. Very well, very well. However, I find myself perplexed. This young man's level is certainly below 20. Has the Ouyang family fallen so low that you cannot handle someone of such insignificance on your own? High-level assassins possess an acute sensitivity to the strength of others, and Zhao Guang easily discerned Lin Chuan's inferior rank. Below level 20, he was deemed inconsequential. Ouyang Hai forced a couple of awkward chuckles. He dared not reveal the existence of the mysterious expert. Should he raise their suspicion, they would undoubtedly refuse to assist him. Thus, he concocted another excuse. Recently, Our Ouyang family has encountered some conflicts in this area. If we were to intervene, it would likely incite unnecessary complications. Zhao Guang nodded noncommittally. Assassins need not concern themselves with the motivations behind their employer's targets for assassination, as long as the employer does not deliberately conceal the target's strength from them. In that case, please wait here momentarily while we retrieve this young man's head and return immediately. As Ouyang Hai prepared to express his gratitude, the three figures transformed into wraiths of azure smoke, vanishing from sight. Little pest, today marks your demise. Even with the assistance of a mysterious expert, what can you do against three blue-robed assassins? I relish the thought of your terrified expression in your final moments. As Lin Chuan entered the forest, he swiftly summoned his deathly minions to clear the path of any obstructive monsters, hastening toward Donghai City. Regrettably, he lamented within, I have just reached level 19. If only I could level up once more. Level 20 represents a pivotal milestone in a practitioner's career, not only significantly enhancing their attributes compared to those in the lower teens, but also triggering a transformative mechanism, class advancement. Class advancement not only amplifies a practitioner's skills, but also unlocks potent new abilities, with the potential to awaken latent talents. It can be said that the distinction between pre- and post-advancement is akin to that of entirely different professions. Although Lin Chuan's current prowess eclipsed that of over 90 of his contemporaries, he harbored an insatiable thirst for strength. In this treacherous world, power reigns supreme. Suddenly, Lin Chuan sensed three intense auras swiftly approaching him. This aura did not emanate from mere strength, but bore the chilling essence of death. Given that both his profession and summoned creatures were entwined with death, he was acutely attuned to such ominous presences. The three individuals radiating this deathly aura were undoubtedly converging upon him. This was no coincidence. Those capable of exuding such a potent aura surely bore the stains of human blood upon their hands. Resolutely, Lin Chuan summoned the soul-collecting bullhead. Enveloping himself in a protective shield, he then released dozens of golden-grayed, deathly minions to stealthily blend into the forest. Finding a level area, he nonchalantly seated himself to rest, while summoning another soul-collecting bullhead to guard his side, prepared to cast an additional shield should an emergency arise. Suddenly, three figures materialized before Lin Chuan. You dare to brazenly wait here, young man? It seems you are aware that today is your day of reckoning. Lin Chuan's heart tightened. Indeed, these three were after him. What is the meaning of this, seniors? I am but a student, and do not recall having offended you in any way. If I have, I am willing to apologize. Such a polite youngster. Under normal circumstances, I might commend you, but alas, someone seeks your life. Blame yourself for provoking those you should not. Lin Chuan's gaze hardened. He realized he had been marked for a bounty. Enough with the pleasantries. Prepare to pay with your life. A frigid voice echoed from behind him. Unbeknownst to him, one of the three had vanished. As danger loomed, Lin Chuan's instincts flared. These individuals were formidable, at least level 30. What audacity! Backstab, one of the signature skills of the assassin class. It allows the user to teleport behind a target and launch a surprise attack, with a high probability of inflicting critical damage based on the attack location. While the names and forms of this skill vary among subclasses, the essence remains consistent. Die. In that split second, Lin Chuan could only desperately maneuver his body to evade the lethal strike aimed at his neck. The attack, originally intended for his nape, struck his shoulder instead. With a resounding crash, Lin Chuan was sent flying. Received attack from an unknown opponent, health 0, shield value 8976. The assault from a level 30 assassin was astonishingly potent. Lin Chuan's protective shield nearly shattered under the onslaught. Stop him. As he hurtled through the air, Lin Chuan commanded the soul-collecting bullhead to crash into the attacking assassin, interrupting his pursuit. At the same time, the golden-grayed, deathly minions, hidden within the forest, surged forth to confront the three assassins. Upon landing, Lin Chuan swiftly fled deeper into the forest, to have laid out summons in advance. Such cunning and composure are indeed rare. Were it not for my prior commitments, I would surely recommend you. However, Lin Chuan had scarcely taken a few steps when he sensed once more the chilling aura of death approaching him. The deathly minions had failed to restrain the assassin. We are blue-robed assassins of the Assassin Guild. Do you truly believe that mere numbers of summoned beasts can contain us? How naive. As he spoke, the assassin lunged toward Lin Chuan. Summon. In a moment of peril, Lin Chuan summoned 4 soul-collecting bullheads, surrounding himself with a protective barrier. Received attack from an unknown opponent. Soul-collecting bullhead, bronze grade, health 9132. Clearly, the adversary had employed a more advanced skill, resulting in significantly higher damage. Oh, more summoned beasts? To summon so many at once, and to withstand my attack without perishing. Truly impressive for a summoner below level 20. The assassin could not help but commend Lin Chuan. Yet, upon observing the health of the soul-collecting bullhead, disbelief spread across his face. All attributes were accurate, Lin Chuan's level was correct, and the damage report was also valid. However, why did the soul-reaping bull's health only drop by 10? Am I seeing things? The eyes of this assassin were certainly not deceived, for what he observed was indeed the truth. After reaching level 19, Lin Chuan's Soul Reaping Bull possessed an astonishing vitality of 9,000 points. The assassin had managed to inflict over 9,000 points of damage, precisely 10. Why are you both dawdling? Haven't you dispatched that brat yet? Zhao Guang suddenly shouted in agitation. Initially, he had drawn the attention of the Golden Tier Reaper's minion to provide his comrades with an opportunity to strike. However, upon witnessing Lin Chuan summon such a multitude of creatures, he assumed they were merely a horde of insignificant trash. Yet, after a brief encounter, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. Not only were his attacks ineffective against these summoned beings, but he had also inadvertently suffered a blow from the Golden Tier Reaper's minion, causing a third of his health to vanish in an instant, leaving him in a state of sheer panic. Chapter 030, Counterattack. The sudden turn of events threw Zhao Guang into disarray, further solidifying his resolve to eliminate Lin Chuan swiftly. Allowing Lin Chuan to escape today would not only tarnish his identity as a blue-robed assassin, but would also raise alarms of a potentially formidable power backing Lin Chuan. Given the talent he had displayed, if any word of this were to leak, they would face dire consequences. This Ouyang Hai has deceived me. Upon my return, you shall pay for your treachery. At this moment, Zhao Guang understood why Ouyang Hai had not intervened himself. He had likely already surmised the force behind Lin Chuan. This lad is peculiar. Do not hold back. Finish this quickly. Zhao Guang bellowed, immediately activating his skill, splitting into 3 figures, and charging out of the encirclement of the Reaper's minions from 3 distinct directions. Shadow Clone, a rather common talent skill among assassins, allowed him to manifest a clone every 10 levels, each inheriting 70 of his combat strength. Zhao Guang's assault was rapid. Lin Chuan had no time to shield himself, and the attack was upon him. Received an attack from an unknown opponent, health 5453, shield 2524. At this point, Lin Chuan's shield was completely shattered, and he began to lose health. Blood gushed from Lin Chuan's mouth as his body flew backward like a kite with a severed string. With a total health pool of barely around 7,000, that strike had nearly cost him his life. Flying Squirrel Triple Strike. Sensing the effectiveness of his assault, Zhao Guang pressed his advantage, unleashing a combo skill as his 3 clones relentlessly attacked Lin Chuan. Countless phantoms surrounded Lin Chuan. Unfortunately, these assaults bore no fruit. At a critical moment, a Soul Reaping Bull suddenly appeared at Lin Chuan's side, enveloping him in another shield. Though struck and appearing to be in dire straits, he was, in fact, unharmed, with only the shield nearly breached. Having evaded a fatal blow, Lin Chuan seized an opening and slipped away amidst the gaps in Zhao Guang's onslaught. When Zhao Guang attempted to pursue, he discovered himself fully surrounded by Golden Tier Reaper's minions. When did this happen? Zhao Guang exclaimed in shock. With his extensive combat experience at level 30, he was astounded that this mere student, only a few levels above, had summoned such a multitude of minions without his awareness. The sheer number of Lin Chuan's summoned creatures was staggering. Moreover, each one possessed outrageously high attributes. Assassins, lacking group attack skills before level 40, could only resort to single-target strikes when encircled, yet they were unable to dispatch even one of these Golden Tier Reaper's minions in a short period. After this pursuit, the battlefield had been divided into 3 segments, with the 3 assassins ensnared by Lin Chuan in separate locations. Wiping the blood from his lips, Lin Chuan's eyes blazed with vengeful fury. He had been severely beaten by these individuals earlier, were it not for the overwhelming number of his Soul Reaping Bulls. He might have truly met his demise. Now, it was time for his counterattack. Lin Chuan circled back to the first battlefield, where he confronted the assassin who had initially initiated the attack and was the first to engage the Reaper's minions. Now, under the assault of the Golden Tier Reaper's minions, he was beginning to show signs of defeat. Why are these summoned creatures so resilient? They simply cannot be killed. Come help me. Although the assassin was in a dire predicament, his level of 30 and the agility of his class still made him a formidable foe. The Golden Tier Reaper's minions would require considerable effort to wear him down. However, Lin Chuan had already returned to the vicinity, summoning 5 Bronze Tier Soul Reaping Horsemen. Attack! Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Lin Chuan commanded the 5 horsemen to launch a simultaneous assault. He unleashed the critical strike skill, Soul Reaping Strike. 5 chains glowing with crimson light descended upon the assassin. It's you. In the final moments of the attack, the assassin's eyes widened in disbelief upon recognizing Lin Chuan. You brought this upon yourselves. As the chains fell, Soul Reaping Horseman, Bronze Tier, used Soul Reaping Strike, dealing 2.07 million damage. Soul Reaping Horseman, Bronze Tier, used Soul Reaping Strike, dealing 2.07 million damage. 5 critical hits were unleashed. Regrettably, the assassin did not endure the full brunt of the assault. By the second strike, he had already perished on the spot. The damage overflowed. Alas, 3 critical strike skills were wasted. Lin Chuan clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction at the assassin's performance, lamenting that he had not received the full damage yield. The critical strike skill of the Soul Reaping Horseman required a full day of cooldown after each use. Overuse would undoubtedly affect Lin Chuan's forthcoming examinations. As the assassin fell, A bounty of belongings littered the ground. Lin Chuan had no time to examine them. He hastily gathered the spoils into his storage space before hastening to the next battlefield. For the second assassin, Lin Chuan employed the same strategy, commanding the Reaper's minions to intensify their assault, forcing the opponent into a defensive position. After drawing out the assassin's vulnerabilities, the soul-reaping horseman's chains ultimately descended upon him, claiming his life. The only difference this time was that Lin Chuan utilized the critical strike skill only twice, exemplifying his prudent nature. Naturally, the spoils from the second assassin were likewise collected by Lin Chuan. Next, he concentrated all of his summoned creatures, setting his sights on the strongest of the three assassins, Zhao Guang. After a brief engagement, Zhao Guang had gradually discerned the attack patterns of the Reaper's minions and was preparing to find an opportunity to break free and assist his comrades when he suddenly felt a surge of pressure. Upon regaining his senses, he realized that the number of summoned creatures surrounding him had nearly doubled. The immense defensive pressure swiftly jolted him back to reality. I can no longer hear their commotion. It's you, isn't it? Have you killed them? Zhao Guang exclaimed, startled. He was astonished to find that this student, barely in his teens, had managed to eliminate two 30-level blue-robed assassins. Since you have come to kill me, I trust you are prepared to face the consequences. Receiving an affirmative response, Zhao Guang's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Young brother, misunderstandings abound. We merely act at the behest of our employer. There exists no personal vendetta between us. You see, two of my companions have already perished at your hands. We have paid a steep price. You are unscathed. Why not let this matter rest? Release me, and I shall not pursue the deaths of my comrades. At this moment, Zhao Guang was too desperate to consider the ramifications. Hastily pleading for mercy from Lin Chuan, Lin Chuan scoffed coldly. Do you take me for a mere child of 3? To allow you to leave unscathed today would mean that I myself would be left to rot in the wilderness tomorrow. Words are futile. Let us engage in battle. As a contracted assassin, one inherently lived a life on the edge of a blade. The two parties had reached an irreconcilable impasse. How could Lin Chuan possibly allow him to depart so easily? The only blame lay with Zhao Guang for his inadequacy and strength. Soul-piercer arrow. Whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the chaos, Lin Chuan seized the opportunity and launched an assault upon Zhao Guang. The pitch-black arrows sliced through the air. Zhao Guang, undeniably the strongest among the trio, managed to evade Lin Chuan's attack even when cornered. Boy, do you think you can ambush me? You are a million years too early. Zhao Guang intended to mock, yet the pain radiating from his thigh instilled an ominous premonition within him. There, upon his thigh, a dark soul-piercer arrow was embedded. While the damage from the soul-piercer arrow was not particularly high, one must not forget its accompanying 1-second stun effect. Zhao Guang felt his mind falter. As if he were submerged in an ocean of death, he was ensnared by the grasp of the Grim Reaper. Chapter 031, Spoils of War. Zhao Guang distinctly recalled dodging Lin Chuan's strike, yet how had the soul-piercer arrow found its mark on his thigh? Indeed, it was due to the mage's staff, which allowed for an additional usage of a skill dealing 50 damage. Two skills were not so easily evaded. Zhao Guang had completely underestimated Lin Chuan's capabilities. Soul-piercer strike. Recognizing the fortuitous opportunity, Lin Chuan was not one to let it slip away. The soul-piercer's horse-headed chains glowed crimson as they surged toward Zhao Guang's visage. The immobilized assassin, akin to a toothless tiger, posed no threat whatsoever. Boom. Following a resounding crash, a deep crater formed in the ground. Zhao Guang lay in the pit, utterly disheveled and on the brink of death. Speak. Who employed you to kill me? Lin Chuan stood at a distance, flanked by two soul-piercer bull-headed guardians. Refusing to draw closer, Zhao Guang let out a bitter laugh, never expecting that even with such a significant advantage, Lin Chuan would still refrain from taking risks. You, a high-level assassin, ought to know better than to risk your life in such a manner. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? As you mentioned, we harbor no enmity. Perhaps I might allow you to leave. Allow me to leave? Do you think I am a child? I will not disclose my employer's information. Then you shall meet your end. Lin Chuan replied coldly, directly commanding the soul-piercer bull-headed guardians to attack, with the opponent unwilling to divulge information. Prolonging the encounter served no purpose. Time was not to be wasted. Moreover, he had long harbored suspicions regarding the mastermind behind this plot. I shall personally pay a visit to the Ouyang family in Xiaqing. Zhao Guang, taken aback by Lin Chuan's decisiveness, was further startled when Lin Chuan mentioned the Ouyang family. Despite Zhao Guang's extensive life experience, his expression involuntarily shifted. It was this very change that solidified Lin Chuan's conviction that the Ouyang family was indeed the shadowy figure orchestrating the assassination. Boy, do you truly believe that killing me will resolve everything? The members of the Assassin's Guild are not so easily dispatched. Zhao Guang shouted in desperation. Secret art, soul imprint. Suddenly, an eerie aura emanated from Zhao Guang, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. A gray soul energy abruptly detached from him, as if it were siphoning his very essence. The moment this soul emerged, it instinctively identified Lin Chuan's concealed position and hurtled toward him with terrifying velocity. Boom. The attack from the soul-piercer bull-headed guardian struck. obliterating Zhao Guang's body on the spot. Simultaneously, Lin Chuan was also struck by the gray energy. The energy surged into Lin Chuan's mind, yet no extraordinary phenomena occurred. Upon inspecting his body, he found himself largely unscathed, save for a new status information displayed in his status bar. Secret art, soul imprint, inactive. Effect, contains certain information left by the caster, which can be interpreted by those proficient in this art. He had been marked. Lin Chuan, realizing the implications, understood that this mark signified one thing. It would reveal to others that he was the murderer of Zhao Guang. Should this mark remain on him, encountering members of the Assassin's Guild would inevitably result in a manhunt against him. Lin Chuan attempted to erase the soul imprint, only to be informed that his level was insufficient. Upon checking the level requirement of this status, he discovered it was a staggering 34. It appeared he would have to wait until his own level exceeded 34 before he could remove this mark. Lin Chuan silently shook his head, vowing to exercise greater caution in his future endeavors, ensuring that this soul imprint remained concealed from prying eyes. It was unwise to linger in this place. He would return to Donghai City post-haste. Lin Chuan collected the items Zhao Guang had dropped, then hastened back to Donghai City. After a relentless journey, he finally entered the city by noon. Here, at last, Lin Chuan felt a semblance of safety. Having navigated the goblin lair for a week and acquired the spoils of 3 level 30 assassins, Lin Chuan now possessed a modest fortune, freeing him from the constraints of his previous frugality. He promptly hailed a taxi for a direct ride to his residence. The city gates of Donghai were a 50-minute drive from Lin Chuan's home, providing him ample time to sort through the spoils of this battle. After several minutes, Lin Chuan organized his acquisitions. It was undeniable that the treasures held by these level 30 elites were extraordinary, vastly superior to those he had encountered when ambushed by the level 19 archer in the forest. The value of their combined belongings, which included over 17 pieces of rare equipment ranging from levels 20 to 30, alongside various potions and precious items, amounted to over 1 million in gold. While Lin Chuan had narrowly escaped an assassination, he had inadvertently enriched himself. Yet, he was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. Not only had he summoned all 190 of his summoned creatures, but he had also utilized the majority of his active skills, leaving many of his summons severely weakened. Had his assailants possessed area of effect skills, Lin Chuan might have faced dire consequences. Alas, this world does not entertain the notion of what if. These few frenzied scrolls are quite remarkable. I shall retain them for now, and these pieces of purple gear may prove useful in the future. Lin Chuan decided to keep some equipment and consumables, while preparing to convert the remainder into gold to procure necessary items. Although professionals wield immense power, their training comes at a steep price, with countless expenses to consider. At this moment, Lin Chuan discovered a golden scroll among his possessions, clearly a treasure of no ordinary caliber. He proceeded to examine its details. Upgrade scroll, level 130. Effect, increases level by 1 upon use. The effect is both straightforward and striking. Lin Chuan inhaled sharply, his breath quickening with excitement. Such wondrous items still existed in this world. With this artifact in hand, Lin Chuan could elevate his level to 20. Admittedly, the greatest benefits from this item would be realized when used at levels 29 or 30, as the experience required for each subsequent level escalates exponentially. However, Lin Chuan found himself at a pivotal juncture in life, the college entrance examination. Moreover, he was poised at the threshold of level 20, where a job change could take place. Using this item now would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan infused the upgrade scroll with his spiritual energy and activated it. A golden light surged into Lin Chuan's body, and he felt an unprecedented surge of vitality, a sensation of unparalleled exhilaration coursing through him. Moments later, the radiant glow of the upgrade enveloped him. Lin Chuan had leveled up. He was now at level 20, ready for a job change. Elation surged within him, and the shadow cast by Zhao Guang's soul imprint began to dissipate. Master, turn back. We are heading to the Job Change Temple. Chapter 032, The Job Change Temple. The Job Change Temple serves as the sacred venue for practitioners undergoing a transition in their professions. Any individual wishing to change jobs must rely upon the temple's power to complete the process. If the marketplace represents the economic lifeblood of this world, then the Job Change Temple undoubtedly governs the mid-tier strength of practitioners. This temple is intrinsically linked to the organization responsible for awakening professions. Compared to the awakening process, the Job Change Temple holds greater significance, as it enables ordinary practitioners to undergo a qualitative transformation. To preside over a profession awakening, one merely needs to reach level 30. Conversely, to facilitate a job change, a practitioner must attain at least level 40. The disparity in strength between level 30 and level 40 is not to be underestimated. The only distinction lies in the fact that, lacking commercial attributes, the surrounding area is not bustling, and the flow of practitioners is sparse. Inside the expansive job change temple, only a handful of individuals were present to partake in the job change ceremony. The Job Change Temple is an awe-inspiring edifice, appearing grandiose from the outside. Though it consists of a single story, its height exceeds 50 meters. It is said that within this temple grows a magnificent plant known as the Tree of Life. This Tree of Life is formed from the condensed essence of the Goddess of Life's blood, capable of awakening the latent powers within humanity. It is precisely for this reason that humans can successfully undergo job changes. Upon entering the temple, Lin Chuan stated his intent. "Hello, I would like to apply for the job change ceremony." The staff member glanced at Lin Chuan and noticed he was but a child. "Young one, you must be at least level 20 to apply for a job change. If you wish to change jobs, I suggest you focus on leveling up. We look forward to the day you can change jobs." Observing Lin Chuan's youthful visage, adorned in the uniform of Donghai City's premier high school, the staff quickly surmised that he had only recently awakened his profession. Throughout the temple's history, there have certainly been prodigious talents. Yet none have achieved the threshold of level 20 for a job change in merely 1 week. "I am already level 20. Lin Chuan displayed his level information to the staff member. "Youngster, if you continue to jest, I shall have to call security to escort you out." "Are you truly level 20? The staff member exclaimed, startled. Initially, he thought Lin Chuan was merely attempting to play a prank. However, upon verifying Lin Chuan's level, he immediately grew excited. Reaching level 20 in just 1 week is an astonishing display of talent. Such an occurrence has never been recorded in the annals of the Job Change Temple's history. He was on the verge of witnessing history. If he were to personally assist Lin Chuan in completing the job change ceremony, he could proudly claim participation in a historical event. Lin Chuan, I apologize for my earlier skepticism. Let me now register your professional information. Lin Chuan, age 17, profession, necromancer. This profession is not in our database. It must be a new class, correct? It should be. The emergence of mythic-level professions is exceedingly rare, and nearly every mythic-level profession that arises is a unique one. Oh, that is fine. I will simply record it. Having learned of Lin Chuan's level, the staff's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming exceedingly cordial. Following the completion of the necessary formalities, Lin Chuan paid the 500,000 gold fee for the job change and was escorted to the designated area. For the vast majority of novice practitioners, a fee of 500,000 gold is an astronomical sum. However, Lin Chuan was different, having previously defeated 3 blue-robed assassins. He had amassed over 1 million gold coins from their spoils, making the 500,000 gold fee quite manageable. The job change ceremony took place in a colossal chamber, resembling a grand palace. Before Lin Chuan stood a gigantic tree, its branches lush and towering, reaching the apex of the temple. This was the Tree of Life. Soon, he would undergo his job change. Lin Chuan had not anticipated that the temple's impressive height was designed to complement the stature of the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life has the ability to unlock the energies dormant within you, and the duration of the job change process varies according to the intensity of one's life energy. The quickest transitions can be completed in half a minute, while the slowest may take several hours. What is the longest recorded duration for a job change? Lin Chuan inquired curiously. Currently, the longest job change was that of the mighty Li Qingyuan, who originally held a mythic-level profession. It took him a total of 10 hours. 10 hours. The longer the job change duration, the higher the strength of the resulting profession. The average job change time hovers around 30 minutes. The fact that Li Qingyuan required 10 hours for his job change left Lin Chuan in awe of the extent of his power. Now, please stand before the Tree of Life. I will activate the magical array. Lin Chuan complied and positioned himself on the platform. As the staff member infused the array with spiritual energy, a pure energy began to swirl upwards from the array, ascending towards the Tree of Life. Subsequently, the Tree of Life emanated a rich aura of vitality, and a beam of white energy descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Chuan's form. The job change ceremony officially commenced. Lin Chuan felt as though he had entered a wondrous state, his body and soul merging seamlessly with the world around him. His perceptions of the environment grew ethereal and indistinct. Given his youth, it could be expected that fully awakening the energies within his body would require at least 4 hours. During the job change ceremony, the presiding staff must continuously inject spiritual energy into the process. Moreover, as time progresses, the demand for spiritual energy increases. When Li Qingyuan underwent his job change, the temple enlisted the assistance of more than 10 staff members, including many high-level practitioners above level 50. 4 hours was already the maximum capacity for this particular staff member. However, half an hour passed, and Lin Chuan remained motionless. 2 hours elapsed, and Lin Chuan's demeanor was as calm as still water. 4 hours passed, and Lin Chuan still stood in place. At this juncture, the staff member was drenched in sweat, having reached the limits of his spiritual energy output, and was on the verge of collapse. Observing the condition of this young man, it appears that he may not be able to complete his vocation awakening anytime soon. This won't do. I can barely hold on any longer. Summon reinforcements. The staff made a swift decision and immediately called upon 3 or 4 colleagues on duty. Is this the young man here for the job transfer? He seems quite ordinary. The arriving staff glanced at Lin Chuan, who was in the midst of the ceremony, and noted his youth with skepticism. They were surprised that someone so young was taking a little longer than expected for the awakening. However, They were unaware that this seemingly mediocre young individual would herald the beginning of their nightmares. Allow me to take over. You should rest for a while. With the addition of support, the initial staff member could finally take a breather. The first 4 hours were undoubtedly the easiest. After that, the demand for spiritual energy would only escalate. The subsequent individuals could only endure for a maximum of 30 minutes before needing to be replaced. In the blink of an eye, many staff members had already stepped up and been swapped out, with waves of reinforcements arriving. In an instant, the entire job transfer temple in Donghai City became a hive of activity. Chapter 033. Successful Job Transfer, Spectre Summoner. This fellow has persevered for 9.5 hours. He's on the verge of breaking the 10-hour record set by Senior Lin Chuan. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the time had reached 10 hours. Lin Chuan remained motionless beneath the Tree of Life. Another 2 hours passed, half a day in total. The number of staff members coming to assist had surged to over 20. The news spread rapidly, causing a stir among everyone in the transfer temple. Hey, have you heard? We've got someone extraordinary at the temple. The job transfer ceremony has lasted a staggering 12 hours. Good heavens, he must be a deity. How can anyone endure a job transfer ceremony for 12 hours? I recall the current record is 10 hours, right? They had to deploy over 10 staff members for that one, and they all ended up exhausted. It was said that, thus far, this individual had worn out over 20 personnel, and several seasoned veterans at level 50 could not withstand the strain. They were now desperately seeking help from level 60 and even 70 veterans. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Someone possesses such monstrous talent. It seems that Longhua Kingdom is on the verge of producing another genius comparable to Lin Chuan. As time reached the 15th hour, the scene of the job transfer ceremony had descended into chaos. Countless professionals sat sprawled on the ground, drained of spiritual energy. As the ceremony progressed, the Tree of Life began to autonomously siphon the energy from the staff, creating an atmosphere of impending collapse within the temple. Yet Lin Chuan, situated at the very center of the transfer array, showed no signs of completing his job transfer. Have we not yet found a senior to assist? At that moment, presiding over the ceremony was the temple master, a formidable figure at level 59, the strongest in the temple. Anxiety clouded his expression. The Tree of Life drawing energy from the professionals posed a serious risk. Without the arrival of a powerful ally, not only would Lin Chuan be in peril, but the entire transfer temple might face ruin. As the master of the temple, he felt he could not endure much longer. Report to the master. A senior is willing to lend assistance. Just then, a staff member rushed in, clearly flustered. Behind him stood a man exuding an aura of lethal intent. The man wore a mask, obscuring his true visage. He cast a glance at Lin Chuan, who was in the midst of his transfer. Is this the prodigy my master has taken an interest in? He indeed possesses some strength. It's a pity he is a summoner, the middle-aged man murmured to himself, swiftly moving to stand before the transfer array. What incredible speed! When did Donghai City see the emergence of such a powerful individual? This person must be at least level 70, the temple master thought in astonishment. With the middle-aged man presiding over the ceremony, the pressure on him suddenly diminished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Do not be complacent. Focus on recovering your energy. I do not know if I can last until the transfer is complete. The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. His name was Lu Zio, boasting an impressive level of 76, making him a highly valuable legendary class professional. He had studied under Lin Chuan, the foremost expert of Longhua Kingdom, and had come to Donghai City on a mission to investigate the individual who recently shattered the record for the novice dungeon. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon Lin Chuan's job transfer, which had caused such a tremendous stir. As day turned to night, the passage of time went unnoticed. Before long, the clock struck the second day. 20 hours had elapsed, exceeding the record set by Senior Lin Chuan by a factor of 2. At this point, Lin Chuan finally exhibited some signs of activity. The job transfer ceremony was nearing its conclusion. The white light descending from the Tree of Life gradually dimmed, and the vitality emanating from it became exceedingly sparse. Lu Zio appeared utterly exhausted, having expended most of his precious potions to oversee this job transfer. Even so, he still looked quite disheveled. The last time he experienced such a sensation was over a decade ago. Look, the Tree of Life is beginning to wither. With this exclamation, people finally noticed that the once thriving Tree of Life had lost a considerable number of its leaves. While the Tree of Life in Donghai City was not its true form, it still contained energies that ordinary professionals could not easily disrupt. Yet today, it began to wilt. This indicated that the current job transfer was indeed taxing the Tree of Life to an immense degree. Who on earth is this Lin Chuan? Oblivious to the happenings outside, Lin Chuan felt as though he had merely dozed off for a moment. Then, the job transfer ceremony concluded. Congratulations on your successful job transfer. You may now use the beginner skill learning scroll to acquire new skills. Successful transfer? Lin Chuan's heart swelled with joy. He quickly checked his attributes. Name, Lin Chuan. Profession, Spectre Summoner. Level, 20, 13, 17. Strength, 820. Constitution, 815. Agility, 810. Mental power, 895. Necromantic space, 190,200. Equipment, NA. Talent, Death Domain, Breath of Souls. Death Domain increases summoned creatures' attributes by 20 times. Breath of Souls detects the presence of all living beings within a 100-meter radius, undetectable by them. Skills: Grim Reaper's Servant, Soul Reaper, Soul Reaping Arrow, Corpse Explosion. Soul Reaping Arrow launches a soul attack on the target, inflicting 2,000 mental damage and causing 1 second of dizziness. Cost: 100 mental power. Corpse Explosion inflicts a poison state on the target when attacking. Upon the target's death, it deals 200 damage to nearby entities based on the target's life force. Cost: 200 mental power. The job transfer indeed brought about significant enhancements. After the transfer, the attributes of summoned beasts had surged to an astonishing 20-fold increase. Moreover, the damage coefficient of Soul Reaping Arrow had also seen a substantial boost. Not only that, but Lin Chuan had also acquired a new talent and skill. The Breath of Souls allowed him to sense the presence of all living beings within a 100-meter radius. Henceforth, he would no longer find himself so passively vulnerable in the face of assassination attempts. The Soul Explosion of the Undead, a semi-area skill, compensates for yet another shortcoming of Lin Chuan. Moreover, targets that fall victim to the Soul Explosion are capable of triggering this effect, making it a chain skill of sorts. If one were to highlight the sole disadvantage post-class change, it would be the substantial increase in mana consumption. Now, a mere flick of the wrist could expend hundreds of points of mental energy. However, in the face of the absolute enhancement of his power, such a minor drawback is hardly intolerable. He decided to utilize the basic skill learning scrolls to see what formidable skills he could unlock. Within Lin Chuan's storage space, he possessed 2 basic skill learning scrolls, spoils from the previous day's battle. Just as he prepared to use them, he suddenly noticed the emergence of a monster's information. Tree of Life, Rare Species. Level 100. Strength, Constitution, Agility, Mental Power. Immortal Life, possesses eternal life energy. Life Activation, stimulates the target's life energy to gain greater power. Life Absorption, absorbs the world's power as nourishment. Lin Chuan looked up, and to his horror, he realized that the source of this monster's information was indeed the Tree of Life. Chapter 034, The Missed Examination for Class Change. The Tree of Life is, astonishingly, a monster. Lin Chuan gasped in his heart. He never imagined that this Tree of Life, which could unlock human potential and assist in class changes, was, in fact, a monster. It is well known that the relationship between humans and monsters has reached an absolutely irreconcilable state. After thousands of years of enduring hardships, humanity managed to establish the present society and civilization amidst the slaughter by monsters. Should the identity of the Tree of Life as a monster be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil throughout the world. The faith of humanity might also collapse as a result. No, this secret must not be disclosed to anyone. Lin Chuan resolutely vowed in his heart that he would ensure the confidentiality of this secret. Alas, this was merely his wishful thinking. The only reason Lin Chuan could see the information about the Tree of Life was due to the effect of the breath of the undead. This skill manifested to aid Lin Chuan in evading enemy interference. Suddenly, Lin Chuan felt a surge of restlessness within him. Instantly, the summoned creatures within the necromantic space sensed the presence of a powerful being and, against his will, rushed out eagerly. The summoned creatures, their eyes glowing red, fixated on the Tree of Life, poised to launch an attack at any moment. In this world, any aggression directed at a monster would cause the target to bleed. Once the Tree of Life bled, its true identity would be laid bare before all. Stop! Stand down! Lin Chuan bellowed. His clothes billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, and a regal pressure radiated from him. Under the weight of his formidable reprimand, the summoned creatures finally calmed, their formerly crimson eyes cooling to indifference. Regaining control over the summoned beings, Lin Chuan withdrew them back into the necromantic space. He exhaled deeply, unbeknownst to the world. He had averted a potential crisis. Once more, he cast a glance at the Tree of Life, confirming that the monster's information remained intact. Young man, congratulations. You have made history at the Class Change Temple. The jovial master of the Class Change Temple approached Lin Chuan with a beaming smile. May I ask who you are? Oh, forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Yu Changchun, the master of the Class Change Temple in Donghai City. Master Yu. Lin Chuan respectfully returned the greeting. Do you realize how long your class change took? A full 20 hours. Setting the record for the longest duration in the entire history of the Class Change Temple. All the staff at our branch were left incapacitated by your performance. Once I relay this news back to the main temple, our branch in Donghai City will undoubtedly soar to new heights. Yu Changchun beamed with joy, overwhelmed at the discovery of such a once-in-a-millennium talent like Lin Chuan in his branch. Congratulations to you too, master. Lin Chuan chuckled awkwardly, pondering why so many individuals were sprawled out around him. It turned out they had exhausted themselves assisting with his class change. Also, I must express my gratitude to you, Master Yu, and all the esteemed seniors for your invaluable support. In truth, you should be most grateful to this senior. Yu Changchun gestured to Lu Ziyou beside him. Had it not been for this senior's intervention, your class change might have been in jeopardy. Only then did Lin Chuan notice Lu Ziyou, who, despite appearing fatigued, emanated an aura of undeniable authority. He was imbued with a deadly aura that harmonized perfectly with his surroundings. This man had undoubtedly faced the trials of the battlefield. Lin Chuan's instincts told him that Lu Zio was far from ordinary, and he sensed a familiar aura of death emanating from him. Unlike the three assassins who had attempted to take his life, the deathly aura surrounding Lu Zio bore no hostility toward Lin Chuan. It was an attitude that dismissed all forms of life. Junior Lin Chuan pays his respects to the senior and expresses his gratitude for your immense assistance. No need for formality. We are all fellow disciples. No need for courtesy, Lu Zio replied calmly. Lin Chuan was utterly perplexed by this statement. Fellow disciples? Lu Zio appraised Lin Chuan with a discerning eye. You possess considerable talent, a stable temperament, and, most importantly, you have blood on your hands. The Assassin Guild, interesting. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's hair stood on end. How could Lu Zio deduce his lethal history merely by glancing at him? Was he a member of the Assassin Guild? Had he been exposed? Junior need not be alarmed. I have spent years on the battlefield. I can discern whether a person has taken lives with a single glance. Furthermore, you need not worry. As long as your enemies do not place a bounty on your head, the Longhua Kingdom will not interfere in the grievances between adventurers. With Lu Zio's explanation, Lin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It made sense. Incidents of murder and looting frequently occurred in public dungeons. And if the Longhua Kingdom were to intervene, they would be overwhelmed. Are you a summoner? Indeed, senior. Lu Zio nodded. It is advantageous for summoners to be able to summon numerous creatures. However, the true value lies in their precision rather than their quantity. Historically, the most renowned summoners had barely 20 summons by level 80. Yet even with just these 20 creatures, they could rival a formidable army. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Lin Chuan understood that Lu Zio intended for him to develop a unique combat system centered around his summoned creatures. While having numerous summons was beneficial, the more creatures one controlled, the greater the personal toll. Focusing on nurturing a select few summons was indeed a growth path worth considering. Indeed, Lu Zio nodded in approval. To awaken your class just a week ago and achieve such remarkable results while maintaining composure is truly commendable. Lin Chuan suddenly recalled a grave issue. Master Yu, did you just say my class change took 20 hours? Correct, a full 20 hours. 20 hours. The examination. Lin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. During the class change, he believed only a few minutes had passed. Yet in reality, 20 hours had elapsed in the real world. What time is it now? Lin Chuan turned to the clock on the wall. At 9:50 a.m., the professional examination for the vocational candidates was scheduled to commence at 10 o'clock a.m., leaving a mere 10 minutes until the start. It was over. Lin Chuan had hastily transitioned his profession the previous day solely for the purpose of taking this examination, under the impression that he would complete the process in just a few hours. However, unexpected complications arose, causing him to squander an entire day and ultimately miss the crucial test. Missing this examination meant he would not gain admission to the esteemed Qinglong Academy. Without entry into Qinglong Academy, he could not join an advanced guild. Without access to a high-level guild, he would be deprived of rare resources, and without resources, advancement would be futile. It was all over, utterly hopeless. Lin Chuan felt a surge of despair overwhelming him. Fear not, he was reassured. As long as you arrive within half an hour of the exam's commencement, you will still be allowed entry. I will arrange for someone to escort you. Considering your recent transition at the Temple of Profession, they should grant you a few extra minutes. Thank you, Deputy Master Yu. I promise that I will not hesitate to assist the Temple of Profession in any capacity in the future. Lin Chuan expressed his gratitude, and then, under the guidance of the temple's staff, he hurriedly made his way to the examination venue. Chapter 035. Those who disregard time are worthless. At the examination venue, candidates had already entered the hall half an hour prior, leaving only teachers and parents from various schools to escort the students. Su Qiu paced anxiously, her face betraying her concern. This Lin Chuan, usually so dependable, how could he falter at such a critical moment? Zhou Qing, have you found him yet? Not yet. I have mobilized the entire faculty to search all the places Lin Chuan frequents, but we have yet to spot him. Could something have happened to him? Su Qiu pondered, recalling recent reports of dangers near the Goblin Nest dungeon, where practitioners and mercenaries had often met grim fates. Principal, do not worry. With Lin Chuan's current strength, he should be capable of self-preservation. I suspect he may have been delayed by unforeseen circumstances, Lu Shuhan interjected, remaining outside the hall to offer comfort to Su Qiu. If he is indeed delayed, he should at least send me a message to reassure me, right? Never mind. Shuhan, the exam is about to begin. You should head inside. Principal, please do not worry too much. I am confident that Lin Chuan will arrive. After all, his greatest dream is to gain admission to Qinglong Academy. With only a few minutes remaining until the examination, Lu Shuhan reluctantly entered the hall. Upon her arrival, she found the room teeming with candidates, all newly awakened practitioners from across Donghai City. Shuhan, has Lin Chuan not arrived yet? Luo Kuan exclaimed, spotting her amidst the crowd and rushing over. After being ridiculed by her and Lin Chuan for wearing a meat suit last time, Luo Kuan had promptly invested heavily in acquiring a set of damage-dealing equipment, boasting a rare level 15 set, complete with a legendary orange weapon. Lu Shihan coldly replied, "Is it appropriate to address me as Shihan? Are we so familiar? Are you pleased that Lin Chuan cannot participate in the examination? You? Having just reached level 15, do you truly believe you can challenge Lin Chuan? Dream on." Lu Shihan vehemently retorted, firing back with a barrage of insults. She herself was perplexed by her own irritation, feeling a tumult of emotions. The moment she laid eyes on Luo Kuan's gloating expression, her frustration boiled over as she fervently sought to defend Lin Chuan. By the end of her tirade, her face was flushed. Unable to discern whether it was anger or embarrassment, Luo Kuan quickly raised his hands in surrender. "I was only joking. I genuinely worry about Lin Chuan. Your jokes are utterly tasteless." Lu Shihan decisively shot back, leaving Luo Kuan feeling quite embarrassed. He had not anticipated that the campus belle would so fervently defend Lin Chuan. Just as the two were bickering, a resonant voice resonated through the hall. The examiner had arrived. Cough ahem. "Attention, students. I am Meng Xing, the chief examiner for this year's Donghai City examination. I hereby announce the commencement of the 233rd vocational examination of Longhua Nation. Now, I will outline the regulations." With Meng Xing's declaration, the vocational examination officially began. The examination was divided into 3 segments, each with a 1-hour time limit. Candidates would earn points based on their performance, with a total of 50,000 points available for each segment, culminating in a maximum of 150,000 points. Exceptional performances might even earn candidates additional bonus points at the discretion of the examiners. I will now transport you to an independent space. Please prepare earnestly for the examination. As Meng Xing led the examiners in activating the teleportation arrays within the exam hall, subtle spatial fluctuations enveloped the candidates' feet before they were whisked away to their respective testing arenas. Half a minute later, all candidates had been successfully transported. Meng Xing glanced at the time and casually inquired, "Are there any candidates who have yet to check in?" A staff member consulted the roster and reported that one candidate had not entered the examination hall. Upon hearing this, Meng Xing's expression darkened, filled with displeasure. As a practitioner, how could one be tardy for such a significant event? Strike his name from the list and mark it as absent, canceling his examination eligibility. But Chief, that does not align with the regulations. Candidates are permitted to be late by half an hour. Those who disregard time are worthless, even if they are practitioners. Meng Xing retorted, seizing the roster from the staff member and exercising his authority to mark Lin Chuan's name as absent. Time is running short. You may proceed to oversee the examination. Meng Xing, previously affiliated with a mobile unit of Longhua Nation, had developed a profound disdain for tardiness following a disastrous mission where a teammate's mistake resulted in significant losses. The 233rd vocational examination of Longhua Nation proceeded quietly, save for Lin Chuan. Half an hour later, at 10:26 a.m., guided by the staff of the Temple of Profession, Lin Chuan arrived at the examination venue in a specially authorized vehicle. "That child, is that Lin Chuan?" Su Qiu immediately spotted him and dashed forward. With no time to chastise him for his tardiness, she grabbed his arm and urged him toward the examination hall. Only 3 minutes left until the entry deadline. Hurry. However, security personnel blocked Lin Chuan's path. "This is a secure examination area. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." Su Qiu hastily explained, "This student is here to take the examination. He is just a bit late. Here is his admission ticket." Lin Chuan presented his ticket. The 2 security guards exchanged glances. Half an hour prior, they had received instructions stating that all candidates had entered the venue, and they were to close the entrance to prevent any further entries. Clearly, as competent security personnel, they were not inclined to heed Su Qiu's explanation. "Orders have come down from above. No one is allowed entry. If he is truly a late candidate, we would have been notified. But, sir, he really is a candidate. Here is his admission ticket. Please take a look." Su Qiu attempted to clarify further, but the security personnel shot her a menacing glare. "I do not care who you are. Orders have been issued from above. Do you dare to force your way in? If you continue to cause a scene, do not blame us for being unyielding." Both guards exuded an aura of authority, revealing themselves to be level 40 practitioners. Such a high-caliber professional serving as a security personnel certainly indicates that the college entrance examination is of exceptional grandeur. How can you be so indiscriminate? The candidate has clearly not missed the final entry time. Why deny him entry? At this moment, the teachers from Donghai No. 1 high school gathered around to voice their support for Lin Chuan. It would be absurd to allow Lin Chuan's examination qualifications to be revoked, especially when they only have 3 exceptionally gifted students this year. Moreover, they are justified, as the final entry time has not yet passed. The commotion outside caught the attention of the chief examiner, Meng Xing, who strode out with an air of indifference. "I am the chief examiner for the college entrance examination in Donghai City. It is I who have revoked his entry qualifications. Do you have any objections? Those who do not adhere to the schedule should not participate in the entrance examination for professionals." Meng Xing cast a dismissive glance at everyone present, displaying no trepidation. Within the examination hall, The chief examiner wields immense authority. Director Meng, look, it hasn't even been half an hour. Why? He was late. Those who fail to comply with the schedule are worthless. That's all there is to it. With such a simplistic rationale, Lin Chuan's examination qualifications were rescinded. What utter nonsense. Su Qiu, who had watched Lin Chuan grow up, felt a surge of indignation. As the principal, he had his responsibilities, and despite his inner fury, he had to swallow his anger. Yet, he felt like a father to Lin Chuan. For the sake of his child, he could not stand idly by and watch Lin Chuan's future be shattered. Director Meng, do not overstep your bounds. If you arbitrarily cancel my students' examination qualifications without following proper procedures, I shall demand an explanation. Su Qiu's presence intensified, exuding a formidable aura. He was indeed a level 73 professional. Meng Xing was inwardly taken aback. He himself was only at level 65. And this principal from a remote city possessed such high rank. Yet, he could not allow his demeanor to falter. What if I were to agree with his decision? At that moment, a cool voice interjected from nearby, as a figure swiftly positioned themselves beside Meng Xing. And what do you intend to do? It was the inspector. Greetings. Inspector Song. Upon seeing this individual, Meng Xing's demeanor instantly shifted to one of deference. The newcomer was named Song Wan, the inspector overseeing the college entrance examination in Donghai City. The inspector's role is to supervise all matters pertaining to the examination, making him the one with the highest authority. Once he speaks, Lin Chuan's disqualification would be a foregone conclusion. Inspector Song. This, even if Su Qiu had a higher level, should he offend Song Wan, Lin Chuan's future would be irrevocably harmed. Su Qiu had initially hoped the inspector would act justly, yet the outcome was far from that. As Director Meng stated, those who do not adhere to time are all worthless. I utterly despise those who fail to keep to their schedules. All who disregard time deserve to perish. Upon hearing this, Su Qiu felt a chill wash over him. Even if he were to report this matter to the Dragon Hua Kingdom, he would undoubtedly win. However, by then, the examination time would have long passed, and Lin Chuan would never have the opportunity to enter the Qinglong Academy. Even if he managed to bring down Meng Xing and Song Wan, it would be of no avail. Regardless of the eventual outcome, Lin Chuan would still miss the college entrance examination. Sigh. Su Qiu let out a heavy sigh, feeling helpless. Principal, do not despair. If the east does not shine, the west may yet illuminate. Perhaps I could become a mercenary and fare well in the future. Lin Chuan attempted to console him. Su Qiu had already done his utmost today. If not for a minor accident during his own career transition, things would not have reached this point. Lin Chuan sighed inwardly, gradually accepting the reality. If there is no place for me here, there will be another place for me. Worst case, I shall become a mercenary. Based on his experiences over the past week, being a mercenary did not seem so bad. The work was relatively easy, and he had garnered significant rewards. A modest life might not be worse than attending university. It appeared his decision to come along had not been in vain. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind Lin Chuan. He turned to see a familiar middle-aged man, Lu Zio. Whoosh. Lu Zio's arm trembled slightly, and a dark shadow shot towards Song Wan. An ambush? A trivial trick. The object was not fast. Song Wan merely intercepted it with ease. However, what flew towards Song Wan was not an ordinary concealed weapon, but an ancient command token, intricately carved with dragon patterns, with dragon energy swirling within, faintly emitting a resonating dragon roar. Upon recognizing the item, Song Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. This is Dragon Pattern Jade. Dragon Pattern Jade is said to be an identity token of a secret unit within the Dragon Hua Kingdom, directly under the Emperor. Each member possesses a piece of Dragon Pattern Jade, symbolizing their identity, bestowing upon them extraordinary authority. Encountering Dragon Pattern Jade is akin to the Emperor's personal presence. The name of this clandestine unit is the Hidden Dragon Guard. All information regarding the Hidden Dragon Guard is classified as the highest secret of the Dragon Hua Kingdom, including their numbers, ranks, and appearances. Song Wan could hardly believe he had encountered a member of the Hidden Dragon Guard in such a remote location. Greetings. Before Song Wan could finish, Lu Zio communicated telepathically, my identity is special. I prefer to avoid unnecessary attention. Understood. I apologize for my lack of recognition and any unintended offense. Song Wan responded. Lu Zio remained silent, glancing at Lin Chuan before subtly signaling to Song Wan to comprehend the situation. Having lived for half a lifetime, Song Wan was not so obtuse as to miss this hint. He quickly altered his tone. Director Meng, this candidate arrived at the examination venue, as per regulations. Why did you obstruct him? As the inspector, I am deeply dissatisfied with your handling of this matter. Hurry and allow this candidate to participate in the examination. Song Wan addressed Meng Xing coldly, swiftly absolving himself of any responsibility. Yes, it was my oversight. I request Inspector Song's forgiveness. Meng Xing, being astute, sensed the sudden shift in Song Wan's attitude. Though he did not recognize the Dragon Pattern Jade, he could clearly feel that the individual before him held an extraordinary status. Lin Chuan had someone backing him. Lin Chuan, do you know this senior? Su Qiu pulled Lin Chuan aside and inquired softly. Even now? Lin Chuan was uncertain of Lu Zio's true identity or why he chose to assist him. He simply nodded slightly, acknowledging their previous encounter, perhaps the senior valued talent. Su Qiu wished to ask further, but Lin Chuan had already followed Meng Xing into the examination hall. Meanwhile, Song Wen respectfully returned the dragon pattern jade to Lu Zio. Your presence is honored. I shall personally attend to matters. Lu Zio followed Song Wen as they left, leaving Su Qiu and the gathered teachers in a state of bewilderment, completely unaware of what had transpired. Upon entering the examination hall, Meng Xing began to explain the examination rules to Lin Chuan. Due to the considerable time lost at the entrance, only 10 minutes remained until the first examination concluded. Hence, we must conduct your examination in a special manner. However, this method of assessment presents a certain threshold. Are you certain you wish to participate? Is there truly a choice here? Lin Chuan found himself devoid of options. Should he abstain, he would not even accrue points for the initial examination segment. I am certain, he declared resolutely. Prepare yourself. I shall now transport you to the examination space. With a shift of his hand, Meng Xing summoned a radiant array beneath Lin Chuan's feet, and he was subsequently conveyed into the examination realm. Once Lin Chuan was dispatched, a sinister smirk crept across Meng Xing's face. Ah, so you're Lin Chuan? Regardless of how formidable your connections may be, should you wish to participate in the college entrance examination, I possess 100 ways to ensnare you. Chapter 037, Subtle Sabotage. Before Lin Chuan lay an expanse of void, the scenery surrounding him appearing as though it were merely a facade. So, this is the examination space? How extraordinary. Before him stood a knife-wielding puppet, signaling the commencement of the test. Testing puppet, level 1. Level 1, strength, 15 vitality, 15 agility, 15 mental power, 15 growth, reborn by increasing 10 levels upon defeat. The first segment of the examination evaluated the candidate's individual combat prowess. Participants were required to vanquish a series of simulated targets. The level and attributes of these targets would escalate with each refresh until the candidate could no longer prevail, thereby concluding the assessment. For ordinary individuals, the growth effect of the testing puppet was capped at level 1, with each demise resulting in a mere single-level increase. However, with only 10 minutes remaining in Lin Chuan's examination time, Meng Xing unilaterally modified the growth effect to a 10-fold increase, allowing for a direct elevation of 10 levels upon death. While this appeared reasonable, it was, in fact, a pitfall laid by Meng Xing. According to the examination regulations, each time a testing puppet of a certain level was defeated, the candidate would receive corresponding points. Notably, this referred to every individual kill. Lin Chuan was currently faced with a testing puppet that would grow 10 levels with each defeat. Thus, he would only earn points from defeating the level 1, 11, and 21 testing puppets. Any other levels would yield no points, effectively costing him 9 levels worth of potential points. Meng Xing speculated that even if Lin Chuan were exceptionally strong, capable of slaying testing puppets exceeding level 20, his total score would barely reach 600 points, falling short of 10,000. He would undoubtedly be among the lowest-ranked candidates. The testing puppets indeed possessed attributes far exceeding those of typical professionals. Considering the skill damage of professionals, the attributes of the testing puppets were significantly higher. At level 1, their attributes soared to 15, surpassing even Lin Chuan's mythic class attributes at that level, which merely amounted to 10 points across the board. Regrettably, Lin Chuan was least daunted by stationary output. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned a new familiar. A summoning array materialized before him, from which a Reaper's Servant emerged. Reaper's Servant, Platinum level, level 20, strength 16,000, vitality 16,000, agility 16,000, mental power 16,000, platinum realm power, defense 40, damage 40. With Lin Chuan ascending to level 20 and completing his job change, the golden level Reaper's Servant naturally evolved into a platinum level Reaper's Servant. Upon witnessing the attributes of the platinum level Reaper's Servant, even Lin Chuan was taken aback, an astonishing 16,000 points in all attributes. Following his job change, Lin Chuan's familiar now boasted a 20-fold attribute enhancement. Such exaggerated attributes were more than sufficient to overwhelm opponents of level 30 or higher. The Reaper's Servant underwent a transformation, and the Soul Reaper was no exception. However, Lin Chuan had no time to spare for further examination. His foremost priority was to complete the examination. The Platinum level Reaper's Servant morphed into a shadow and charged forth, and in a flash of steel, the testing puppet was cleaved in two. Defeated testing puppet, level 1. Congratulations. You earned 100 points. Only 100 points? Lin Chuan scoffed. The maximum score for the first examination segment was 50,000 points. How long would it take to achieve that? He was far from satisfied. Moreover, the testing puppet required a minute to respawn, leaving Lin Chuan with even less time to accumulate points. 1 minute later, the testing puppet resurrected. Testing puppet, level 11. Level 11, strength 300, vitality 300, agility 300, mental power 300, growth. Reborn by increasing 10 levels upon defeat. With the testing puppet's level elevated to 11, its attributes surged to 300 points. To vanquish it was an embarrassment in itself. The Platinum level Reaper's servant struck again, and the level 11 testing puppet proved equally defenseless. Defeated testing puppet, level 11. Congratulations, you earned 200 points. The second creature grants over 2,000 points. What a vast difference. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, sensing a glimmer of hope. At this rate, amassing 50,000 points would be a breeze. Another minute passed. The testing puppet's level surged to 21, with attributes reaching 500 points. Before the Platinum level Reaper's servant s16,000 points, it was effortlessly dispatched. Defeated testing puppet, level 21. Congratulations, you earned 300 points. Next came the level 31 puppet. By this juncture, the attributes of the testing puppet had soared to 900 points. The Reaper's servant could no longer dispatch it in a single blow. If one wasn't sufficient, then 10 would do. Summoning a legion of 10 Platinum level Reaper's servants, each struck with precision. Not even a boss could withstand such an onslaught. Defeated testing puppet, level 31. Congratulations, you earned 1,200 points. A direct addition of 1,400 points. With this wave, Lin Chuan's total score surged to 21,000 points. He could not help but marvel. Even against such high-level adversaries, the final tally barely exceeded 20,000 points. The difficulty of this examination was no trifling matter. Little did he know, the arduous journey to accumulate points was not a reflection of the inherent difficulty of the professional's entrance examination, but rather a result of Meng Xing's deliberate sabotage. Otherwise, with Lin Chuan's strength, amassing the full 50,000 points would have been a matter of ease. After sending Lin Chuan into the examination space, Meng Xing leisurely made his way to the proctor's room. Within the examination room, real-time footage of each examination space was displayed. His spirits were exceptionally buoyant. Although he had not prevented Lin Chuan from participating in the college entrance examination, he had successfully deceived him into acquiescing to his unreasonable demands. The original unique assessment method would have awarded all points from the previous interval upon defeating the next level of testing puppet. However, Meng Xing had unilaterally altered the assessment rules, ensuring that Lin Chuan could only earn points from the current level's defeats. After all, he was the chief examiner, and he possessed that authority. He estimated that the lad would not endure many more rounds. With points already deducted in the first assessment segment, it would be increasingly challenging to catch up. Meng Xing surmised that Lin Chuan would struggle even against the level 21 testing puppet. As he reveled in his internal glee, a proctor rushed in, clearly flustered. "Director, we have discovered something unusual. Please come and take a look." Unusual? While others may be unaware, Meng Xing has already presided over several college entrance examinations. In order to ensure the smooth progression of the exam, the nation of Longhua has directly deployed a piece of equipment of divine caliber. The examination venue for the candidates is indeed situated within this divine artifact. What could possibly be amiss within such a relic? It was then that Meng Xing realized that the anomaly did not stem from the artifact itself, but rather from Lin Chuan. The examiner magnified the surveillance footage of Lin Chuan's testing area. There, several Reapers clad in platinum armor were assailing a test puppet. The puppet struggled feebly in its defense before meeting a gruesome demise at the hands of these summoned beings. As the puppet fell, Meng Xing caught a glimpse of its information. Level 31. He had slain a level 31 test puppet, and it appeared to be so effortless. At that moment, Meng Xing felt as though his entire worldview had collapsed. Wasn't this the professional entrance examination? A low-level assessment designed for novices whose levels did not exceed 20? Moreover, the creatures within were specially enhanced, with very few capable of defeating a level 20 puppet. To add to the absurdity, the test puppet that perished before Meng Xing's eyes boasted a level of 31. This was beyond the challenge of any professional below level 20. This made no sense. Chapter 038. The first round of assessments concludes. Historical data from previous entrance examinations indicates that most individuals conclude their assessments around levels 15 or 16 due to insufficient strength or time running out. Some prodigious students can vanquish test puppets of levels 18 or even 19. The current record was set by the formidable Li Chuan, who ultimately achieved a score by defeating a level 21 puppet. He had the potential to conquer a level 22 puppet and secure the maximum score of 50,000 points. However, due to time constraints, he could only tearfully settle for over 40,000 points. Yet now, Lin Chuan had audaciously defeated a level 31 test puppet. Was such a feat even conceivable? Even a level 30 professional, fully equipped, would find it nearly impossible to accomplish this with such ease. Presently, by merely defeating 4 test puppets, Lin Chuan had already amassed 20,000 points. Provided nothing unexpected occurred subsequently, he still had a chance of gaining admission to a prestigious university. No. This is not the time for such musings. The primary focus must be on the prodigious talent Lin Chuan is displaying. There is no doubt that he will attract the attention of the high echelons of Longhua. If word of my suppression of Lin Chuan were to leak out, it would spell my utter ruin. The mere thought sent a chill of sweat down Meng Xing's spine. Fortunately, my actions have been subtle. As long as nothing goes awry, I should remain undiscovered. At this juncture, Meng Xing resolved to cultivate a friendship with Lin Chuan. At the very least, he must not allow Lin Chuan to harbor any hostility towards him. He must absolutely refrain from taking action against an examinee. If he cannot eliminate him, then he must become his ally. He would not hesitate to sacrifice a bit of face for this purpose. The next wave of test puppets has refreshed. While Meng Xing was lost in thought, a level 41 test puppet had already emerged. With rapt attention, he gazed at the large screen, a flicker of anticipation blossoming within him. Would the level 41 test puppet be successfully vanquished? In Meng Xing's mind, he began to believe that this youth, not yet 18, could very well create a miracle in the annals of professional entrance examinations. The thought of Lin Chuan defeating a level 41 test puppet was undeniably exhilarating. If he could achieve this, it would indeed mark a historic moment. Unfortunately, the thrill was Meng Xing's alone. Lin Chuan was currently feeling overwhelmed by pressure. Test puppet, level 41. Level 41. Strength, 35,100. Constitution, 35,100. Agility, 35,100. Mental power, 35,100. Growth, resurrects at a 10 level increase each time defeated. The level 41 test puppet's attributes soared to 35,100, surpassing even that of the platinum level Reaper minions. Thankfully, Lin Chuan had a numerical advantage. Defeating this test puppet should not be overly arduous. Initially, Lin Chuan had thought so, but reality swiftly proved him wrong. As 10 platinum level Reaper minions launched their assault, they only managed to strike thrice, barely chipping away at a tenth of the puppet's health. The level 41 test puppet not only possessed significantly increased health, but also demonstrated a multiplication of its attack power, movement speed, and attack speed. Even with a tenfold numerical advantage, the attributes of the platinum level Reaper minions struggled to land hits on the puppet. Lin Chuan found himself ensnared in a fierce battle. With no other choice, he decided to reveal a portion of his strength. Although he had wished to conserve some of his power and delay summoning the soul-collecting horseman, it seemed that time was no longer on his side. The summoning array reappeared, and Lin Chuan summoned 4 soul-collecting horsemen in succession. Soul-collecting horsemen, silver level. Level, 20. Strength, 24,000. Constitution, 6,000. Agility, 16,000. Mental power, 16,000. Soul strike. Active a proactive attack causing 200 damage, consuming 1,000 mental power, with a cooldown of 1 day. Silver realm power. Defense 30, damage 30, skill effect 30. Go overwhelm it. With the addition of the new summoned beasts, Lin Chuan began to turn the tide of battle. Under the relentless onslaught of the 14 summoned creatures, the level 41 test puppet was forced to reveal more vulnerabilities. With more attacks successfully landing, the puppet found itself unable to mount an effective counterattack, and the situation began to tilt in Lin Chuan's favor. Just as victory seemed imminent, a new prompt appeared before him. 1 minute remains until the end of the examination. All candidates should expedite their efforts. With only a minute left, he intensified his assault. Lin Chuan focused intently, fully controlling each summoned creature. Under his formidable command, the coordination among the summoned beasts grew increasingly seamless. At last, Lin Chuan forced the test puppet into a corner where it could no longer evade. He issued a direct command for the soul-collecting horsemen to unleash their critical strike skills. For fiery chains descended from above. Soul-collecting horseman, silver level, uses soul strike skill, dealing 62,400 damage to test puppet, level 41. In an instant, Lin Chuan dealt over 200,000 damage. The health of the test puppet was entirely depleted. Defeated test puppet, level 41. Congratulations on earning 25,500 points. To his astonishment, the points gained this time exceeded the total he had previously accumulated. With this additional 20,000 points, Lin Chuan's score surpassed 40,000. A truly outstanding achievement. Phew, that was close. He was relieved to have concluded the battle before the examination's end. Only then did Lin Chuan exhale, realizing that achieving over 40,000 points by defeating a level 41 puppet made him wonder just how formidable one would need to be to attain a perfect score. Clearly, his own prowess was still lacking. Lin Chuan lamented inwardly. This entrance examination was indeed incredibly challenging. If Meng Hang were to discover Lin Chuan's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be devastated. How could this be considered a challenge? It is nothing short of an impossible examination, following the standard examination process. Achieving a puppet level of 22 would yield the maximum score. However, this fellow Lin Chuan astonishingly defeated a level 41 puppet. What does that signify? Even relying solely on attributes, the puppet's overall strength exceeds that of many level 30 professionals. Yet, Lin Chuan's combat prowess surpasses even that of the puppet. Meng Hang's mouth fell agape, his throat stammering, struggling to articulate his words. Director, given this score, should we proceed to the bonus point segment? In this assessment, the examiners would award additional points based on the candidate's performance, serving as compensation for those unable to achieve full marks. Yet, they found themselves in a quandary. With Lin Chuan's current performance, there were no precedents to reference. How should they allocate points? Meng Hang took a deep breath, instructing everyone to first announce the actual scores. Let us pause the second examination. I must discuss the bonus points with the overseer. Interrupting the professional examinations is a significant matter. Since the results from examination halls nationwide are updated in real time, should the Donghai Examination Hall suspend its proceedings, other venues would inevitably be delayed as well. Songwon invited Lu Ziyou to the VIP room, and before they could settle into their seats, a staff member entered to whisper urgently in his ear. Upon hearing, Songwon's face blanched in shock. Sir, there has been an unforeseen situation during the examination. I must excuse myself for a moment. Go on, he permitted. Subsequently, Songwon hurriedly followed the staff member to the examination room. The examiner promptly played the surveillance footage of Lin Chuan's examination. When Songwon witnessed Lin Chuan vanquishing the level 41 testing puppet, he felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place as his breath became erratic. This matter is beyond our authority. I must report it to the Professional Examination Committee for their judgment. And don't think I am unaware of your manipulations during the examination. In the future, refrain from such dubious intentions. This individual's backing is not something we can afford to offend. Songwon cautioned Meng Hang before swiftly reporting the incident to the committee. While watching the video, Meng Hang's underlying thoughts were easily discerned by Songwon, leaving him in a state of trepidation. Fortunately, Lin Chuan had not encountered any mishaps. Otherwise, they would have faced the wrath of Longhua Kingdom. Chapter 39, Examination Suspension. After Lin Chuan defeated the level 41 testing puppet, the examination time concluded, and he successfully completed the first assessment of the professional examination. A dazzling light enveloped him, transporting him to a vast hall. Where was this place? Lin Chuan found himself not in a reality-based examination venue, but rather in a resting space established by an artifact. The structure resembled that of a grand hall, with an enormous electronic screen displaying the scores of each candidate. However, the scores were still being tallied and had yet to be revealed. The space was already teeming with people, the vast majority having been transported out due to their inability to match the strength of the testing puppets, with only a few, like Lin Chuan, managing to endure until the end. They seemed to have been there for a while, as many began discussing their scores. Ugh, my performance this time was abysmal. I only reached level 14 with 15,000 points. My dad will definitely break my legs if he finds out. You should be satisfied. I'm a tank class. Do you know what the examination entailed? Endurance. You all fought off a dozen monsters, while I was pummeled by them for half an hour. Damn it. This student was filled with resentment and dissatisfaction regarding the examination project. The professional examination is tailored to test the characteristics of each class, as it is evidently unreasonable to have a tank or healer engage in damage dealing. Unfortunately, the assessment content for tank classes revolves around endurance. I'm a high burst class, and my performance was quite decent. I reached level 16 with over 20,000 points. If I maintain this performance, getting into a prestigious university should not be a problem. A girl spoke, drawing envious glances from her peers. Hey, it's really you, Lin Chuan. Just as Lin Chuan was listening to the others discuss their scores, an excited voice rang out nearby. Looking up, it was none other than Luo Kuan. Book, Lu Shahan, I found Lin Chuan. I knew this guy wouldn't miss the exam. While we could skip the exam and return home to inherit our family business. If Lin Chuan missed it, he would have no choice but to become a mercenary. Upon hearing Luo Kuan call her, Lu Shuhan hurried over from the other side. If you can't make small talk, then don't force it, Lu Shuhan said, exasperated with Luo Kuan. Lin Chuan, did you make it to the exam? She asked with concern. Isn't it obvious? If he hadn't made it, how could he be here? Luo Kuan interjected uncontrollably. Women, in their effort to express concern, seem to lose even basic reasoning skills. Well, I just barely made it. How did you all perform today? I must say, the advice from academic elites is truly invaluable. I went home and changed into a damage output set. I tore through monsters like a mad dog, directly clearing level 18 and almost reaching 30,000 points. As he spoke, Luo Kuan beamed with excitement, having initially predicted that achieving levels 15 or 16 would be impressive, only to surpass his expectations after donning the output gear. Ultimately, he attributed his success to Lin Chuan. By now, Luo Kuan no longer harbored the animosity he once felt towards Lin Chuan. He even began to diligently study various professional knowledge in preparation for his future growth. He had ultimately transformed into the very person he once despised. Shuhan, what about you? Lin Chuan turned his attention to Lu Shuhan. Lu Shuhan had reached level 17, 2 levels higher than Luo Kuan, suggesting her performance might be even better. I surpassed Luo Kuan by a bit, barely making it to level 19. The attributes of the level 20 testing puppets are significantly enhanced, and my damage output was insufficient. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the attributes of the testing puppets are far superior to those of ordinary professionals, and the leap in attributes for the level 20 puppets makes it entirely reasonable to be unable to defeat them. Luo Kuan and Lu Shuhan had performed admirably. After all, not everyone can be like Lin Chuan. Attempting to challenge puppets of a higher level is nearly impossible. Lin Chuan, what about you? What level did you reach? Don't tell me you achieved level 22 and scored a full 50,000 points. Lu Shuhan said half-jokingly, although she feigned disinterest in Lin Chuan obtaining 50,000 points. Deep down, she was brimming with anticipation. No, I only managed to clear the level 21 testing puppet. I didn't even encounter the level 22 puppet. Lin Chuan pondered for a moment before responding. He was correct. The level 22 testing puppet had indeed not appeared, as it had jumped directly to level 31. Level 21. Oh my, that is already impressive. I heard that Li Qingyuan's score back in the day was only level 21. Lu Shuhan covered her mouth in astonishment. Well done. You managed to impress us again today. Luo Kuan clapped Lin Chuan on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Although the difference between level 18 and level 21 was merely 3 levels. The difference in points was over 10,000. It's a minor detail. The first assessment was simply more suited to me, allowing me to take the lead temporarily. Summoners thrive on numbers. There remain 2 more assessments ahead. Perhaps you will effortlessly surpass us? Well, you certainly know how to speak. Lu Shuhan pouted adorably, exuding an undeniable charm. Although a considerable amount of time had passed since the conclusion of the first assessment, the large screen ahead remained eerily silent. Why is it taking so long to announce the results? I am fully prepared to showcase my prowess in the next evaluation. Lu Shuhan felt an unease, as the upcoming assessment would test her monster-slaying abilities, perfectly aligning with her vocation as a mage. You might not be aware, but Luo Kuan wore a mysterious smile. I have heard that many secluded families are participating in this examination. It seems they are currently assessing the performances of these individuals, and we may have to wait a little longer. Secluded families? This was the first time Lin Chuan had encountered such terminology, and he couldn't help but feel perplexed. Are you a bookworm? As a professional, one should be well versed in social etiquette. Understanding the connections and relations of such prominent figures is essential. Luo Kuan began to elucidate. Typically, practitioners like us, ordinary individuals, enter educational institutions through official channels, awaken our professions, and then partake in the college entrance examination. However, the realm of practitioners has existed for thousands of years, having developed a substantial framework with numerous ancient families that have thrived for centuries. Members of these families inherit a portion of ancestral power and possess unique paths of growth, rendering formal education unnecessary for them. Just like Lu Shuhan, had her family not fallen from grace, they might never have crossed paths with us. It is precisely because their strength is imbued with traces of ancient power, which continues to evolve and enhance over time, that their capabilities are exceptionally formidable, far surpassing ours. I surmise that the delay in announcing the results is due to the need to evaluate these individuals' performances and award additional points accordingly. Luo Kuan was only partially correct. The prolonged wait for results was indeed due to evaluating certain performances, but not those of the secluded family members. It pertained to Lin Chuan. However, I fail to understand why these ancient families would still send representatives to participate in the college entrance examination. Lin Chuan expressed his confusion. You seem to lack insight into this matter. As I previously mentioned, practitioners place great importance on social dynamics. The immense strength of these ancient families compels the Dragon Hua Kingdom to maintain oversight over them. Aware of this, the families send their promising disciples to partake in the examination to assuage the authorities while also allowing these disciples to gain access to training resources from the university, significantly reducing familial expenses. Ultimately, it fosters the establishment of networks, truly a win-win situation. I see, so that is the reasoning behind it. Upon hearing Luo Kuan's explanation, Lin Chuan finally grasped the concept. As the trio conversed, the distant large screen suddenly illuminated. Chapter 040, the second round of assessments commences. An elderly gentleman clad in archaic attire appeared on the screen. Greetings to all examinees. I am Su Bufan, the chairman of the Dragon Hua National College Entrance Examination Committee. Due to the emergence of numerous outstanding candidates during the examination, the processing of our score tally has been slightly delayed. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to all examinees. Su Bufan's voice was filled with warmth yet exuded an unassailable authority. After a period of meticulous calculation, we have finalized the scoring process and will now announce the top 5 scores. At last, the moment has arrived. Many in the crowd have lifted their heads, exuding an air of confidence. These individuals are likely the members of the ancient families Luo Kuan mentioned, radiating an extraordinary aura. Lin Chuan mused, committing each face to memory, as these individuals could potentially be formidable competitors. 5th place, Lu Mo, with 39,800 points. TSK, Lu Mo emitted a dissatisfied sound. He hailed from a family renowned for heavy weaponry, boasting formidable attack power. Unfortunately, he had not invested adequately in accuracy early on, resulting in numerous misses and ultimately reaching only level 19. Based on his performance, he received an additional 1,000 points. In the next round, the first place must be mine. 4th place, Lu Shuhan, with 4,500 points. Oh, Lu Shuhan was taken aback to hear her name called, unable to believe her ears. Having also reached level 19, her performance score exceeded that of Lu Mo. 3rd place, Wang Miao Miao, with 41,000 points. Another female, hailing from a family of beastkin professions. Second place, Teng Yu, with 42,000 points. Remarkably, the last 3 contestants were all female, and this Teng Yu had awakened a legendary profession, the Fate Weaver. First place. At last, the name of the champion for this phase is about to be unveiled. Luo Kuan clenched his fists, visibly tense. Do you think the first place will be Lin Chuan? I believe it's possible. In contrast to the other two, Lin Chuan appeared relaxed, yet wore a look of skepticism as he gazed at the large screen. Why are their scores so low? Lin Chuan had assumed that the ancient families were immensely powerful, yet it seemed otherwise. He had accrued over 40,000 points during the monster-slaying portion of the exam. And these individuals, even with performance points included, barely reached that mark. However, it must be noted that the original design for the first assessment was to cap the maximum score at 50,000. They never intended for anyone to achieve a perfect score. Moreover, considering that Tang Yu's score was only 42,000, it was evident that first place belonged unequivocally to Lin Chuan. First place, Lin Chuan, with a staggering 80,000 points. The venue fell into an eerie silence. Instantly, students exchanged bewildered glances, and the hall erupted into a frenzy. Su Bufon's announcement struck like a thunderclap, shattering the resolve of all present. 80,000. Did he just say 80,000? Surely, there has been a mistake. That far exceeds the capped score of 50,000. There must be foul play. It's absolutely implausible. Lu Mo and the others could hardly believe their eyes. How could anyone achieve 80,000 points in the first round? This score is utterly preposterous. Please remain calm. This reflects the candidate's true performance. We have evaluated this examinee's contributions during the first round and awarded an additional 30,000 points. As for the doubts raised, we have preserved supporting evidence for inspection by higher authorities. The fact that Su Bufon mentioned oversight indicated there was no manipulation involved. Lin Chuan's abilities justifiably warranted the score of 80,000. Upon hearing this, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Even the prodigies from the ancient families began to re-evaluate their ultimate goals for this examination. Prior to the test, their aim had been to claim the title of the top candidate in the city of Donghai. However, now they had shifted their focus to securing second place, achieving that would still be commendable. After all, the first place was simply too monstrous. Even if they performed exceptionally in the subsequent rounds, the vast point differential of 40,000 would be insurmountable. Moreover, given Lin Chuan's dazzling performance in the first assessment, his future displays would likely be even more remarkable. It appears the top spot has already been claimed. I suspect the family behind him must be exceedingly formidable. Tang Yu took it in stride. Recognizing her inferiority in skill, she simply aimed to deliver her best performance. Second place is naturally mine. My professional advantages may well be likened to the climactic battle against the boss of the third stage. Should you fail to significantly widen the point gap in the subsequent challenge, aspirations for second place shall be futile. Although Lu Mo currently ranks 5th, he exudes an air of confidence, seemingly assured of his success. Then I shall cheer for my esteemed elder siblings. Wang Miao Miao, appearing harmless, harbors her own thoughts regarding the second-place contender. Lin Chuan, bewildered by his unexpected surge in points, cannot fathom the reason behind his remarkable achievement, which nearly doubles that of the second-place contestant, Tang Yu. The second assessment is about to commence. All candidates are requested to enter the arena. A brilliant white light envelopes the feet of every participant, transporting them instantaneously into their respective examination spaces. The second evaluation officially begins, focusing on the candidate's ability to eliminate monsters and sustain prolonged combat. Within a spatial expanse of 1 kilometer in both dimensions, 100 monsters will be unleashed every minute. Regardless of whether candidates have finished the previous wave, a new batch will be forcibly generated upon the expiration of time. Similar to the preceding stage, each refresh will see the monsters' levels increase by 1. The time limit remains set at 1 hour. As Lin Chuan familiarizes himself with the rules, the examination commences, and the first wave of monsters spawns before him. Rock-armored behemoth, level 1. Level 1, strength, 20. Constitution, 20. Agility, 10. Mental power, 10. Rock armor, damage reduction 1. This trial creature is a veritable meat shield, boasting a formidable constitution and damage mitigation. With 100 monsters, I shall summon 100 creatures of my own. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers, summoning 100 platinum-level Death Knight minions, with equal numbers and the absolute advantage of superior attributes. Overcoming the second evaluation is undoubtedly within his grasp. However, this is true solely for Lin Chuan. In other examination arenas, by the 10th minute, candidates have already found their monster-clearing speed insufficient to keep pace with the refresh rate, leading to their demise at the hands of the rock-armored behemoths, thereby forcing their withdrawal from the examination. By the 15th minute, the pace of candidates exiting the arena reached its peak, with over 60% defeated by the rock-armored behemoths in a mere 2 minutes. At the 16th minute, Luo Kuan was transported back to the main hall. Although his berserker class is ill-suited for monster clearing, His legendary weapon's area attack capability allowed him to endure until now. Lu Shihan lasted a minute longer than Luo Kuan, being teleported out at the 17th minute. Where's Lin Chuan? As Lu Shihan returned to the hall, she began searching for Lin Chuan's figure, only to find he had not yet emerged. Time seemed to pass in seconds, and as the examination progressed, the accumulation of monsters intensified. At this point, only a handful remained in the arena. Half a minute later, Lu Mo was transported out. As a greatsword master, his ability to last this long marked him as a formidable competitor. Lu Mo glanced at the surrounding crowd, a smirk escaping his lips. Nothing more than this. A mere glance was sufficient to ascertain that he was undoubtedly among the longest-lasting participants. Next came Wang Miao Miao and Tang Yu, almost in tandem, as those who performed admirably in the first round were similarly teleported out. It appears I managed to last just a second or two longer than you, Tang Yu remarked to Wang Miao Miao. It matters not, just a second or two. It does not guarantee a better score than mine. While Wang Miao Miao spoke dismissively, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction regarding his previous performance. Having always been the pride of his family, he was taken aback to discover others possessed even greater prowess. This ignited a fierce competitive spirit within him. This time, I shall surpass you. With even the top contenders from the prior round unable to endure beyond 20 minutes. The difficulty of this round is indeed formidable. Yes, it was merely a slight delay in monster clearing, and I was swiftly overwhelmed by the rock-armored behemoths. Everyone shares the same plight. I believe that following this round, the point discrepancies among us will not be substantial. By now, the hall was crowded. Nearly all candidates having completed the examination. Why has no one declared the test's conclusion? Is there still someone inside? As the clock struck the 20th minute, the invigilators had yet to announce the end of the second assessment, indicating that some candidates were still engaged in the examination. It's Lin Chuan. Luo Kuan and Lu Shuhan exclaimed in unison, calling out his name. Chapter 041, the third round of assessment, life and death contract? In the invigilator's chamber. The examiners fixated on the surveillance screens, their jaws agape in astonishment. 25 minutes had elapsed since the commencement of the second assessment, and the trial monsters had ascended to level 25. The level 25 rock-armored behemoths now possess significant health and a damage reduction of 25. This lad may not withstand this, they mused. His ability to endure thus far is already an extraordinary testament to his talent. Typically, the second round does not exceed 20 minutes. With the level 25 rock-armored behemoths bearing such formidable damage mitigation and health exceeding 30,000, Lin Chuan faces considerable pressure. The platinum-level Death Knight minions can no longer eliminate these trial creatures in a single blow. Let me try this technique, Lin Chuan thought, recalling a skill he had yet to employ since his job change. With his fingers poised, he targeted a nearly defeated rock-armored behemoth in the distance, preparing to unleash the soul-snatching arrow. He then applied another skill, Corpse Explosion. A faint green glow emanated from the pitch-black arrow. Fire. The soul-snatching arrow transformed into a shadowy streak, striking the rock-armored behemoth. With his mental power having surpassed 900, the damage coefficient of the soul-snatching arrow could inflict nearly 20,000 damage. Despite the high damage reduction of the rock-armored behemoth, a mere fraction of health left could not withstand Lin Chuan's assault. A single decisive strike killed rock-armored behemoth, level 25, gained 0 points. The rock-armored behemoth collapsed. Yet its corpse did not vanish immediately. Instead, it rapidly inflated, expanding several-fold in an instant. Then, with a resounding explosion, the corpse erupted, transforming into countless green arrows that shot towards its nearby companions. The power of those green arrows was immense, instantly decimating any nearby rock-armored behemoths, regardless of their remaining health. What followed was even more bizarre. The corpses of the rock-armored behemoths struck by the green arrows also swelled instantaneously, triggering a chain reaction. The air filled with the sound of successive explosions as 100 rock-armored behemoths were obliterated in an instant. The potency of this skill is astonishing. Lin Chuan himself was taken aback. He understood the stark contrast in strength between pre- and post-job change classes, but he had not anticipated such a vast disparity. A divine technique, it is nothing short of miraculous. In stark contrast to Lin Chuan's exhilaration, the examiners in the monitoring room collectively fell silent once more. Is this truly a person? To annihilate a group of level 25 rock-armored behemoths in a single skill, despite their damage mitigation of 25? Inspector, do you think this lad might ascend to level 40? The significance of reaching level 40 in the second round far outweighed that of attaining level 40 in the first. Lin Chuan had already captured the attention of the examination committee. What might this achievement entail? Could it possibly even rouse the attention of the emperor? Fortunately, Lin Chuan had no intention of pressing on. He took a deep breath and recalled all his summoned creatures. It was time to conclude this endeavor. Subsequently, he chose to forfeit and voluntarily exited the examination space. Unlike the first stage, the second stage had monsters refreshed to level 23, and no matter how Lin Chuan fought, he would no longer earn points. Having already tested his skills after his job change, he saw no necessity to continue. It was a relief that this lad chose to give up. Song Wen let out a sigh of relief, suddenly feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. Had Lin Chuan broken the record to the extent of requiring a report, today's college entrance examination would likely have been forced to cancel. As Lin Chuan returned to the hall, all eyes turned toward him. Someone emerged. He endured for 25 minutes. Goodness, is he even human? The second stage had 100 level 25 trial monsters. Surely he didn't defeat them all. Not at all. Enduring for a longer time does not necessarily equate to greater strength. Perhaps he simply excelled at evasion and managed to hide until now. That is not impossible. Various speculations buzzed among the candidates. Some conjectured that Lin Chuan's strength was extraordinary, while others expressed disbelief. Only Luo Kuan and Lu Shuhan understood that Lin Chuan would undoubtedly set a new record once again. You brat, are you addicted to the act? Everyone else was eliminated in just a dozen minutes, yet you managed to last an additional 10. Luo Kuan approached Lin Chuan as he exited. Just a stroke of luck. Lin Chuan casually dismissed the remark. Had Luo Kuan known he had voluntarily transmitted out, the news would have spread like wildfire. Lu Shuhan discerned Lin Chuan's intention and whispered in his ear, Lin Chuan, 25 minutes. Did you manage to secure full points? Lin Chuan subtly nodded, affirming Lu Shuhan's conjecture. Lu Shuhan covered her mouth in disbelief. What were you two discussing just now without me? Do you not consider me a friend? Lin Chuan's retort struck home. You are a friend, but you talk too much. Fine, you treacherous pair. Forgetting friends for the sake of beauty. Luo Kuan cursed. Not far from the trio, several candidates from ancient families gathered. Is this Lin Chuan? He appears rather unremarkable. Upon noticing the stunning beauty beside Lin Chuan, Lu Mo's tone dripped with envy. Aside from Lin Chuan, those two seemed formidable. That girl appeared to be Lu Shuhan, the fourth ranked. Hey, Lu Mo, others are stronger than you. Stronger than me. I simply struggled with the first stage's format. It felt like a competition of total scores. Soon, Lu Mo got his wish. This time, Su Bufan did not emerge to soothe the candidates' emotions. Instead, a line of text appeared on the large screen ahead. The second stage assessment has concluded. Results are now being announced. Consequently, the scores of each candidate materialized on the screen. First place, Lin Chuan. Points, 130,000. Second place, Wang Miao Miao. Points, 69,600. Third place, Teng Yu. Points, 68,900. Fourth place, He Chenxi. Points, 68,000. Fifth place, Zhang Yuan. Points, 67,700. 27th place, Lu Shuhan. Points, 63,100. 331st place, Luo Kuan. Points, 50,200. As expected, Lin Chuan completed the second stage assessment with a perfect score of 50,000 points. Adding the previous stage S80,000 points, his total score reached an impressive 130,000. Unfortunately, the second stage did not award performance points. Otherwise, with Lin Chuan's exceptional display, the total would have reached even more staggering heights. However, it was surprising that Lu Shuhan, who was well suited for this stage, fell to 27th place. Evidently, aside from the ancient families, some disciples from smaller families were also extraordinarily powerful. Lu Shuhan's ice mage skills rivaled those of legendary professions. Yet they ultimately fell short of being truly legendary. Even in a small city like Donghai, hidden talents abound. Meanwhile, Luo Kuan, who was not particularly suited for area damage, surprisingly surged into the top 500, exceeding 50,000 points and delivering an outstanding performance. The legendary weapon with area damage effects indeed proved formidable. After a brief respite, Meng Xing appeared before the crowd of candidates. Congratulations to all of you for passing the first two stages of the assessment. Now, you will face the final test of the vocational entrance examination of Longhua Nation. I believe you have gained a certain understanding of your own strength through the previous assessments. Before the final trial commences, I require you to undertake one task. A knowing smile graced Meng Xing's face as he continued in an ominous tone. I need you to sign a death waiver. As Meng Xing's words echoed, confusion spread across the faces of all present. Sign a death waiver? Many candidates voiced their concerns. They had never heard of such a requirement for the final stage of the entrance examination. Was not the purpose of the exam to select capable practitioners under conditions of absolute safety? Signing a death waiver implied that the upcoming final test harbored significant danger, possibly even life-threatening. Meng Xing paid no heed to the candidates' reactions and continued speaking. All present are practitioners. You must be prepared for the concept of death. However, I must emphasize that as long as you have life, there exists ample room for growth. Do not sacrifice your lives over a hasty decision. Currently, I can disclose that, according to the evaluation by the Vocational Entrance Examination Committee, the pass rate for this trial does not exceed 20. 20, what does that imply? Even with a mere 50 mortality rate, practitioners would abstain from taking such risks. After all, as long as you are alive, you can continue to level up, and one day, you will attain the strength to confront danger. But if you perish, you will truly have nothing left. You now have two choices. Either sign the death waiver and continue the assessment, or choose to withdraw. Should you opt to withdraw, we will retain your current points. Of course, if you decide to take the risk, I will not hinder you. To prevent surrounding emotions from influencing your decisions, all candidates are prohibited from speaking. Any violators will have their examination qualifications revoked, and all scores will be nullified. You have 10 minutes to consider. The timer starts now. Such a decision could typically be made in a short span of time, yet they had been granted 10 minutes and forbidden from speaking, undoubtedly placing immense psychological pressure on the candidates. I have a question. A candidate raised his hand. All right, you have been disqualified. All scores are void. Please escort this irrelevant individual out of the examination hall. The candidate was stunned. Having merely voiced a question, he found himself disqualified. If you dare to nullify my scores, I will report you for abuse of power. That's irrelevant. Would you like me to provide you with the complaint procedure as well? I clearly stated the rules. Speaking results in disqualification. Before Meng Xing could finish, the candidate was already teleported out of the examination hall. This person is serious. Luo Kuan covered his mouth, desperately stifling any sounds from escaping. He had almost whispered to Lin Chuan and Lu Shihan about their intentions, but thanks to his timely realization, he narrowly avoided having his examination qualifications revoked. Such a fate would render all his hard work null and void. If he had let his lips betray him, all the effort he had expended during this time would have been in vain. Luo Kuan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chuan and Lu Shihan. Noticing the way they exchanged furtive glances, clearly engaged in a silent conversation filled with laughter and nods. Scoundrels! Luo Kuan inwardly cursed them, sensing their determination to proceed. Thus, he resolved to participate in the final test himself. At worst, he could cling to Lin Chuan's sturdy support in times of danger. The interminable 10 minutes finally elapsed, and the tension in the hall reached a fever pitch. Now, all candidates were to make their choices. Those wishing to continue should step to the left, while those opting to withdraw should stand to the right. The candidates naturally divided themselves into two groups. Indeed, the risk-averse candidates comprised the majority, accounting for a staggering 70%. The remaining group, unwilling to concede, consisted of those aspiring for higher achievements. Observing the stark contrast in numbers, Meng Xing nodded in satisfaction. It was only natural for professionals to seek self-preservation, but only those who dared to take risks could truly grow stronger. The candidates opting out were teleported away. The examiners sent the students who chose to forfeit out of the examination space, leaving behind those intent on continuing with the final test. Luo Kuan was now so anxious that his palms were sweating, uncertain of the daunting trials awaiting him. Subsequently, Meng Xing began to elucidate the examination rules. The Star Domain battlefield served as the primary front for the Dragon Hua Kingdom in repelling foreign invasions. A millennium ago, when humanity discovered the extraterrestrial beings opening spatial portals to invade the Dragon Hua Kingdom, they immediately constructed defensive fortifications and engaged in fierce confrontations with these alien entities. It can be said that the Star Domain battlefield is the most perilous and brutal place, as well as an essential crucible for your future growth. Therefore, this final assessment will take place in the Star Domain battlefield, and now is the time to prove your true capabilities. Set forth, candidates of the Dragon Hua Kingdom. The Star Domain battlefield. That place is notorious as the meat grinder for professionals, with a genuine survival rate of less than 10%. Even those with levels as high as 70 or 80 often meet their demise there. For candidates like them, who did not exceed level 20, attempting trials in such a place was tantamount to a near-certain death sentence. Alas, they had already lost their chance to withdraw, as the teleportation light flared. All were engulfed in trepidation as they were transported to the Star Domain battlefield. In that final moment, Luo Kuan could not help but let out a desperate cry. Oh my, I want to forfeit. I want to go home. But at this juncture, his cries were in vain. After sending off the candidates, Meng Xing and the examiners returned to the monitoring room. The screens in the monitoring room displayed real-time footage of the candidates. As the pivotal examination for selecting talented professionals in the Dragon Hua Kingdom, how could Meng Xing and his colleagues genuinely send these candidates to the Star Domain battlefield? Lin Chuan and the others had been transported to a simulated version of the Star Domain battlefield created by a spatial artifact. Although formidable alien creatures had been unleashed within, the protection of the spatial artifact ensured their safety. They hoped the candidates would approach this assessment earnestly, for it is only when one is pushed to their limits, both mentally and physically, that they can unlock the potential within. Let us hope this year's cohort does not disappoint us. Meanwhile, far away in the Star Domain battlefield, within a concealed cave, a considerable human combat force was on high alert, monitoring the surroundings. Inside the cave, a colossal magic array was present, at the center of which sat an elderly man. In his hands, a small red tower pulsed with flickering light, emanating an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. This was the only spatial artifact of the Dragon Hua Kingdom, the Star God Tower. The master controlling the Star God Tower was Long Wanli, one of the top 10 experts of the Dragon Hua Kingdom, often referred to as the God of War of the Star Domain, boasting an impressive level of 89. He was the one orchestrating the behind-the-scenes events of the professional examination. As the professional examination reached its critical juncture, everyone intensified their vigilance, ensuring that no alien entities would disturb Lord Long. After millennia of confrontation, the foreign creatures had undergone continuous evolution. with some now capable of disguising themselves as humans and infiltrating the Dragon Hua Kingdom. In recent years, alien entities had increasingly disrupted the professional examinations, growing bolder with each passing year. By choosing to hold the examination in the Star Domain battlefield, Long Wanli aimed to leverage an element of surprise. No alien creature would expect him to take such a significant risk by conducting the most crucial selection ceremony for the younger generation of the Dragon Hua Kingdom in enemy territory. However, this move carried inherent risks. Should the alien beings discover Long Wanli and launch an attack, interrupting the spatial deployment of the Star God Tower, the examination candidates would become eternally trapped within the tower's confines. In some respects, the danger of the final assessment was indeed immense. As humanity prepared for their stringent defense, a shadowy figure materialized above the cave, emitting the quintessential laughter of a villain. Ha ha ha, I never imagined you would dare to hold the professional examination here. Should I commend your audacity or question your fear of death? Had it not been for the traitor I placed among you humans who provided this information, I would not have discovered your presence. It seems I have arrived just in time. All that remains are the exceptionally talented candidates. Since I am here, their lives shall be mine. The space began to solidify, and the shadow revealed its true form, lunging toward Long Wanli within the cave. It was the master of the Star Domain. Chapter 043, the third round of assessment. Lin Chuan and the others were teleported into the Star Domain battlefield. All around them was a void. Was this truly the Star Domain battlefield? Lin Chuan surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the candidates beside him were indeed those from the hall. Perhaps candidates from different cities had been transported to various regions. Lin Chuan speculated in his mind. The final assessment of the professional examination has commenced. Task: eliminate the soul-eating worm. The system will award points based on the damage inflicted by candidates. Initially, everyone had been anxious about taking the exam in the Star Domain battlefield, but upon seeing that the professional examination system was still active, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Soon, a faint light appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching them. Soul-eating worm, extraterrestrial creature. Level: 25. Strength: 5301. Constitution: 5269. Agility: 5036. Mental power: 5187. Scorched Earth. When in the extraterrestrial battlefield, life recovery speed increases by 300. Resistance boost. All control-type skill effects are halved. Soul-eating impact. Triggers a mental energy tide, dealing 30 mental damage per second to enemies within a 200-meter radius, while restoring 10 health for every actual damage inflicted. Evolution. When health recovery exceeds 100,000, it can evolve into a soul-eating butterfly. Although the soul-eating worm resembled a monstrous insect, its size was utterly terrifying, standing at a towering 10 meters and stretching nearly 20 meters in length. It was a formidable foe. The mere presence of this otherworldly creature instills an overwhelming sense of pressure. More importantly, this foreign monstrosity boasts extraordinarily high attributes and is endowed with 4 formidable skills. In stark contrast, the candidates are not only lacking in strength, but each possesses at most 3 skills, their only advantage being their sheer numbers. Brothers, fear not. There is but a single beast, yet we are 100 strong. If we adhere to the formations taught in school, we shall surely prevail. Just as the candidates began to falter, a voice rang out from the crowd. Indeed, with so many of us, what is there to fear? Just a solitary creature. Charge. Brothers, the tanks should engage, the mages will provide ranged damage, and the healers must be prepared to assist. Support classes quickly apply buffs. After a brief moment of chaos, the candidates organized themselves into a combat formation, each finding their designated role as they launched their assault against the soul-eating insect. In an instant, the battlefield erupted in flames of conflict, with skills illuminating the scene in a dazzling display. Lin Chuan, what should we do? Lu Shihan, now heavily reliant on Lin Chuan, sought his counsel directly. We must join the fray. I have a sense that this final assessment is not as straightforward as it appears. Stay vigilant and prepare your life-saving measures. Do not act recklessly. Lin Chuan's last words were directed towards Luo Kuan. Lu Shihan, a mage, naturally positioned herself at the rear, while Lin Chuan, a summoner, a branch of the mage class, also took his place at the back. Among the trio, only Luo Kuan was a warrior, a berserker who thrived on sustaining damage, which rendered his situation perilous. Why did I have to awaken as a berserker? Luo Kuan lamented internally. Even though it is a rare class, it felt utterly insignificant in the face of mortality. How much better it would be to have awakened as an ordinary fire mage. The situation was still unclear, and Lin Chuan was reluctant to reveal his true strength. Thus, he summoned merely a bronze-level soul-collecting minotaur to gauge the circumstances. After his class change, the enhancement from the realm of death had escalated his attributes from a 10-fold increase to a 20-fold. Now, the minotaur boasted an impressive constitution of 24,000 points and a strength of 9,000 points. Even this pure tank could inflict considerable damage. The candidates swiftly formed their lines. However, the soul-eating insect's power was overwhelming. It unleashed its soul-eating shock skill, executing an indiscriminate attack that enveloped all candidates. including those positioned at the rear. With 5,000 mental strength, even a mere 30 damage resulted in a staggering 1,500 points of damage per second. Although most survivors were elite candidates, even fully equipped, their health barely exceeded 10,000 points. Unless one were a tank class. Surviving more than 10 seconds against the soul-eating insect's onslaught was virtually impossible. Fortunately, many healers among them ensured a degree of recovery, preventing any immediate disaster. Brothers, increase our output. To avert any prolonged threats, the candidates intensified their assaults. In a spectacular display, vibrant energy erupted in the air, swirling like a colossal firework. Indeed, these individuals displayed remarkable prowess, inflicting significant damage. Lin Chuan observed as the soul-eating insect's health dwindled at a visible pace. At this rate, it would not be long before the candidates vanquished it. In the span of a breath, as the final wave of skills struck the soul-eating insect, its health finally reached depletion, unleashing a mournful wail before dissipating into nothingness. Congratulations to the candidates for defeating the soul-eating insect. Damage has been recorded, and points will be distributed post-assessment. The second wave of assault begins now. Before the candidates could revel in their triumph, the system notification resounded. Such a formidable soul-eating insect was merely the first wave of their onslaught. Before them surged 3 additional soul-eating insects. Healers, restore our health. The healers were the first to respond. In the previous skirmish, many had sustained considerable damage, particularly the mages at the rear, who found their situation dire. Numerous classes had their health reduced to little more than half, just as the crowd scrambled to prepare for the next wave. Lin Chuan quietly pulled Lu Shihan back to a distance of 200 meters, outside the range of the soul-eating insect's attacks. Shouldn't we assist? Lu Shihan inquired. Lin Chuan shook his head. I have an unsettling feeling about this assessment. Let us observe for a while. Since his class change, Lin Chuan had grown increasingly attuned to the essence of death, sensing impending fatalities. His heart raced with the foreboding that something monumental was about to unfold. At that very moment, the star domain anomaly pierced through the mountain and into the cavern, immediately racing towards the star god tower in Long Wanli's grasp. It is the star domain anomaly. The human defenders recognized it, yet they were powerless to intervene. The anomaly slipped into the star god tower, and after traversing a brief void, it beheld hundreds of independent spaces. Is this the examination space for human practitioners? Merely a simulated test? Without the baptism of blood and death, how can one possibly grow into a formidable practitioner? These human fledglings are coddled far too much. Today, in a generous mood, I shall teach you what true practitioners are like. As he spoke, a wave of dark energy radiated from the star domain anomaly, surging directly into the simulated space of the Longhua Nation's practitioner's examination. This dark energy instantaneously shattered the barriers of the simulated space, plunging the examination realm into uncertainty. Chapter 044, The True Battlefield of the Star Domain. Lin Chuan was intently observing the distant battle, a growing sense of agitation swelling within him, as if danger was drawing near. Suddenly, a candidate's attack faltered. A soul-eating insect, which could have been dispatched by the final strike, was left with the slimmest thread of health. This blunder provoked the soul-eating insect into a furious retaliation, claiming the life of the nearest warrior. Mages, whose skills are ready. Quickly, target number 3, finish it off. The rear mages responded to the call, unleashing a minor spell that successfully eliminated the target. Alas, what a shame. Had this error not occurred, the candidate would not have perished, and the other 2 lines could have held steady. Lin Chuan, should we not lend a hand? Lu Shihan expressed concern for the candidate's safety, only to find Lin Chuan's expression grave. No, that was not an error. It was a sudden drop in damage. Lin Chuan had been meticulously observing the candidate's movements, possessing a fair understanding of their damage output. According to their previous tactics, that candidate was certainly capable of slaying the soul-eating insect. A sudden drop? Lu Shihan queried, bewildered. However, her confusion was soon clarified as a notification appeared within her field of vision. Affected by the crimson blood-scorched earth, damage dealt is 10, damage taken is 10. And continuous burning effects are in play. Crimson blood-scorched earth. This is an environmental effect unique to the star domain battlefield. The emergence of this effect indicated that Lin Chuan and the others had transitioned from the simulated space to the true battlefield of the star domain. Lin Chuan surveyed his surroundings. The once void environment had completely vanished, replaced by a sea of blood-red hues, with the air thickened by a frenzied energy. Before them, a dozen peculiar lights were advancing ominously. They were the soul-devouring insects, close to 20 of them. All the candidates were taken aback. 3 soul-devouring insects had already shattered their defenses, and now nearly 20 had appeared. This was an unequivocal display of overwhelming power. Faced with such a colossal disparity in strength, the human candidates had no chance whatsoever. In an instant, their morale plummeted, leading to a breakdown in their coordination. And the soul-devouring insects swiftly exploited their vulnerabilities to launch a counterattack. Within moments, several candidates had met a grim fate. Shuhan, the situation has changed. Prepare for action. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers, and 200 summoned beasts materialized instantaneously. Level 25 extraterrestrial creatures were indeed formidable. Yet how would they fare against an adversary that outnumbered them tenfold? The soul-devouring insects boasted an attribute score of 5,000, yet their health was merely 50,000. Lin Chuan Soul Snatcher Horseman could deliver a critical strike inflicting 550,000 damage, enough to obliterate them in a single blow. Moreover, as the examination had progressed, the critical skills Lin Chuan had employed yesterday had just completed their cooldown, granting him ample opportunities for devastating strikes. A flurry of crimson lights erupted. Let it explode. The Soul Snatcher's strike blossomed almost simultaneously, and as the red glow dissipated, the soul-devouring insects had already been reduced to mere dust by Lin Chuan's onslaught. What had once posed a formidable challenge to the candidates now resembled feeble level 1 monsters before Lin Chuan summoned beasts, utterly incapable of withstanding a single attack. Witnessing such a spectacle, who could remain unfazed? What was that? What entity possesses such might? A single strike to annihilate the soul-devouring insect. And it appeared to be a regular attack? Who is this? Who has donned such a magnificent facade? I recognize that summoned beast. It belongs to Lin Chuan, the one ranked first on the leaderboard. It's him again. He is too powerful. Could he be a disguised elite tormenting the candidates? At this juncture, the candidates began to harbor doubts about Lin Chuan's identity. After all, how could he be so extraordinarily strong? It defied all logic. Thanks to the presence of this monster, Lin Chuan, casualties at the Donghai examination site were limited. However, other examination sites were not so fortunate. Confronted by nearly 20 soul-devouring insects, candidates fell one after another beneath their relentless assault, leaving behind a cacophony of wails and countless casualties. The Star God Tower had been breached. Long Wanli, who had been wholly engrossed in presiding over the examination, suddenly sensed a disturbance within the Star God Tower and snapped his eyes open. It was the Star Domain anomaly. It had actually found its way to this location. Long Wanli's consciousness swept across the Star God Tower, quickly grasping the situation, and he immediately devised a response. I will teleport the candidates out of the Star God Tower, notify the examiners at each site to prepare for their arrival. With a thought, Long Wanli's consciousness merged completely with the Star God Tower, unleashing a surge of formidable power that established a connection with the scattered spaces on the battlefield. One by one, candidates began to be teleported away. As Long Wanli took action, the Star Domain anomaly sensed the shift. So quick to react? Alas, I have already found the most gifted among you humans. If I eliminate him, humanity will remain in disarray for centuries. The Shadow's gaze fixated on the examination space in Donghai City, where a young man had just summoned other creatures to obliterate a soul-devouring insect in a single blow. With that, the shadow hurtled toward the examination space in Donghai City. You wish to invade? Return my students' lives. The Star Domain anomaly had already caused significant casualties by transporting the examination simulation space to the true Star Domain battlefield. And Long Wanli could not allow it to continue unchecked. Understanding the anomaly's intentions, he swiftly adapted, raising a defensive shield over the Donghai examination space. A golden light gradually enveloped the examination area. If you intend to thwart me, let us see if you possess the capability. I shall claim the lives of these tens of thousands of candidates. The Star Domain anomaly scoffed and unleashed hundreds of ebony arrows toward all spaces, aiming to ensnare every human candidate within. How audacious! Long Wanli, finding himself in a predicament, could only resort to rescue. Hundreds of energy shields materialized above the space, blocking the onslaught of the Star Domain anomaly. However, the anomaly seized this opportunity to infiltrate the examination space where Lin Chuan was present. Star God Tower guards, lend me your strength, Long Wanli bellowed, and the guards surrounding him immediately shifted formations. They formed an external array around Long Wanli, and with the infusion of energy, the red light emanating from the Star God Tower intensified. Subsequently, a golden barrier enveloped Lin Chuan and the others, shielding them from the anomaly's attack. What is happening? The candidates gazed up at the suddenly appeared protective barrier, bewildered by the unfolding events. Foolish. Let us see how long you can endure. The black smoke enveloping the Star Domain anomaly swelled, transforming into countless dark specks that cascaded from the sky. Once separated, these specks morphed into myriad Star Domain monsters that charged at the barrier. What is happening? Why are there suddenly so many Star Domain monsters? Oh no, am I going to die? Surely the mortality rates they mentioned cannot be true. Had I known, I would have opted out of the final examination. Hurry. Get me out of here. In an instant, the candidates found themselves encircled by the Star Domain monsters. Though Long Wanli's golden light defense shield was in place, the morale of these 17 or 18-year-old children crumbled instantly. Is this also part of the examination? Luo Kuan and Lu Shuhan gathered around Lin Chuan, implicitly recognizing him as their pillar of support. Lin Chuan shook his head. This doesn't seem right. If my guess is correct, something must have gone awry with the examination. Look over there. Lin Chuan pointed to the sky, where indeed a mass of black smoke lingered. Although this smoke lacked a concrete form, it emanated a terrifying pressure. Everyone shared a singular thought. Today, we are doomed. Chapter 045, New Skill. black, and white impermanence. The specter of death loomed over every candidate present. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated within their minds. Dear candidates, I am Long Wanli from the Star Domain Battlefield Command of Longhua Nation. A sudden situation has arisen in your examination space. Upon hearing this, the candidates grew increasingly anxious. Do not worry, we are devising a rescue plan. The protective shield I have created for you will last for 5 minutes. During this time, you are completely safe. Long Wanli's words provided a semblance of reassurance to the candidates. However, he quickly shifted his tone. I am currently projecting my essence into this space, but the Star Domain anomaly has tampered with it, and we will need at least 10 minutes to arrive. Therefore, Long Wanli's voice carried a tone of helplessness and regret, as he understood the vast disparity in strength. A group of novices barely reaching level 20 would be at the mercy of the attackers for 5 minutes, long enough for them to be slaughtered 100 times over. Rest assured, the Star Domain anomaly that infiltrated is merely a fragment of itself. After the recent exertion, its energy is nearly depleted, and its strength is reduced to level 40. Even at level 40, we are no match for them. At last, one of the examinees, unable to withstand the immense psychological pressure, shouted out. Long Wanli fell silent. He found himself at a loss. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I understand your concerns, but encountering peril is an everyday reality for practitioners. If you can endure this trial, it will undoubtedly benefit your future growth. Therefore, I implore you all to persevere. I must concentrate on breaking the seal imposed by the Star Domain's aberrant sovereign. I hope that when we meet again, you will still be alive. With that, Long Wanli's voice faded, and no matter how the examinees called out, there was no further response. The creatures from the Star Domain began their assault on the protective barrier, creating ripples of energy that danced across its surface. While the shield could deflect the creature's physical attacks, it could not quell the psychological torment they inflicted upon the participants. A terrifying atmosphere enveloped the hearts of each examinee. Lin Chuan, what shall we do now? Are we to simply await our demise? Lin Chuan replied calmly. If even those who wield space artifacts are powerless, what can we do? We can only follow his advice and strive to survive until reinforcements arrive. Don't just stand there. Sit down and restore your energy, he urged. Lin Chuan's composed demeanor inspired everyone present. Lu Mo, the male practitioner with the highest score besides Lin Chuan, stepped up. I hail from an ancient swordsman lineage. I fear not even the aberrant sovereign of the Star Domain, a mere avatar seeking to slay me? Ridiculous. With that declaration, Lu Mo sat cross-legged to recuperate. Indeed, even if the true body were here, what of it? Wang Miao Miao and Tang Yu, not to be outdone, hastily consumed their potions and began their recovery. Witnessing the strongest among them act thus, the others quickly followed suit. With only 4 minutes remaining until the shield would dissipate, both sides prepared for the final confrontation. As the participants settled into a meditative state, Lin Chuan retrieved a basic skill learning scroll from his storage space. Channeling his mana into it with both hands, he activated it. Since awakening, he had yet to learn a new skill, and now was his final opportunity. Trapped within the confines of the space artifact, even the space return talisman gifted by Liang Wen could not function. He would have to confront the aberrant sovereign head-on. The acquisition of an additional skill could mean another chance at survival. Using the basic skill learning scroll, new skill acquired, Harbinger of Impermanence. Please select the type of Harbinger to summon. A. Black Harbinger. B. White Harbinger. 2 types of summoned entities. Let us see how formidable the new summon shall be. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan proceeded to summon. He even equipped his summoner's staff, capable of summoning 2 entities at once. The summoning array materialized, emanating an intense pressure from within. Just as Lin Chuan brimmed with anticipation, insufficient necromantic space capacity detected, summoning failed. Lin Chuan then realized that his necromantic capacity of 200 had long been filled to the brim. With the summoning limit reached, he could not call forth new creatures. In resignation, he released 4 critically wounded platinum-grade death servants from his necromantic space, utilizing reverse summoning to free them. What is he doing? Why is he reversing the summoning of his creatures? Has he given up? How hypocritical. Just moments ago, he spoke with such righteous fervor, and now he surrenders so swiftly. What of being at the top of the leaderboard, Lin Chuan? I disdain you. The murmurs of the examinees filled the air. Lin Chuan paid them no mind and activated his summoning skill once more. 4 summoning arrays ignited behind him, intertwining black and white energies, releasing an even more terrifying aura than before. Soon, 2 towering figures, each 5 meters tall, emerged from the arrays, clad in heavy robes and adorned with high hats. They wielded claws exceeding 2 meters in length that pierced the ground. Black Harbinger. Level, 20. Strength, 16,000. Constitution, 16,000. Agility, 24,000. Mental power, 9,000. Assassinate. Teleport behind the target to launch a surprise attack, dealing 300 damage based on agility. Cooldown, 1 day. Punishment. When attacking the target, inflict a punishment state, increasing the damage taken by 30. From the attributes, it was clear that this was an assassin-type summon. Moreover, it could deal damage 3 times that of its agility. A single skill could unleash an astounding 70,000 damage. Simultaneously, it could impose a vulnerability effect on the target, enhancing damage by 30, an impressive figure indeed. Next, the attributes of the White Harbinger were revealed. White Harbinger. Level, 20. Strength, 16,000. Constitution, 16,000. Agility, 9,000. Mental Spirit, 24,000. Dark Spirit. Consumes 100 mental power per second, restoring health to allied units within a 100-meter radius, with health restoration equating to 20 points of consumed mental power. Cursed. Within a 100-meter radius, all enemy entities suffer a 30 reduction in damage. An assassin followed by a healer. Healers are even more coveted than primary damage dealers in this realm. Lin Chuan's newly acquired skill, the White Harbinger, could easily fulfill the role of a healer. Not only capable of restoring health, but also providing area damage mitigation. This meant that Lin Chuan, even without conforming to the conventional class synergy, could achieve self-sufficiency. Thus, Lin Chuan's array of summoned creatures now comprised 5 distinct types: ordinary warriors, death servants, tanks, soul-collecting minotaurs, high-burst physical damage dealers, soul-collecting horsemen, assassins, Black Harbinger, and healers, White Harbinger. Coupled with the single target and area of effect magical skills he had learned upon class awakening and transition, Lin Chuan was now equivalent to an entire squad of well-coordinated practitioners. Chapter 046. The plan to slay the aberrant sovereign of the Star Domain. Subsequently, Lin Chuan dismissed a few more death servants, exhausting all his mental power to summon the Black and White Harbingers, striving to optimize the configuration of his summoned beings. Afterward, he consumed several mental power restoration potions to ensure he had sufficient energy for the upcoming battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something is amiss, exceedingly amiss. Lu Shihan counted the types of Lin Chuan's summoned creatures, and to her astonishment, there were as many as 5. She knew that certain specialized classes could learn 2 skills every 10 levels, but it was impossible to learn more than 3. Hence, a summoner class at the teens level could only possess a maximum of 3 different types of summoned creatures. Yet, Lin Chuan had 5. Moreover, since Lin Chuan had just learned the skill temporarily, it implied that, Lin Chuan, have you transitioned to level 20? Lu Shihan's mind raced, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, I just completed my transition this morning and almost arrived late. Upon hearing this, everyone regarded Lin Chuan as if he were a monster. To have risen to level 20 and completed a class transition within merely a week, was he even human? However, at this moment, their astonishment transformed into a sense of relief. With a level 20 job changer like Lin Chuan present, it seemed plausible that they could indeed buy 5 minutes for Long Wanli to arrive. Lin Chuan, you are the strongest among us. What are your plans? I will follow your lead. Yes, what is your strategy? We are all ears. The others quickly responded, voicing their agreement. Given the dire situation, Lin Chuan did not hesitate. As he surveyed the surroundings, he realized they were encircled by the Star Domain monsters, and the urgency of their predicament was palpable. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Once the light barrier shatters, I will summon my beasts to hold the front line. However, I require your assistance with 2 tasks. First, gather the monsters together, ensuring they remain within a 100-meter radius without killing them. Second, bring down that creature up there. Lin Chuan pointed at the floating avatar of the Star Domain Sovereign. The Star Domain Sovereign was the root of today's calamity. Only by vanquishing it could the candidates be saved. Lin Chuan aimed not only to stall for time, but also to eliminate the avatar of the Star Domain Sovereign. Understood. I will assist you. I possess range control. I will focus on bringing that creature down. Lu Shihan affirmed her support for Lin Chuan. I also have range control. Count me in, Tang added. Then I shall attract the monsters. Count me in as well. Lu Mo and Wang Miao Miao joined the fight on the ground. The others quickly organized their roles according to their professional specialties, while the golden barrier above was already marred with cracks. The 5-minute mark had been reached, and the shield was on the brink of collapse. Die, human wretches. The Star Domain Sovereign suddenly conjured a dark force, transforming it into a blade that descended from the sky, piercing through the light barrier. In an instant, the barrier was rendered void. As the shield shattered, the encircling Star Domain monsters surged toward the group. Fortunately, Lin Chuan and his companions had devised a self-rescue strategy and proceeded according to plan. Lin Chuan bellowed, summoning 200 of his summoned beasts to the forefront, creating a powerful buffer that granted the candidates room to maneuver. Freed from the fear of death, the candidates were able to unleash their skills. The Star Domain monsters, diverse in species and possessing various skills and attributes, were formidable, boasting levels as high as 30, posing a significant threat to the candidates. Fortunately, Lin Chuan had learned a new skill, which, under the effect of Bai Wuchang's aura, reduced damage from the alien creatures by 30. Furthermore, he commanded Bai Wuchang to operate at full power, continuously restoring the candidate's health. Every second, 2,000 health points were replenished. ensuring the candidates remained above a safe health threshold. As the summoned beasts clashed with the star domain monsters, Lin Chuan set his sights on the star domain's sovereign in the sky. Assassinate! With a swift gesture, He Wuchang teleported behind the star domain's sovereign and launched an attack. Trivial skill. The star domain's sovereign trembled, sending He Wuchang flying backward, having its health. He Wuchang was attacked by the star domain's sovereign, Avatar, health 880,000. What staggering damage! In merely a brief encounter, it inflicted an astonishing 880,000 damage. It is crucial to note that He Wuchang was not a fragile entity like the soul-collecting bull. It was a tank assassin with a robust constitution of 16,000. Even with such high health, it could not withstand 2 strikes from the avatar of the star domain sovereign. As the battle ensued, the star domain sovereign displayed its health. Star domain sovereign, avatar. Level, 45. Strength, constitution, agility, mental power. Due to the significant level disparity, the information could not be fully displayed. However, judging by the earlier attack from the star domain sovereign, its attributes likely exceeded 50,000. More importantly, its level of 45 implied it possessed 5 skills. Any action directed toward the other candidates would spell disaster for them all. It was imperative to eliminate it before it could strike. Shuhan, engage. Lin Chuan commanded, signaling the control team to act. Lu Shuhan was already prepared. The moment Lin Chuan issued the order, she unleashed her skill. Frozen Chill. An icy blue aura enveloped the star domain sovereign, immobilizing it and causing it to plummet toward the ground. Success. Initially, Lu Shuhan alone could not have hit the star domain sovereign, but He Wuchang's attack had drawn its attention, allowing Lu Shuhan to capitalize on the opportunity. However, she had no time to celebrate as the ice binding on the star domain sovereign was swiftly dispelled. Lu Shuhan's skill, which could normally control for 2 seconds, only lasted half a second against the star domain sovereign. Control resistance. The others quickly responded, realizing that the control resistance significantly diminished the duration of control effects, which was certainly not in Lin Chuan's favor. Fortunately, those remaining were all experts from various families and elite schools, with remarkably swift combat reflexes. The moment the star domain sovereign broke free from control, others immediately followed up with their own control attempts. Half a second, 1 second, 3 seconds. Each individual's control duration was fleeting, yet the overwhelming number of attempts ultimately brought the star domain sovereign crashing down to earth. You insignificant ants dare to strike at me? Though I am unaware of your intentions, let me assure you, your efforts are futile. The black smoke enveloping the star domain sovereign thickened ominously, and upon breaking free from control, it immediately expanded in size. It was evident that the sovereign was preparing to launch an attack on the candidates. Should it succeed, the consequences would be catastrophic for them. Go assist the others. I will handle this, Lin Chuan commanded, urging the 4 silver-grade soul-collecting bulls to charge forward. Having already brought the star domain sovereign to the ground, it was now within Lin Chuan's attack range. The bulls, shielded, blocked the angles of the star domain sovereign's attack. As the sovereign unleashed its strike, Lin Chuan watched in horror as the health of the soul-collecting bulls vanished in an instant. Despite the protective shield, all 4 bulls were obliterated without exception. The current constitution attribute of the soul-collecting bulls had reached 240,000, augmented by the defensive boost of platinum tier power and by Wuchang's area damage reduction. Yet, they could not withstand a single blow. The damage from the star domain sovereign's recent attack exceeded 300,000. Fortunately, the attack was absorbed by the soul-collecting bulls' bodies, preventing collateral damage. How formidable! Lin Chuan's strongest bulwark could not withstand a single assault from the star domain sovereign. You are the strongest among these wretches. Perish. The star domain sovereign would not spare Lin Chuan, preparing for yet another strike. Though Lin Chuan was uncertain of the sovereign's intentions, he unmistakably felt a chilling aura of death locking onto him. Chapter 047. Desperate Counterattack. Human brat, prepare to die? To perish by my hand is your honor. The star domain sovereign could hardly contain its eagerness. After years of battling humans, its greatest delight lay in ruthlessly slaying gifted young individuals, severing the lineage of humanity. Today, it would once again extinguish a human prodigy in its cradle. The star domain sovereign transformed into a humanoid figure, with black smoke coalescing behind it into countless swords, poised to strike. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Chuan suddenly revealed a smile of triumph. What are you laughing at, boy? Of course, I am laughing at you. Unaware that your demise is imminent, Lin Chuan extended his finger, upon which a pitch-black soul-piercing arrow had already coalesced into form. Look around you. The star domain anomaly, upon hearing this, was astonished to discover that the star domain monsters it had summoned were being repelled back towards it by the attacks of Lin Chuan's summoned beasts. These mere summoned creatures are nothing. Once I eliminate you, they will fall apart on their own. Is that so? The star domain anomaly assumed Lin Chuan sought to flaunt the prowess of his summoned beasts, yet that was not the case. With a confident smile, Lin Chuan unleashed the soul-piercing arrow, shooting it at an injured star domain monster with astonishing speed. The arrow instantly pierced through its skull. Subsequently, the star domain monster's body began to swell rapidly, triggering the skill of the Netherworld Corpse Explosion. The monster's body exploded, transforming into green blood arrows that shot towards the surrounding star domain creatures, which were utterly incapable of withstanding these lethal projectiles. Those touched by them were met with instant death. Soon after, Lin Chuan's own body began to swell, resulting in a corpse explosion as well. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions occurred in a chain reaction, creating a tempest of energy. The storm raged in the air, tearing apart the environment. The very ground quaked, and rocks shattered. At the center of this maelstrom stood the star domain anomaly. The sudden turn of events left the star domain anomaly completely unprepared, as it found itself enveloped by the storm. Although Lin Chuan's attack with the soul-piercing arrow might not have been overwhelmingly powerful, the damage from the Netherworld Corpse Explosion was indeed linked to the original health of the deceased creatures. Despite these star domain monsters being mere summoned minions, their levels were undeniably above level 30. The instant detonation of several would yield damage that the star domain anomaly could not withstand. However, as the smoke cleared, the black mist surrounding the star domain anomaly dissipated, its color significantly lighter than before, yet it remained steadfast. It had activated its bloodlocking ability. Lin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. He had originally believed his scheme would annihilate his foe, only to discover that the star domain anomaly had such a contingency in place. Bloodlocking is a unique combat state that triggers when one is on the brink of death, rendering them temporarily immune to damage, essentially granting a reprieve from demise. Run. The bloodlocking meant that the star domain anomaly still possessed the strength to fight back. At that moment, Lin Chuan's only high-burst means to eliminate his opponent had been exhausted. The only option left was for everyone to scatter and flee, awaiting rescue. No one could withstand the instantaneous damage of 300,000 health points. Very well, you have forced this entity into such a predicament. The star domain anomaly laughed in fury. The effect of bloodlocking was indeed formidable, but the repercussions were equally substantial. This maneuver was initially a contingency for its escape from the Dragon 1 Mile, yet it was unwittingly compelled into action by a mere handful of level 10 human whelps. Today, all of you shall perish. Star domain boundless. The star domain anomaly bellowed, and the candidates who had been attempting to flee suddenly felt a tremendous force surge from above. Simultaneously, a sense of weightlessness enveloped their feet. Under the combined effect, their internal spiritual power surged chaotically, their vitality roiling, nearly causing them to faint. Having barely withstood this wave of attack, as the candidates attempted to escape once more, they suddenly realized they had entered a weakened state, with all attributes reduced to a mere point. The candidates were aghast, hastily retrieving potions from their storage spaces to consume. They poured the potions into their mouths as if they were free, fully aware that every bit of strength afforded them a greater chance of survival. You all go? The star domain anomaly trembled, summoning star domain monsters once more to unleash slaughter upon the candidates. Although the number of monsters summoned this time was not large, it was sufficient to deal with the candidates now in a weakened state. Those affected by the star domain boundless attack were already in a severely compromised condition, and even the strikes of a level 1 monster could bring them to their end, let alone these powerful star domain creatures. In an instant, the air filled with the scent of blood, and the situation tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the star domain anomaly. The other candidates were left to the star domain monsters, while Lin Chuan reserved the anomaly for himself. He intended to personally eliminate this insignificant human who dared to defy him. Today, I shall torment you to the point of wishing for death. Lin Chuan popped a pill into his mouth, snorting disdainfully. Humph, with your current state. To think you could kill me is mere folly. Assassinate. The star domain anomaly's condition was hardly superior to Lin Chuan's. Thus, Lin Chuan commanded the Black Wuchang to execute the assassination skill. In an instant, Black Wuchang teleported behind the star domain anomaly, its 2-meter-long claw poised to strike at its neck. Should Black Wuchang's attack connect, the anomaly would undoubtedly perish. Star Domain Coliseum. The star domain anomaly was, after all, the mightiest creature within the star domain battlefield. Even a level 40 avatar had considerably more combat experience than Lin Chuan. At the critical moment, it activated a skill, and Lin Chuan felt an invisible energy chain link him to the star domain anomaly. Subsequently, another wave of energy surged forth, expelling all creatures within a 50-meter radius, including the recently attacking Black Wuchang. Your profession is summoning, I presume? In my star domain Coliseum, there exists a magic suppression effect. You cannot utilize any skills and may only employ physical attacks to inflict damage upon me. Alas, the summoning class is merely a branch of the mage. The star domain anomaly wore a confident expression, believing Lin Chuan to be doomed in such dire circumstances. Yet Lin Chuan maintained his gaze on the star domain anomaly. Speaking slowly, if you could win, you would have killed me outright by now. If I am not mistaken, your earlier area-wide weakening effect also applies to yourself. Does it not? Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, the star domain anomaly momentarily froze, then resumed its imposing demeanor. So what if you have seen through it? Even with our starting point the same, your recovery speed cannot possibly compare to mine. No, 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 you are mistaken. I am human. Lin Chuan advanced step by step toward the star domain anomaly, his neck glowing. Suddenly, his form swelled to twice its size. You? The star domain anomaly stared in disbelief. The star domain boundless skill suppressed everyone's spiritual power to a profoundly low level. Under such circumstances, Lin Chuan should not have been able to utilize any skills. Yet the reality lay before its eyes. Indeed, using skills as a professional does consume spiritual power. However, it is not solely through the expenditure of spiritual power that skills can be activated. What Lin Chuan employed was the gnome's secret treasure necklace, obtained within the gnome nest, which allowed him to enlarge his body while simultaneously augmenting all attributes by a staggering 500 points, with attacks receiving a spiritual damage bonus, albeit resulting in physical damage. The only drawback was that it could only be used for melee attacks. Yet at this juncture, that was hardly a concern. Now, let us see who ultimately prevails. Lin Chuan strode forward, seizing the star domain anomaly. The once arrogant star domain anomaly now found itself grasped like a chick in Lin Chuan's hand. Chapter 048, A Safe Return. The star domain anomaly attempted to flee. However, it was far too weak to resist, rendered helpless in Lin Chuan's grasp. Immediately, Lin Chuan unleashed a flurry of blows upon the star domain anomaly. His assault was simple yet brutal, a relentless barrage of punches aimed directly at the anomaly's visage. At this moment, Lin Chuan had succumbed to a frenzy, his muscles bulging with raw power. Faced with this adversary who had nearly brought about his demise, he showed no mercy. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed over 100 punches, each strike landing with devastating precision, rendering the anomaly defenseless as the dark smoke enveloping it dissipated. The other candidates, who had been fleeing for their lives, were suddenly taken aback to find the star domain monstrosities pursuing them had vanished. What could be the reason? Had the star domain monstrosities disappeared? When they regained their senses, they beheld Lin Chuan, his form now towering, relentlessly pummeling the star domain anomaly. The anomaly lay on the ground, utterly battered, its original form revealed as the ominous smoke had long since cleared. The sound of cracking bones echoed with each of Lin Chuan's punches. As they observed, the anomaly emitted no signs of resistance, its life extinguished. Goodness, Lin Chuan was ferocious, tearing apart the star domain anomaly with his bare hands. The collective astonishment of the crowd was palpable. Furthermore, Lin Chuan's physique had swelled to twice its size, presenting a more fearsome visage. Wasn't he a summoner? How had he transformed into such a muscular powerhouse? Could summoning be so abstract? Perhaps it was merely a personal preference. The candidates couldn't help but swallow hard. After witnessing Lin Chuan's true prowess, a singular thought resonated among them. If they could not befriend Lin Chuan, they must absolutely avoid becoming his enemies. Even those from ancient families who had once aspired to contend for first place against Lin Chuan were now utterly demoralized, abandoning their unrealistic ambitions. To vanquish a level 40 star domain anomaly with bare hands was an unfathomable display of strength. Only Luo Kuan darted about among the crowd, shouting with exuberance. Did you all see that? This person, Lin Chuan, is my good brother. From now on, we'll all be professionals. Come, let us exchange contact information. You can reach out to me anytime. With this grandstanding, Luo Kuan shamelessly transformed into Lin Chuan's staunch ally, completely disregarding the harsh words he had spoken just a week prior during the awakening ceremony. Lin Chuan's assault persisted for a full 5 minutes until the effects of his transformation finally waned. It was then that Long Wanli arrived, albeit belatedly. The moment he touched down, he immediately deployed a skill, summoning an invisible hand of space to grasp downward. However, upon discerning the scene before him, he was astonished to find all the candidates standing unharmed on the ground, with the star domain anomaly's avatar nowhere to be seen. He hastily dispelled his attack and approached to inquire about the situation. You all survived? Where's the star domain anomaly? The candidates collectively pointed to Lin Chuan, who was standing triumphantly with the anomaly's corpse beneath his foot. Upon learning the events that had transpired, even with Long Wanli's nearly century-long life experience, he was left speechless, unable to utter a single word. He had initially believed that all the candidates would meet their demise today. Yet he never anticipated that they would not only survive, but also retaliate against the star domain anomaly's avatar. What on earth was happening? Long Wanli, having lived on the star domain battlefield for decades, had witnessed many grand spectacles, yet this was a scenario he had never encountered before. There may still be other dangers present. I shall escort you back to the examination grounds. Fearing further complications, Long Wanli swiftly transported the candidates back to their respective examination venues. A dazzling light enveloped their feet as each candidate was teleported away. When it came time for Lin Chuan, however, he found himself in a solitary space after the brief transmission. This was not the examination hall. Had the teleportation malfunctioned? As Lin Chuan pondered this predicament, Long Wanli appeared before him. Young one, you have misunderstood. I merely have a few words to share with you. This is a space within the Star God Tower, where even the star domain anomaly cannot invade. Our conversation will remain confidential. Lin Chuan's heart raced with caution. What could this elder possibly wish to discuss? Observing Lin Chuan's reaction, Long Wanli smiled knowingly. To have slain the star domain anomaly's avatar speaks volumes of your considerable strength. Moreover, your humility and character are commendable. Very good. Long Wanli's praise left Lin Chuan feeling somewhat bashful. Senior Long, you flatter me. I still have much to learn. Haha, you are worthy of such commendation. Tell me, have you completed your job transition and awakened your innate skills? Lin Chuan nodded, confirming that he had indeed completed the transition ceremony today and awakened his innate abilities. Completing a job transition within a week of awakening is unprecedented in the history of practitioners in the Longhua Kingdom. I dare assert that for the next century, you will undoubtedly emerge as a leading force among practitioners. Long Wanli's words were heavy with expectation. However, you must be more vigilant regarding your safety. Suddenly shifting his tone, Long Wanli continued, you were far too careless today. You should not have killed the star domain anomaly's avatar. Why is that, senior? Lin Chuan inquired. The star domain anomaly's avatar possesses a death skill that leaves a mark of vengeance on its slayer. As long as this mark exists, your location will be perpetually exposed to the star domain anomaly. Many talented individuals have fallen victim to this, their positions revealed, leading to ambushes and demise. Lin Chuan hastily checked his status and, indeed, discovered that a mark of vengeance had been placed upon him by the star domain anomaly without his notice. With a wry smile, he lamented that the soul imprint from the assassin guild had yet to be resolved, and now he bore an additional mark from the anomaly. It seemed he would be perpetually hunted from this day forward. Furthermore, Long Wanli's words revealed that the star domain monstrosities had already infiltrated the Longhua Kingdom. Even within the confines of a seemingly safe metropolis, total security could not be assured. You need not worry excessively. Once you reach a certain level, even with the mark of vengeance, the star domain anomaly will not dare to pursue you, including myself. Nearly all of the top 10 experts in the Longhua Kingdom carry this mark. Lin Chuan felt exasperated. The top 10 experts were all above level 85. How long would it take him to reach such heights? Senior, I have a question. Lin Chuan suddenly spoke up. Why did I not receive any rewards after slaying the star domain anomaly's avatar? Not even experience points? Earlier, when Lin Chuan had vanquished the anomaly, he had awaited a notification of his kill but received nothing, unlike when he had defeated the star domain monstrosities. Initially, he thought he had simply missed it. But upon examining his storage space, he confirmed that nothing had dropped, no loot, no experience gained. It was a result he found utterly unacceptable. Hearing this, Long Wanli furrowed his brow. That shouldn't be the case. The star domain anomaly, even on the star domain battlefield, is an immensely powerful being and should certainly drop items. I surmise that the anomalies may stem from the influence of the Star God Tower's spatial realm. Do not dwell upon it. With your innate talent, if you diligently cultivate your skills, you shall undoubtedly reap rewards 100-fold or even 1,000-fold in the future. Long Wanli patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder, declaring that the time had come to send him off, eagerly anticipating the day he would step onto the battlefield of the star domain. As he spoke, a radiant light of transmission appeared beneath Lin Chuan's feet. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chuan found himself within the examination hall for the vocational examination in Donghai City. Chapter 049, The Second Avatar. Lin Chuan, you've emerged. We've been waiting for you for ages. Upon his appearance, Lu Shuhan dashed over, brimming with excitement. Perhaps each of us experiences different transmission timings. How long have you all been out? Lin Chuan, reluctant to divulge his conversation with Long Wanli, resorted to a casual fib and swiftly changed the topic. Why is it that everything seems to go awry with you? Are you the problem child? Luo Kuan rolled his eyes. Lin Chuan chose to ignore him. What about the others? Where have they gone? At that moment, the examination hall was sparsely populated, due to unexpected incidents during the final assessment of the vocational examination. The results had not yet been disclosed. The chief examiner instructed us to return home and await further notification regarding the results, which would be announced at a later date. I see. Here is your examination permit. You will receive a notification when the results are released. The examiners appeared particularly anxious and have already returned ahead of schedule. Lin Chuan understood all too well. The vocational examination had been disrupted by the anomalies of the star domain, rendering the evaluation of results a perplexing challenge. Moreover, many candidates had perished at the hands of the star domain entities, including several signs of prominent forces or families. The Longhua Kingdom would undoubtedly need to provide an explanation for this incident. It was likely that the domestic situation in Longhua would soon be fraught with turmoil. Lin Chuan, what are your plans moving forward? Before the results are out, I think I'll take a moment to relax. I've been too tense lately. Balance between tension and relaxation is the best approach to cultivation. Lin Chuan had already devised a plan. Having reached level 20 and completed his job change, he had effectively navigated the novice phase. The pace of leveling up would slow significantly from here on, so he resolved to exchange the materials and equipment he had acquired during this period for gold coins, allowing him to procure a set of quality gear. Should he have spare funds, he would also invest in some potions and consumables. The goblin's secret treasure necklace had played a pivotal role during the recent assault. If he could obtain a few more such items, he believed he could face the pursuit of star domain monsters with composure. After all, while his summoned beasts were powerful, he could not withstand the threat of assassination from others. Thus, fortifying himself had become imperative. It was rather unfortunate that Lin Chuan had intended to purchase a complete set of equipment upon returning to Donghai City from the dungeon camp, only to be delayed by the job change. Fortunately, he had no pressing commitments ahead, allowing him to focus on enhancing his abilities. Lin Chuan bid farewell to Lu Shuhan and Luo Kuan, and the three departed in different directions. However, as Lin Chuan exited the examination hall, not far behind him, a hidden vocational practitioner regarded him with a sinister gaze from the shadows. Soulmark, I never anticipated that you would slay a core member of the Assassin Guild. Lin Chuan, is it? Regardless of who you are, the Assassin Guild will ensure you pay a bloody price. Upon leaving the examination hall, Lin Chuan returned to his residence. After enduring several fierce battles, his body had reached the limits of exhaustion. Yet, he understood that he could not afford to succumb. Combat was the most effective means of enhancing one's prowess. If he were to sleep now, he would forfeit an opportunity to comprehend the essence of his combat strength. Many vocational practitioners awaken their innate skills through meditation following intense battles. Although Lin Chuan already possessed 2 innate skills, he remained eager to further elevate his capabilities. He recalled the earlier skirmishes in his mind, reflecting on the lessons learned and continuously refining his combat techniques. From the ambush by the Assassin Guild to the later encounter with the avatar of the Star Domain entity, Lin Chuan had narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions. Ultimately, the root cause of all these tribulations lay in his own inadequacies. His attributes were simply too low, even with the shield of the soul-collecting bowl. His means of survival and trump cards were still too sparse. Alas, it seemed he would have to focus on increasing his health, allowing his summoned beasts to deal damage. Suddenly, an unconventional growth path occurred to him. However, upon closer examination, this notion held merit. As long as Lin Chuan remained alive, his summoned creatures could still inflict damage. Yet, this would mean he would have to stand on the front lines to absorb blows, significantly diminishing his enjoyment of participating in combat. Enduring hits felt exceedingly frustrating. No matter how reluctant Lin Chuan may be, this was the most rational course of action at present. At worst, he could switch to damage-dealing gear once he leveled up later. Resolute in his decision, Lin Chuan emerged from his meditative state. Just then, a system notification materialized before him. Defeated the Star Domain entity, Avatar. Experience 15,000. Acquired item, Shadow Clone Cape. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Here it comes. It turned out that, influenced by the Star God Tower, the rewards for defeating the Star Domain entity had not vanished, but rather experienced a delay. He promptly examined the item details. Shadow Clone Cape, Artifact. Item. Effect. Creates a clone that possesses identical characteristics as the original, capable of leveling up through experience. The original and the clone can switch freely. Upon the original's death, the clone dissipates. Upon the clone's death, it reverts to the original. After a cursory review of the item attributes, Lin Chuan nearly gasped in astonishment. An artifact-level item. Moreover, this item could create a clone identical to himself, and the death of the clone would not affect the original in any way. As long as he ensured his own survival, the clone could act recklessly. Suddenly, Lin Chuan was struck with a bold idea. Since the clone was not bound by the fear of death, why not allow the original to focus on increasing health while equipping the clone with damage-dealing gear? Was this not the perfect combination of a living shield and offensive capabilities? Without hesitation, Lin Chuan utilized the Shadow Clone Cape to replicate himself. Before him stood an individual who looked exactly like Lin Chuan. Even he could not discern any difference. Lin Chuan sliced his palm and let a drop of blood fall onto the clone, successfully establishing a connection with the Shadow Clone. Subsequently, a surge of fresh information flooded into his mind. After some time, Lin Chuan finally processed this information. Name, Shadow Clone. Profession, unawakened. Level, 1000. Strength, 7. Stamina, 7. Agility, 7. Mental power, 7. Undead space, 200. Equipment, none. Lin Chuan scrutinized the attributes of the Shadow Clone. The ability to awaken a profession anew? This was indeed astonishing. Even though Lin Chuan had been prepared for this revelation, he was still profoundly shaken upon realizing it. A brand new profession signified a plethora of new possibilities. No longer confined to his current summoning profession, he could now experience the effects of an entirely different vocation. Furthermore, the most outrageous aspect was that the Shadow Clone could directly summon the summoned creatures from Lin Chuan's undead space. Even though the Shadow Clone was only level 1, it could command summoned beasts of over level 20. Such a capability was simply absurd. However, reality was not as rosy as Lin Chuan had envisioned. The Shadow Clone, apart from the usual character information, possesses additional characteristic effects. Lin Chuan examined the effects of the Shadow Clone. Attribute inheritance. The Shadow Clone can provide the main body with an additional attribute bonus, with an effect of 10 for current attributes. This can be upgraded by defeating Star Domain magical creatures, Lord level. Locked state. The shadow clone can only equip designated class gear. The clone cannot use skills, and talent skills do not activate. This state can be lifted by using star domain magical seeds. Potential granting grants the skills, talents, and class of the shadow clone to the main body. Absolute obedience. Between the shadow clone and the main body, the lower level party always gains experience. There are a total of 4 characteristics, and as Lin Chuan finished reading, his emotions seemed to soar like a roller coaster. Upon seeing the other 3 characteristics, Lin Chuan exclaimed in admiration. The attribute skill requires no explanation. It enhances additional attributes and can be upgraded in a certain manner, with the potential for even higher percentages. Absolute obedience restricts the choice of which to prioritize for cultivation, resulting in slower upgrades. However, in reverse, he and the shadow clone share the dungeon attempts. Since he can only grind once a day anyway, he could simply have the shadow clone auto-grind in the dungeon, alleviating concerns about leveling. Then there is potential granting, which allows Lin Chuan to possess dual-class skills simultaneously, a feature that is nothing short of divine. However, this locked state transforms the shadow clone into a high-level infantry. Of course, this may be true for other classes, but for Lin Chuan, it matters not. The shadow clone can connect to the necromantic space and summon creatures from there, which does not count as a skill. It is completely unaffected. Moreover, the locked state can be lifted by star domain magical seeds. By then, Lin Chuan will be able to attain a fully realized dual-class effect. These star domain magical seeds should be related to star domain magical creatures. With his current strength, he is insufficient to venture there. The immediate priority is to assist the shadow clone in awakening its class. Following that, he must find gear for the shadow clone that can disguise and prevent detection. Otherwise, if he and his clone act separately, the revelation of 2 Lin Chuans would be utterly shocking. Chapter 050, Additional Equipment, Feather of the Phoenix. Lin Chuan had planned his subsequent actions with a thought. He withdrew the shadow clone into his body. Typically, Lin Chuan controlled the clone just like a summoned beast, and when not in use, it could return to his interior. If Lin Chuan's main body switched to the clone, the control of the main body remained the same. Since the shadow clone was still level 1, Lin Chuan saw no need to let it take risks outside. After securing the clone, he categorized the materials and equipment he prepared for the next day before settling down to sleep. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Lin Chuan, are you asleep? It was the voice of Principal Suqiu. Principal, you've come. Lin Chuan hastily opened the door to let Suqiu in. Suqiu had essentially been a father figure to him, having raised him and assisted him in numerous ways. Lin Chuan held a special affection for him. Suqiu entered with a beaming smile. I heard from that little girl Lu Shuhan that your performance in the occupational examination today was quite impressive. Lin Chuan scratched his head. It was all right. I did not disappoint your guidance. Good, very good. Suqiu patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder, suddenly tears welling in his eyes. It's not in vain that I have high hopes for you. In Lin Chuan's memory, Suqiu was a very serious person, and this was the first time he had seen such an expression from him. Principal, what's wrong? Have you become sentimental in your old age? Lin Chuan joked. Get out of here, you little rascal. Suqiu laughed and scolded. I am in the prime of my life. I could work for another 50 years without retiring. Subsequently, Suqiu took a deep breath, his expression turning grave, and handed Lin Chuan a letter. Starting tomorrow, I will have to leave Donghai City to carry out a mission and be able to witness your results firsthand. Aren't you curious about your origins? This letter contains everything I wish to convey to you. However, do not rejoice too soon. I have placed a restriction on this letter that you cannot unlock with your current strength. Once you arrive at the Azure Dragon Academy, you must seize the opportunity to cultivate. When your strength reaches a certain level, it will naturally guide you to find someone who can help you lift the restriction. Lin Chuan, being an orphan raised by Suqiu, had long regarded Suqiu as his biological father, yet he remained curious about his origins. Old man, still being mysterious. Are you afraid you won't live to see me grow up? Lin Chuan received the letter and placed it into his storage space. He was aware that Suqiu undertook missions every year during the winter and summer breaks, but he never mentioned the details of those tasks or the organization he served. Lin Chuan speculated that besides being the principal of the first high school in Donghai City, Suqiu must possess another undisclosed identity. Suqiu merely smiled. Knowing Lin Chuan was concerned about him, I am primarily worried that you will grow too quickly. If you experience a breakthrough within 2 months and cannot find me, what will you do? Here, take this as well. Saying this, Suqiu produced an object. This is the Feather of the Phoenix. Feather of the Phoenix, rare. Additional equipment. Effect, grants the ability to fly upon use, and doubles ground speed for 1 hour, with a cooldown of 1 day. Hey, old man, are you really passing away? Is this your last will? Have you prepared your inheritance? It is known that Suqiu had always taught Lin Chuan not to rely on external objects to enhance strength. Even during significant occasions like the occupational examination, he had never provided Lin Chuan with any equipment to assist him. Now, however, he suddenly gifted him an item, and it was among the rarest and most precious additional equipment. Additional equipment surpasses the 5 conventional gear and is characterized by special effects without level restrictions. You little rascal. How has your tongue become so venomous? I am simply gifting you something as you are about to embark on a journey. Lin Chuan, hearing Su Qiu's words, quickly snatched the feather of the phoenix. Hee, refusing it would be foolish. Alright, it's getting late. You've worked hard to level up these past few days. Relax for a few days. I must return to pack for my departure. Be safe on your journey. Lin Chuan bid farewell to Su Qiu. The next day, Lin Chuan rose early, preparing to awaken the class of the Shadow Clone. He first released the Shadow Clone, then switched control, withdrawing his main body into the clone. Having accomplished this, Lin Chuan stepped outside. In this world, apart from awakening ordinary occupations for commoners at school, there are many means prepared for special groups such as ancient families and wealthy heirs to awaken their classes. Such a place is the Class Awakening Temple, where one can undergo the awakening ceremony for a certain fee in gold coins. Since the occupational examination had concluded, the temple was nearly deserted, with hardly anyone coming to awaken their classes. Hey, little brother, here for a class awakening? The staff at the entrance greeted Lin Chuan lazily. Hello. I am here to awaken my class. Please provide your name and age. Lin Chuan, age 17. Lin Chuan casually conjured a fictitious name to avoid any potential troubles arising from sharing the same name. 17. The staff's movements halted. Young lad, awakening a profession at this age is rather unwise. I recommend you return a week prior to next year's professional examination, as you'll coincide with the opening of the novice dungeon and the examination itself. The professional examination imposes stringent requirements on a candidate's innate talents. All participants must awaken their professions within a week leading up to the exam, or they will be barred from participation. It's all right. I have no intention of partaking in the professional examination, Lin Chuan replied with a smile. What a jest. If he were to participate again, it would surely expose him. As for leveling up, the Shadow Clone could utilize the Necromancer's space, accompanied by summoned beasts for experience gain. The absence of benefits from the novice dungeon was of little concern. Very well, here is the registration form. Please turn left upon entering after completing it. Assuming Lin Chuan was yet another scion from a wealthy family, the staff cheerfully handed him a form. The procedure for the profession awakening ceremony was quite straightforward. After filling out the form and submitting the fee, he was naturally guided to the awakening process. The familiar magic array, the familiar procedure. Lin Chuan positioned himself at the center of the array. As a beam of light ascended, the profession awakening ceremony officially commenced. What profession would he awaken this time? He hoped for a warrior type. The striking sensation would be unparalleled. Lin Chuan envisioned his prospective profession. At that moment, a white light erupted from a nearby stone pillar. The officiating staff glanced over, immediately displaying a look of disappointment. White signifies a life profession. Chapter 051, Second Profession, Shadow Blade Assassin. Initially, he had hoped to awaken a rare profession, yet it turned out to be merely a common white one. In the eyes of the staff member, Lin Chuan was categorically labeled as the foolish heir of some affluent family. Congratulations on completing your profession awakening. Your profession is the white life profession, swordsmith. Standing in the center of the magic array, Lin Chuan received the system notification. However, this time, the prompt malfunctioned midway, failing to display in full. A white life profession? Such unfortunate luck? He recalled that within life professions, the only one starting with sword was the swordsmith, a blacksmith. Yet this could hardly equip a summoner. Lin Chuan felt somewhat exasperated, never anticipating such dismal fortune this time. Not even a combat profession. Although the Shadow Clone could still utilize the Necromancer's space, it felt somewhat lacking without a primary profession. Life professions do not level up. They merely enhance skill levels through specific tasks. Thus, the Shadow Clone would essentially become obsolete. Logically, the profession awakening ceremony should have concluded by now, yet the radiance enveloping Lin Chuan showed no signs of dissipating. What was happening? Suddenly, he felt a tremor from the ring on his hand, followed by a surge of warmth emanating from it. This is the Outer Path Inheritance Ring. This ring had been gifted to Lin Chuan by Xie Yuqing and was said to protect his life, yet it was now exhibiting anomalies. Could it be reacting in tandem with the profession awakening? Lin Chuan's speculation proved accurate. A stream of pure energy surged forth from the Outer Path Inheritance Ring, subsequently entering Lin Chuan's Shadow Clone. Outside the magic array, the staff member was astonished to witness the once white beam of light rapidly changing colors. Green, blue, purple flashed by in an instant before finally settling on an orange hue, emblematic of legendary status. How could this be possible? How could an awakened profession undergo such a transformation? He rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe the sight before him. After presiding over awakening ceremonies for a decade, he had never encountered such a situation. Yet, the color of the beam ultimately stabilized at orange, and the magic array gradually lost its glow. This signified the official completion of the profession awakening. Legendary rank, truly legendary. Congratulations on completing your profession awakening. Your profession is the legacy profession, Shadow Blade Assassin. He could hardly believe that this ring had the power to alter his profession. Lin Chuan had distinctly seen that the system prompt initially indicated his profession as a white life profession. Yet, it later transformed into a legacy profession. Amidst his astonishment, Lin Chuan felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Xie Yuqing. Were it not for this outer path inheritance ring, his shadow clone would likely have been relegated to the role of mere cannon fodder. Legacy professions are a unique category. Their true strength comparable to legendary or even mythic professions. Lin Chuan was convinced that the ring Xie Yuqing had bestowed upon him held far more significance than merely changing his profession. 4. At the moment the shadow clone awakened its profession, Lin Chuan discovered that his secondary profession information had supplanted the shadow clone's profession details. This indicated that Lin Chuan had not only awakened his secondary profession, but had also gained a controllable doppelganger. Eagerly, Lin Chuan examined his attributes. Name, Shadow Clone. Profession, Shadow Blade Assassin, Legacy. Level, 1000. Strength, 7. Vitality, 7. Agility, 7. Spirit, 7. Necromancer's Space, 200. Equipment, none. Talent, Inheritance Ring unlocked. Skill, Inheritance Ring unlocked. Aside from the change in profession, his talent and skills began to manifest, albeit requiring the power of the Inheritance Ring to unlock. Lin Chuan infused energy into the outer path Inheritance Ring, instantly activating the inheritance effect. Detected learnable talents and skills. Would you like to learn? Of course. Lin Chuan eagerly accepted the offer. Congratulations on acquiring the talent, Dual Sword Shadow. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Shadow Strike. Dual Sword Shadow, when using skills. Damage is multiplied by 10. Shadow Strike. Teleport to a designated location. The next attack deals 200 agility damage. Cost, 20 spirit. Setting aside the effects of Shadow Strike for the moment, the talent skill Dual Sword Shadow was downright extraordinary. What an effect. Tenfold damage. Another tenfold increase. What distinguishes this from the tenfold attributes of mythic professions? Undoubtedly a supermodel profession strength. Lin Chuan had initially intended to test the effects of Dual Sword Shadow immediately. But regrettably, the shadow clone remained in a locked state, allowing only his primary character to wield its dual professions. With outsiders present, it was inconvenient to switch to his main body, so he had no choice but to postpone the trial. There would be ample opportunities for leveling in the future, so there was no rush. Lin Chuan exited the magic array, only to be met by the staff, who were breathless and regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Young man, do you realize? You just awakened a legendary profession. It has been 50 years since a legendary profession has emerged in Donghai City. Oh, I saw the prompt. Lin Chuan replied coolly. His first profession was a mythic one, and his second was a legacy profession. Although he was unsure why the staff had mistaken it for a legendary profession, he thought, well, it is what it is. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's response, the staff member momentarily paused, suddenly awakening from his excitement. The young man displayed remarkable composure. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been too overwhelmed to speak at that moment. With such a calm demeanor, it is evident that he is destined for greatness in the future. The staff member was unaware that this was Lin Chuan's second career awakening, mistaking his reaction for steadfastness of character. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed senior, Lin Chuan said, pulling out 10,000 gold coins from his storage space and placing them into the staff member's hands. This is a small token of appreciation for your assistance in my career awakening. The staff member chuckled, accepting the coins with ease. Recognizing the young man's understanding of social etiquette, Lin Chuan smiled and continued, Senior, I came here for my career awakening without my family's knowledge, and I wish to avoid drawing too much attention. I kindly ask for your discretion. The staff member nodded in understanding, assuring him, of course. This matter will remain between us. No third party shall know. Having worked in the Awakening Temple for quite some time, he was well acquainted with such rebellious young masters who sneaked away to indulge in frivolous pursuits. He himself preferred to keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary troubles in the future. Thank you once again. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Chuan departed from the Career Awakening Temple, making his way to his next destination for the day, the Trading Hall. As the largest organization in this world, the Trading Hall's splendor far surpassed that of the Career Awakening Temple. Every day, it teemed with throngs of individuals, countless adventurers engaged in transactions. Previously, there had been a makeshift trading post in the Goblin Lair's instance camp. However, that was a temporary setup deep within monster territory, offering only the most basic trading functions, exchanging materials for gold coins and purchasing standard potions. To truly experience the wonders of the Trading Hall, one must venture to a larger city, a central hub. Upon entering the Trading Hall, Lin Chuan first activated his trading account, clearing out all the materials and equipment he wished to sell, including the Silver Moon Wolf King's essence he had acquired. After selling everything, he found himself suddenly wealthy, amassing a total of 10 million gold coins overnight. With newfound wealth, the urge to spend was irresistible. Lin Chuan opened the equipment list, searching for the gear he desired. He decided to outfit his main body with a rare set of level 20 equipment that bolstered health, the Mighty Bear Heavy Armor Set. Effect, Constitution 20, damage taken -20. The set provided a substantial boost to health and damage mitigation, and each individual piece also possessed unique effects that enhanced his constitution and defensive capabilities. Acquiring just these 3 pieces cost Lin Chuan 1 million gold coins. With his main body equipped, it was now time to focus on his doppelganger. Chapter 052, Upgrading the Second Profession. Although the Shadow Clone was currently in the state of an advanced infantryman, early upgrades required a focus on attributes. After all, a sudden and untimely demise would be quite the unfortunate scenario. According to the information contained within the Inheritance Ring, the Blade Shadow Assassin was a physical class linked to damage and agility. Therefore, Lin Chuan needed to seek out equipment that would enhance his agility attributes. Naturally, he also considered gear that could reduce skill cooldowns, as the combat style of an assassin differed significantly from that of the Phantom Summoner, which relied on summoned creatures for combat and necessitated frequent skill usage. If the cooldowns were not managed properly, the assassin could easily find themselves overwhelmed instead of executing a successful ambush. To maintain the essence of his profession, it was crucial to invest in health early on, as the summoned creatures would assist in leveling, allowing him to focus primarily on survival. He simply needed to avoid being killed by monsters. The key offensive equipment should ideally be acquired starting from level 20, and it would be advantageous if he could inherit the skills associated with that gear. In no time, Lin Chuan encountered a problem. Within the trading hall, there was a staggering lack of suitable equipment for assassins. The disparity was outrageous. He could find 100 items for other professions, yet there were fewer than 10 for assassins. Lin Chuan approached a staff member. "Hello, I wish to purchase some assassin equipment, but I've noticed the selection here is woefully inadequate compared to other professions. What is the reason for this?" The staff member, a young lady, smiled gently upon noticing Lin Chuan's youth. "You must be a newly minted adventurer. You may not be aware that most assassin class equipment is held by the Assassin Guild. If you wish to purchase, you might consider visiting their own trading hall. However, I have heard that to buy equipment from the Assassin Guild, one must attain a certain assassin rating corresponding to the level of the gear." Hearing this, Lin Chuan felt a surge of anger. He had already had a falling out with the Assassin Guild and had no intention of joining them. "Isn't this a form of monopoly? Is there no one to protest against this?" he exclaimed indignantly. "I apologize, but there is not. They have paid a substantial sum to acquire those items from us, which does not violate the trading treaties of Longhua Kingdom. If you'd prefer not to visit their hall, you can browse for items in the trading hall yourself, or I can assist you in posting a commission to purchase equipment. As long as your offer exceeds that of the Assassin Guild, I believe someone will be willing to sell." "Commission?" he inquired. "Right over there." The staff member pointed behind her, where various equipment acquisition commissions were posted, typically offering prices slightly above those found in the trading hall. This was a unique method of acquiring gear, as not everyone could easily find suitable equipment, nor did people spend all their time sifting through the vast inventory of the trading hall. Spending a small amount to post a commission was a highly cost-effective strategy. Commissions from ordinary individuals would be slightly higher than the trading hall prices, but for assassin class equipment, the rewards offered were shockingly double the market price. It was quite outrageous. For a single rare weapon at level 20 with skill effects, the commission price soared to an astonishing 1 million gold coins, exceeding the cost of Lin Chuan's entire set of heavy armor. Fortunately, Lin Chuan's assassin profession was somewhat unique, as he did not use the conventional assassin weapons, opting instead for a great sword, which he had already secured in the trading hall. As for the ring slot, he possessed the Inheritance Ring, which was bound to his shadow clone and could not be replaced. Thus, he still needed armor, shoes, and a necklace. However, this was not an urgent matter. As long as he played it safe, even level 0 equipment could suffice in the early stages. Regardless, he decided to post a commission. Unsure whether the acquisition of equipment would keep pace with his leveling speed, he resolutely decided to proceed with the commission. He offered a bounty of 600,000 gold coins for any rare assassin class equipment at level 20 with skill effects. If it included set bonuses, he would purchase the entire set for 4 million gold coins. "Very well, if anyone accepts the commission, we will notify you. According to the rules, you need to pay the gold coins up front, before the equipment was even in hand." His assets had already diminished by half. With the equipment sorted, Lin Chuan went on to purchase various other items. Although he possessed the Inheritance Ring, he feared that he would still require basic skill learning scrolls when learning new skills, so he bought 2, just in case. If they proved unnecessary, he could always sell them later. It was a low-risk investment. He also procured some critical hit potions for backup, as the assassin profession was forever intertwined with the critical hit attribute. Just for these 2 items, he spent another 1 million gold coins. Next, he sought to acquire some standard health and mana potions. As for items that concealed identity information, the trading hall unfortunately had none available. An hour later, Lin Chuan emerged from the trading hall, a bittersweet smile etched upon his face. No wonder it is said that professionals are the true gold hoarders. He had initially thought that 10 million was a substantial sum, only to realize that he had squandered over half of it in the blink of an eye. This was merely due to his current low level, and the trading hall in Donghai City was relatively modest, lacking in rare items. If he were to reach level 30, or even 40, the prices of equipment would undoubtedly soar beyond their current state, and he would likely find himself fretting over the funds required for purchasing gear. Never mind, he thought. I won't dwell on this for now. I shall test the waters and focus on leveling up my shadow clone first. Lin Chuan, brimming with anticipation, hurriedly hailed a carriage to the outskirts of Donghai City. As the time for the novice dungeon had already passed, Lin Chuan could only resort to hunting monsters in the wild to gain experience. After the professional examination concluded, Lin Chuan received his professional certification. Upon verifying his identity, he successfully exited the city and summoned 20 platinum-level Reaper minions, plunging into the wild forest. With his class changed to Summoner, the attribute bonuses for his summoned beasts had escalated to 20 times. The attributes of the platinum-level Reaper minions had long surpassed 10,000, rendering them a catastrophic presence for the monsters of the wilderness. Any creature that dared to show itself met an untimely end. Lin Chuan had become a veritable harbinger of death, ruthlessly slaughtering the goblins. Unfortunately, he could not enter the Goblin Nest dungeon until he reached level 8, forcing him to grind in the wild to attain that level. It is well known that experience gained from wild monster hunting is pitifully low. Thus, Lin Chuan expanded his hunting grounds, methodically clearing out all the monsters in the outskirts of Donghai City. In the following days, a mysterious legend began to circulate in the outskirts of Donghai City. It was said that a certain goblin had provoked a formidable figure, leading this individual to unleash a massacre upon the goblin race, nearly wiping them out entirely. Lin Chuan paid no heed to the rumors, immersing himself wholeheartedly in his dungeon adventures. Meanwhile, in the Assassin Guild's Donghai City branch, an assembly of elite assassins convened in the council chamber. "Are you certain you have seen the soul seal of our assassin guild? You did not mistake it?" An elder assassin inquired. Across from him sat a remarkably youthful man. "I would never misjudge. However, the soul seal does not manifest unless activated by secret methods. How did you come to check the soul seal?" "I heard there was an incident during the professional examination, so I went to investigate." When Lin Chuan emerged, a spatial fluctuation occurred, revealing the soul seal. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but after employing the secret method, I confirmed it to be the Assassin Guild's soul seal. The elder assassin pondered for a moment. "But have you verified this person's identity?" "Absolutely. According to the candidates who participated in the examination, he displayed quite an audacious performance. While I am unaware of his score in the third round, he achieved full marks in the first two." A collective intake of breath echoed through the air. Achieving full marks in the first 2 rounds of the professional examination showcased such dazzling talent that it had likely attracted the attention of rival factions. Acting against him at such a critical juncture could spell disaster. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Although the Assassin Guild is one of the 8 major professional guilds, wielding immense power, recklessly targeting such a prodigy would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Dragon Hua Kingdom. While it is unlikely that the kingdom would take action against the Assassin Guild solely because of Lin Chuan, the risks involved were considerable. This matter is of great significance. We must not speak of it publicly. I will report to the headquarters for further instructions, the branch leader declared. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was the most prudent course of action. However, a dissenting voice arose from the distance. "When did our Assassin Guild become so cowardly? It seems you, branch leader, must bear some responsibility." A young man with yellow hair stood at the entrance of the council chamber. His audacious intrusion during a meeting of the guild's high-ranking officials indicated that his status was far from trivial. The branch leader furrowed his brow. "Young Master Huang, this is our meeting place. Do not presume to meddle in guild matters simply because you are the grandson of Elder Huang from headquarters." The young man, known as Huang Yu, was the grandson of the guild's esteemed Elder Huang Shufeng and had reached level 43. Unperturbed, Huang Yu maintained an arrogant demeanor, disregarding the branch leader entirely. According to the 13th rule of the Assassin Guild, any bearer of the soul seal is our mortal enemy and shall be collectively hunted down without mercy. His proclamation silenced everyone present. "I have stated that this matter is too complex," the branch leader began, but Huang Yu interrupted him. "Since you find this issue difficult to handle, I shall take the lead. I refuse to believe that the Dragon Hua Kingdom would allow our Assassin Guild to be obliterated over a mere novice who has barely awakened his profession. According to the latest intelligence, this Lin Chuan exited the city 5 days ago. Now is the perfect opportunity to strike. If you fear taking responsibility, then allow me to uphold the guild's honor." With that, Huang Yu departed, exuding an aura of menace. The branch leader shook his head in resignation. After all, Huang Yu was the grandson of the guild's elder. He could hardly permit Huang Yu to act alone, so he pointed to 2 nearby individuals. "You two, accompany young Master Huang. Should he encounter danger, I shall hold you accountable for any mishaps." "Understood." 3 hours later, 3 high-ranking assassins departed from the Assassin Guild, making their way towards the Goblin Nest dungeon in the outskirts of Donghai City. Chapter 053, The Assassination of the Purple-Robed Assassin. On the 6th day following the professional examination, Lin Chuan unexpectedly received a message from his school requesting his return to Donghai City. Could it be that the results of the professional examination have been released? Lin Chuan exclaimed, filled with joy. After a long period of anticipation, the moment of revelation had finally arrived. As a legacy profession, the Shadowblade Assassin's experience gain multiplier is not significantly inferior to that of mythic-level professions. Moreover, with the assistance of his platinum-level Reaper minions, Lin Chuan had already elevated his clone's level to 8 within a day of exiting the city, qualifying him to enter the Goblin Nest dungeon. Additionally, The shadow clone possessed an extraordinary trait, tirelessness. Each day, after completing the dungeon with his clone, Lin Chuan would venture into the wild, causing his leveling speed to soar. As of today, the level of his shadow clone had successfully reached 15, and with the aid of the Outer Path Inheritance Ring, he unlocked a new level 10 assassin skill, the Triple Slash of Shadows. This skill allows for 3 swift strikes against a target within a short duration, inflicting a total of 270 agility damage. Coupled with the tenfold damage bonus from Shadow Blades Unmatched, the final damage multiplier reached an astonishing 27 times, resulting in a terrifying level of damage. Through these days of practice, Lin Chuan had gained a profound understanding of his new profession, accumulating battle experience along the way. It could be said that he had completely mastered the role of the Shadow Blade Assassin. With the examination results set to be announced, it seemed prudent to return for a visit. The Goblin Nest dungeon could only be completed up to level 18. Even if Lin Chuan continued to linger there, he could not expect to achieve level 20 as he had with his main character. Returning earlier would have little impact on him. Lin Chuan withdrew his shadow clone and set forth on his journey back to the city. Unlike the last hurried and frantic attempt to elevate his status as a professional, Lin Chuan now appeared remarkably relaxed. Freed from the pressures of advancing to higher education, leveling up by clearing dungeons became a delightful adventure. Consequently, he opted to retrace his steps along the main road back to East Sea City. The Goblin Nest was, after all, one of the top 10 popular dungeons in Longhua Kingdom, drawing a continuous stream of adventurers, with many exiting the dungeon each day. Lin Chuan found himself amidst the crowd, quietly listening to the tales of others as they recounted their intriguing experiences in the dungeon. Hey, isn't that Lin Chuan? Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar face. Xiaoyi, what brings you here? Didn't you level up to 19 and move on to a new dungeon? Hu Xiaoyi was the first acquaintance Lin Chuan had made during his initial visit to the Goblin Nest. Back then, she had even stood up against Ouyang Hai's monopolistic behavior regarding dungeon runs, showcasing her strong sense of justice. Yes, Huang Kai and I are currently tackling higher-level dungeons. The new dungeon is quite challenging, so we're leveling up while also trading materials. The prices at this dungeon camp are relatively low, so we came here to stock up, she explained. Lin Chuan nodded, realizing that the temporary marketplace at the dungeon camp often featured newly released rare materials, with many eager to sell quickly, resulting in prices significantly lower than those at the trading post. It was indeed a treasure trove for bargains. But what about you? Weren't you supposed to participate in the professional entrance examination? How did it go? Why haven't you enrolled in university? Surely you didn't fail? Hu Xiaoyi inquired with concern. There was a minor incident with the professional entrance examination, and the results were delayed. I'm just out here to level up a bit more, Lin Chuan replied. Oh, I see. With your skills, you're bound to get into a prestigious university. You might even make it to Qinglong Academy, Hu Xiaoyi remarked confidently, having witnessed Lin Chuan's formidable summoning creatures. However, she herself had limited talent and little understanding of the professional entrance examination. I should be able to pass. Thanks for your kind words. The two engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, Lin Chuan noticed that all the other adventurers around them had vanished, leaving just the two of them on the road. An ominous feeling crept into his heart. It was implausible that, given the Goblin Nest's popularity, this road could be so deserted. Yet, the breath of the undead detected no immediate danger. To be safe, Lin Chuan summoned 20 platinum-level Reaper minions in one breath. Oh, quite alert, I see. No wonder you were able to eliminate the blue-robed assassin from my guild. He heard a voice tauntingly say as he lifted his gaze to find 3 individuals cloaked in purple robes at the end of the road. These 3 were the assassins led by Huang Yu, dispatched to eliminate Lin Chuan, their strength reaching the level of purple-robed assassins. Purple-robed assassins required a minimum level of 40 and had to meet the stringent advancement criteria set by the Assassin Guild. Thus, the value of a purple-robed assassin far exceeded that of a mere 40-level assassin. Illusion? When did I fall for it? Lin Chuan urgently glanced at Hu Xiaoyi. Fortunately, she was indeed the real deal. Who are you? What do you want with us? Hu Xiaoyi asked anxiously. What do we want? Huang Yu laughed, taken aback by her naivety. I see you're already in your 20s, yet you haven't even reached level 20. Although I didn't come specifically for you today, I apologize. Since you're involved with this brat, you might as well perish too. Huang Yu's expression twisted into a snarl, and in an instant, he lunged behind Hu Xiaoyi. Watch out. Lin Chuan reacted first. A Reaper minion suddenly appeared behind Hu Xiaoyi, blocking Huang Yu's attack. Received attack from Huang Yu, Reaper minion, platinum level, HP 560,000. Well, quite the quick reaction. Huang Yu was astonished not only by Lin Chuan's speed, but also by the minion's health. He knew his own attack could deal 6 to 70,000 damage in one blow, yet this summoned creature had a significant damage reduction, suffering less than 60,000 from that strike. Most importantly, the Reaper minion had only lost a third of its health. How can a level 43 not one-shot a level 20 summon creature? What kind of creature is this? Is this something a level 20 summoner can conjure? Huang Yu internally scoffed. Lin Chuan's surprise was no less than Huang Yu's. That single strike had been the second most powerful attack he had encountered to date. the first being the avatar of the Star Domain Master during the professional entrance examination. Today, he anticipated a fierce battle ahead. However, having awakened the assassin profession himself, Lin Chuan now possessed a profound understanding of assassins and could almost predict what was about to unfold. He ordered another Reaper minion to shield his back. Sure enough, the other two assassins launched a surprise attack against him. Go block them. Although the assassin class boasted high damage and stealth, Lin Chuan had the advantage in numbers and began summoning. First, two soul-collecting bullheads appeared to cast shields on Hu Shao Yi and himself. With the shields in place, Lin Chuan felt significantly more at ease. Next, three soul-collecting horse faces emerged, glowing red as they executed their soul-collecting strike, forcing the three attackers back. Then, the White Wuchang appeared on the battlefield, casting a group heal on the summoned creatures, instantly restoring the health of the Reaper minion that had just served as a shield. As the three assassins witnessed the chains in the soul-collecting horse faces' hands glowing ominously, they felt an unprecedented pressure and retreated hastily. One of the inherent talents of the assassin class, perception, heightened their awareness of danger, and in their eyes, the attack from the soul-collecting horse face posed a significant threat. Uncertain why this seemingly inexperienced level 20 adventurer was exuding such immense pressure, Huang Yu's instinct told him that this individual was far from ordinary. Focus, disregard that girl, and let us collectively eliminate the target, Huang Yu decisively commanded, immediately coordinating with the other two to attack Lin Chuan. In the midst of their exchange, Lin Chuan began to counterattack, with the Reaper minions advancing. Huang Yu and his companions soon discovered that the Reaper minions had an absurdly high health pool, requiring simultaneous fire from all three just to take one down. After a fierce battle, the number of Reaper minions remained unchanged, while Huang Yu and his allies found their mental stamina severely depleted. Chapter 054, The Power of Dual Professions. While the assassin class boasted high burst damage, their durability and sustained combat capability were relatively low. If they could not secure a one-hit kill, being surrounded by Lin Chuan's army of summoned creatures became an enormous predicament. Huang Yu and his colleagues needed to conclude the battle swiftly. Use area skills to clear out the minions, Huang Yu shouted, leading the charge with a flurry of shadowy figures. The other two followed suit, unleashing their area damage skills. Lin Chuan's heart sank. His greatest fear had come to pass. Since awakening his profession, he had been able to dominate his opponents, not only due to the superior attributes of his summoned creatures, but also because he had rarely encountered anyone utilizing area damage skills. This had granted his summoned creatures ample room to maneuver. Yet, the situation was now drastically different. After the recent skirmish, Lin Chuan had gained a rough understanding of the strengths possessed by the three adversaries. Should they simultaneously unleash their area of effect skills, it would undoubtedly inflict irreversible damage upon his summoned creatures, jeopardizing not only their existence, but also Lin Chuan's own life. He could not allow them to execute their skills in unison, interrupt them. With a decisive gesture, Lin Chuan's gaze fixated intently on Huang Yu, and suddenly, several dark figures emerged, launching themselves at Huang Yu. It was the Black Wuchang, executing its assassination skill. In the blink of an eye, one Black Wuchang reached Huang Yu's rear, its claw blades emanating an ominous, shadowy glow. Huang Yu, sensing the imminent peril from behind, had no choice but to abandon his almost released skill and assume a defensive stance. Clang! Huang Yu managed to deflect the Black Wuchang's attack, but in relinquishing his offense, Lin Chuan's summoned creature narrowly escaped calamity. At that moment, Lin Chuan felt a sense of reprieve from the brink of disaster. It must be said that the so-called purple-robed assassin's prowess was indeed worlds apart from that of the previous blue-robed assassin. Even with only two of them launching an assault, the soul-snatching horsemen under Lin Chuan's command succumbed en masse. When confronted with such instantaneous explosive damage, the damage reduction and healing abilities of the White Wuchang appeared woefully inadequate. In merely a second, Lin Chuan had suffered substantial losses. Fortunately, his plethora of summoned creatures allowed him to swiftly replace the fallen soul-snatching horsemen with new ones drawn from the realm of the undead, leaving the two assassins momentarily perplexed as to whether their skills had even had an effect. So you wish to challenge me? Let me see if you truly possess the capability. The enemy's assault ignited a fierceness within Lin Chuan. Before Huang Yu could fully process the attack from the Black Wuchang, Lin Chuan summoned yet another one, charging forward. Clang! Huang Yu, a formidable purple-robed assassin of level 43, demonstrated reflexes surpassing even those of the Star Domain's avatars, once again blocking this onslaught. However, the cumulative impact of the repeated assaults resulted in even greater loss of health this time. Soon came the third and fourth Black Wuchang. Lin Chuan pursued relentlessly, continuously summoning them to assail Huang Yu. Under such rapid-fire attacks, Huang Yu had to rely almost solely on instinct to fend off Lin Chuan's strikes. After enduring several assaults, Huang Yu began to acclimatize to the Black Wuchang's attack pattern. Such a monotonous assault. Do you possess the intellect of a goblin? Seizing upon an opening in the Black Wuchang's attack, Huang Yu deftly parried, preparing for his counterattack. Yet, a low, ominous voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Oh, is that so? In that moment, Huang Yu sensed an unprecedented danger. Lin Chuan had inexplicably appeared behind him. Behind Lin Chuan, a pair of wings radiated a faint, ethereal glow. This was the phoenix feather, an additional equipment bestowed upon him by Su Qiu, bestowing the ability to fly and doubling his speed on the ground. In the midst of this battle, its effects proved unexpectedly advantageous. How can this be? He could not fathom how Lin Chuan had approached him. A mere squishy summoner daring to leave his summoned creatures and encroach upon his rear. Lin Chuan promptly revealed the answer. He swung his great sword down upon Huang Yu. Humph, a summoner's basic attack? Are you jesting? Quickly, Huang Yu realized something was amiss. A great sword? This fellow wields a great sword? Shadow strike. Boom. A piercing sound reverberated through the forest as Lin Chuan's great sword struck Huang Yu with pinpoint accuracy, creating a massive crater in the ground. Shadow strike hits the target, inflicting 10,000 damage. Huang Yu was rendered dumbfounded. More than the physical pain, he felt a surge of terror. In the earlier battle with the Black Wu Chang, he had already lost a significant portion of his health. Now, with Lin Chuan's skill unleashed, he had lost a staggering 10,000 health. What manner of being is this? How can his damage output be so formidable? If I endure another blow, I may very well meet my demise here. As an assassin class, he was inherently fragile, and rarely did they prioritize defense or health. Huang Yu found himself suddenly teetering on the brink of death at Lin Chuan's hands. Despite being the grandson of the elder of the Assassin Guild, known for his arrogant demeanor, he would never gamble with his life when faced with such peril. Little brother, misunderstandings abound. We merely recognized your impressive skills and sought to engage in a friendly spar. Since no casualties have occurred, why not part ways amicably? Should you acquiesce, the Assassin Guild will surely reward you handsomely. Misunderstandings? Do you think I would believe such drivel? Had I not reacted swiftly, I would likely have perished at the hands of you three. There is no point in further words. Prepare to meet your end. Lin Chuan lunged forward, launching another attack against Huang Yu. Having finally reduced Huang Yu to a severely wounded state, he could not let this golden opportunity slip away. In stark contrast, Huang Yu, already grievously injured, found himself encircled by Lin Chuan's summoned creatures and utterly bereft of any means of counterattack. Lin Chuan, do you dare? My grandfather is the Grand Elder of the Assassin Guild. Should you kill me, he will ensure you pay 100-fold for your deeds. Lin Chuan's expression darkened. Huang Yu's threats not only failed to intimidate him, but only solidified his resolve to eliminate Huang Yu. This man had called out my name. My whereabouts must have been compromised, and he cannot be allowed to live. Triple shadow strike. The immense sword in Lin Chuan's grasp erupted with blinding light as he unleashed a torrent of attacks upon Huang Yu. The triple shadow strike was a new skill Lin Chuan acquired after reaching level 10 with his shadow clone. It allowed him to execute 3 attacks in rapid succession, each dealing 100 agility damage. Although Lin Chuan did not prioritize attributes, the Nether Summoner was an all-attribute warrior, further compounded by the enhancements from the Shadow Clone at level 10. With a 10-fold damage multiplier, the resulting damage was still formidable. You insolent child, do you dare? Halt! The other 2 assassins suddenly erupted into action, braving the attacks of the Death Servants and charging directly at Lin Chuan. They had been ordered to protect Huang Yu, and if he fell, they would have no explanation to offer upon their return. Huang Yu's identity was exceedingly sensitive, currently. The most powerful figure within the Assassin Guild was Huang Yu's grandfather, a man who wielded unparalleled authority. Should Huang Shufeng learn that they had failed to safeguard Huang Yu, their own deaths would be inevitable. Yet, Lin Chuan paid them no heed. Since you wish to claim my life, I shall not spare you. The great sword cleaved through the air, striking thrice, and Huang Yu's health plummeted to 0. In the final moments before death, Huang Yu's eyes widened in horror as blood spewed from his mouth. Kill me, and you shall not escape unscathed. With that, Huang Yu's form suddenly disintegrated, transforming into an intangible energy that surged into Lin Chuan's being. Lin Chuan understood that he had once again been marked with a soul imprint. Such ruthless cunning at such a young age. The other 2 assassins, seeing Lin Chuan ruthlessly slay Huang Yu without hesitation, were driven to fury, their veins bulging as they lunged at Lin Chuan with talons like those of a hawk. Since they could not protect Huang Yu, they would at least ensure that Lin Chuan, the murderer, met his end. You old fool, what do you bark about? Why do you believe you have the right to kill me? You foolish wretches. Lin Chuan paid little mind to their threats, swiftly collecting Huang Yu's dropped spoils before retreating with a flourish. I was merely toying with you. Did you truly believe I would take this seriously? Lin Chuan, recognizing the relentless determination of the 2 adversaries, summoned forth a battalion of summoned beasts to encircle them. The surge in numbers rendered the duo beleaguered, granting Lin Chuan a moment of respite. Their skills, epitomizing those of standard assassins, comprised 5 distinct abilities: teleportation, single-target assault, area attack, enhancement effects, and control. While this combination was typically advantageous, it faltered against the overwhelming horde of Lin Chuan's summoned creatures. Nevertheless, the formidable levels of these 2 adversaries posed a challenge. Even under the weight of Lin Chuan's summoned army, they could not be subdued in the short term. Come at me, you curs. Lin Chuan suddenly revealed a flaw, allowing the 2 to zero in on him. With a swift motion, they activated their teleportation skills, breaking free from the encirclement of summoned beasts. Chapter 055, Desperate Escape. Two shadows flickered and materialized behind Lin Chuan. As the assassins prepared to strike, they were confronted by a soul-collecting bull, blocking their path. Their attacks merely struck the bull, which boasted an impressive resilience. Even after enduring 2 strikes, it had only lost half of its health, a remarkable feat given that their adversaries were high-level assassins, exceeding level 40. Charge! Lin Chuan had lured them out for a purpose, and now he was ready to counterattack. The soul-collecting bull weathered the onslaught and, with a sudden burst of strength, thrust one assassin away. Simultaneously, the Black Wuchang appeared behind the remaining assassin. This trick won't work on me, the assassin sidestepped, effortlessly deflecting the attack from Black Wuchang, exuding confidence in his reflexes. Old fool, have your eyes deceived you? It was I who just dispatched your pathetic master. Whose attack are you trying to evade? The chilling voice echoed in his ear as Lin Chuan materialized beside him. Before the assassin could react, a flash of steel pierced through him. Lin Chuan's heavy sword had struck home. Wait, you're not a summoner. You're an assassin? The assassin's eyes widened in terror as he realized Lin Chuan shared his profession. Attack hits target, triggering a critical strike, inflicting damage. 1.56 million. To ensure a fatal blow, Lin Chuan had consumed a critical potion, yielding a devastating effect that resulted in double damage, sending the assassin to his demise. You killed my companion. Now you'll pay. Old fool, worry about yourself. My Black Wuchang will also claim lives. From behind the assassin, 5 Black Wuchang appeared, launching an assault. Regardless of his agility, the assassin could not evade the onslaught of 5 simultaneous attacks. Before he could even touch the ground, he met his end. Had he not been so reckless and instead maintained vigilance, Lin Chuan might not have succeeded. Alas, the death of Huang Yu had thrown him into disarray, allowing Lin Chuan to exploit the opening and eliminate him swiftly. At the moment of both assassins' deaths, 2 invisible energies penetrated Lin Chuan's being. He shook his head in resignation. It was evident he had been marked once more. This was an unending cycle. Lin Chuan collected the remnants of their possessions, reasoning that he was already burdened with debt. Thus, he could only confront the assassin guild head-on. He pondered the mechanism by which they tracked these soul engravings. If they could discern his location at a glance, he would be exceedingly exposed. Moreover, it was apparent that this group had directly targeted him, indicating they possessed a rich intelligence network. He needed to acquire equipment for concealing information promptly. After dealing with the assassins, Lin Chuan felt a temporary sense of safety. However, he remained uncertain if further reinforcements lurked nearby. After all, having discovered his presence, it was only a matter of time before others would come seeking him. Lin Chuan sought out Hu Xiaoyi, who lay in a secluded corner of the forest, having fainted from the overwhelming presence of the level 40 assassins. At merely level 19, she could not withstand the psychological pressure imposed by such formidable foes. Lin Chuan roused her. Sister Xiaoyi, dawn has arrived, it's time to rise. Hu Xiaoyi awoke with a start. Where are the assassins? Am I dead? Is this heaven or hell? The 3 assassins have departed. It was merely a misunderstanding. Oh, I see. But they were utterly terrifying. Attacking so casually, it nearly frightened me to death. She patted her chest, her eyes shimmering with newfound wisdom. In the world of professionals, strength reigns supreme. Let's drive forward. Lin Chuan's words were directed toward Hu Xiaoyi, yet they resonated more profoundly within himself. Only by fortifying his own strength could he dismiss the threats of assassins and their guild. Through today's skirmish, Lin Chuan had gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. The combination of the Shadow Blade Assassin profession paired with his primary class as a spectral summoner enabled him to unleash 200% of his combat potential. The summoned beings not only provided cover, but also served to mislead adversaries regarding his true profession, yielding unexpected advantages. This revelation bolstered his resolve to pursue dual-class development. Just as Hu Xiaoyi prepared to rise, her eyes suddenly turned pitch black, and control over her body was snatched away. An obsidian arrow erupted from her eyes, hurtling straight toward Lin Chuan's head. The suddenness of the event left Lin Chuan defenseless. He could not evade the impending doom. This was the end. He never anticipated that Huang Yu had planted a trap within Hu Xiaoyi from their first encounter. At this moment, Lin Chuan felt utterly drained. Alas, despite my caution, I was still careless. Clearly, my means of self-preservation are insufficient. Self-preservation methods. An epiphany struck him. Lin Chuan's eyes widened with renewed vigor. In the most accessible corner of his storage space lay a superb method of self-preservation, the Spatial Instant Return Talisman. This had been a gift from Liangwen during his leveling up. Lin Chuan activated the talisman, enveloped in a surge of spatial energy that shielded him from Huang Yu's attack. This energy then forged a passageway through space leading to Donghai City. With the aid of this spatial power, Lin Chuan plunged into the portal, vanishing within its depths. After a brief disorientation, Lin Chuan found himself on the playground of Donghai City, First Senior High School. With the professional entrance exams concluded, only first and second year students remained in the school. As Lin Chuan suddenly materialized before them, the students stared in bewilderment, whispering amongst themselves. How did that person arrive here? It seems like a spatial teleportation. How can someone so young wield such an advanced skill? I think I recognize him. He is Lin Chuan from the 3rd year. Other teachers present quickly spotted Lin Chuan and approached him with inquiries. Lin Chuan, what is going on? How did you suddenly appear on the school playground? Coming back to his senses, Lin Chuan responded, Oh, Teacher Li, it's nothing. I just came back to take a look. I hope I'm not interrupting your class. Interrupting is not quite the right word, but you have graduated, and the school prohibits outsiders from intruding. It would be best for you to leave promptly. Oh, I see. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Teacher Li. The recent teleportation has left him profoundly astounded, revealing that high-level practitioners can wield such extraordinary abilities, igniting within him a fervent yearning for the future. Upon returning home, Lin Chuan restored himself to an optimal state, subsequently entering a meditative training phase. Having just endured a fierce battle and experienced spatial teleportation firsthand, this was indeed an opportune moment for meditation. Engaging in meditation post-battle is one of the methods to enhance one's strength, allowing for the acquisition of richer combat experience, which holds immense benefits for practitioners. After a considerable time, Lin Chuan exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance shone within his gaze, clearly indicating that his combat prowess had seen significant advancement. The enhancement of his abilities filled him with joy, although he now bore 3 additional marks on his body. Lin Chuan examined himself closely. Soul imprint, blood mark. Blood mark? The soul imprint was familiar to Lin Chuan. He had encountered it previously when pursued by the blue-robed assassin. However, the blood mark was a novel experience for him. Thus, he hastily examined the information. Blood mark, level 43. A curse that condenses all of one's vital essence. If, 3 years hence, the afflicted's level has not exceeded the caster's level by 10, the mark will erupt, leading to the immediate demise of the afflicted. It was indeed a curse that could lead to instant death. Fortunately, the method of dispelling it was straightforward. Lin Chuan simply needed to elevate his level to 53 within 3 years, and the blood mark would naturally lift. The sole challenge lay in the constraint of time, limited to 3 years. For an ordinary practitioner, ascending to level 53 within 3 years was no minor feat moreover. Lin Chuan's current level was further suppressed by his shadow clone, necessitating both to reach level 53. The difficulty of this endeavor was far from being as simplistic as a mere 112. Even with the secret arts of the Assassin Guild, I refuse to believe that no one can unravel this. At worst, I shall raise my level to 53, 3 years. And I only need to ascend 33 levels. Trivial, in comparison. Having comprehended his physical condition, it was time to tally the spoils. At level 40, one could already be considered a master among practitioners, and these 3 assassins who had attempted to kill Lin Chuan were purple-robed assassins from the Assassin Guild. Their hands were already stained with the blood of many, and indeed, they had amassed a substantial collection of valuable items. Just the level 40 equipment alone amounted to over 10 complete sets. Potions, items, and materials were plentiful, each exceedingly precious. Conservatively estimating, the contents of each person's storage space were worth at least 30 million gold coins. Furthermore, the range of their items was remarkably broad, encompassing various professions. How many lives had these fiends claimed? Lin Chuan cursed bitterly. Assassins are not judges. They are merely mercenaries who kill for coin, never upholding justice. The items within their storage spaces were likely ill-gotten gains from their heinous deeds. However, now these treasures would serve my purpose, contributing to my karmic merit. Lin Chuan assembled a set of level 40 equipment for both assassins and summoners, intending to place the rest in the trading hall to exchange for gold. Regrettably, the equipment was quite scattered, lacking any complete sets with synergistic effects. While organizing, Lin Chuan suddenly realized that he need not go out of his way to purchase equipment. As long as the assassins from the guild came seeking him, he could slay them and acquire ample gear. Assassins from the guild are never short of equipment. After sorting through the equipment, Lin Chuan began organizing the items, only to suddenly widen his eyes in astonishment. What is this? Chapter 056, A Bountiful Harvest. Lin Chuan extracted 5 golden scrolls from his storage space. Level 40 upgrade scrolls. Upgrade scroll, level 40 to 50. Effect, increases level by 1 upon use. Upgrade scrolls for levels 40 to 50 are valued at 10 million each in the trading hall. Yet here, he possessed 5 of them. This must have emerged from the individual named Huang Yu, likely a gift from a doting grandfather, prepared for his grandson. Huang Yu probably intended to ascend from level 45 directly to level 50. Alas, it has now fallen into my hands. After all, you would only bring calamity upon yourself. It is better that I assist you in transcending. Lin Chuan naturally collected the upgrade scrolls, though he had no immediate use for them. He was confident that it would not be long before these scrolls fulfilled their purpose. After securing the upgrade scrolls, Lin Chuan continued his search. However, nothing else of interest appeared. How could this be? The grandson of the esteemed Grand Elder of the Assassin Guild possesses such paltry wealth? Not to mention, the items Huang Yu dropped were astonishingly mundane. Aside from the 5 upgrade scrolls, there was not even an additional piece of equipment, let alone a forbidden spell scroll or any other life-saving items. The Assassin Guild, thriving on assassination, must possess a plethora of valuable items. The Grand Elder had no reason to be so miserly toward his own grandson. Lin Chuan remained undeterred. Finally, amidst a pile of materials, he discovered a black and gold card. Royal Trading Hall Black Gold Card of Longhua Kingdom. The Royal Trading Hall, with a name that speaks of its prestige, is a realm far superior to ordinary trading halls. All items traded therein are exceedingly rare treasures, inaccessible to the common populace. Furthermore, the Royal Trading Hall provides banking services and item storage. Here, one could acquire forbidden spell scrolls as though they were mere cabbages, and even complete sets of divine equipment have been known to appear. However, registration at the Royal Trading Hall requires a certain level of background strength, as it is not open to individuals. Additionally, a strict hierarchy is enforced, permitting access to rarer items only upon reaching a specified level. Huang Yu's black gold card clearly indicated a high level. Upon extracting the information contained within, a joyful expression emerged on Lin Chuan's face. Royal Trading Hall Black Gold Card of Longhua Kingdom, unlocked. Item, unlock level, first stage level 35. Description, after reaching level 35, the first stage account can be unlocked, enabling storage services. If this item is left in the trading hall storage, does that not mean I have inherited all the inheritance? Lin Chuan's breath quickened. The Royal Trading Hall has a peculiar regulation. To prevent the wastage of precious equipment and items by deceased account holders, all accounts are maintained anonymously. This means that the card is recognized rather than the individual. Anyone can use this card to withdraw items stored in the Royal Trading Hall. Moreover, judging by the card's status, it seems Huang Yu has yet to unlock it. Regarding this, Lin Chuan could not fathom. Little did he know that within the Assassin Guild, competition was fierce. Huang Shufeng had sent Huang Yu to the Donghai City branch for training when he was only 30. Although Huang Yu appeared arrogant, his innate talent was formidable, and he had risen to level 43, becoming a purple-robed assassin. His original plan was to wait until reaching level 45, use the upgrade scrolls, and ascend directly to level 50. By that point, his training would conclude, and he would return to the headquarters to retrieve the items from his account. Unfortunately, he met his demise at Lin Chuan's hands, leading to the black gold card inadvertently falling into Lin Chuan's possession, much to his advantage. Having acquired a coveted black gold card, Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With Huang Yu's inheritance as a foundation, he deemed his ordeal of being pursued worthy. The following day, Lin Chuan arrived at the examination hall, a day marked by the announcement of the results for the vocational entrance examination. The hall was a bustling sea of students eager to learn their fates. Lin Chuan, over here. In the distance, Lin Chuan spotted Luo Kun waving energetically at him. As he turned, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Shuhan. Lin Chuan, the results are about to be announced, she said, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, her tone laced with shyness. Indeed, after so many days of waiting, the moment has finally arrived. Lin Chuan, brimming with anticipation for his results, recalled his harrowing encounter with two purple-robed assassins the previous day, a stark reminder of the dangers lurking in Donghai City. He felt an urgent need to vacate this perilous place. You too, truly outrageous. Lin Chuan, I went to such lengths to greet you. Yet you seem utterly transfixed by Lu Shuhan. Luo Kun, noticing Lin Chuan's lack of movement, hurried over. Lin Chuan scrutinized Luo Kun. Are we that familiar? Luo Kun was momentarily at a loss for words. Their relationship had been quite strained half a month prior, and he found himself feeling foolish. I must ask, have you both considered which schools you wish to attend? Luo Kun continued. I overheard my father mention that due to unforeseen circumstances in this year's vocational exam evaluations, the scoring criteria have changed significantly. Almost all universities have altered their admission standards. Instead of relying on points, they will assess candidates based on their performance in the exam. How absurd! Lin Chuan exclaimed, incredulous. I scored 130,000 points in the first 2 rounds of the vocational entrance exam. And now I'm being told my scores are invalid and will be recalculated using a different method. Who could accept such a thing? I believe that regardless of the new scoring system, your performance will remain unparalleled, Lu Shuhan reassured him. After all, Lin Chuan was the remarkable individual who single-handedly defeated a clone of a star domain master. When it came to performance, none could surpass Lin Chuan. Moreover, this is merely a rumor I heard from my father. It may not even be accurate. Lin Chuan considered her words. Even if the points were rescinded, he was confident in his abilities. While the trio conversed, a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man ascended the podium. Students, please quiet down. I am Zhu Kai, the vice president of the Donghai City Vocational Association. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully completing the vocational entrance examination. You are now all qualified practitioners. Due to some unexpected events during the examination, the results have been delayed. According to the latest regulations, the examination committee has recalculated all candidate scores and re-evaluated your points. There is no need for concern. This change in the assessment mechanism will not affect your final scores or university admissions. Without further ado, we shall now announce the results. As Zhu Kai's words concluded, the large screen behind him illuminated, displaying a multitude of candidate names alongside their respective schools. This year, the overall performance of students from Donghai City's first high school was rather lackluster, with only a handful gaining admission to prestigious institutions, while the majority found themselves accepted by second-tier or third-tier universities. Though Luo Kuan had strayed off course for a time, he ultimately corrected his path under Lin Chuan's guidance and was admitted to a key institution. Lu Shihan's performance was commendable. Living up to her reputation as an extraordinary ice mage, she ascended to level 17 with Lin Chuan's assistance and secured a place at her desired Qinglong Academy. As for Lin Chuan, his name was conspicuously absent from the screen. Old Lin, why isn't your name up there? You didn't fail, did you? Luo Kuan's gaze remained fixated on the screen, having scoured it from top to bottom without spotting Lin Chuan's name. This can't be right, Lu Shihan murmured, her brow furrowing in concern, mirroring Luo Kuan's anxiety. He can't have really failed. Lin Chuan himself was unable to locate his name. This is unacceptable. I must inquire. The notion of not being recognized after ascending to the level of a mythic professional, achieving level 20, and completing his class transition within a mere week, only to fail the vocational entrance examination, was utterly humiliating. He raised his hand. Teacher, why is my name absent? Is there another list yet to be revealed? His inquiry elicited incredulous expressions from those around him. In such a serious setting as the vocational entrance examination, how could such a fundamental error occur? It was clear that Lin Chuan's abilities were lacking, yet he blamed the examination. Take my advice and go home to level up. If you're struggling, just practice more. The mockery from the crowd only intensified. Lu Shihan interjected. Mind your words. When Lin Chuan was battling in the goblin lair, you were likely nowhere to be found. Indeed. My friend is aiming for Qinglong Academy. Luo Kuan chimed in, echoing her defense. Qinglong Academy? More like the Academy of Green Worms. Came the derisive laughter from the assembly. Their retorts only drew more ridicule from the onlookers. Once again, Zhu Kai took to the podium. I trust some of you have noticed that your names are missing from the results. This is because a select few have made it into the top 100 of this year's vocational entrance examination. Their results will be announced shortly. As Zhu Kai concluded, the list on the big screen shifted. The original results vanished, replaced by a new roster that began to reveal names from the bottom up. Old Lin, still no sign of your name after all this time? It seems you're firmly securing that top position, Luo Kuan quipped, earning another round of eye rolls from the surrounding students. Everyone aspires to be first. You think claiming the top spot on the leaderboard is that simple? Yet Luo Kuan remained undeterred. Lin Chuan's exceptional performance in the vocational entrance examination was well known. If he failed to secure the top position, then the evaluation criteria were undoubtedly flawed. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan remained quietly contemplative. At last, the results approached their climactic conclusion. Who would claim the top spot? The national leaderboard for the top 100 was of significant prestige. The first place would be heralded as the champion of this year's vocational entrance examination. The students held their breath, fearing they might miss this pivotal moment. First place, Lin Chuan, Qinglong Academy. It's Lin Chuan. I told you so. What do you have to say now? Luo Kuan beamed, relishing his moment of vindication, as if he himself had triumphed. Lin Chuan. Yes, that's him. The one who ranked first in points during the exam. Finally, someone recalled his name. Indeed, Lin Chuan is my good brother. Let us connect as friends. If you encounter challenges, feel free to reach out. I can help you navigate. Luo Kuan was once again active in various corners of the hall, quickly adding numerous friends and significantly enriching his social network. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan had already collected his Chengji Zhengming from the staff the moment the results were announced, and then quietly slipped away. He wished to avoid drawing too much attention. With 4 marks of the Assassin Guild hanging on him, it was prudent to leave before someone noticed. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Continuing like this was unsustainable. He needed to find a piece of equipment for concealing information as soon as possible. As he pondered this, an idea suddenly struck him. That's right. Luzio. When he had just completed his job transfer, Luzio had seen through his past deeds of killing members of the Assassin Guild. Since he could identify the problem, he must also possess the means to resolve it. Furthermore, Luzio had referred to him as a junior brother, and reflecting on it now, Lin Chuan realized he might have unwittingly caught the eye of a prominent figure who chose him as a disciple. With this connection, perhaps he would indeed offer assistance. Lin Chuan recalled that day when he exchanged contact information with Luzio and hurriedly sent a message outlining his intentions. 10 minutes later, Luzio appeared at Lin Chuan's doorstep. Senior, you may simply call me brother. I'm unsure what you mean, given my status. Luzio smiled faintly and handed Lin Chuan a token. This token was the dragon pattern jade, identical to the one Luzio possessed, symbolizing the identity of the hidden dragon guard. I forgot to give you this token during our last hurried meeting. In the future, should you encounter insurmountable difficulties within the borders of Longhua country, simply present this token. If the danger is posed by monsters, shatter it, and nearby senior brothers will receive the message and rush to your aid. As for other matters, I cannot disclose them at this time. You will understand everything once you graduate from the Qinglong Academy. For now, just follow what your brother advises. Thank you, brother. Lin Chuan decided not to dwell on this matter, great achievers do not concern themselves with trifles. Accepting the dragon pattern jade. A powerful surge of spiritual energy instantly penetrated his mind, establishing a connection between Lin Chuan's consciousness and the jade. As he absorbed the energy emanating from the dragon pattern jade, Lin Chuan felt significantly reassured. Although this jade would not assist him in leveling up or enhance his attributes, it undoubtedly represented an opportunity to gain the assistance of a level 70 expert. It would serve as a trump card in Lin Chuan's future cultivation endeavors. Moreover, according to Lu Ziyou, this token would bestow him with considerable authority. I believe I am somewhat aware of your current predicament. If you wish for me to intervene on your behalf, that would indeed be quite difficult. However, if it is merely a piece of equipment for concealing information, I happen to have one. God of Lies Chain, Legendary. Additional equipment. Effect. The wearer can freely edit personal information, blocking the probing skills of professionals below level 60. Lu Ziyou casually produced a piece of legendary grade additional equipment, the value of which transcended monetary worth. Brother, this equipment is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Since you address me as brother, then no matter how valuable this equipment is, can it truly be more precious than the life of my junior brother? Lu Ziyou presented an argument that Lin Chuan found impossible to refuse. Then, thank you, brother. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I will certainly comply without hesitation. It is getting late. I have urgent matters entrusted by my master to attend to. Let us save our revelry for the day you arrive at the Starfield battlefield. I will be active near Xia City in the coming days. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me. Absolutely. Lin Chuan clasped his fists in gratitude. Although he still did not understand why Lu Ziyou referred to him as a brother, he felt deeply appreciative of the help Lu Ziyou had provided him in recent days. Furthermore, knowing that Lu Ziyou would be nearby Xia City, where the Qinglong Academy was situated, brought Lin Chuan a sense of comfort. Chapter 058, Arrival at Qinglong Academy. Lu Ziyou departed swiftly, shrouded in an air of mystery. After bidding him farewell, Lin Chuan switched to his doppelganger and began setting up false information within the God of Lies chain. To his surprise, modifying the information required a significant expenditure of mental energy. An hour later, having exhausted all his mental strength, Lin Chuan finally completed his task. Gazing at his newly crafted information, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Name, Lin Chuan. Profession, Summoner. Level, 20, 6933. Strength, 625. Constitution, 608. Agility, 550. Mental power, 737. Equipment, Beginner's Staff, Goblin Beast Skin Bodysuit, Refined Steel Boots, Beginner's Mage Ring, Assassination Necklace. An unremarkable profession, with equally ordinary attributes. His collection of equipment was haphazard, reflecting aware whatever you have approach. Apart from his level of 20, he seemed nothing more than a privileged scion who had entered Qinglong Academy through backdoor means. Even if Lin Chuan were to stroll down the street now, he would likely attract no attention. However, he was quite satisfied with his current state, as wearing the God of Lies chain completely concealed the marks placed upon him by the Assassin Guild. This was precisely the effect he desired. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Is this Lin Chuan's residence? Lin Chuan immediately grew alert. It was nighttime, and there should not be any visitors. Moreover, the tone suggested that the person was clearly unfamiliar with him. Could it be the Assassin Guild again? Lin Chuan's heart raced, and he summoned a soul-collecting bullhead. Casting a shield around himself, positioning the bullhead before him, he approached the door. As the door opened, he found an elderly man with graying hair standing outside. Are you Lin Chuan? Quite an unusual appearance. When Lin Chuan opened the door, the soul-collecting bullhead stood directly in front of him. Lin Chuan, what on earth are you doing? Quickly put your summoned beast away. Beside him stood another figure, who was none other than Yin Jun, the vice principal of the first senior high school of Donghai City. Professor Zhong, please do not be upset. This child is likely just startled from the college entrance examination and is having a bit of an acute stress reaction. Upon seeing Yin Jun, Lin Chuan finally felt reassured and returned the soul-collecting bullhead to the necromantic space. Principal Yin, Professor Zhong. Professor Zhong, this child is usually quite reliable. Please do not take offense. Seeing Lin Chuan's actions, Zhong Ziqing not only did not appear angry, but instead nodded in satisfaction. Maintaining a cautious demeanor is commendable. Setting aside talent, you at least possess the mindset expected of a professional. I have high hopes for you. Forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Zhong Ziqing, the director of the Academic Affairs Office at Qinglong Academy, and I will be your homeroom teacher. Lin Chuan did not expect this person to be his university homeroom teacher. Moreover, for the director of the Academic Affairs Office at Qinglong Academy to visit personally at night, it must be for something significant. Good evening, Teacher Zhong. I wonder what brings you here at this late hour. Lin Chuan hurriedly invited the two inside. Surely you have some expectations regarding your performance in the vocational entrance examination? Inquired Zhong Ziqing. It would be impossible not to have expectations, Lin Chuan replied, having achieved nearly perfect scores in the first two assessments. However, the grading criteria were altered, and this year's examination results were announced solely as rankings, which left him feeling quite displeased. Do not take it to heart. Although the evaluation criteria were changed unexpectedly this year and specific scores were not disclosed, your points will certainly not be lacking. You shall receive your points once we return to Qinglong Academy, Zhong Ziqing reassured him. To Qinglong Academy? Right now? Lin Chuan asked, surprised. Indeed. I understand your astonishment. But this is the outcome of a discussion among the school leadership, and I hope you can comprehend, Zhong Ziqing explained. Initially, Lin Chuan did not think much of it. He had intended to go to Qinglong Academy to study as soon as possible. Yet, with Zhong Ziqing's explanation, he found it even harder to understand why the entire leadership of Qinglong Academy had convened a meeting just for his early admission. Zhong Ziqing smiled slightly. In fact, Elder Long Wanli is a former president of our Qinglong Academy, and he has relayed some information regarding you to the school. Lin Chuan suddenly realized. It was likely that Long Wanli had informed them about the revenge mark planted on him by the avatar of the Star Domain's other master. According to Long Wanli, the monsters of the Star Domain had already infiltrated human society, and Qinglong Academy's actions were a means of protecting themselves. Although Qinglong Academy has taken it upon themselves to provide you with a sanctuary at Elder Long Wanli's behest, I must make it clear, only strength is the hard truth for survival in this world. If you lack strength, even with Elder Long Wanli's protection in the future, I will have no choice but to expel you from the school. Rest assured, Teacher Zhong, I will not disappoint you or Elder Long Wanli's expectations. Flattering words aside, you must first prove your strength. I have another purpose for coming here. Coincidentally, your seniors are about to embark on a mission, and you should accompany them to showcase your capabilities. Zhong Ziqing then addressed Yin Jun. Principal Yin, you have cultivated an excellent seedling. I hope you continue to strive and nurture more talents. Since I have already taken him, I shall not impose further. We will return to Qinglong Academy now. Qinglong Academy is located in Xia City, over 20,000 kilometers from Donghai City. In the current wilderness, where monsters roam freely, even by taking the Battleship Express, it would take at least a week to arrive. Clearly, Zhong Ziqing had no intention of using such conventional means. A blinding light erupted beneath his feet, expanding outward as a magic circle appeared, enveloping both him and Lin Chuan in an instant. This is a teleportation array. I have established a passageway to Qinglong Academy. We will arrive in merely half an hour. Half an hour? Such speed is rather astonishing. There may be a slight jolt when the array activates, so hold your breath. We are departing. The brilliant light enveloped Lin Chuan and Zhong Ziqing, and in the next moment, they vanished from the room. Half an hour later, Lin Chuan and Zhong Ziqing emerged from the teleportation array at Qinglong Academy. It was already night, yet the academy was bustling with activity. With students gathered around the teleportation array, the combat training at Qinglong Academy primarily revolves around executing missions. These are the students preparing to embark on their tasks. Zhong Ziqing explained. Lin Chuan expressed his agreement with this educational approach. While dungeons were a decent option, engaging in combat in the unpredictable wilderness would significantly enhance one's strength. Depeng, come here. This is a new student who just enrolled today. Please assist him in completing his registration. Zhong Ziqing gestured, and a plump senior hurried over. Director Zhong, I was just about to set off on a mission. Is there any chance I could be replaced? Enough of your nonsense. 200 points. Understood. New student. This way, please. I'll take you to handle the paperwork. Upon hearing Zhong Ziqing's words, the chubby senior instantly transformed, becoming exceedingly cordial as he led Lin Chuan directly to the registration desk. The senior appeared quite familiar with the process, swiftly assisting Lin Chuan in completing his enrollment and then guiding him to the dormitory. As they walked, the senior introduced Lin Chuan to the basic situation of Qinglong Academy. In their conversation, Lin Chuan learned that this senior's name was Lu Dapeng, a Golden Rock warrior of the Orange Legendary class, currently at level 39, 2 years ahead of Lin Chuan. For some reason, perhaps due to his class characteristics, his performance thus far had not been particularly impressive. I'll hold on to your information card for now while I arrange your dormitory rental. Thank you, Senior Dapeng. By the way, what did Teacher Zhou mean by points? I noticed your attitude shifted quite dramatically. Lin Chuan inquired curiously. Teacher Zhou meant that once I assist you in completing your registration, I will receive a reward of 200 points. Points? Zhong Ziqing had indeed emphasized this matter earlier. What is the purpose of these points? Points are the most valuable currency within the national vocational universities. I can tell you that at Qinglong Academy, merely existing and breathing will consume points. Is it really that extreme? Absolutely. For instance, a single-room dormitory costs 100 points per day, a meal costs 20 points, a drink costs 10 points. And enjoying a bit of leisure with classmates will set you back at least 200 to 300 points. Terrifying, isn't it? Fortunately, as a new student, you accrued quite a few points during the vocational entrance examination, which is the easiest way to earn points. Nevertheless, I suggest you spend wisely and opt for a 4-person dormitory, which costs only 20 points per day. Oh, no, I prefer a single room. I'm used to being alone. Given the multitude of secrets Lin Chuan harbored, it was imperative for him to remain solitary. Very well. You can always switch to a different room when your points run low. Lu Dapeng didn't dwell on the matter further. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory area. where Lu Dapeng began instructing Lin Chuan on how to complete the rental process. The self-service machine offered various room types, displaying available vacancies for rent. After selecting a room type, one simply needed to swipe their information card. The machine would then display the balance of points: 2, 10, 100, 1000, 10, 000, 21, 000. This is your current balance. How odd. Why are the admission points for Qinglong Academy so low this year? Only 20,000 points are required for admission? In previous years, at least 70,000 points were necessary. Lu Dapeng muttered, perplexed. Senior, you seem to have missed a zero, Lin Chuan chimed in. Oh, I did overlook a digit. So you actually have, 210,000? What? How could you possibly have 210,000 points? Lu Dapeng suddenly erupted, repeatedly verifying Lin Chuan's points, which indeed confirmed the staggering amount of 210,000. Is that a lot? Lin Chuan asked. A lot. It's beyond comprehension. This is utterly impossible. The vocational entrance examination comprises 3 assessment stages, with a total of 50,000 points for each stage, amounting to merely 150,000 points overall. Lu Dapeng racked his brain, unable to fathom how someone could exceed the maximum score. Given the difficulty of the vocational entrance examination, achieving 50,000 points was already quite remarkable. Perhaps I received a higher score in the first stage, Lin Chuan suggested. Such nonsense. There are stringent regulations regarding the additional points for professionals in the college entrance examination. No single hurdle can yield more than 10,000 points. Moreover, no points can be awarded for the second hurdle, with a maximum total of only 170,000 points. Lin Chuan scratched his head, feeling perplexed. I have no clarity on this matter. It's truly disheartening to compare. When I entered, I only had 80,000 points, and your score exceeds mine by over threefold. Lu Dapeng, in a huff, completed the formalities for Lin Chuan before storming off. Lin Chuan settled into his new dormitory, lying on the bed and feeling a sense of security. The security system at Qinglong Academy was exceptionally robust. Apart from himself, no one could enter the room. Should anyone attempt to breach the premises, the school's enforcement team would arrive without delay. What could the task mentioned by teacher Zhong possibly entail? The next morning, Lin Chuan's dormitory door was rapped upon, revealing an upperclassman. You must be Lin Chuan. My name is Yang Chong. I have been sent to find you. The young man spoke with a hint of impatience. Find me? Do we know each other? It is a task from Director Zhong. Please cooperate. Upon hearing the name of Director Zhong, Lin Chuan understood. Understood. I'll be right there. He followed Yang Chong out, heading towards the task location. The rendezvous point was the cafeteria of Qinglong Academy, specifically not the main hall. Upon entering, Yang Chong led Lin Chuan straight to the kitchen. Yang Chong, are we not in the wrong place? Lin Chuan questioned, bewildered, as this did not seem like the venue for executing a task. Of course not. This will be our secret base from now on, Yang Chong replied. But Lin Chuan heard a playful voice ahead. Before him stood a girl, her hands resting on the table, blinking innocently as she gazed at Lin Chuan. It's you, Xie Yuqing? The girl was indeed Xie Yuqing, whom Lin Chuan had encountered on the outskirts of Donghai City, and who had gifted him the ring of the outer path. Lin Chuan, we meet again, she exclaimed. Indeed, I didn't expect it to be so soon. From their last meeting to now, it had only been half a month. But what do you mean by secret base? This place, the kitchen of the cafeteria at Qinglong Academy. I specifically acquired it for you. It will be entirely yours from now on, Xie Yuqing revealed, pulling out a large basin filled with freshly slaughtered rabbits, estimating at least 40 or 50. This, Sai, ever since I tasted your roasted rabbit, I have been unable to forget it. Do you have any idea how long I have waited for this? A full half month. Lin Chuan sighed, realizing her gluttony. All right, let us get to work. Everyone has been waiting for quite a while. Xie Yuqing tugged Lin Chuan towards the stove. It was then that he noticed others standing in the kitchen. So this is the Prince Charming that the big sister has been thinking about? One introduced himself. Hello, I am Wang Yuan. Get lost. I was thinking about his roasted rabbit, Xie Yuqing retorted, her cheeks flushing. I heard that this year a genius student entered Qinglong Academy. It wouldn't be you, would it? I am Hong Xiaoqing. It shouldn't be me. This year there are too many geniuses in Longhua country. I worked exceptionally hard to get in. Lin Chuan modestly replied. You little brother cannot deceive me. Being able to enter early is not a privilege afforded to just anyone. Hong Xiaoqing's voice was sweet, making Lin Chuan's heart flutter as her fingertips grazed his face, teasingly. Xiaoqing, do you still want to keep those hands? Suddenly, Xie Yuqing's icy voice cut in, causing Hong Xiaoqing to shiver and retreat from Lin Chuan's side, pouting. It was a misunderstanding. I merely wanted to test the strength of the new member. Do I need your validation for someone I specifically requested? Xie Yuqing's voice rose, startling Hong Xiaoqing into silence. Once Hong Xiaoqing was dismissed, Xie Yuqing slowly explained. Lin Chuan, let me introduce you. Qinglong Academy bases its practical learning on task execution, which can be undertaken as individual or group endeavors. Our group is codenamed Dark Moon Tidal Wave, and we are a team of 5. While group tasks must be accepted under our code name, this does not hinder your individual experiences. You may still undertake personal tasks. But when the group requires you, you must return. Now, let me reintroduce the team members. I am Xie Yuqing, the captain of Dark Moon Tidal Wave. A professional Fate Assassin, Legacy level, Assassin class, level 27. This is Wang Yuan, a professional Thundersword Master, Legendary level, Warrior class, level 33. Hong Xiaoqing, a professional Mirage Demon Spirit, Legendary level, Control class, level 31. And this one you should recognize, Yang Chong, a professional Giant Strength Warrior, Legendary level, Warrior class, level 36. Lin Chuan felt utterly astonished. Each of these individuals was over level 30 and possessed legendary professions. Truly, Qinglong Academy was a place brimming with talent. Most strikingly, these individuals, all above level 30, recognized the 27th level Xie Yuqing as their captain. Could it be that her true strength surpassed that of the others? Lin Chuan, why don't you introduce yourself? Xie Yuqing prompted. Greetings, seniors. My name is Lin Chuan, a professional nether summoner, mythical level, which falls under the summoner class, level 20. Being at Qinglong Academy, Lin Chuan felt no need to conceal his information and stated his true identity directly. Mythical level profession? You truly are the prodigy of this year's rumors. And you're already level 20? The astonishment from everyone was palpable. Although the difference between legendary and mythical levels was merely one tier, the disparity in strength was monumental. Moreover, it had been over a century since a mythical level profession had appeared in Longhua country. Compared to you seniors, I still have a long way to go. In Dark Moon Tidal Wave, strength is paramount. As long as you meet the standards, it's acceptable. Even if you fall short, there's always an older sister to protect you. The rest is trivial. Hong Xiaoqing casually remarked. Meanwhile, Yang Chong, who had remained silent, clenched his fists, veins standing out ominously. Trivial. What we lack in our group is a powerful mage capable of wide-scale destruction. What is bringing in a summoner count for? And one at only level 20. How strong could they be? Are we to wait for them to hold us back? Yang Chong suddenly erupted, drawing surprised glances from those around him. Enough, Yang Chong, speak less. Behave, and don't stir trouble. I'm looking out for your own good. Wang Yuan and Hong Xiaoqing intervened, trying to calm him down. But Yang Chong, in his anger, was impervious to their words. Stop playing the Good Samaritan. Do you not have even a shred of doubt? We all came to Qinglong Academy for better training. I refuse to be held back by someone else's shortcomings leading to our team's demise. If this guy is to join Dark Moon Tidal Wave, then I choose to withdraw. It's either him or me. Since someone does not welcome me, then I shall forego joining. Lin Chuan felt quite displeased. He was indifferent about joining Dark Moon Tidal Wave, but Yang Chong's tone irked him. Who is the captain here? You or I? Do I require your approval to recruit anyone? It seems you wish to take charge. Xie Yuqing addressed Yang Zhong, her tone laced with lethal intent, as if she could take his life at any moment. If you wish to leave this place, seek out Old Man Zhong and submit your request to withdraw from the team. Yang Zhong originally intended to obstruct Lin Chuan's entry into the team. Yet he was taken aback by Xie Yuqing's fervent defense of Lin Chuan, even to the extent of risking his own expulsion. Very well, Xie Yuqing. Your reckless abuse of authority will one day lead to the downfall of an Yu Chao Ming. If you wish to withdraw, then so be it. I shall no longer serve. Yang Zhong seethed as he slammed the table and stormed out. Boss, Yang Zhong spoke out of anger. I will go persuade him. Said Wang Yuan. I shall accompany you. Responded Hong Xiaoqing, both sensing the gravity of the situation and deciding to make a hasty exit. Yuqing, you need not create such tension between me and the team members. Lin Chuan began to comfort Xie Yuqing. Suddenly, Xie Yuqing broke into a smile. Do you truly believe he will withdraw? He is merely throwing a tantrum. A tantrum? Lin Chuan expressed his confusion. Hey, enough talking. You should roast the rabbit first. You glutton. Lin Chuan cast a fond glance at Xie Yuqing before commencing the roasting. The fire here was too fierce and lacking the aroma of wood. The flavor might be somewhat lacking. No matter, as long as it is prepared by you. I shall love it, she replied. Lin Chuan rolled up his sleeves and began to work. I noticed Yang Zhong seems quite hostile towards me. It is only natural. Since you have just arrived at the academy, you are unaware of the circumstances, Xie Yuqing began to explain. As Yang Zhong mentioned, our team is currently in dire need of a high explosion magic class. Before you joined, Old Man Zhong had already intended to assign me another teammate. A level 38 fire mage, who happens to be Yang Zhong's cousin. Now it makes sense. Lin Chuan finally understood why Yang Zhong had been so displeased since the beginning. His presence had disrupted his cousin's entry into the team. Fire mages possess immense explosive power and are indeed well suited for our group. But why did you choose me? Because I believe you are stronger than any fire mage. Lin Chuan smiled slightly. You hold me in such high regard. Are you not afraid I might let you down? Not at all. Even if you were a liability, as long as I am the captain, I will ensure your safety, Xie Yuqing assured, thumping her chest confidently. After conversing for a while, the rabbit was ready, and Xie Yuqing began to feast. But speaking of which, how do you intend to handle this matter? If Yang Zhong truly withdraws, won't our team be one member short? Fear not. I have already resolved this issue. Yang Zhong will not be leaving the team. Moreover, I have requested a reserve member slot from Old Man Zhong, so both you and Yang Zhong's cousin will be considered team members. However, to deal with Yang Zhong, I will need your assistance. What do you need me to do? Lin Chuan readily agreed. Given Xie Yuqing's steadfast support for him, he felt compelled to contribute as well. Even though his intention had not been to stir conflict, the situation had arisen due to his presence. Very well, I will arrange to meet him. Xie Yuqing sent a message to Yang Zhong, scheduling a meeting at the arena in the afternoon. After addressing the situation with Yang Zhong, Xie Yuqing took Lin Chuan on a tour of Qinglong Academy. As the top university in the Longhua Kingdom, Qinglong Academy boasted an expansive campus with comprehensive facilities. Even trading houses and job transition shrines had branches within the campus, eliminating the need to venture outside for purchases. They wandered around the campus for quite some time, finishing lunch before the designated meeting time arrived. In addition to the regular training grounds, Qinglong Academy featured a facility known as the Arena, or PK Arena, established to allow students to engage in practical combat training, thereby enhancing their battle experience against human professionals. Over time, the PK Arena developed its own distinctive system. Every month, based on the performance of participating students, rankings were established, determining the top 100 young masters. This not only conferred honor, but also presented opportunities. At the end of each month, these top 100 students had the chance to participate in Qinglong Academy's auction, showcasing treasures not typically found on the market, including rare equipment and items from the Starfield battlefield, truly invaluable and sought-after artifacts. It was even reported that a divine-level piece of equipment had once appeared at one of the auctions, covering an area of over 100 acres. The PK Arena was one of the most popular areas at Qinglong Academy, divided into multiple zones based on the contestants' ranking. The lowest was the Ordinary Zone, followed by Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, and finally the King S Zone. Students could earn points through arena battles, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they could advance their PK rank. Among all the ranks, only the King's rank had no fixed point limit. Instead, the top 100 students were chosen based on their scores in descending order. These were the conventional divisions. Additionally, the PK Arena featured a special area known as the Chaos Zone, where participants of any rank could compete, with both contestants' ranks concealed during the battles. Thus, it was common for higher-ranked students to fish for easy wins in the Chaos Zone. Today marked Lin Chuan's inaugural visit to the PK Arena, necessitating registration at the lowest ordinary rank. He presented his student card to the staff at the counter. "Hello, I am here to register." Lin Chuan's keen perception detected that the individual standing behind the counter was no ordinary staff member. Their level was at least 40. He was astonished that even the regular staff at Qinglong Academy boasted such high levels. The staff member accepted the card with a courteous smile. "Student, this is your first registration. I can only place you in the ordinary rank. Here is your student card. For future battles, you simply need to swipe the card to log in. Once you meet the point requirements, you can return here to upgrade your rank." The staff member returned the card to Lin Chuan. Shortly thereafter, Yang Zhong arrived at the PK Arena, accompanied by a young lady clad in a fiery red dress. Presumably his cousin. "Captain, are you seriously pitting me against this novice? I do not believe this constitutes a fair fight. Moreover, I refuse to accept any limitations on my abilities. I will give my all in this battle." Yang Zhong's words were charged with hostility, clearly underestimating Lin Chuan. Despite Lin Chuan being a mythical level profession, he was only level 20, whereas Yang Zhong had already attained level 36, an insurmountable gap, not easily bridged by a mythical profession. "Yang Zhong, do not be this way." Xie Yuqing interjected. "Hello, I am Xie Yuqing. This is our new team member, Lin Chuan. Please do not take offense at Yang Zhong's behavior." Hu Jing, with a gentle demeanor, was entirely different from Yang Zhong's fiery temperament. "So, you are the new team member? Congratulations. And Yu Chao Ming is quite a distinguished group within Qinglong Academy. I am Lin Chuan, pleased to meet you," he smiled, finding a favorable impression of Yang Zhong's cousin. "Enough small talk. Xia, I have but one demand. If I win this match, I require Hu Jing to replace Lin Chuan in the team." Xie Yuqing nodded. "That is acceptable. However, I have a condition as well. If you lose this match, for the next year, you must obey Lin Chuan without question." Agreed. Yang Zhong readily accepted Xie Yuqing's terms, showing no signs of backing down. According to Lin Chuan's self-reported information, he is currently only at level 20 and specializes in summoning. On the other hand, Yang Zhong boasts an impressive level of 36, making him the highest-ranked individual within the group. Should Yang Zhong, at level 36, be defeated by Lin Chuan, a mere level 20, it would indeed be a colossal joke. Lin Chuan shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, "Oh, you little rascal." It was evident that Xie Yuqing had proposed this condition with the intention of drawing Lin Chuan into her ranks as a subordinate. At level 36, it seemed that Lin Chuan would have to take this seriously. Despite having several battles against opponents of levels 30 and even 40 under his belt, he still felt an immense pressure when it came to Yang Zhong. Just how powerful could a legendary level professional at level 36 truly be? Since there are no objections, let us proceed with the registration, he declared. The two handed their student cards to the staff, who registered their information before they made their way to the arena. Meanwhile, Xie Yuqing and Hu Jing took their seats in the audience to watch the match unfold. "Captain Xie, Thank you for securing a spot for me on the reserve team. Yang Zhong was indeed reckless this time. I hope you won't let him leave the team too easily. Yang Zhong is a clever individual. He will come to his own conclusions. The doors of the Dark Moon Tide will always be open to him. It's just that he is currently young and impulsive. I wish to temper his enthusiasm. Are you suggesting that this newcomer, Lin Chuan, should take on that role? Xie Yuqing nodded. Have you ever considered why I would prefer to recruit him instead of the desperately needed mage we currently lack? Hu Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. She had certainly pondered this. In fact, it was something everyone must have contemplated. Lin Chuan's relationship with Xie Yuqing was evidently extraordinary. Do they say I exploit my power for personal gain? Do I strike you as such a person? The reason I chose Lin Chuan is that his strength surpasses yours. Perhaps, in certain aspects, his capabilities even outshine my own. Hu Jing gasped, taken aback by Xie Yuqing's admission. The fact that Xie Yuqing could lead the Dark Moon Tide was entirely due to her exceptional prowess. And now she openly acknowledged that she could not measure up to Lin Chuan. This Lin Chuan was merely a level 20 freshman. And his profession was that of a summoner. How could he possibly be stronger than Xie Yuqing? Quickly now, the match is about to commence. We made it just in time. Hey, Captain, you're all here? At that moment, Wang Yuan and Hong Xiaoqing rushed from the entrance towards the audience seating. They certainly wouldn't miss the internal competition between Yang Zhong and Lin Chuan. The two sat beside Xie Yuqing just as the match was about to begin. Now, let us welcome the next group of competitors. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena as Lin Chuan and Yang Zhong ascended the stage. Starting today, our Qinglong Academy PK Arena welcomes a new student. Please welcome the combatants. Freshman Lin Chuan, facing off against Yang Zhong. The large screen above the arena displayed both of their personal information. Wang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain, this Lin Chuan is truly only at level 20. While verbal reports could be fabricated, the PK Arena possessed inherent perceptual effects. The scanned student information would never lie. Indeed, he has stated so himself. Xie Yuqing replied nonchalantly. I recall that Yang Zhong has reached the platinum rank in the PK Arena. After a few more victories, he will ascend to diamond. With such a disparity in strength, should we consider halting the match? Wang Yuan expressed deep concern for Lin Chuan. In contrast, Xie Yuqing remained composed, exuding confidence. Pay close attention. This will be an important lesson for you all. Strength is not solely determined by level. Yang Zhong, standing on the stage, also noted Lin Chuan's information. Only level 20? Battling such a low-level opponent is nothing short of a waste of time. Furthermore, Yang Zhong was looking at the edited information Lin Chuan had provided, which lacked any significant highlights. The moment he saw Lin Chuan's details, Yang Zhong was already convinced of his inevitable victory. You are a summoner. So go ahead and summon your creatures. I wouldn't want anyone to say I'm bullying you. Since Yang Zhong could see Lin Chuan's information, Lin Chuan could naturally see Yang Zhong's as well. Name, Yang Zhong. Profession, Giant Strength Warrior. Level, 36. Strength, 8,575. Vitality, 8,300. Agility, 6,210. Mental power, 7,170. His attributes were nearly 10 times that of Lin Chuan's. Today promised to be a fierce battle. Oh, very well then. You seem rather kind. Since Yang Zhong wished to go easy, Lin Chuan certainly wouldn't decline. Typically, summoning would require time, but Lin Chuan was no ordinary summoner. He was a mythical level summoner with an independent necromantic space. With a snap of his fingers, 20 summoned beasts suddenly materialized on the arena floor. Well, I underestimated you. You can summon 20 beasts at once. The instant summoning capability was one of the crucial metrics for assessing the strength of a summoner. Then let the battle commence. Wind Spirit Surge. Faced with 20 summoned beasts, Yang Zhong dared not show any complacency and immediately activated a status skill, enveloping himself in a green energy aura. With both competitors ready, the match commenced. As the referee's command echoed, both sides sprang into action. Yang Zhong moved with incredible speed, transforming into a green blur as he charged at Lin Chuan. Wind Spirit Surge applied a wind element buff to himself, enhancing his movement speed by 30 and adding extra wind element damage to his attacks. Block him, Lin Chuan commanded. As his silver-grade soul-devouring minotaur charged towards Yang Zhong, obstructing his attack route. Following that, his platinum-grade Death Reaper servants began their assault. Countless blades flashed, and the attacks of the Death Reaper servants formed a massive net, ensnaring Yang Zhong within its grasp. Under the influence of Wind Spirit Surge, Yang Zhong's speed reached incredible heights. Even amidst the onslaught of the Death Reaper servants, he managed to evade their strikes. You little brat, I underestimated you. Break through. Yang Zhong initially intended to swiftly conclude the battle by relying on the advantages of Wind Spirit Surge. But he hadn't anticipated the sheer number of Lin Chuan's summoned beasts. He had no choice but to confront them head-on. Utilizing his speed advantage, Yang Zhong spotted an opening and unleashed a full-force strike on the Death Reaper servant. This punch encapsulated all of his strength and fury, aimed to obliterate Lin Chuan's summoned beast in one blow. However, Death Reaper servant, platinum level, sustained Yang Zhong's attack, health 2, 330,000. Yang Zhong's strike barely reduced the Death Reaper servant's health by 20 points. Chapter 62. Not weak under pressure. Even more absurdly, not far away. The White Impermanence began casting spells, and the health of the Death Reaper servant visibly replenished at an astonishing rate. In no time, it returned to full health. Such a powerful summoned beast. Yang Zhong thought to himself, shocked. With the might of his punch, he could have severely injured an opponent of level 30. Yet against Lin Chuan's summoned creatures, he found himself at a disadvantage. Could it be that this fellow was capable of summoning beyond his level? Summoning beyond 1's level was a formidable summoning skill, allowing summoned creatures to possess levels exceeding that of the summoner, thereby resulting in significantly enhanced power. Regardless of how strong your summoned beasts might be, their weakness lies within the summoner. Earth-shaking impact. Witnessing the futility of his initial strategy, Yang Zhong swiftly adopted an alternative approach, preparing to execute a long-range decapitation strike against Lin Chuan by unleashing his ranged attack skills. With a resounding thud, Yang Zhong's fist struck the ground, and an immense surge of energy erupted from his clenched fists, transforming into a formidable shockwave that surged toward Lin Chuan. As the energy traversed the terrain, the ground crumbled beneath its force, carving a gaping chasm approximately 3 meters wide into the marble arena. To Hu Jing's astonishment, Yang Zhong had rapidly resorted to his second skill. Indeed, this younger brother Lin Chuan was extraordinary. Hu Jing praised him, well aware of her cousin's formidable prowess. Despite his youth, he had already ascended to the platinum tier in the PK arena. If he maintained this momentum, it was likely he would achieve diamond status this year, with aspirations to challenge the highest rank of king. Yet, Hu Jing found it surprising that he would employ his second skill so swiftly against Lin Chuan, who was merely at level 20. Perhaps, as Team Xie suggested, Lin Chuan was genuinely stronger than Yang Zhong? No. Hu Jing quickly dismissed this notion. She simply could not fathom how Lin Chuan could possibly triumph over Yang Zhong given the stark level disparity of 16 levels. It seemed nearly impossible. The ground shatter surged forward with alarming speed, its approach relentless, causing tremors that nearly destabilized Lin Chuan's footing. The strength of a level 36 legendary class was indeed formidable. Phoenix Feather, activate. Yang Zhong's aggressive assault was met with Lin Chuan's equally adept response. At the crucial moment, Lin Chuan unleashed the Phoenix Feather, which manifested a pair of fiery crimson wings behind him. As the Phoenix Feather flapped its wings, Lin Chuan left behind a series of afterimages, evading Yang Zhong's onslaught with astonishing swiftness. Had he been struck head-on, he undoubtedly would have sustained grievous injuries. The destructive force of ground shatter extended to the very edge of the arena. Lin Chuan gazed at the chasm carved into the ground, a chill of trepidation coursing through him. However, it was now his turn. Black Wuchang, execute the assassination. Lin Chuan's voice turned cold as he issued a new command to his summoned beast. In an instant, a shadowy figure appeared behind Yang Zhong. The Black Wuchang poised with its 2-meter-long claws aimed at his throat. At that moment, Yang Zhong had just launched an attack, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. The sudden turn of events startled him. A summoned creature with skills? This young man was indeed hiding his strength well. Yet, a level 36 class was not easily vanquished. Wind Spirit Strike, Shockwave. Just as the Black Wuchang's attack was about to connect, a brilliant azure light emanated from Yang Zhong's entire being. Instantly, a visible surge of energy erupted from his body, repelling the Black Wuchang. This is the second phase of my Wind Spirit Strike, allowing me to unleash my full power and inflict localized damage on my surroundings. However, after this move, my Wind Spirit Strike will become ineffective. You're impressive. To force me to use this move in such a short time, I acknowledge your strength. Yang Zhong carefully explained the effects of his skill to Lin Chuan, clearly regarding him as a worthy opponent. Nevertheless, Yang Zhong's tone shifted. Yet, I still do not endorse the decision to let you join our team. If you wish to join the Dark Moon Tide, you must first defeat me. Receive my attack. Giant Spirit descends. A milky white light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping Yang Zhong and emanating a faint glow. This light seemed to possess a nourishing quality, causing Yang Zhong's form to swell to an imposing height of over 4 meters, far surpassing Lin Chuan's summoned beast in size. With the enhancement from Giant Spirit descends, my attributes have doubled, and on this foundation, my skill coefficients will increase by 50. Let us see how you withstand this. With his attributes now nearing 150,000, Yang Zhong's power was on par with a platinum-tiered Death God's minion. He lunged forward, delivering a punch to one of the platinum-tiered Death God's minions. The collision of his fist against the minion's diamond armor erupted in a thunderous roar. In mere moments of contact, the platinum-tier minion was sent careening backward, resembling a cannonball. Sustaining damage from Yang Zhong's attack, Death God's minion, platinum tier, HP, 6, 980,000. Yang Zhong's strike had obliterated nearly half of the minion's health. It was noteworthy that just yesterday, Huang Yu had utilized skills to deplete Lin Chuan's summoned beast's health to such an extent, while Yang Zhong had achieved this with a mere basic attack. What terrifying power! Currently, the Death God's minion had attributes of 160. and a staggering health pool of 1,600,000, with a damage reduction of 40 due to its platinum rank. Even so, the platinum-tier Death God's minion could not withstand 3 of Yang Chong's assaults. Yet, it was not only Lin Chuan who was astonished. Yang Chong himself was equally shaken. He was well aware of the power of Giant Spirit Descends, a legendary class effect enhancement, coupled with increased damage. Even a rare-level expert at level 40 would struggle to contend with him. His initial intention had been to eliminate Lin Chuan's summoned beast outright. Yet the outcome was merely a depletion of half its health. Just how high was Lin Chuan's summoned beast level to endure such punishment? You may have had your fun, but now it is my turn. All at once, Lin Chuan bellowed, commanding his summoned beasts to surge forward. Despite Yang Chong's newfound enhancements, the onslaught from numerous summoned beasts still posed a formidable challenge. The sound of clinking chains resonated throughout the arena as the soul-dragging horseman charged at Yang Chong, dragging fiery chains behind him. Soul-dragging horseman, soul strike. A fiery chain plummeted from the sky, striking true as it capitalized on the distraction created by the Death God's minion and the soul-dragging bull's assault. Soul-dragging horseman, silver tier, executed soul strike, inflicting 7,130,000 damage. The critical strike from the soul-dragging horseman was indeed terrifying, dealing damage that exceeded even Yang Chong's. Despite his best defensive efforts, he found himself winded, nearly unable to sustain the state of Giant Spirit Descends. Yang Chong's body trembled. He could hardly comprehend how a mere level 20 summoner could possess such overwhelming strength. Without affording Yang Chong a moment to breathe, Lin Chuan seized the opportunity, urging the Death God's minion to deliver a finishing blow. A flash of blades ensued as the Death God's minion launched another attack. In that pivotal moment, Yang Chong's combat instincts kicked in. He swiftly assessed the situation and braced himself against the Death God's minion's assault, breaking free from the encirclement of summoned beasts. Once liberated, Yang Chong began scanning for Lin Chuan's whereabouts. It was only then that he realized he was entirely outmatched by the summoned beasts. To secure victory in this contest, he needed to locate Lin Chuan as his point of entry. However, Lin Chuan had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Black Wuchang, assassination. Another command was issued, and the Black Wuchang teleported behind Yang Chong, poised to deliver a deadly strike. Yet, Yang Chong's prowess was undeniable, even in his wounded state. Lin Chuan found it far from easy to claim victory. At this moment, Yang Chong could no longer maintain his state. Heavenly Palm, he shouted, unleashing a surge of energy at a terrifying velocity, forming an energy shield around him that measured half a meter in thickness. The Black Wuchang's attack failed to penetrate, and Yang Chong capitalized on the opening, striking the Black Wuchang with a powerful punch, sending it flying. Chapter 063, Victory. It is about to conclude. In the audience, Xia Yuqing raised an eyebrow and suddenly spoke up. It's the tremendous palm, Yang Zhong's most formidable attack. How could he resort to such a move? Quick, stop him before he unleashes it. This strike, while in the Giant Spirit Descent state, could severely injure even a level 45 professional. Hu Jing, who had previously maintained her composure, was now visibly anxious. Captain Xia, you must urge the referee to terminate the match. Xia Yuqing remained calm, sitting there unmoved. There is no need. If he cannot be defeated in Yang Zhong's strongest state, he will never concede. Just wait and see. On the arena, although Yang Zhong had repelled the advancing He Wuchang, he could not locate Lin Chuan, which made him rather uneasy. At that moment, Lin Chuan had already concealed himself among the army of summoned beasts. From the moment Yang Zhong first bypassed the summoned beasts to attack him, he knew that his opponent had the capability to strike directly at him. So how could he easily expose himself? Lin Chuan, is this your fighting style? Are you destined to be a lifelong turtle? Yang Zhong, unable to find Lin Chuan, resorted to taunting him. Lin Chuan did not respond. Instead, he continually shifted positions among the summoned beasts, seeking a suitable opportunity to strike. He understood that Yang Zhong was attempting to provoke him. Should he speak, his position would be revealed. As time passed, the energy shield surrounding Yang Zhong began to weaken, and it was on the verge of dissipating. The tremendous palm possessed tremendous destructive power, being Yang Zhong's ultimate attack. However, it also had a severe backlash effect. If maintained for too long, it would inflict irreversible damage upon him. Against the relentless onslaught of summoned beasts, Yang Zhong could no longer hold out. Faced with the overwhelming horde, he had no choice but to launch an attack. The might of the tremendous palm was finally unleashed, and a vacuum formed around his palm. He cunningly targeted He Wuchang, the greatest threat to him. As the attack descended, He Wuchang's body was instantaneously vaporized. He Wuchang suffered an attack from Yang Zhong, losing 160,000 health points. Yang Zhong had actually obliterated Lin Chuan's summoned beast in a single blow. An opportunity had arisen. As Yang Zhong unleashed his most powerful strike, Lin Chuan seized the moment to counterattack with Shadow Assault. Taking advantage of the opening, Lin Chuan executed the first skill of the Shadow Assassin class, instantly teleporting behind Yang Zhong. You redirected your attack to the summoned beast. How will you handle me? Impossible. In the audience, Hu Jing and the others stood up in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Isn't he a summoner? How could he possess assassin skills? This is absurd. Even if he is of mythic class, without attribute enhancements, teleporting behind Yang Zhong would be a dead end. Lin Chuan indeed had attribute enhancements, and it was Yang Zhong who was facing a dead end. At that moment, Lin Chuan brandished his heavy sword weapon and struck fiercely at Yang Zhong's back. Under the tenfold damage amplification of the Shadow Blade, Yang Zhong, already at the end of his rope, could no longer withstand Lin Chuan's final blow and was sent flying off the arena. Being a member of the Dark Moon Tide, Lin Chuan had not aimed for Yang Zhong's vital points. Nevertheless, he would certainly need to recuperate for a while. The victor is Lin Chuan. With the referee declaring the winner, the arena match finally came to an end. Cheers erupted from the audience. What an exhilarating display. I never imagined that a summoner could be so powerful. Who is this newcomer? Did you see that? The one called Lin Chuan actually defeated Yang Zhong using the strength of his summoner's core. Yang Zhong, I recall, is platinum rank, right? Even in the chaotic battle zone. He was countered and killed. Unbelievable. Wait, have you forgotten? Lin Chuan is only level 20. Level 20? The crowd collectively swallowed hard, astonished that someone could be so formidable at such a low level. Once he levels up, won't he be an absolute monster? This match was Lin Chuan's debut. Clearly, his combat prowess had left all the spectators in profound shock. From this day forward, Lin Chuan's name became a topic of daily discussion among them. You take care of Yang Zhong. Ensure he receives the best treatment from the healing class at Qinglong Academy, with expenses covered by the group fund. The others agreed and promptly set to work, just as the crowd was still cheering. Xie Yuqing rushed to Lin Chuan's side and quickly pulled him away from the PK arena. The two of them ran a considerable distance until they reached a secluded corner of the campus. You were quite ruthless. You knocked Yang Zhong down. He won't be able to participate in tomorrow's task. As compensation, you must perform well. Xie Yuqing, rather playfully, did not blame Lin Chuan. I had no choice. His level was too high, and I feared that if I held back, he would counterattack. You're not angry with me, are you? Why would I be angry with you? In arena matches, danger is inherent, and injuries are unavoidable. Besides, don't worry. Qinglong Academy has the best healing class in Longhua Kingdom. Yang Zhong will recover after some time. As Xie Yuqing spoke, her expression suddenly turned serious. But Lin Chuan, I must ask you, have you activated the Outworld Inheritance Ring I gave you? Lin Chuan nodded. I didn't realize that the item you gifted me was so precious. Thank you, Yuqing. Do we need to express gratitude between us? Xie Yuqing's face flushed slightly as she waved her hand. From your earlier performance, it seems you have a profound understanding of the assassin class, unlike some peculiar assassins who choose to confront foes head-on. However, the unlocking condition for the Outworld Inheritance Ring is reaching level 35. You are currently only level 20. How could this happen? Moreover, you can also use summoning skills. I don't know. It just happened. Lin Chuan then recounted how he had obtained the clone ability and how it triggered the Outworld Inheritance Ring during his class awakening. So you have a clone. I didn't expect you to acquire such a formidable ability. I suspect that during your awakening, some energy activated the Outworld Inheritance Ring and forcibly altered your class. The ring was originally meant to allow you to learn an additional assassin skill, serving as a life-saving skill I gifted you. I never anticipated you would fully activate it. Your luck is truly extraordinary. Lin Chuan scratched his nose, unsure whether Xie Yuqing's words were a compliment or a criticism. However, the Outworld Inheritance Ring can only support you until level 50. To break through that limit, you need to return to my family with me. Just thinking about how to persuade those old geezers gives me a headache. Xie Yuqing appeared quite troubled. What do you mean? Why can I only level up to 50? Lin Chuan was perplexed. Xie Yuqing began to explain. The complete inheritance ring consists of the Outworld Inheritance Ring and the Yuan Soul Inheritance Ring. Only by acquiring both rings can you obtain the full inheritance. However, these two rings are never passed around. I already caused discontent among the elders by giving you the Outworld Inheritance Ring. If I were to seek the Yuan Soul Inheritance Ring for you, I fear I might be expelled from the family. From the previous encounter with the group of black-clad individuals regarding Xie Yuqing, Lin Chuan understood that she held a significant position within her family. He was astonished that someone of her status could still face expulsion from the family. It seemed that the inheritance ring was an invaluable treasure to her clan. Gaining the complete inheritance would likely not be a simple matter. Unless Xie Yuqing suddenly speaks again, she appears to hesitate, her complexion turning a deep crimson. Chapter 064. The high-level officials of the Azure Dragon Academy are astounded. Unless what? Lin Chuan pressed on. It's nothing. For now, there is no solution. Xie Yuqing suddenly refused to elaborate. However, you are only at level 20, and there remains a long journey to level 50. We shall devise a plan gradually. Lin Chuan discerned that Xie Yuqing was quite troubled, and thus chose not to pry further. Furthermore, he had to level up 2 professions himself, and his progress would be even slower. Let us take our time. I want to put you in a difficult position. Now, let us discuss tomorrow's mission. Indeed, Yang Chong was injured by you, so we need to reorganize the mission. I must coordinate with the rescue team, and I will notify you once the schedule is confirmed. With that, Xie Yuqing departed to handle matters concerning the mission for the next day. Lin Chuan had initially intended to meditate and enhance his strength, but he could not shake off the thought that he had not utilized his dungeon attempts for the day. Thus, he sent a message to Lu Dapeng, inquiring if there were any dungeons nearby the school suitable for leveling up. Currently, both his main body and avatar required leveling. He could not afford to waste the opportunity to enter a dungeon each day. Before long, Lu Dapeng replied, "There are no dungeons within 200 kilometers of Xiaqing. If you wish to level up, you can go to the school's playground to farm scarecrows." Scarecrows? What are those? Scarecrows are essentially dungeons. There is a dedicated dungeon for students to farm experience over by the playground. If you're in dire need of experience, you might as well check it out. Though I wouldn't highly recommend it. I'm currently out on a mission, so I'll log off for now. We can chat later. With that, Lu Dapeng ended the communication, likely engaged in a perilous task. Following Lu Dapeng's directions, Lin Chuan arrived at the playground, which was more than twice the size of the one at Donghai City's first senior high school. However, the number of students here surpassed even that of his high school. In one corner of the playground, there was an entrance to a dungeon, which must be the Scarecrow dungeon Lu Dapeng referred to. Lin Chuan approached the dungeon entrance. Before the entrance stood an upperclassman on duty. Noticing Lin Chuan heading straight for the dungeon, he rapped his fingers sharply on the table. "Hey, student, you need to pay to enter the dungeon first." Lin Chuan halted. "I'm sorry, I'm a freshman." The upperclassman looked somewhat surprised. "A freshman? Did this year's freshmen start school this early?" "I'm Guiyao. Just call me senior." "As a newcomer, do you know the precautions for this dungeon?" Lin Chuan shook his head. Guiyao sighed, beginning to patiently explain. "This dungeon is called the Tomb of Scarecrows. The entry level is 15 to 45, and it is the only means of leveling up at Azure Dragon Academy. Although it isn't a popular dungeon, it's the only option for leveling within the academy. After all, there are no other dungeons within a 200-kilometer radius of Xiaqing. Moreover, entry is not granted freely. Each attempt incurs a fee of 1,000 points. No wonder Lu Dapeng didn't recommend farming this dungeon. It charges a fee, and quite a hefty one at that, nearly equivalent to Lin Chuan's rent for 10 days. This is outrageous. Regrettably, Lin Chuan needed to level up quickly, so he begrudgingly paid the fee. Guiyao accepted the payment and continued to inform Lin Chuan about the dungeon's precautions. This dungeon is a modified version of a level 30 dungeon, where the minimum level of monsters is 30, making it quite challenging. Additionally, to train students to cope with various combat scenarios, the creator of the dungeon incorporated many unique mechanics. For freshmen, completing a full dungeon run typically takes about 8 hours. However, if you can find higher-level students to accompany you, clearing it shouldn't be a significant issue. "You're at level 20? Why are you only at level 20? While Guiyao was explaining the dungeon, Lin Chuan's information suddenly caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized Lin Chuan had already reached the dungeon entrance. "Hey, are you planning to attempt the dungeon alone? Stop. You can't exit the dungeon once you enter." Guiyao shouted at Lin Chuan, but it was too late. Tomb of Scarecrows, Elite Difficulty, Dungeon initiated. A black vortex appeared, and Lin Chuan was sucked into the dungeon. Soloing on Elite Difficulty. Lin Chuan had initially intended to attempt the Nightmare difficulty, but considering the significant level gap, he opted for Elite Difficulty to play it safe. However, what he deemed a precaution was anything but in Guiyao's eyes. "This is going to be disastrous. I must inform the academy immediately. Reckless fool, if you die, it's your loss, but don't drag me down with you." The reason Azure Dragon Academy established a monitoring position before the Tomb of Scarecrows dungeon was to assess the strength and qualifications of freshmen, preventing inexperienced newcomers like Lin Chuan from inadvertently stumbling in. After all, those who could enter Azure Dragon Academy were exceptionally talented individuals. They did not wish to see a prodigy fall due to such a trivial matter. But now Guiyao, while cursing, rushed into the office of the Academic Affairs Director of Azure Dragon Academy. "Director Zhong, there's a serious situation." In Zhong Ziqing's office, he was not alone. He was currently reporting this year's teaching plan to the vice principal. Guiyao's abrupt intrusion infuriated him. "What do you mean, serious? Do you have any manners? Did you knock before entering? I'll fine you 500 points. The vice principal, however, was unperturbed. "What happened? Speak." "Vice principal, you're here too? It's bad. Just now, a level 20 freshman entered the Tomb of Scarecrows dungeon alone, and it's on Elite Difficulty." Zhong Ziqing and the vice principal exchanged shocked glances. Their eyes filled with disbelief. "A freshman entered the Tomb of Scarecrows dungeon. Are you referring to a freshman? Is his name Lin Chuan?" Yes, it is Lin Chuan." "Director, how did you know?" "You." Zhong Ziqing was so furious he trembled. "I instructed you to guard properly. What were you doing? If anything happens to this student, you're out of here." "Huh." Guiyao was taken aback. Such incidents had occurred before, and at most, he'd be fined a few thousand points. He never expected Zhong Ziqing to impose such a severe penalty this time. What on earth is Lin Chuan's background? Guiyao pondered, noticing the vice principal's expression was also unusual. Vice Principal Su Lan was known as the kindest and most affable person in the academy. It was unexpected to see such a countenance. Ziqing, quickly assemble the faculty, gather at the playground. We must forcibly interrupt the dungeon, Su Lan declared, and in an instant, he had vanished. Stay put right here, and don't move. When I return, you'll see how I deal with you. Zhang Ziqing left those words behind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 065. The Dungeon, Tomb of Scarecrows. Forcibly interrupting a dungeon is a special rescue measure established by Azure Dragon Academy to prevent student mishaps. This action contravenes the World's rules and demands immense energy from the caster, even with the assistance of a magical formation. The Academy requires at least 10 level 65 professionals to accomplish this feat. Moreover, each time they forcibly interrupt a dungeon, they need to rest for at least 10 days to half a month to recover their strength. In a mere 10 minutes, the playground had become a gathering place for 40 teachers, each exceeding level 65, with the majority approaching level 70. Simultaneously, the Qinglong Academy had mobilized its strongest medical team, prepared to assist Lin Chuan at a moment's notice. The sight of so many educators assembled was unprecedented, drawing the attention of onlookers. Hey, look over there. Why are so many teachers congregating by the instance? It seems like all the on-duty teachers have gathered here. I heard a freshman ventured alone into an elite-level instance. They're preparing for a rescue. Goodness, even if they manage to save the kid, he might come out half dead. This rescue will surely cost a significant amount of points, potentially wasting a year of his time. Isn't that the truth? But have you noticed the scale of this rescue effort? I wonder what kind of background this freshman has to warrant such attention. Even the vice principal is present. The vice principal Su Lan is here too. Let us go take a look. Before long, news of the rescue operation for the Scarecrow's tomb instance spread throughout Qinglong Academy, attracting even more students eager to witness the event. Preparations are nearly complete. Teachers, we must now initiate the rescue to retrieve our student from the instance. The magic circle is fully set and all is ready, Su Lan declared, standing at the center of the formation, flanked by 10 teachers, while the others stood poised for support. As the magic circle began to glow, waves of energy surged outward like a tide. However, at that critical moment, Su Lan received a message. It was from the principal, Jiang Tianlei, the head of Qinglong Academy and one of the top 10 contenders in Longhua Kingdom. Boasts an impressive level of 83 and unfathomable strength. He had been traveling extensively to break through the final levels to achieve the status of a peerless 90-level powerhouse. Yet today news had returned unexpectedly. Lanjia, I have heard about the freshman. My senses confirm there is indeed a student within the instance without any record of entry. For now, he is not in immediate danger. However, this student possesses a unique identity, and I urge you to hold your position and refrain from any rescue efforts for the time being. I will monitor the student's condition closely. Should anything go awry, I will inform you immediately. Jiang Tianlei, not only the principal but also one of the creators of the Scarecrow's tomb instance, could establish a subtle connection with the instance, allowing him to perceive events within. Old Jiang, where have you been? It's been ages since you last communicated. Are you still fit to be principal? If not, step aside and let me take over. Jiang Tianlei chuckled lightly. I'm currently with an old friend. You need not worry. I'll return shortly, and this time, I shall remain until retirement. Oh, as if anyone is eagerly awaiting your return. You might as well perish out there. Having borne the weight of all responsibilities alone for so long, Su Lan could not suppress her resentment. Enough of this. My old friend is calling for me. We shall continue this conversation when I return. With that, Jiang Tianlei severed the connection. That old man, always gallivanting about without a care. Su Lan couldn't help but murmur in frustration. She then addressed the others. Everyone, suspend the rescue operation and remain on standby, ready to act at a moment's notice. Inside the Scarecrow's tomb instance, an elite-level challenge awaited. Lin Chuan surveyed his surroundings, engulfed in a world shrouded in haze, dimly lit, with ghostly white apparitions swirling around him, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Beneath his feet lay a hard metallic surface reminiscent of an open-air factory workshop. Attacked by the breath of the vengeful spirit, health minus 310. A white specter passed through Lin Chuan, prompting a notification of health loss. According to the rules of this realm, combat had been initiated. Yet Lin Chuan noticed that the specter did not display any health status. It was indeed in an unselectable state. This instance proved intriguing. Since I am here, I shan't simply retreat. Let us see just how challenging this instance truly is. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers, summoning 200 summoned beasts. He first had the soul-catching bull demon cast a shield upon him to mitigate further attacks from the vengeful spirits. Subsequently, he led his legion of summoned beasts into the first workshop. As soon as he stepped inside, monsters began to spawn. Countless scarecrows resembling withered branches crawled from the corners of the workshop, advancing towards Lin Chuan in a peculiar manner. Ironwood Scarecrow. Level 30. Strength 2,734. Vitality 2,890. Agility 460. Mental power 3,358. Lin Chuan was momentarily speechless. The entry level for the Scarecrow's tomb instance was set at level 1545. He had expected the monsters to be around level 25 at most, easily manageable. Instead, he was confronted with level 30 creatures, a significant deviation from his expectations. The leap in strength from level 29 to 30 was substantial. Nonetheless, Lin Chuan remained unfazed. For him, The difference between level 30 and level 20 monsters was merely an extension of battle time. His summoned beasts enjoyed a 20-fold attribute enhancement, making them on par with these level 30 adversaries. Charge! Lin Chuan commanded. The platinum-level Reaper Servant surged forward, directly confronting the Ironwood Scarecrow. Before even drawing near, the Ironwood Scarecrow launched an attack, unleashing a barrage of ironwood bullets from its form, raining down on Lin Chuan's summoned beasts. Received attack from Ironwood Scarecrow. Reaper Servant, platinum level, health minus 270, x10. The Ironwood Scarecrow's firing speed was astonishing, capable of inflicting over 10 attacks in a single second. Though each individual strike was not particularly powerful, the sheer volume resulted in significant cumulative damage over time. Thousands of Ironwood Scarecrows filled the area, and the health of the Platinum Reaper Servant visibly diminished. White Wuchang. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers again, summoning 5 White Wuchangs. Utilizing their Dark Spirit skills, the 5 White Wuchangs collectively restored 10,000 health per second, rapidly recuperating lost vitality. Soon, the two sides clashed fiercely. The attributes of the Platinum Reaper Servant had soared to an astounding 160,000, bolstered by the might of the Platinum Realm. With just 2 strikes, it could dispatch an Ironwood Scarecrow, interspersed with attacks from the soul-catching Horseface and Black Wuchang. The defensive line of the Ironwood Scarecrows began to crumble in the blink of an eye. Chapter 066, Scarecrow Boss. Defeated Ironwood Scarecrow, gained experience 650. Defeated Ironwood Scarecrow, gained experience 650. Acquired item, Iron Branch. Lin Chuan's experience surged, rapidly increasing by 20 in the blink of an eye. Indeed, level 30 monsters yield abundant experience. 10 monsters could elevate him by 1 level. Once this wave was cleared, his shadow clone could directly level up. Fueled by excitement, Lin Chuan pressed forward, crushing all in his path with his summoned beasts. 50 minutes later, Lin Chuan successfully harvested all 1,000 monsters. With a flash of golden light, the level of his shadow clone skill ascended to 16. Due to the unique characteristics of the shadow clone, Lin Chuan's main body now held a higher level than the clone, hence all experience gained was attributed to the clone. As the last Ironwood Scarecrow fell to the ground, the surrounding environment underwent another transformation. The originally dull and foggy atmosphere suddenly erupted, coalescing before Lin Chuan into a ghastly creature resembling a malevolent spirit. Scarecrow Curse Spirit Elite. Level, 33. Strength, 3,360. Constitution, 3,589. Goodness, that nearly scared me to death. Charge at it. Let us take it down. The ambience of this dungeon was already quite terrifying, and the sudden appearance of a wicked spirit would startle anyone. Once Lin Chuan regained his composure, he was incensed and commanded his soul-collecting bullheads to charge forth. With fiery chains flashing, the Scarecrow Curse Spirit, an elite monster, was swiftly vanquished, unable to even have its attributes fully loaded before collapsing. Defeated Scarecrow Curse Spirit Elite. Experience 3,500. With the first wave of monsters eradicated, Lin Chuan proceeded to the next location. Entering the second workshop, he found the environment unchanged, the layout identical to the previous one. Upon stepping inside, he commenced the monster spawn. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble, and a tremendous surge of energy erupted from below, hurtling toward Lin Chuan and his summoned creatures. This energy was not singular, but rather enveloped the entire floor, resembling a massive net of impending doom that ensnared Lin Chuan. He felt akin to prey caught in a trap. Yet, Lin Chuan was not one to succumb easily. The advantage of his assassin class lay in its swiftness. He deftly utilized his agility, evading the majority of the onslaught. Damaged by Evil Scarecrow, Boss, health 1066. The opponent's strikes were formidable, as even a glancing blow caused Lin Chuan to lose nearly 30 health points. The boss had emerged. Lin Chuan was not only astonished by the creature's strength, but also the length of this dungeon. Having just completed the first wave of monsters, he was confronted with a boss. Fortunately, this wave of attacks did not persist for long. The target finally revealed itself. Thick branches, half a meter in diameter, burst forth from the ground, intertwining in the center of the workshop as they launched an assault on Lin Chuan, ultimately transforming into a towering 15-meter-tall humanoid tentacled monstrosity. Evil Scarecrow Boss. Level, 36. Strength, 4,705. Constitution, 4,621. Agility, 0. Mental power, 5,230. Evil Telekinesis. Manipulates nearby vengeful spirits to attack the target, inflicting 200 mental damage and causing 2 seconds of dizziness. Death Split. Upon death, can split into 2 progeny forms, inheriting all skills of the original but with attributes halved. This skill can trigger twice. What sort of grotesque creature is this? You dare call it a scarecrow? Gazing upon the colossal monstrosity before him, Lin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine at its extraordinary level, attributes, and outrageous skill effects. This boss possessed 2 innate skills, while not exceptionally strong. The issue lay in the potential for the boss to enter phases. The progeny would inherit all skills of the boss and could also enter phases. If this boss had multiple phases, handling it would become exceedingly troublesome. Lin Chuan quickly discerned the challenge of this dungeon. It necessitated overwhelming damage for a swift kill. If phases could be bypassed, the dungeon would not prove overly difficult. If not, clearing it would be a daunting task. Simultaneously, minor monsters began to spawn. As countless small scarecrows crawled from the ground and the crevices of the walls, densely clustering together. Evil Sickle Scarecrow. Level, 31. Strength, 2,551. Constitution, 1757. Agility, 3,460. Mental power, 100. The Evil Sickle Scarecrow was clearly agile, moving with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Lin Chuan. With a flash of the blade, a platinum-level Reaper servant charged to the forefront, its scythe descending to effortlessly dispatch a scarecrow. Their health was evidently lower than that of the ironwood scarecrows from the previous workshop, as the platinum-level Reaper servant could fell one with a single strike. Killed Evil Sickle Scarecrow, experience 710. Killed Evil Sickle Scarecrow, experience 710. The difficulty of this dungeon surpassed that of the Goblin Nest by a significant margin. Even with an army of 200 summoned creatures, Lin Chuan found himself constrained to the periphery of the workshop, hesitant to advance. Were another class to attempt this, they would likely be swiftly annihilated by these scarecrows exploiting any opening. However, the increase in dungeon difficulty correspondingly elevated the experience gained. For Lin Chuan, it was akin to a paradise for leveling up. Within mere minutes of combat, the experience bar for his shadow clone surged by 20. Observing the evil sickle scarecrows fall one by one at the hands of his summoned beasts, the evil scarecrow could no longer remain idle. Suddenly, a half-meter-thick branch shot forth, striking Lin Chuan at a cunning angle. The attack from the evil scarecrow came with astonishing speed, weaving through the gaps in Lin Chuan's army of summons. Even hidden behind his summoned creatures, Lin Chuan could not evade as the branch struck him directly. Damaged by evil scarecrow, boss, health 0, shield 560, 000. Yet, it must be remembered that Lin Chuan was protected by a shield boasting over 1,000 constitution from his soul-collecting bullheads. The evil scarecrow's attack could not penetrate the shield to inflict harm upon Lin Chuan. Nevertheless, it did send him hurtling backward. Lin Chuan glanced at his shield, noting it had diminished by half. Should he be hit by a skill, he could be in grave danger. However, he quickly commanded another soul-collecting bullhead to reapply the shield. With a plentiful supply of bullheads at his disposal, he felt emboldened. This dungeon wasn't too difficult after all. Let us hasten and take it down. Lin Chuan resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. The only considerable threat to him was the boss before him. He could not allow it to survive any longer. Activating his assassination skill, 3 black wuchangs suddenly appeared behind the evil scarecrow, their 2-meter-long claws tearing into its form, inflicting numerous wounds. In the next moment, the evil scarecrow collapsed to the ground. Now a bronze-level entity, the black wuchang had long surpassed a primary attribute of 20,000. Based on their damage output, a single black wuchang could have sufficed for a swift kill. Yet, Lin Chuan deployed 3. This was due to the evil scarecrow's second skill, split. The instant the evil scarecrow perished, it promptly split into 2 progeny forms. The other 2 black wuchangs seamlessly continued their assault, swiftly dispatching the 2 progeny. Shortly thereafter, the progeny initiated their own splitting. At this juncture, it seemed the evil scarecrow had recognized Lin Chuan's formidable prowess, for after its second split, the 4 progeny immediately unleashed evil telekinesis upon Lin Chuan. Chapter 67, Breaking Records Again. Damaged by evil scarecrow, boss, health 0, shield 110, 000. The malevolent psychic force struck Lin Chuan with pinpoint accuracy, ensnaring him for a mere 2 seconds. However, after this brief interlude, Lin Chuan emerged unscathed. Suddenly, 4 blades of light ignited as the platinum-tiered death god's minions surged forth, effortlessly dispatching 4 lesser entities. The evil scarecrow, having split twice, could no longer divide, and the 4 lesser beings rapidly succumbed to weakness. With the final lesser being's demise, this formidable boss was finally vanquished. Defeated the evil scarecrow, boss, gained 3,500 experience. Acquired item, Evil Eye Orb. In an instant, a flash of purple light erupted as a massive eyeball soared into Lin Chuan's storage space. What a rare item. A wave of exhilaration washed over Lin Chuan. Unlike equipment, items do not augment character attributes, yet they possess a plethora of diverse effects. Regardless of whether one is at the early, mid, or late stages of their profession, such items can wield tremendous influence. Moreover, the potency of an item's effect is heavily contingent upon its compatibility with the profession, rendering its value often incomparable to typical quality standards. Consequently, it is not uncommon for rare items to command prices surpassing even those of mythical-grade equipment. Each item acquired presents a challenge of fortune. Lin Chuan pondered the effects of this Evil Eye Orb and promptly examined its details. Evil Eye Orb. Item. Effect. This item can be embedded in a weapon, causing a 0.1 second stun upon striking or using skills on a target. Lin Chuan could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. This item appeared initially to be of little worth, yet it possessed remarkable strength, perfectly aligning with Lin Chuan's shadow assassin profession. Inflicting a 0.1 second stun upon impact may seem trivial, yet the true value of this effect lies not in the duration of the stun. Who are the prime targets for an assassin? Undoubtedly, it is the fragile magic users. Casting powerful spells necessitates incantations, and that fleeting 0.01 seconds is just enough to forcibly interrupt the casting. In this realm, interrupted skills also enter a cooldown state. Imagine a sorcerer attempting to unleash a forbidden spell, only to have their concentration shattered by your shadow strike and subsequent attack. The scene would be utterly infuriating. Even if you merely reduce their health by a single drop, they would surely seek vengeance upon you. Furthermore, the effect of the Evil Eye Orb can be triggered by normal attacks, implying that as long as Lin Chuan's attack speed is sufficiently rapid, he could potentially interrupt multiple, if not dozens, of forbidden spells in succession. What could be more exhilarating than this? Lin Chuan carefully stored the Evil Eye Orb away. The embedding of items requires the expertise of a master blacksmith, and he would have to wait until he exited the dungeon to affix the orb to his weapon. Such a remarkable item deserved to be embedded in equipment of at least level 30 to maximize its value. Now that the battle had reached this point, Lin Chuan felt free to unleash his full power. Soul-piercing arrow. A pitch-black arrow manifested at Lin Chuan's fingertips. Almost instantly, another explosion followed. The soul-piercing arrow transformed into a deep green hue. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, striking a wicked sickle scarecrow with precision, obliterating it in an instant. Subsequently, the body of the wicked sickle scarecrow began to swell dramatically before erupting in a violent explosion. The shockwave annihilated nearby scarecrows, triggering a chain reaction of explosions among them. The cascading detonations of nether explosion instantaneously eradicated all monsters within the dungeon. Lin Chuan had refrained from using this skill earlier for fear that the explosion's damage would not be sufficient to slay the boss, allowing it to enter its next phase. Now that the boss lay defeated, he felt no need to hold back. With all the lesser monsters eliminated, the experience from his shadow doppelganger surged to 100%. The golden light of level up appeared, elevating the shadow doppelganger to level 17, just 3 levels shy of catching up to its master. With all foes vanquished, the dungeon concluded. A treasure chest materialized, and Lin Chuan approached to claim his reward. This dungeon was rather underwhelming, aside from the higher monster levels and longer duration. It seemed far less challenging than others had claimed. Unfortunately, without Lu Shuhan's dungeon reset crystal, he could not have ground his way to level 20 today. Lin Chuan found himself reminiscing about Lu Shuhan. The last time she had assisted him, he had managed to run the dungeon multiple times, achieving level 20 just before the professional examination. If given another chance, the shadow doppelganger could undoubtedly reach level 20 today. At level 20, he would be able to undergo a job transition. At that point, he would possess a dual-class profession, exponentially increasing his strength compared to now. Alas, Lu Shuhan was not at Qinglong Academy, nor did he have a dungeon reset crystal. Having gained over 1.5 levels from this dungeon run, Lin Chuan felt quite satisfied overall. He secured his rewards and exited the dungeon. Congratulations to Lin Chuan for clearing the Scarecrow's tomb, elite level. Time taken 2 hours and 56 minutes, setting a new record, ranked first. Outside the dungeon, Su Lan and several instructors awaited anxiously. That old fellow Jiang has yet to send any word. Has he been observing the situation within the dungeon properly? The prolonged silence only served to heighten Su Lan's agitation. Master Liang, you were the one who presided over the occupational awakening ceremony at Donghai High School, and thus are acquainted with Lin Chuan. I wonder why you appear so unconcerned. Following the college entrance examination, Lin Chuan had become somewhat of a sensation among the faculty at Qinglong Academy. Hearing of Lin Chuan's inadvertent dungeon foray, Liang Wen had come to assess the situation as well. No worries. The child possesses considerable strength, perhaps even exceeding our expectations. You all are truly a source of worry. Su Lan lamented, feeling frustrated that Lin Chuan was embroiled in danger while these individuals showed no concern whatsoever. Just then, a message appeared above the Scarecrow's tomb dungeon. Look, the dungeon is reacting. A teacher exclaimed. Someone has reset the dungeon record. 2 hours and 56 minutes? That speed is astonishing. It's Lin Chuan, the new student who inadvertently entered the dungeon. He has completed it, and even broken the record. Lin Chuan. Su Lan could hardly believe his eyes. Was this not the very same new student who had nearly caused a disruption among the faculty during the dungeon rescue? He has cleared the dungeon, and set a record in the process? Even with Jiang Tianlei's reminder, Su Lan could not fathom how a level 20 new student could emerge unscathed from the Scarecrow's tomb dungeon. He thought he would merely hide in a corner for a few hours. Yet the reality was that Lin Chuan not only survived, but had also shattered the elite-level dungeon record. Have the younger generation become so formidable? Zhong Ziqing could not help but remark. As Lin Chuan's homeroom teacher, he was surprised beyond measure. It was only now that he understood why Long Wanli held Lin Chuan in such high regard. This was no ordinary new student. It was evident that Lin Chuan was being groomed as the next principal of Qinglong Academy. Lin Chuan exited the dungeon and found himself on the playground. The sight of a throng of teachers standing before him startled him. Lin Chuan, are you alright? Su Lan rushed forward, concern etched on her face. Without needing further explanation, the medical team understood the situation, and 4 beams of different colored light enveloped Lin Chuan, applying healing, curse removal, detoxification, and bleeding cessation effects upon him. However, as the medical team's treatment reached its midway point, the 3 individuals, aside from the one administering the treatment, suddenly froze, ceasing their actions. Their expressions were etched with disbelief as they gazed at Lin Chuan. It was as if their throats were constricted by a fishbone, and after much struggle, one of them managed to utter a single phrase. You haven't been afflicted by the Scarecrow's curse? Chapter 068, The Judgment Plan. The Scarecrow's curse? What on earth is that? Lin Chuan was utterly bewildered. From the moment he entered the dungeon until the defeat of the boss, he had breezed through without encountering any monsters that utilized curse abilities. His naivete appeared genuine, leaving the teachers present at a loss for words. The Tomb of the Scarecrow was notoriously brutal, with exceedingly twisted mechanics. Every aspect, from the environment to the bosses and elite monsters, could impose various abnormal statuses on challengers. Among these, curses, poison, and bleeding posed the gravest threats to human practitioners. Moreover, these statuses could persist beyond the dungeon. There had been instances where individuals succumbed to poison after clearing a dungeon, right in their school. Yet, at this moment, Lin Chuan bore none of these afflictions. This defied logic. Could it be that your boss skipped a phase? Su Lan discerned the crux of the issue. Skipping a phase means inflicting significant damage to the boss in one fell swoop, thereby bypassing its mandatory transition to the next stage. If one could cause the boss to skip a phase, it would mitigate many of the challenging mechanics and substantially lower the difficulty of the dungeon. That must be it. Lin Chuan refrained from admitting that he had annihilated the final boss, effectively skipping all its phases. That explains it. Your damage output is indeed impressive. Enough to make the 30-level boss skip a phase. Thank you, teacher. I will continue to strive. Lin Chuan's nonchalance finally allowed Su Lan to breathe a sigh of relief. Alright, since you're in good health, you should return and rest. I heard you have a mission to execute tomorrow. Use this time to recuperate. Ah, the mission. I wonder if Yuqing has finalized the plan. Lin Chuan had entered the dungeon in the afternoon, and after nearly 3 hours of action, it was now dark outside. He expressed his gratitude once more to Su Lan and the other teachers before returning to his dormitory. Observing Lin Chuan's retreating figure, Su Lan wore a satisfied smile and silently sent a message to Jiang Tianlei to solo the Tomb of the Scarecrow at level 20. It seems the person we have awaited for a century is finally emerging. The judgment plan can commence. In the Star Domain battlefield at the Longhua Fortress, Jiang Tianlei sat at a modest table, sharing drinks with 2 venerable elders. These men were none other than Li Qingyuan and Long Wanli, 2 of the top 10 masters in the Longhua Kingdom. Suddenly, Jiang Tianlei received Su Lan's message, halting his hand mid-air as he lifted his cup. After a lengthy pause, a relaxed smile broke upon his face. Old principal, I assume you've also received news of the record being shattered in the dungeon? Long Wanli's face reflected astonishment. Yet there was a hint of composure that surpassed Jiang Tianlei's. He merely nodded. Indeed, this Lin Chuan possesses terrifying talent. Sister Lan says the judgment plan can commence. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's actions momentarily stilled, clearly stirred by a tempest of emotions within. However, he quickly regained his composure and drained his cup of fine wine. I must personally meet with the Emperor of Longhua regarding the judgment plan. It appears I will finally leave this place I have inhabited for over a decade. I hope this time, no unforeseen events will arise. Li Qingyuan's eyes were filled with the weight of experience, his life shrouded in secrets unknown to others. The judgment plan was the Longhua Kingdom's ultimate strategy devised for the Star Domain battlefield. Its objective was to cultivate a superlative being of level 100, capable of toppling the entire Star Domain battlefield and leading humanity to break free from the clutches of monsters. Lin Chuan's displayed talent aligned perfectly with the criteria for becoming the judgment. Let us hope so. Long Wanli and Jiang Tianlei sighed deeply. Whether we can breach the Star Domain battlefield hinges upon this moment. However, before that, we must also settle the matters with our old acquaintances. Li Qingyuan reclined in his chair, his keen gaze drifting towards the horizon, where the Azure Empire lay. The Azure Empire, akin to the Longhua Kingdom, was a superpower. The 2 nations stood in opposition, their territories interspersed with numerous smaller nations, the combined strength of which paled in comparison to the might of these giants. The Longhua Kingdom was characterized by its reserved culture, proficient in self-cultivation and aiding other nations, while the Azure Empire, true to its name, was flamboyant in its actions. Relishing in the instigation of warfare, its imperial demeanor unmistakable. For ages, the Azure Empire had regarded the Longhua Kingdom as a thorn in its side, ever eager to devour this substantial prize. In recent years, as the Longhua Kingdom struggled against the monsters of the Star Domain battlefield, the Azure Empire seized the opportunity to appropriate numerous resources from it. Over the past century, their aggressions had escalated, deploying countless spies to wreak havoc in the Longhua Kingdom and the Star Domain battlefield, leading to significant losses for Longhua. Presently, the relationship between the 2 had reached an irreconcilable state. To ensure the successful implementation of the judgment plan, the colossal threat posed by the Azure Empire must be eliminated. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Chuan immediately entered a meditative state. Today, upon joining the Qinglong Academy, he had already triumphed over the level 36 legendary class warrior, Yang Chong, and the level 30 modified dungeon, the Tomb of the Scarecrow. These two fierce battles had significantly refined his combat experience, and now, he sought to capitalize on the lingering adrenaline from the fights, swiftly delving into meditation to consolidate his gains from the day. An hour later, Lin Chuan exhaled deeply, awakening from his meditative trance. Although meditation would not confer any experience points or increase his level, it had undeniably advanced his capabilities. Contemplating combat could enhance one's ability to detect the weaknesses of opponents, a hidden attribute known as insight that had yet to be uncovered by others. By recognizing an adversary's vulnerabilities and targeting their weaknesses, one could bypass evasion and defense while simultaneously amplifying the actual damage dealt. If I were to tackle the Tomb of the Scarecrow dungeon again now, I am confident I could improve the completion time by another 20 minutes. Lin Chuan brimmed with self-assurance. Just as he pondered, a notification chimed from his communicator. It was a message from Xie Yuqing regarding the mission scheduled for the following day. Lin Chuan, we will gather at the teleportation array of Qinglong Academy at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Do not be late. 9 a.m. It's finally about to begin. Lin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. This would mark his first mission at Qinglong Academy and his debut in his career as a practitioner. He meticulously checked the items in his storage space, ensuring he had an adequate supply of potions. The Anomaly Tide team lacked a healer, and he would need to rely on his own resources to maintain his status during this operation, making a thorough inventory essential. Once everything was confirmed, Lin Chuan summoned his shadow clone, instructing it to enter the Tomb of the Scarecrow daily to grind for experience and levels. Even though he was set to embark on a mission, he could not afford to halt his progress. Having completed all these preparations, Lin Chuan finally felt a sense of reassurance. The following morning, he arrived punctually at the teleportation array of Qinglong Academy. At this moment, the other team members had already gathered here. Little brother, you appear remarkably composed. Arriving just on time, Hong Xiaoqing greeted Lin Chuan, whose performance yesterday had genuinely astonished her. With Lin Chuan's prowess, it was evident that their mission would be a mere formality. Wang Yuan harbored a profound apprehension towards Lin Chuan. Only Xie Yuqing and their team could have defeated Yang Zhong head-on. Hello, spoke Hu Jing, who was replacing Yang Zhong due to his injuries inflicted by Lin Chuan. Greetings, senior, Lin Chuan responded with a smile. Well, since everyone is here, let us embark on our journey. I will share the mission details along the way. After saying this, Xie Yuqing leaned in to whisper in Lin Chuan's ear, from today onwards, you are the new captain of the Dark Moon Tidal Sound team. My request for the transfer of leadership has already been approved. Is that appropriate? Lin Chuan inquired, somewhat taken aback by Xie Yuqing's impulsive actions. She had directly handed over the captaincy to him. I have faith in your abilities. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me at any time. All right then. I shall give it a try. Seeing Xie Yuqing's serious demeanor, Lin Chuan readily accepted. Becoming a leader was a necessary step on the path of the strong, and since the opportunity had presented itself, he was eager to test his mettle. Chapter 069. The decapitation mission. Xie Yuqing submitted the necessary paperwork to the instructor in charge of the teleportation array, securing the right to use it. The five of them stepped into the array, and as a blinding light enveloped them, it activated, propelling them towards their mission destination. Half an hour later, they emerged from the teleportation array on the other side. Lin Chuan opened his eyes to behold the surrounding scenery. They were at a military stronghold in the northwest region of Longhua country, exuding a rugged wilderness vibe, with armed professionals stationed around the teleportation array. As the light from the array gradually dissipated and the space stabilized, a distinguished-looking individual approached, offering a formal salute to Xie Yuqing. This man emanated an aura of slaughter, suggesting he was a seasoned veteran. I am Yang Xinwu, commander of the 3rd Special Operations Team of the Northwest Strategic Stronghold. You must be the students from Qinglong Academy here to provide support? Xie Yuqing stepped forward, introducing herself and the Dark Moon Tidal Sound team from Qinglong Academy. Yang Xinwu quickly assessed Xie Yuqing and Lin Chuan, nodding in satisfaction. An average level exceeding 30, such strength at such a young age. The students of Qinglong Academy are indeed formidable. However, upon noticing Lin Chuan's level of merely 20, he couldn't help but frown, apprehensive about the potential dangers of this mission. Xie Yuqing instantly understood Yang Xinwu's concerns and spoke up. Commander Yang, there is no need for worry. His strength has been recognized by Qinglong Academy, making him more than capable of handling this mission. We shall bear all unforeseen circumstances ourselves. Furthermore, I would like to formally introduce Lin Chuan, the newly appointed captain of Dark Moon Tidal Sound, the strongest among us. Yang Xinwu was taken aback. He had not expected that this seemingly inexperienced 20-level youth would be the most powerful captain, surpassing even those above level 30. In contrast, Wang Yuan and Hong Xiaoqing remained impassive, seemingly in agreement with this revelation. It appeared that in Dark Moon Tidal Sound, strength was paramount, and Lin Chuan thought to himself that retaining this captaincy would not be an easy feat at this juncture. Lin Chuan could not afford to show weakness. He stepped forward. "Hello, Commander Yang. I am Lin Chuan, the current captain of Dark Moon Tidal Sound. Greetings, Captain Lin. Now that everyone is in place, please follow me." Yang Xinwu was not a stubborn individual. Since they acknowledged Lin Chuan's strength, he had no objections and led Lin Chuan and the others out of the stronghold. Outside the stronghold lay a city, resembling most cities in Longhua country. However, the air was rather polluted, shrouded in a perpetual haze. Dust particles floated in the air. And after only a few steps, they felt their throats scratchy, unable to suppress their coughs. "I apologize, everyone. Huaxin City was not like this before. However, 2 weeks ago, a wild boss known as the Sandstorm Lord suddenly emerged in the western outskirts, triggering a monster riot that severely damaged the ecological environment around Huaxin City, resulting in its current state. Has the boss been dealt with?" Lin Chuan couldn't help but ask. Yang Xinwu shook his head. "Not yet. The Sandstorm Lord is at level 75, making it difficult for us to subdue it at the moment. However, reinforcements from the Northwest Garrison have arrived, and Commander Fu has taken action. He is a level 77 professional, a formidable expert in all of Longhua country. What do you require from us?" Lin Chuan inquired. Ordinarily, with Commander Fu's intervention and the support of the Northwest Garrison, they would have already subdued the Sandstorm Lord. However, an unexpected turn of events had occurred. "Star Domain monsters?" Xia Yuqing astutely interjected, having read about this in Qinglong Academy's mission reports. "Indeed, it is the Star Domain monsters. They have allied with the Sandstorm Lord, making it impossible for us to take action against them in the short term. While we are not in immediate danger, you know that the longer this situation drags on, the more severe the destruction of Huaxin City will become. Currently, Huaxin City is buried under half a meter of yellow sand, and the citizens have long since barred their doors. If this situation persists, it won't be long before the entire city is engulfed in sand. I need your assistance in dealing with the Star Domain monsters," Yang Xinwu stated decisively. "Are we the only ones?" Lin Chuan voiced his concerns. Having encountered the Star Domain monsters during the professional entrance examination, he knew that their strength far surpassed that of the wilderness monsters. Just a few of them from Dark Moon Tidal Sound would hardly suffice. A week ago, we had our 5th confrontation with them. Both sides sustained injuries. The Star Domain monsters were also afflicted by Commander Fu's curse, leaving them in a severely weakened state, now only at level 39. Currently, both sides are in a standoff. Any professionals above level 40 are under strict surveillance by the enemy. If we act, we risk provoking a desperate counterattack, so this operation must be carried out by you. However, rest assured, although our professionals above level 40 cannot move, the enemy's monsters of the same level are also kept at bay by us, ensuring they won't hinder your actions." Hearing Yang Xinwu's explanation, everyone felt reassured. Otherwise, relying solely on their numbers to slay the Star Domain monsters would have been an impossible task. "To assist you in completing your mission, we have prepared some equipment and items." With a wave of his hand, Yang Xinwu provided each member with gear and an item. This is specialized equipment from Huaxin City and a spatial return talisman. The gear contains a tier 3 spell that will aid you in vanquishing the Star Domain monsters. As Lin Chuan received the equipment, he sensed the immense energy contained within, enveloped by an invisible force, radiating an aura of tranquility. He checked the equipment details. Magic storage gloves, excellent. Item, effect, stores 1 tier 3 or lower spell, can be activated for release without additional expenditure of mental energy. Refillable. Tier 3 spells refer to those learned at level 30. The higher the spell level, the more potent the effect. As Lin Chuan held the equipment, his excitement was palpable. This equipment is remarkably powerful, and in Lin Chuan's hands, it reaches an extraordinary level of strength. Many may consider a level 30 spell to be rather ordinary. Yet this piece of gear excels due to its unexpected nature and profound stealth capabilities. Furthermore, let us not forget that Lin Chuan is currently mastering 2 spells, the Soul Arrow and the Nether Explosion, both of which possess outrageously high damage potential. Just imagine the sheer might if he could store another identical skill. Picture this, when the opponent evades Lin Chuan's first spell, brimming with confidence to counterattack. Lin Chuan suddenly unleashes the same skill once more. There would be no escape for anyone. If you manage to successfully complete the task, consider this equipment a generous bonus bestowed upon you by the stationed troops of the Northwest. A bonus? How exceedingly generous. Lin Chuan is indifferent to other task rewards. But this pair of touch gloves is something he must acquire. The coordinates of the stellar domain creature have already been synchronized with your communicator. Remember, you have a maximum of 3 days to eliminate the target. After 3 days, the curse imposed by Commander Fu on the stellar domain creature will dissipate, and its power will gradually return to its peak state. Captain Yang, may I inquire about the original level of the stellar domain creature? Level 69. Level 69? Lin Chuan's breath caught in his throat. A level 69 opponent is certainly not one they can contend with. Moreover, he is uncertain if they would have the opportunity to utilize the spatial return scroll in the presence of such a formidable foe. However, the others around him were breathing heavily, their faces flushed. Lin Chuan was perplexed. Xie Yuqing leaned close to Lin Chuan's ear and whispered in explanation. If the intention were merely to slay the severely injured stellar domain creature, the military could easily assemble a battalion of over 10,000 level 40 or below. Yet, they have chosen to delegate this task to us from such a great distance. Why is that? It is due to the air cultivation program of Longhua Kingdom. All rewards obtained by students of Qinglong Academy from slaying monsters during external missions belong entirely to the students themselves. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan finally comprehended the situation. It all made sense now. No wonder Wang Yuan and the others reacted so strongly. The rewards from slaying monsters belong to the students, and the higher the monster's level, the more lucrative the rewards. The spoils from a level 69 stellar domain creature would undoubtedly entice even the leaders of the Northwest Station troops. Yet they are seeking to bestow this opportunity upon Lin Chuan and his companions. Previously, during the professional examination, Lin Chuan had vanquished a clone of the stellar domain's master, earning the magical shadow cloak, which allowed him to awaken a second profession. This time, with the stellar domain creature's level reaching an astonishing 69, the rewards it drops, even if not comparable to the mythic shadow cloak, would at least be of legendary caliber. This operation has a strict time limit of 3 days. You must eliminate the target within this time frame. If you exceed it, please return to the fortress promptly. Your lives are paramount, as you are the future of Longhua Kingdom. Thus, I wish you all the best of luck. Yang Xinwu and the soldiers behind him rendered a precise military salute to everyone. By the time their conversation concluded, they had already reached the outskirts of Huaxin City. Beyond this point lies the territory of the Sandstorm Lord. Chapter 070, Task Assignment. Thank you. We will exert ourselves to fulfill the mission. With that, the group exited the city. Upon leaving Huaxin City, the winds and sands outside raged even more ferociously, each breath feeling as if it were lacerating their lungs with violent energy. Captain, according to the map, we will pass through several monster-infested strongholds along the way. Should we break through head-on or circumvent them? Wang Yuan inquired, studying the map. The map provided by Yang Xinwu was exceptionally detailed, not only documenting the geographical features, but also marking the distribution of monsters. Let us circumvent them to avoid unnecessary combat, Lin Chuan advised. Their primary objective was to eliminate the severely injured stellar domain creature, and time was of the essence, making it imperative to avoid any complications. Suddenly, Lin Chuan felt a tightening in his chest, as though a tremendous presence had locked onto them. Since his class advancement, Lin Chuan's perception abilities had grown significantly, allowing him to quickly pinpoint the source of the aura. Turning around, he noticed in the distant sky, behind a veil of swirling yellow sand, a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon him. Beneath those eyes loomed a massive shadow, conservatively estimated to stand at a height of 100 meters. Merely the gaze made Lin Chuan feel a bit breathless. Fortunately, the Sandstorm Lord merely cast a glance in their direction, quickly diverting its attention elsewhere, as if viewing Lin Chuan and his companions as inconsequential human ants. Is this the 75-level Sandstorm Lord? Truly formidable. Xie Yuqing detected Lin Chuan's unease and approached him, whispering, "Did you notice as well?" Lin Chuan nodded. "Every move we make is under the watch of the Sandstorm Lord, yet it has not reacted. Perhaps it underestimates us due to our low levels. Even if we were to conspire, we would not stir any significant turbulence. Fear not. One day you shall surpass it in strength. I believe in you." Xie Yuqing gazed at Lin Chuan with unwavering conviction. "And what about you? You appear to be only level 27, yet Yang Zhong seems to respect you greatly. I suspect you must have given him quite a beating in the past, right? With your abilities, ordinary level 40 professionals should no longer pose a challenge for you." Xie Yuqing smiled shyly. "Well, it's not quite like that. In a short burst, I can eliminate opponents, but in prolonged battles, I fear I may falter." Lin Chuan found himself at a loss for words. This girl, Xie Yuqing, is capable of dispatching level 40 foes in an instant, yet she remains unsatisfied. Huaxin City is over 30,000 kilometers from Xiashan, but with the aid of the teleportation array, Lin Chuan and the others arrived in just over half an hour. According to the map provided by Yang Xinwu, they were only 300 kilometers from their target location, yet on foot, it would take them more than 10 hours. The wilderness area presented a highly complex environment, with uneven terrain and the constant threat of monster attacks, further impeding their progress. After walking for 6 or 7 hours, they had only covered about half the distance. "Let us take a moment to rest here," Lin Chuan suggested. Professionals are indeed more robust than the average person, but in the perilous wilderness, caution is paramount for everyone. Finding a relatively safe spot, the group began to replenish their supplies of food and water while hastening to restore their energy. During this respite, Lin Chuan initiated the task assignment. This time, due to injuries, Yang Zhong did not participate in the mission, leaving us without a strong front line. I will take up his position. Although my time with all of you has been brief, I am confident I can fulfill this role, and I ask for your faith in me. The team members nodded in agreement. After all, who could have inflicted such severe injuries on Yang Zhong without believing in the captain's strength? "Captain, you can count on me to cover you from the rear. I will provide control during critical moments." Wang Yuan and Hong Xiaoqing chimed in with fervent praise. Lin Chuan disregarded their flattery and turned his attention to Hu Jing. Like me, Hu Jing is also collaborating with everyone for the first time. While each individual's combat style may differ slightly, the combat system of our professions remains unchanged. We shall coordinate our efforts according to our professional characteristics. Now, let us clarify our roles. Once combat commences, Wang Yuan and I will hold the front line. I will be responsible for tanking damage, and you will focus on output. Wang Yuan nodded in agreement. Okay, Hu Jing will serve as our magical damage dealer, prioritizing the elimination of the densest clusters of monsters to alleviate our pressure. No problem. Hong Xiaoqing will act as our control unit. Once the battle begins, the task of locating the stellar domain creature will fall to you. Given its severe injuries, it is unlikely to reveal itself easily. All right, leave it to me. Additionally, you must be vigilant in observing the situation and provide control as necessary. During the battle, I shall assist by signaling. The most critical decapitation mission will be entrusted to Xie Yuqing, ensuring a decisive strike, leaving no chance for the astral creatures to escape. You need not worry about my capabilities, Xie Yuqing assured, thumping her chest in confidence. This time, they were not devoid of hope. Although the level 69 astral creatures possessed numerous means of survival, according to Yang Xinwu's intelligence, the astral beasts were afflicted by a curse, rendering them incapable of entering their next phase. As long as they could not transition, Lin Chuan and his companions held a significant chance of vanquishing them. Have you all rested sufficiently? Let us proceed. Just as they prepared to continue their journey, distant sounds of combat reached their ears. Let's go investigate. Cautiously, Lin Chuan and his companions approached the target location. Concealed behind a massive rock, they observed several human professionals engaged in battle with the creatures of the wilderness. They were mercenaries from Huaxin City. Mercenaries are a group of profit-seeking professionals, residing at the very bottom of the occupational hierarchy, even at the brink of annihilation. They clung to their meager gains, oblivious to the imminent threat to their lives. Wang Yuan scoffed at their actions. The mercenaries displayed inadequate strength, and from the state of their battle, it was evident they were being suppressed. We should leave. There is no need to waste time on those who are already dead, Hong Xiaoqing urged. Both she and Wang Yuan hailed from powerful families and could not empathize with the plight of the mercenaries. However, Lin Chuan remained silent. Lin Chuan, you. Sighing, Lin Chuan replied, let us depart. As Wang Yuan indicated, mercenaries were perilous individuals who danced on the edge of a blade, and now, besieged by beasts. They were reaping the consequences of their choices, a fate not deserving of sympathy. Yet, Lin Chuan found himself recalling Hu Xiaoyi, a naive and ambitious individual. The last time he left, he had used a spatial return talisman without the chance to bid farewell. He wondered how she was faring now, feeling somewhat guilty for involving her in the assassination plot of the Assassin Guild. As Lin Chuan was lost in thought, the battle nearby took a dire turn. The mercenaries had been driven to the brink of despair. Boss, we must retreat. Continuing this fight will yield nothing, cried one, as his comrades faltered. Even if you cannot endure, you must. The beasts slaughter my kin and ravage my homeland. This is a blood feud. If you do not fight, shall we leave it to the ordinary citizens of the city? We may not withstand the Lord of the Sandstorm, but by slaying even one beast, we can lessen the danger to Huaxin City citizens. Brothers, hold firm. The idealism was noble, yet reality was merciless. The individuals here were merely in their 20s, lacking the strength to resist the hordes of monsters in the desert. A desert giant lizard lunged with its gaping maw toward the man. Lin Chuan had prepared to depart, but upon hearing the mercenaries' desperate pleas, his steps halted abruptly. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Shadow Strike. Chapter 71. The Conspiracy of the Astral Overlord. Desert Giant Lizard. Level, 27. Strength, 2116. Vitality, 2098. Agility, 1430. Mental power, 962. The desert giant lizard is a common wild beast found in the wilderness of the northwestern cities, renowned for its immense strength and vitality. Additionally, the monsters of the northwestern region possess a unique ability in the desert terrain, capable of inflicting sand poison upon their targets, a treacherous type of creature. The mercenary fighting the desert giant lizard was also level 27, but prolonged combat had drained his stamina. And should this attack land, it would surely claim his life. Captain, the others cried out in alarm, but it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as the desert giant lizard pounced upon their leader. In that critical moment, a slender figure suddenly appeared behind the giant lizard, swiftly wielding a heavy sword toward its back. Using Shadow Strike on the desert giant lizard, causing damage, 178 million. With a resounding thud, the desert lizard was reduced to a cloud of sanguine mist. With Lin Chuan's agility exceeding 800 and under the tenfold damage bonus, he inflicted over 10,000 points of damage, instantly slaying the desert giant lizard. Desert giant lizard slain, gained experience, 330. Lin Chuan landed gracefully and snapped his fingers, summoning 10 platinum-level Reaper minions before the astonished mercenaries. Go, eliminate them all. At his command, the summoned beasts charged forth to confront the advancing desert giant lizards. Against the overwhelming attributes of the platinum-level Reaper minions, these lizards posed no challenge. Within mere minutes, they were all mercilessly dispatched by the scythes of death. Witnessing the effortlessly resolved crisis by the young man before them, the mercenaries were left in disbelief. "Who are you?" Lin Chuan did not respond to their inquiry. Instead, he expressed gratitude on behalf of Huaxin City's citizens, acknowledging their intentions. "However, this is not a place for you to be. Return to the city and take refuge. The reconstruction efforts after the battle will depend on you. Do not squander your lives. We should leave as well." At this point, the others had caught up. After having resolved the mercenaries' plight, Lin Chuan departed without a backward glance. The mercenaries stared at the youthful figure, their minds racing. "Wait, I wish to ask. Are we preparing to counterattack?" Lin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "Return and await the good news." Upon hearing Lin Chuan's affirmative response, tears welled in the mercenaries' eyes. For an extended period, the citizens of Huaxin City had lived in fear, their city completely paralyzed, all awaiting the final counterattack. Thank you, the mercenaries murmured, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. "Lin Chuan, you were too impulsive just now," Xie Yuqing reproached him gently. "I understand, but they too are comrades, wishing to contribute to Huaxin City, are they not?" These mercenaries, though lacking strength and often bowing low for survival, still yearned to offer their city assistance in critical moments. Xie Yuqing shook her head in exasperation. She realized she could not sway Lin Chuan's resolve. "This cannot happen again. We have only 3 days left. If we cannot execute the decapitation mission against the astral creatures within this time, the entirety of Huaxin City will meet its demise." Lin Chuan nodded solemnly, fully aware of the stakes at hand. "Everything must be prioritized for the greater good. I understand. Now, let us hasten our journey toward the target location." In the ensuing hours, the group made their way directly to the designated area, encountering no other human professionals along the way. They chose to circumvent several monster strongholds they came across. 6 hours later, Lin Chuan and his companions arrived at a chasm. The chasm spanned approximately 100 meters, extending forward, surrounded by red rocks that emitted a terrifying glow under the moonlight. Blood Rift Sand Valley, the site of Huaxin City's founding battle. It is said that human warriors fought against a level 86 Lord-class monster here. That battle raged for 7 days and nights, shaking the earth. Ultimately, the human warriors triumphed over the creature, leaving the valley in its current state. Who would have thought such a place existed in this desert? Wang Yuan marveled. According to the map, the celestial beast lies within the chasm, recuperating from its wounds. You must enter quietly and avoid alarming it. Lin Chuan summoned 10 Black Wuchang, utilizing the cover of night to stealthily infiltrate the gorge. Since his class change, Lin Chuan's connection with summoned creatures has grown increasingly profound, allowing him to effortlessly receive information relayed by them. His control over summoned beings now extends to a radius of 1 kilometer, encompassing a complete area of surveillance within that distance. 5 minutes later, the Black Wuchang returned with news. "There is no danger in the vicinity. We may proceed." The group leapt into the chasm, adhering to their plan. Lin Chuan and Wang Yuan led the way, followed closely by Hong Xiaoqing and Hu Jing, with Xie Yuqing using Lin Chuan as a mobile shield, ever prepared to confront any sudden threats. After traversing for half an hour, they encountered nothing alive, save for the continuously extending stones. After such a prolonged journey, not even a single hair was sighted. Is Captain Yang's intelligence perhaps flawed? Wang Yuan expressed his doubts. It is highly unlikely. This information comes from the military intelligence network of Longhua Nation. If it were unreliable, then there would be no credible intelligence at all. Just as the two were conversing, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared above them, fixated on the few individuals within the chasm. Deep within the abyss resided a celestial beast, weakly opening its weary eyes. "Visitors have arrived. You shall attend to them." The creature spoke in human tongue, a capability only possessed by beasts of level 60 or higher. This creature was the target of Lin Chuan's assassination mission, the Abyssal Lord, the leader of the Abyss clan within the Celestial Realm. Only one Abyssal Lord may manifest at any given time, and its power is formidable, capable of ascending to level 79. Each Abyssal Lord awakens an abyssal talent, granting them substantial area damage and the ability to summon abyssal creatures, posing a significant threat to soldiers on the battlefield. At present, the Abyssal Lord's aura was feeble, its injuries considerable. It spoke but a few words before succumbing once more to exhaustion. After relaying its orders, it fell into a deep slumber again. Beside it stood a wild beast which, upon receiving orders, respectfully bowed to the Abyssal Lord before vanishing into the shadows of the rocks. Once the wild beast disappeared, the space behind the Abyssal Lord suddenly opened, and a creature enveloped in black smoke emerged from the void. It was the celestial anomaly. This entity was merely a projection, as its true form was currently restrained by Li Jianyuan, rendering it impossible to appear in person. Yet, even this projection held enough power to command any race within the celestial realm. The Abyssal Lord sensed the overwhelming presence behind it, forcing itself to rise despite its injuries. "I have witnessed the Lord of Anomaly." The projection of the celestial anomaly scrutinized the Abyssal Lord, noting its unhealed wounds. The Abyssal Lord expressed slight regret, stating that humanity's resistance had been exceptionally fierce, with formidable opponents emerging. One of them had taken the opportunity to cast a curse upon me, hindering my recovery. However, do not worry, Lord Anomaly. I shall dispel the curse within 2 days, ensuring it does not interfere with our plans. The Celestial Anomaly murmured. In order to capture all human elites, I have suppressed your original level. It seems I may have been overly stringent. Since the plan is in motion, I shall now lift your seal. Upon finishing, the Celestial Anomaly formed numerous hand seals, each one drawing forth a particular power from the Abyssal Lord. Magical formations illuminated the Abyssal Lord, only to dissipate moments later. As the final hand seal was executed, a cracking sound resonated. The Abyssal Lord's aura surged at an astonishing rate, rapidly expanding several-fold. In a blink, its level soared past the threshold of 40, reaching the realm of level 42. I have lifted the seal on your level, but your body remains frail. Restoring your strength to 79 will require some time. 79. 79. It turns out the Abyssal Lord's true level is not the 69 provided by Yang Xinwu, but rather 79. It has reached the pinnacle that an Abyssal Lord can achieve, a complete form. Yang Xinwu's intelligence was erroneous. Chapter 72, The Blood Spirit Imp. My lord, what is the meaning of this? The sudden appearance of the Celestial Anomaly's projection and the lifting of its level suppression left the Abyssal Lord perplexed. The plan has changed. I am restoring your power ahead of schedule. I sense that a human bearing the Mark of Vengeance is approaching this direction. The Mark of Vengeance is a mark bestowed upon Lin Chuan when he killed the projection of the Celestial Anomaly. A Mark of Vengeance? Currently, all human practitioners above level 40 are being restrained by my army of beasts. Even if they bear such a mark, their levels will not exceed 40. Though the Abyssal Lord was unaware of why practitioners below level 40 would have a Mark of Vengeance, it dismissed Lin Chuan as a mere nuisance. I warn you, do not underestimate this operation. Your next task is to eliminate the bearer of the Mark of Vengeance at all costs. Remember, at all costs. Even if it means sacrificing your own life. The Abyssal Lord was ignorant of the identity of the individual marked for vengeance, but the Celestial Anomaly could surmise it. This approaching presence is none other than Lin Chuan, the one who had slain the projection of the Celestial Anomaly during the practitioner examinations, and the most promising human practitioner of Longhua Nation. In the future, he could potentially influence the entire battlefield of the Celestial Realm. The space nearby began to mend, signaling that time was running out. The Celestial Anomaly could not linger here. I await your good news in the Celestial Realm. If you succeed in eliminating this individual, a place among the 10 great generals of the Celestial Realm shall be yours. With that, the projection of the Celestial Anomaly transformed into a wisp of smoke and slipped into the spatial rift. The Abyssal Lord's eyes glimmered with a fervent desire upon hearing the mention of the 10 great generals. The 10 great generals of the Celestial Realm. The 10 mightiest rulers of beasts are the strongest among the servants of the Celestial Anomaly, their notorious reputation surpassing even the top 10 strongest of Longhua Nation. My name shall surely resound throughout the Celestial Realm. The scene shifted back to the chasm. Suddenly, Xia Yuqing appeared in midair, her dagger cleaving the lurking beast hiding behind the rocks in two. Teammate Xia Yuqing has slain the Shadow Bat, earning 370 experience points. I didn't expect there to be an outpost of celestial beasts here, Hong Xiaoqing remarked. The intelligence of the beasts orchestrating this behind the scenes must be on par with that of humans. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Chuan could deeply relate, recalling the previous encounter with the Celestial Anomaly. It had not only forced Long Wanli into a corner, but had also taken the opportunity to harm many talented candidates during the practitioner examinations. I have faced an attack from the projection of the Celestial Anomaly before. Their intelligence is indeed not inferior to that of humans. At that time, it was merely a projection acting alone, yet it nearly caused Long Wanli to falter. Had it commanded a legion of beasts, I too might have perished that day. The harrowing memories of the examination flooded Lin Chuan's mind, evoking a deep sense of reflection. However, his musings elicited four astonished exclamations. What? You fought against the Celestial Anomaly? That is the sovereign of the celestial battlefield. And you actually returned alive? Captain, are you honestly not exaggerating? At that time, with the assistance of the esteemed Long Wanli, the projection of the Celestial Anomaly was suppressed to level 40. Even so, I barely managed to slay the avatar of the Star Domain Overlord while on the brink of death. Had it been any stronger, you would not have seen me here today, Lin Chuan said nonchalantly. The crowd fell silent, their expressions darkening. You mean to say you killed the Star Domain Overlord? Upon seeing the horrified expressions on their faces, Lin Chuan hurriedly clarified. No, I mentioned it was merely an avatar, and at that time, I was restricted by the esteemed Long Wanli, only able to exert level 40 strength. Even as an avatar, it is still the Star Domain Overlord. And is a level 40 Star Domain Overlord the same as an ordinary level 40? I'm not sure, perhaps it's different? I haven't made any comparisons. Lin Chuan replied uncertainly. My heavens, had you mentioned this earlier, I wager Yang Zhong would not have dared to propose a duel with you, Hu Jing exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had never imagined that this Lin Chuan, who appeared to be merely level 20, possessed the strength to slay the avatar of the Star Domain Overlord. Her own level had reached a formidable 38, a full 18 levels above Lin Chuan. Yet in his presence, she felt utterly powerless. As the group marveled at Lin Chuan's experiences, a gust of wind, laden with the stench of blood, surged from the distance. As anticipated, the demonic creatures made their appearance. Comrades, it is time to battle. At the chasm's edge, a multitude of demonic creatures emerged, exuding an eerie glow beneath the moonlight. Leading them was a creature wielding a trident, towering over 4 meters, emanating a nauseating scent of blood. Not only was it stained with human blood, but it was also splattered with the blood of other demonic beings. Beside it, countless blood spirits readied themselves for the onslaught. Blood Spirit, level 35, health 670,000. Ignoring the other attributes of the blood spirits, their sheer health alone surpassed 60,000. Even with Lin Chuan's numerous attributes totaling 160,000 and a damage enhancement effect of 40 from his platinum tier Death Knight minions, it would still require at least 3 minions focusing their attacks to eliminate a single blood spirit. And these blood spirits were merely minor foes, with their numbers exceeding 10,000. A fierce battle lay ahead. The weapon in the demonic creature's hand was raised high, and at the command, the army of blood spirits surged forward towards Lin Chuan and his companions. Let the battle commence. The group swiftly drew their weapons, and the confrontation began. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers, and 200 summoned beasts appeared in an instant. My goodness! Hu Jing gasped, covering her mouth. Hong Xiaochun could not contain herself either. Captain, you can summon 200 beasts at once? This magnificent spectacle must be shared with Yang Zhong. I refuse to be dazzled alone. Ignoring their astonishment, Lin Chuan commanded the summoned beasts to engage. The Death Knight minions met the charging blood spirits head-on, with the soul-collecting bullhead granting each ally a shield boasting 1,400 health, ensuring their safety, while bravely charging to the front as a barrier. Meanwhile, Bai Wuchang strategically positioned himself to maximize the coverage of his protective aura, even without utilizing healing. The 30% damage reduction aura provided by Bai Wuchang was immensely beneficial to Lin Chuan and his team. ZZZ. A bolt of golden lightning surged past Lin Chuan as Wang Yuan had already dashed into the enemy ranks, wreaking havoc. The Thunderblade warrior was renowned for its explosive damage, though it struggled with sustainability. Previously, while pairing with Yang Zhong, Wang Yuan had sacrificed his distinctive combat style for the sake of the team. However, with Lin Chuan's summoned beasts shielding the front, he could finally unleash his full potential. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yuan unleashed all 4 of his skills, causing waves of blood spirits to fall beneath his blade. Delightful. Absolutely exhilarating. I declare, from this day forth, Lin Chuan is my dear brother. Whoever crosses him shall contend with me, Wang Yuan. Today, Wang Yuan relished the thrill of battle. Fighting alongside Lin Chuan filled him with joy. Meanwhile, Hu Jing at the rear was prepared, readying her powerful fire magic. Lin Chuan felt the rising heat at his back as unstable. Volatile elements quickly converged into Hu Jing's hands. Third-tier magic, Demoness Fire. Hu Jing thrust her palm forward, unleashing a torrent of crimson-black flames that surged forth, forming a 10-meter-wide column of fire. The inferno swept past Lin Chuan's summoned beasts, ravaging the chasm like a sorceress, draining the vitality of the blood spirits. All those touched by the flames instantly weakened. Roughly estimating, Hu Jing affected at least 100 blood spirits in that moment. The only regret was that, being an area of effect spell, the damage was insufficient to obliterate these creatures outright. Yet, an uncanny scene unfolded. Those creatures, which should not have perished, began to fall one after another. It was Xie Yuqing, stealthily infiltrating the battlefield under the cover of darkness, swiftly dispatching the weakened foes. As Lin Chuan observed his comrades gaining momentum, he too could not afford to be idle, urging the Death Knight minions to intensify their assaults. After this round of skills, they would soon face a prolonged melee. Chapter 73, Elite Monster, Blood-Devouring Serpent Demon. In just one encounter, Lin Chuan and his companions had already felled nearly 1/10 of the blood spirits. The distant demonic creature seethed with rage. These were its kin. How could it stand idly by? True to its rank, the creature quickly discerned Xie Yuqing's presence. Its weapon suddenly radiated a sinister blood-red glow before burrowing underground. Almost simultaneously, the ground beneath Xie Yuqing erupted, unleashing countless red-black serpents that surged forth, launching a frenzied assault upon her. Shadow Step. Despite Xie Yuqing being only level 27, she commanded the respect of even those in their 30s, including Wang Yuan. At the moment danger was sensed, she utilized her assassin's displacement skill to evade her original position. However, rather than retreating, she flashed directly before her target, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Xie Yuqing's ambush skill diverged from other assassins. It did not require a target to execute, allowing her to choose her landing point freely. This made her elusive, adept at handling various unexpected situations. Sister Xiaochun, keep up with the crowd control. Lin Chuan and Xie Yuqing shared a deep connection. As she initiated her skill, he instinctively knew her intentions, and quickly signaled Hong Xiaochun to follow with her control skills. Meteor Piercer. In the blink of an eye, Xia Yuqing transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards the demonic creature. Clang. The creature, formidable in strength, managed to block Xia Yuqing's attack. However, it was unfortunate that the immense force sent it staggering back several meters. The Meteor Piercer skill was no simple feat, even blocked. It still inflicted 40 points of piercing damage. Teammate Xia Yuqing attacked the target, triggering piercing effect, causing damage. 120,000. As Xia Yuqing dealt damage, the creature bled. And only then did Lin Chuan and the others catch a glimpse of its information. Blood-devouring serpent demon, elite. Level, 39. Strength, 9, 877. Vitality, 9, 563. Agility, 9, 520. Mental power, 8, 933. Blood Devour. Inflicts 30 damage to the target upon attack. This damage cannot be mitigated, while simultaneously restoring an equal amount of health to itself. Magical Resistance. Receives 30 less damage from magical attacks and effects. Devouring Serpent. Summons a horde of serpents to assault the target, inflicting 300 points of mental damage. At level 39, he is precisely below level 40, evading the scrutiny of human powerhouses. His attacks inherently deliver 3,000 points of irreducible damage, accompanied by lifesteal and magical resistance, making it a veritable nightmare for fragile spellcasters. Approaching 10,000 in attributes, this seems utterly absurd. Currently, Wang Yuan and his companions have reached level 30, and with their equipment bonuses, their attributes have soared to 8,000. Even though their attributes are comparable, one must not forget that elite-grade monsters have a chance to enter a new phase. Each time they transition into this phase, their attributes increase by 20, and they acquire new skills. Now, with the Abyss Lord severely injured, it would be unthinkable to dispatch a mere minion for self-protection. This blood-devouring serpent will not enter a phase. Lin Chuan firmly believes that. After being repelled by Xia Yuqing, the blood-devouring serpent steadied itself and immediately retaliated, wielding its trident to launch another attack. Xia Yuqing is swift, yet she is only level 27. She managed to block the serpent's assault, but not entirely. Blocked the blood-devouring serpent's attack, suffering from level suppression, shield 1185. Affected by the lifesteal effect, health 2963. Even though Xia Yuqing successfully defended against the serpent's frontal strike, the disparity in their levels meant she still sustained damage due to the level suppression effect. Furthermore, she had to endure the lifesteal damage that ignored her defenses, rendering her shield ineffective. After the attack, a more perilous situation unfolded. Nearby blood spirits had taken notice of Xia Yuqing and had encircled her. As the blood-devouring serpent prepared to pursue, Hong Xiaocheng's control skill activated. Enchantment. A pink attack struck the blood-devouring serpent, plunging it into a frenzied state, causing it to turn on its nearby companions and alleviating Xia Yuqing's crisis. Break through a gap. Let us assist. As Xia Yuqing found herself in peril, Lin Chuan was engulfed in urgency. He commanded his summoned beasts to tear open a breach among the blood spirits, shielding everyone as they advanced. In the brief moment it took for several to come to her aid, Xia Yuqing had already exchanged blows with the blood-devouring serpent, both sides sustaining injuries. However, the adversary could not only inflict damage that bypassed her shield, but could also restore its health. Even with Xia Yuqing's considerable strength, she was still at a disadvantage. Assassins are not typically adept at prolonged frontal combat. Suddenly, the trident in the blood-devouring serpent's grasp glimmered once more. Lin Chuan felt an ominous premonition. He had not anticipated the serpent's ultimate ability to cool down so swiftly. Feather of the Phoenix. At this critical juncture, Lin Chuan activated the Feather of the Phoenix, sprouting wings from his back and soaring into the sky, breaking free from the encirclement of the blood spirits. Shadow Strike. Just as the blood-devouring serpent's skill was about to be unleashed, Lin Chuan suddenly appeared behind it, elusive as a shadow. You favor skills, do you? Today, I'll interrupt yours. Lin Chuan's heavy sword swung towards the back of the blood-devouring serpent's neck. His timing was impeccable, landing a precise hit. Used Shadow Strike skill, triggering critical hit effect and vulnerability insight effect, inflicting damage of 283 million on the blood-devouring serpent. Both critical hit and vulnerability effects activated. This strike dealt a staggering 283 million damage. Even Wang Yuan and the others were left speechless. Is this damage truly achievable by a level 20 summoner's physical form? It is likely that even typical level 30 professionals would struggle to consistently deliver such damage. During Lin Chuan's battle with Yang Zhong, even with the enhancement of wind spirit power, Yang Zhong could only produce 230,000 damage. Lin Chuan's strike surpassed that. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Lin Chuan's blow sent the blood-devouring serpent flying, rolling dozens of meters before coming to a halt. Dare to harm my woman? You seek death. Lin Chuan's gaze toward the blood-devouring serpent brimmed with murderous intent. Assassinate, go! With Lin Chuan's command, the dark assassins of the Black Wuchang activated their assassination skill. The 5 Black Wuchang, previously engaged in battle, suddenly vanished, reappearing behind the blood-devouring serpent, their sharp blades slashing fiercely at it. This blood-devouring serpent was even mightier than the final boss of the Scarecrow's tomb, prompting Lin Chuan to deploy all 5 Black Wuchang for a collective assault. The optimal outcome would be to eliminate the blood-devouring serpent in one fell swoop. If that were not possible, they must lower its health as much as possible. However, clang. Of the 5 Black Wuchang, only one succeeded in inflicting damage on the blood-devouring serpent, while the attacks from the others, despite landing, proved utterly ineffective. The blood-devouring serpent bore several wounds from the Black Wuchang's onslaught, yet it emanated a radiant white light, its aura rapidly escalating. It had entered a new phase. Chapter 74, Spoils of War, Pet Egg. Indeed, the blood-devouring serpent had transitioned into its second phase during the recent battle, having fallen below 50 health. Blood-devouring serpent, Elite, second phase. Level, 39. Strength, 11, 852. Constitution, 11, 475. Blood Boil Spear, throws a spear at the target, inflicting 400 points of strength damage along with a lifesteal effect. This skill requires holding a spear. The new skill boasts a strength coefficient of 400, with single-hit damage reaching an astonishing 450,000. Additionally, it includes a lifesteal effect, adding an extra 150,000 irreducible damage, resulting in a total damage output of 600,000. Should one be struck, it would also restore substantial health to the blood-devouring serpent. Upon entering its second phase, the serpent's power underwent a dramatic transformation. As the brief invincibility period concluded, the trident in its grasp began to charge. Its sole target was clear, Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's previous attack had inflicted significant discomfort upon it, and it was determined to make this human pay dearly. Lin Chuan, be careful, Xia Yuqing shouted anxiously. Unperturbed, Lin Chuan wore a confident smile. Entering the second phase at half health signifies that you lack a third phase, allowing me to attack with assurance. Black Wuchang, assassinate. Lin Chuan activated the Black Wuchang's assassination skill once more, with the other 5 Black Wuchang instantly appearing behind the blood-devouring serpent. The 5 claw blades sliced through the blood-devouring serpent's body, cleaving it into several segments. Without the invincibility of its previous phase, the blood-devouring serpent was swiftly vanquished by Lin Chuan. Killed blood-devouring serpent, Elite. Gained 200 experience. Obtained blood-devouring serpent's egg. Indeed, while monsters transitioning into a new phase can be challenging to handle, this difficulty is limited to manageable circumstances. If new, grotesque skills are not unlocked, to Lin Chuan, it merely signifies another opportunity to strike. Did it succeed? Just as Lin Chuan was locked onto by a skill, Xia Yuqing had already prepared to invoke the forbidden technique of the assassin clan for rescue. Yet she was astonished to see Lin Chuan counterattack in an instant. Turning the tide. How is this summoning beast so formidable? Xia Yuqing noted that Lin Chuan's combat style diverged significantly from that of typical assassins. While the assassin skills enhanced his mobility and agility, he predominantly relied on summoned creatures to deal damage. These summoned beasts were astonishingly powerful. Not only is the number substantial, but the damage inflicted is also considerable. The key lies in the skills. This Black Spectre astonishingly unleashed assassin-type techniques to launch a surprise attack, focusing their firepower to obliterate the monsters. Had Lin Chuan exhibited such combat prowess during his encounter with Yang Zhong yesterday, even 100 Yang Zhongs would have been insufficient to withstand the onslaught. With the elite monster dispatched by Lin Chuan, the ensuing battle held no suspense. Even in the face of 1,000 creatures, they stood no chance against Lin Chuan's legion of summoned beasts. As the battle entered its harvesting phase, Lin Chuan's experience points surged dramatically. One cannot deny that being at a lower level has its advantages. The experience gained is relatively substantial. After half an hour, the Shadow Clone leveled up once more, reaching level 18. To achieve 3 levels in 2 days is indeed terrifying. Since Lin Chuan's arrival at the Azure Dragon Academy yesterday, the Shadow Clone's level has escalated by 3. At this rate, it won't be long before the clone reaches level 20. Surely, being admitted to a prestigious institution provides immense support to practitioners. Furthermore, they would soon confront the stellar domain monsters, if they could continue to gain experience so effortlessly. Lin Chuan felt he might reach level 20 today. Level 20 allows for class advancement. As the battle drew to a close, Xia Yuqing furrowed her brow. It struck her as peculiar. According to the behavioral patterns of wild monsters, a group typically disbands once their numbers dwindle to a certain extent. Yet, they persisted until now. Despite the reduction of the blood spirit imps nearing the brink of collapse, they charged relentlessly towards Lin Chuan and his companions as if compelled by some mysterious force, continuing their assault until none remained. Were they merely stalling for time? Lin Chuan paid little mind to these thoughts. He felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration from the recent slaughter of monsters. Not only had the clone reached level 18, but his experience bar had also increased by nearly 60. To his astonishment, leveling up in the wild could be so swift. Indeed, the experience from challenging higher-level foes is remarkable. After clearing the battlefield, everyone gathered their spoils. Lin Chuan summoned his beasts to stand guard around them, instructing the others to swiftly recover their states. The recent battle had lasted quite a while, leaving their conditions severely depleted. The elimination of 10,000 monsters had drained a significant amount of their mental energy and health. White Spectre, Dark Spirit. Lin Chuan summoned the White Spectre, activating the Dark Spirit skill, which restored 2,000 health points per second, quickly replenishing everyone's status. Now, they merely needed to recover their mental energy. Wow, Captain. You are so reliable. Wang Yuan exclaimed excitedly. With your summoned creatures, we no longer have to hide to recover like before. Moreover, your health pool is abundant. We only need to restore our mental energy. Who would have thought your combat prowess is so formidable, and your healing capacity so substantial? It's simply outrageous. Hong Xiaoqing echoed his astonishment. Even Hu Jing, who had previously harbored animosity towards Lin Chuan for injuring Yang Zhong, now found herself in awe of him. So comprehensive. Truly comprehensive. Lin Chuan alone can rival a perfectly configured team. If he had a bit more crowd control, it seems there would be no need for anyone else here today. Each individual S-class positioning varies. I can only make do with mine when necessary. In terms of respective class strengths, my summoned creatures still fall significantly short. Lin Chuan spoke wisely. Although his summoned beasts can temporarily adopt various class identities, their individual skills remain too simplistic. When it comes to true combat capability, they still cannot compare to the specialized classes. However, the crux lies in Lin Chuan's sheer number of summoned creatures. Moreover, he requires only himself to summon them. This aspect is utterly incomparable to other professions. After nearly 2 hours of rest, everyone finally regained their full states. Unfortunately, the recovery speed in this world is excruciatingly slow, and even with the aid of potions, it consumed a considerable amount of their time. During the respite, Lin Chuan examined the spoils from earlier, an egg of the blood-biting serpent demon. Upon inspection, it revealed the following information. Egg of the blood-biting serpent demon. Pet. Upon hatching, can obtain a blood-biting serpent demon pet. Accompanying skills, Sand Venom, Serpent's Bite. Sand Venom, when inflicting damage, reduces the target's movement speed by 10, deals 1 mental damage per second. Serpent's Bite, launches a venomous fang attack on the target, inflicting 300 mental damage. It turned out to be a pet egg. Pets are a rather unique existence in this world, somewhat akin to Lin Chuan's summoned beasts. Yet everyone can raise one. He pondered whether this pet could inherit the 20-fold attribute effect of the death domain. If so, Lin Chuan would acquire an incredibly high burst damage skill. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms echoed from the sky, alerting everyone to a state of vigilance. What noise is that? An enemy attack? Hu Jing responded. The group gazed towards the distant sky, where brilliant flashes illuminated the heavens. A monumental battle was raging at the horizon, seemingly in the direction of Huaxin City. Those damn beasts. We must hurry. Let's set off now. Those who are still not at full capacity should recover on the way. With Huaxin City in peril, the group unanimously agreed and promptly set off. The immense pressure emanating from the battle behind them left them breathless. Only by swiftly vanquishing the abyssal monsters at the end of the rift could they alleviate the crisis facing Huaxin City. Maintaining their formation, they advanced deeper into the blood-splattered sand valley, now just an hour away from the lair of the Abyssal Lord. Chapter 75, The Abyssal Lord. Meanwhile, at Azure Dragon Academy, Lu Zio held the dragon-patterned jade and stepped into the teleportation array. On the other side, the soldiers guarding the teleportation array in Huaxin City had yet to react when he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the blood-splattered sand valley where Lin Chuan was located. Just moments ago, Lu Zio received 2 alarming messages. The first was from Li Jianyuan, instructing him to initiate the judgment plan and ensure strict protection for Lin Chuan. However, upon arriving at Azure Dragon Academy, he was informed that Lin Chuan was on a mission in Huaxin City, and their current objective was a severely injured stellar domain monster, boasting an actual level of 69. The second message pertained to this stellar domain monster. According to the hidden dragon guards monitoring high-level stellar domain monsters, currently, only one resided in Huaxin City, the Abyssal Lord. At level 79, these fools, to hastily assign students to a task without even clarifying the level of the Abyssal Lord, have shown a dire lack of caution. Lu Zio now radiated an aura of terrifying pressure, clearly engulfed in a state of extreme anger. He dashed through the streets, powerful winds whipping up the sand beneath him, leaving a deep trench in his wake. Junior brother, you must not come to harm. Lu Zio hastened his pace, wishing he could arrive in the blink of an eye. After an hour of traversing the blood-splattered sand valley, Lin Chuan and his companions finally reached their mission location. Let us assess the situation first. Before them lay a vast, suspended cavern. Lin Chuan instructed the group to conceal themselves behind the rocks. He then summoned several black specters to scout ahead through the darkness. The forthcoming abyssal creature is pivotal to this battle. The true challenge of the mission does not lie in the creature's level. Currently, the abyssal entity is cursed. Its level restricted to 39. With the magical gloves provided by Yang Xinwu, The likelihood of Lin Chuan and his companions triumphing over the abyssal creature has surged to nearly 100%. However, ensuring a complete annihilation without allowing the adversary an opportunity to flee is the essence of the mission. Should the creature find even a fleeting chance to employ its escape tactics, their endeavor would be rendered futile. Strangely, no trace of the abyssal creature could be found. He Wuchang scoured the cave, yet there was no sign of the abyssal fiend. Could it be that the previous battle had alarmed it, prompting an early retreat? This scenario is quite plausible. The relationship between the abyssal creatures and humanity currently teeters on a delicate balance, and to preserve the situation, the abyssal entity may have already relocated. This poses a significant dilemma. However, are you in search of me? A raspy voice suddenly resonated from above the chasm, revealing a creature with 4 arms and 4 legs standing upon a rock. Towering 10 meters high, the creature brandished 2 curved blades, emanating an aura of the abyss. I am the Abyssal Lord. How dare mere humans attempt to behead me? Let me witness your strength. Abyssal rain of fire. A magical circle's radiance erupted above Lin Chuan and his companions, as countless meteors of green flames plummeted from the sky. It is the abyssal creature. Quickly evade. The group hastily employed their abilities to escape the onslaught of the abyssal rain of fire. Yet, the rain seemed to possess a homing effect, swiftly pursuing Lin Chuan like a relentless parasite. No matter how he evaded, the fiery deluge consistently bore down upon him. Witnessing this scene, the Abyssal Lord's eyes gleamed with intrigue. So, the mark of vengeance spoken of by the Master of the Abyss rests upon you. Upon hearing the Abyssal Lord's voice, Lin Chuan abruptly turned to face it, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. The Abyssal Lord involuntarily shuddered under Lin Chuan's glare, feeling a flicker of fear from this human youth. The fear, however, was short-lived, as the Abyssal Lord suppressed it, invoking the cage of resentment. One of its hands pointed sharply at Lin Chuan, unleashing an intangible energy that struck him directly. Lin Chuan's body abruptly halted midair, surrounded by a multitude of skeletal remains that formed a cage, ensnaring him. With his movements constrained, the fiery rain descended upon him. Lin Chuan. Upon witnessing this, the others swiftly rallied to his aid. Among them, Lin Chuan was the lowest level. Although his summoned beast might be formidable, the summoner himself was rather fragile. Thunderous lightning. Fire resistance ring. Charm. At that moment, as the others unleashed their abilities, Lin Chuan activated his own skill, Shadow Strike. In the next instant, he broke free from his confinement, appearing behind the Abyssal Lord. Wielding his greatsword, Lin Chuan targeted the creature's nape with the slashing effect of his Shadow Strike. How audacious to challenge me alone, even if you are the so-called Abyssal Lord. The Abyssal Lord, however, was not taken aback by Lin Chuan's sudden appearance. Just before Lin Chuan's attack could connect, a skeletal figure emerged behind the Abyssal Lord, intercepting the blow. This bone was evidently not ordinary, despite Lin Chuan's Shadow Strike being enhanced to deal 150,000 damage. The skeleton remained intact. I am the Abyssal Lord, supported by 1,000,000 abyssal troops. The Legion of Bones. From beneath the earth, countless bones erupted through the rocks, frantically assaulting the group. If one were to observe from above, they would see the entire chasm shrouded in a ghostly whiteness, dominated by the skeletal legion. My word. How is there such a multitude of summoned beings? Is this the extent of what a level 39 creature can summon? Enough chatter. Prepare for battle. Fox Spirit Illusion. Cyclonic Thunder. Though the number of skeletal spirits was vast, they paled in comparison to the legendary classes of level 30 and above. While the others dealt with the skeletal spirits, Xie Yuqing suddenly vanished into the shadows. Stealth. Having cast 3 skills since her appearance, she was now out of options. Lin Chuan silently calculated the skills that the Abyssal Lord had unleashed. In a battle of equal levels, human classes possess 1 more skill than their monstrous counterparts. A level 30 class has 4 skills, while a level 39 creature can have at most 3. With all its skills now expended, the Abyssal Lord was merely a high-ranking foot soldier. Now it was Lin Chuan's turn to retaliate. He infused his strength into the magical gloves, activating the skill stored within, Holy Light Strike. A golden beam erupted from the gloves, perfectly countering the Abyssal Lord's attributes. The Mirror of Resentment. A shadowy barrier manifested around the Abyssal Lord, smooth as a mirror, radiating a brilliant golden light under the Holy Light. When the Holy Light Strike collided with the Mirror of Resentment, the attack was entirely deflected. The 4th skill. The possession of 4 skills indicated that the Abyssal Lord's strength had reached level 40. This revelation was not favorable news for the others. However, Lin Chuan had encountered creatures above level 40 before. The Star Domain Master S avatar was level 40, and the purple-robed assassins of the Assassin Guild were also level 40. Lin Chuan had even managed to eliminate 3 purple-robed assassins in one swift motion. Mere level 40? I have slain creatures of that caliber before. Lin Chuan's fighting spirit surged. At this moment, Xie Yuqing had stealthily approached the Abyssal Lord, seizing the fleeting opportunity when the Mirror of Resentment dissipated to unleash the skill from the magical gloves, Holy Light Strike. The strike accurately struck the Abyssal Lord, inflicting damage and causing it to bleed. Yet, As Lin Chuan glimpsed the information regarding the Abyssal Lord, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, constricting his breath and filling him with terror. Chapter 76. Forbidden Technique, Valkyrie of Fate. Teammate releases the skill Holy Light Strike from the magical gloves, hitting the Abyssal Lord and triggering a tribute resistance effect, causing damage, 750,000. 750,000 damage is the upper limit for a level 40 and below class. However, the Abyssal Lord's health bar showed no significant change. Abyssal Lord, cursed and weakened. Level, 57. Strength, 1, 710,000. Constitution, 2, 090,000. Agility, 1, 430,000. Mental power, 1, 960,000. Abyssal Rain of Fire summons a rain of fire for area attacks, totaling 20 waves, each wave inflicting 20 mental damage. Cage of Resentment generates a skeletal cage around the target, restricting movement for 5 seconds, inflicting 500 mental damage upon the end of control. Legion of Bones summons up to 1,000,000 skeletal spirits. Their attributes are 1% of the Abyssal Lord's attributes and require nearby corpses to activate. Mirror of Resentment forms a protective barrier from all damage for 2 seconds using the energy of resentment. Sinister Slash rapidly inflicts 5 successive attacks, each applying a state of malevolence that increases damage by 10 per layer of malevolence. Level 57. 5 skills. The average attributes approach an astounding 200,000. Individual attributes surpass even Lin Chuan and his companion's health, rendering a single hit, regardless of its severity, a certain death. Victory is utterly unattainable. As everyone comprehended the Abyss Lord's information, they finally grasped the vast disparity in power between the two sides. Human, you have wounded me. The sacred light strike still lingered. As the Abyss Lord, enduring the onslaught, charged towards Xie Yuqing with terrifying strength. Die. The curved blade in the Abyss Lord's hand descended mercilessly upon Xie Yuqing. Despite her commendable strength, her level was merely 27, placing her at a significant disadvantage against the level 57 Abyss Lord. In that fleeting moment, there was no time for reaction. At the critical juncture, Lin Chuan stepped forward. Assassination. The 3 specters of death did not engage the Abyss Lord, but rather appeared instantaneously behind Xie Yuqing. They circumvented her, confronting the Abyss Lord's curved blade head-on. In the initial clash, the specters displayed evident fatigue, their claws shattered by the Abyss Lord's strike, which obliterated half of their bodies. Almost simultaneously, a second attack erupted with full force, vaporizing the second specter entirely. 2 specters were annihilated in an instant. Lin Chuan, of course, did not believe that 3 specters could withstand the Abyss Lord's might. His intent from the outset was not to fight, but to rescue. In the brief moment the 2 specters occupied the Abyss Lord's attention, the third specter seized Xie Yuqing's body and hurled her away, distancing her from the Abyss Lord's lethal range. Run. Yang Xinwu's intelligence had been flawed. The Abyss Lord was already at level 57, beyond their capacity to contend with. Use the Spatial Return Talisman. Lin Chuan shouted to the crowd. These individuals were seasoned adventurers, well aware of the situation at hand. They activated their Spatial Return Talismans, their bodies engulfed by the spatial passage, instantly returning to Huaxin City. Observing his teammates springing into action, Lin Chuan dared not hesitate and activated his own Spatial Return Talisman. Yet, there was no response. No spatial passage materialized, nor did he return to Huaxin City. No reaction. You bear the mark of vengeance. You are specifically targeted for extermination by the master of the other. They may flee, but you cannot. Do you presume to know who I am? With a level exceeding 70, I possess a profound understanding of spatial dynamics. This realm has been sealed by me, and you cannot escape. By the time Lin Chuan regained his senses, the Abyss Lord loomed before him. At such a close distance, the sheer height of 10 meters exerted immense pressure upon Lin Chuan. Be grateful. I shall ensure your demise beneath my most formidable attack. Sinister Slash. The Abyss Lord raised his arm wielding the curved blade, enveloped in a greenish glow, and with a flurry of motion, unleashed a wave of attacks upon Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan. A frantic cry echoed from afar. It was Xie Yuqing. She had intended to activate her Spatial Return Talisman to return to Huaxin City. But upon witnessing Lin Chuan in peril, she made the immediate decision to abandon her escape, invoking Shadow Step to shield him. Yuqing, flee. Lin Chuan, bewildered by her sudden appearance, was solely concerned for her safety, urging her to escape. Yet Xie Yuqing was resolute in her determination to save Lin Chuan, disregarding the dangers. Forbidden Technique, Divine Martial Goddess. Xie Yuqing shouted, invoking the forbidden art. Her figure surged, transforming into a 3-meter-tall giantess, her body clad in resplendent purple-gold armor that radiated power, her aura elevating to the realm of level 47. This was the strongest secret technique of the assassins, and her greatest reliance. Though formidable, this technique bore severe backlash. It forcibly raised her level by 20. Alas, it was still insufficient. Is that so? Then let us see. The clash of attacks erupted in a dazzling display, and in an instant, they exchanged blows numerous times. Level 47, though still 10 levels below the Abyss Lord at level 57, possessed extraordinary attributes due to the unique nature of her forbidden technique. Remarkably, she neutralized 4 of the Abyss Lord's strikes, sustaining only a single hit. However, that single blow reduced her health by 1/3. She was injured. When had Lin Chuan ever witnessed such suffering? Xie Yuqing, even at the cost of her own injury, sought to protect him. He could not remain passive. Thus, he commanded the specters to initiate their assassination skill. In an instant, all 30 specters materialized behind the Abyss Lord. With Xie Yuqing engaging the Abyss Lord head-on, Lin Chuan focused on inflicting damage. Spectre activates assassination skill, dealing damage to the Abyss Lord. 6,240,000. In a mere moment, Lin Chuan depleted over 1.8 million of the Abyss Lord's health. The Abyss Lord's initial health of 2.1 million took a significant blow, leaving it bleeding black blood. What manner of monstrosity is this? The sudden loss of health left the Abyss Lord in shock, its body now severely wounded, drenched in dark green blood. Damn you! You will pay for this. The Abyss Lord unleashed its innate skill, Abyssal Fury. The Abyss Lord's power attributes doubled instantaneously. It traced an arc through the air, obliterating 30 specters in an instant. Chapter 77. The Mysterious Power Within Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan had hoped to have the specters pursue and seize this opportunity to annihilate the Abyss Lord, but was taken aback by its unexpectedly high health. Meanwhile, he swiftly switched his weapon to the Summoner's Staff, preparing to summon the specters anew. The Summoner's Staff, acquired during his lower levels, featured a dual summoning effect. Although its attributes were modest, it allowed him to summon 2 beasts simultaneously. If he could identify another opening, he could successfully subdue the Abyss Lord. Unfortunately, the Abyss Lord was not inclined to grant him such a chance. After neutralizing the specter's assault, the Abyss Lord swiftly retreated while summoning the Bone Abyss Spirit to intercept Xie Yuqing's pursuit. The Abyss Lord was in anguish. Having been cursed during the preceding battle, it found itself unable to enter its phases. Otherwise, with its 5 phases of power, Lin Chuan's previous assault would have only diminished its health by 20, not left it in such a state of disarray. The Abyss Lord glanced at its information. After the recent skirmish, its level had risen to 59. In just a few minutes, I shall regain my strength to level 60. Not only will I unlock recovery skills, but I will also re-enter my phases. At that point, your demise shall be assured. Damn it, how can it vanish in such a massive form? Xie Yuqing, blocked for but a moment, had completely lost sight of her target. The level 47 divine martial goddess found herself surrounded by millions of monsters, struggling to break through. What now? My forbidden technique can only last for 3 minutes. The surrounding space had been sealed off by the Abyssal Lord. Should we fail to vanquish it now? Once it regains its strength, our demise is inevitable. Lin Chuan commanded his summoned beasts to intensify their assault, as all of them united in a frenzy of slaughter against the Bone Abyss spirits. Regrettably, confronted by millions of these spirits, the number of Lin Chuan's proud summoned beasts was woefully insufficient. Soul-snatching arrows, phantasmic corpse explosion. Lin Chuan unleashed a combination skill. A pitch-black arrow struck the Bone Abyss spirit, successfully carrying it away. However, the anticipated phantasmic corpse explosion skill did not activate. The skeleton was merely a bony frame, devoid of any corporeal remains. Infuriating. As the battle raged on, the two found themselves not only unable to break free, but also being overwhelmed by the Bone Abyss spirits. The lethality of 1,000,000 Bone Abyss spirits was no less than that of the Abyssal Lord. Lin Chuan's soul breath sensed no presence of the Abyssal Lord, indicating it had evidently fled beyond 100 meters. It seemed we would not escape today. A wan smile graced Xie Yuqing's lips. The 3 minutes had elapsed. The secret art was dispelled, revealing Xie Yuqing's evident fatigue, her complexion ghastly pale. No, Yuqing, I must rescue you. Lin Chuan trembled all over. Though he voiced these words, he found himself utterly powerless. A pair of doomed lovers. Today, I shall ensure your demise together. Fear not, you shall not be alone. Once I have slain you, I will make the entire populace of Huaxin City accompany you in death. The two were already engulfed by the Bone Abyss spirits, and the Abyssal Lord did not need to wait until its strength recovered to level 60. For safety's sake, I shall personally escort you. Talent, Death Binding. A skeletal hand suddenly grasped Lin Chuan and Xie Yuqing's feet, slowly dragging them beneath the earth. Yuqing, damn it, move now. Explode. Lin Chuan incessantly commanded his soul-snatching horse to unleash its fatal strike upon the hand that clutched Xie Yuqing. Yet no matter how many critical hits were delivered, that hand remained utterly unmoved. Even the critical strikes from the soul-snatching horse left no trace of injury. Lin Chuan, give up. To die alongside you brings me great happiness. Half of their bodies had already sunk into the ground, and breathing became increasingly difficult. No, I cannot let you perish, no? No. Lin Chuan repeated the words endlessly, but alas, he found himself devoid of any means to change their fate. As their heads were submerged, the Abyssal Lord shook its head in resignation. To be forced into a corner by such mere ants, how lonely it is to be invincible. Lin Chuan and Xie Yuqing's heads were gradually being enveloped by the earth. Bit by bit, their vitality slowly dissipated into nothingness. In the distance, a sound of slicing through the air resonated, as a massive flying sword streaked across the sky, aimed directly at the Abyssal Lord. However, it was far too distant. The attack range was insufficient. Junior apprentice, Lu Zio bellowed, for even if he could obliterate the Abyssal Lord in an instant, it would be too late for Lin Chuan. So, there are reinforcements? Those worthless beings have actually allowed a level 70 human powerhouse to come forth. However, since I have already fulfilled the task of the master of the otherworld, it is time for me to withdraw. Once I regain my strength in 2 days, it will be the end for you humans. Lu Zio sensed the Abyssal Lord's intent to retreat, as countless bones clambered over its body, pulling it into the ground. He activated a secret method to escape. Lin Chuan was on the brink of death, his consciousness blurring, feeling as if he were enveloped in darkness. Suddenly, he beheld a figure standing in the shadows. No, he saw but a hand, a finger, a joint, a fingertip. Heh, the figure chuckled lightly. Air. It seems you are in trouble, it said. Air. Are you referring to me? Lin Chuan was bewildered, feeling that this individual possessed unfathomable strength. And he yearned to plead for the salvation of Xie Yuqing. He attempted to speak, yet his lips would not part, and he could muster not a shred of strength. Very well, our fates are intertwined. Now that you are in peril, I shall bestow upon you a twist of fate. With that, Lin Chuan felt the encroaching darkness begin to surge towards his body. This darkness resembled a peculiar force, entering Lin Chuan's being. And he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, nearly crying out in bliss. This phenomenon persisted for several minutes, and Lin Chuan sensed his strength beginning to return. He opened his eyes, greeted by a sea of white. The white of the bone abyss spirits. It struck him. He was being cornered by the Abyssal Lord. Indeed, no miracles would unfold in this world. Despair gripped Lin Chuan, urging him to surrender, yet his body moved of its own volition. From within, an arm that was not his own extended forth, sweeping through the vicinity, obliterating all bone abyss spirits within a 10-meter radius into dust. With a mere flick of his wrist, such terrifying power was unleashed. Soon, Lin Chuan had freed himself from the binds of the death binding. A vacuum of space devoid of bone abyss spirits was created within a radius of several dozen meters. Lin Chuan spotted Xie Yuqing and emitted a voice that was not his own. Heir of the Xie family? Remarkable that your legacy has endured through the years. I commend your resilience. Since we have encountered each other today, I shall trouble you to protect my descendants once more. With that, Lin Chuan waved his hand, shattering the death binding that ensnared Xie Yuqing, liberating her from the Abyssal Lord's grasp. Having accomplished this, Lin Chuan suddenly turned his gaze towards the Abyssal Lord. He had identified the true culprit. Chapter 78, Abyssal Demon Seed. Lin Chuan's aura surged dramatically, instilling both fear and reverence, each movement imbued with the majesty of a sovereign. How dare my descendants be humiliated by such a wretched creature? The might of the sovereign. Lin Chuan glared at the Abyssal Lord, and an invisible wave of energy erupted from within him, causing all bone abyss spirits in the bloodless Shagu to prostrate before him. The Abyssal Lord, who had been attempting to flee, abruptly halted, its skills interrupted. It then felt an irresistible force emanating from its core. Even the Abyssal Lord, a terror within the star domain, knelt before Lin Chuan, bowing its noble head. How infuriating! What is this power? Even the master of the otherworld could not subdue me with merely a glance. The might of the sovereign is not to be defied. Lin Chuan's voice resonated once more. With each utterance, the Abyssal Lord felt as if it were facing its own doom. It sought to resist, yet this force was beyond its capacity to contend with. Crack! 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 Under the immense pressure, the Abyssal Lord lay fully prostrate, its body contorting and deforming as its bones could no longer withstand the power, twisting grotesquely. Finally, with a resounding boom, it erupted into a cloud of blood mist. What? Lin Chuan? Lu Zio rushed to assist. Witnessing Lin Chuan's sudden surge in power, obliterating the Abyssal Lord with but a glance, he could not help but swallow hard. Such strength, in the entirety of Longhua Nation. Aside from Li Jianyuan, there exists no one else to rival him. Moreover, Lu Zio himself was uncertain whether his master, Li Jianyuan, could achieve such feats with the same ease as Lin Chuan. The true Lin Chuan, meanwhile, remained within his body, watching in awe as his form effortlessly dispatched the Abyssal Lord that had driven him to the brink of despair. His heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of shock. Is this the power concealed within my being? Who is that enigmatic individual? Will I possess such strength in the future? Beyond mere astonishment, Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Descendant of mine, today fate has woven our paths together, and I am inclined to bestow upon you a gift. Alas, my treasures from the mortal realm have been lost. As compensation, I shall impart this power to you. May you swiftly tread the righteous path. And I hope for the day we shall meet again. The mysterious figure did not address Lin Chuan's inquiries, but continued speaking. As his words faded, the immense shadow of Lin Chuan dissipated, transforming into a myriad of starlight that enveloped both him and Xie Yuqing. Lin Chuan hurriedly examined his physical state and indeed found a transformation. Blessing of the last heir, power of the deceased, imperial guardian, sovereign's dominion. 3 effects in total, which Lin Chuan, with his current prowess, could not fathom. It was certain, however, that these effects were not akin to the negative buff of the revenge mark, and Lin Chuan finally felt a semblance of relief. Moreover, abilities unlocked at higher levels would yield even greater power. The mysterious individual had annihilated the Abyss Lord with but a glance. What terrifying blessing must he have conferred? As the power of the enigmatic figure faded, Lin Chuan regained control of his body. Was that it? In the brief span of half a minute, Lin Chuan felt as if he had been ensnared in a dream. Junior brother, are you all right? Lu Zio approached cautiously, his inquiry tentative. Lin Chuan's display of strength had left him profoundly shocked, making it hard to digest. Senior brother, what brings you here? I discovered that the intelligence regarding the Abyss Lord from the Northwest Army was erroneous, so I rushed to your aid, only to find you had exterminated the Abyss Lord. Lin Chuan gasped for breath. In that moment, he was a victor, albeit at a tremendous cost, having narrowly escaped death. The Abyss Lord was gravely wounded, already on the brink of collapse. I barely managed to vanquish it using forbidden techniques. Lin Chuan offered an explanation that Lu Zio could accept. I see your forbidden techniques are quite formidable, yet I suspect the aftereffects are no less severe. It would be wise to bide your time and recuperate. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. With the Abyss Lord vanquished, its power slowly dissipated, and the Bone Abyss spirits lost their source of strength, crumbling like a house of cards. Defeated the Abyss Lord, cursed weakness, gained 910,000 experience. Reward, level 1. Reward, Abyss Demon Seed. A flash of golden light signified that the level of the shadow clone had ascended to level 20. Abyss Demon Seed, what is that? Lin Chuan had yet to examine the item information when the Abyss Demon Seed transformed into a streak of light, soaring into Lin Chuan's body. He quickly checked his physical state, hoping it wasn't another revenge mark. Fortunately, he found no abnormalities. Unexpectedly, you have obtained the Abyss Demon Seed. Your luck is indeed impressive. Lu Zio could not help but express his envy. Abyss Demon Seed? Senior brother, do you know what just entered my body? Lu Zio explained. This is an essential item required to reach higher levels. If you wish to surpass level 80, you cannot do without it. Is that so? Lu Zio continued. Level 80 is a significant threshold for professionals. At this level, a crucial mechanism is triggered, as you must know. Second awakening? Indeed. Every professional undergoes an awakening at level 50, and level 80 is pivotal for the second awakening. Unlike the first awakening, which triggers upon reaching level 50, the second awakening must be completed before one can ascend to level 80. If one cannot achieve the second awakening, they will be eternally stuck at level 79. What does the Abyss Demon Seed have to do with this? Lin Chuan inquired. To complete the second awakening, there is a stringent requirement, the acquisition of attribute attacks. Attribute attacks are exceptionally powerful among professionals, particularly evident at higher levels. Any profession possessing an attribute attack boasts significantly greater strength than ordinary professions. Lin Chuan understood. Recalling Lu Shuhan's ultimate ice mage, whose rarity and level belied a strength comparable to legendary status. For example, Wang Yuan's Thunderblade warrior possessed lightning attribute attacks, while Hu Jing was an ultimate fire mage. Both of their professional strengths were also legendary. Your original profession did not grant you an attribute attack, so the Abyss Demon Seed you have acquired is essentially a ticket to becoming a level 80 powerhouse. I see. However, do not rejoice too soon. You still have a long journey ahead before reaching level 80. Moreover, to fully absorb the Abyss Demon Seed, considerable time is required, so make haste in your training. Does the attribute enhance one's abilities? Lin Chuan asked. Certainly, there are varying strengths among attribute attacks. For instance, the common elemental attacks of water, fire, earth, and wind provide a bonus of 13. Advanced elements like ice and lightning grant a bonus of 14. Rare elements such as light and dark provide a bonus of 15. Other unique attributes offer even higher bonuses, depending on their nature. I recall the Abyss attribute grants a bonus of 18, which is exceptionally high. Note that the attribute's bonus coefficient is directly factored into the final damage. Taking the Shadow Clone's Shadow Strike skill as an example, it inflicts 200 agility damage. With the tenfold damage increase from Sword Shadow unmatched, that becomes 2,000. If we then factor in the Abyss attribute's 18-fold coefficient, the final damage can reach 3,600 agility. 36 times agility. Moreover, the Shadow Clone is poised to undergo class change and a First Awakening enhancement, each of which can significantly elevate the damage coefficient. And it is even possible to awaken new talent skills. When all is said and done, the damage enhancement will reach staggering heights. No wonder they say attribute attacks grow stronger as one progresses. It amplifies all previous damage enhancements. Lin Chuan mused. Now that the Abyss Demon Seed is likely well integrated into your body, I recall it can also grant an additional skill. See what it is. An additional skill? Lin Chuan examined his body information and indeed discovered the details of the Abyss Demon Seed. Directly viewing. Chapter 79. Return. Mission accomplished. Abyss Demon Seed. Integrated. Power not activated. Effect. Infuses attacks with Abyss attribute, granting an additional 80 damage. Additional skill. Abyssal Surge. Each attack increases damage by 1 and spreads damage to nearby units. As expected. Just as Lu Zio had said, the Abyss attribute attack enhances damage by 80 and also comes with a skill. The damage spread grants Lin Chuan's Shadow Clone an innate capability for area damage. Furthermore, it boasts a skill that amplifies damage through successive strikes. Most crucially, this effect has no damage cap. In prolonged battles, it undoubtedly qualifies as a top-tier skill effect. If faced with a horde of monsters that could trigger the Phantom Corpse explosion, Lin Chuan could rapidly accumulate damage enhancement effects. Given sufficient numbers, even a 10,000-fold increase would be feasible. After reviewing the skill effects, Lin Chuan found it hard to believe his eyes. This effect is astonishingly powerful. Once he composed himself, Lin Chuan spoke. There is a skill, Abyssal Surge, with effects of damage spread and increased damage from successive strikes. The combination of these two effects is already formidable, though it is somewhat regrettable. You are a summoner, and the effect of the Abyssal Demon Seed is rendered ineffective against summoned beasts. Originally, Lu Zio believed that Lin Chuan was merely a summoner, unaware that he had awakened a second profession as a shadow assassin. Lin Chuan chose not to elaborate on this matter, preferring to keep the knowledge of his dual profession to a minimum. As time was of the essence, he suggested, "It's getting late, let us return." After vanquishing the Abyssal Lord, Lin Chuan promptly summoned Bai Wuchang to administer healing to Xie Yuqing. At that moment, her injuries were nearly mended, yet she remained in a state of unconsciousness due to the use of a forbidden technique from the assassin clan, which had left her vitality depleted. It appeared that her recovery would take considerable time. "You have worked hard," Lin Chuan remarked as he hoisted Xie Yuqing onto his back and followed Lu Zio back to Huaxing City. Despite the close brush with death caused by erroneous intelligence, a serendipitous turn of events had awakened a mysterious power within Lin Chuan, enabling him to achieve a remarkable counterattack. Not only did he level up, but he also assimilated the Abyssal Demon Seed, paving the way for his future cultivation. The only regret lingered in his mind, as the other team members had utilized a spatial teleportation talisman to escape the scene and consequently missed out on the treasures dropped by the Abyssal Lord. Lin Chuan felt a pang of guilt, thinking, at the very least, I should receive a lesser share of the mission rewards. By the time Lin Chuan and his companions beheld the fortifications of Huaxing City, it was already noon the following day. With the demise of the Abyssal Lord the previous night, the Sandstorm Lord had lost the powers bestowed by the Star Domain monsters and was being relentlessly pushed back by the human adventurer army. After sustaining injuries from the Northwest Army, he fled into the wilderness before dawn broke. While humanity had not slain the instigator of this incident, the Sandstorm Lord, they had nonetheless eliminated numerous scattered monsters during the pursuit. It would take a considerable amount of time for the monsters to regroup to their previous numbers, affording Huaxing City precious time for reconstruction. As they approached the city gates, Xie Yuqing finally regained consciousness. Upon seeing Huaxing City before her, disbelief washed over her. Have we returned? Are we not dead? Fortunate to be alive, thanks to my senior brother's timely arrival. The mention of senior brother led Xie Yuqing to notice Lu Zio standing nearby, yet confusion still clouded her mind. After returning from Donghai City to Qinglong Academy, she had discreetly investigated Lin Chuan, discovering his background to be quite clean, an orphan raised by the high school principal. When had he acquired a senior brother? Greetings, junior sister. The recent peril you faced was due to an intelligence error from the Northwest Army. Thankfully, I discovered it in time and personally dealt with the Abyssal Lord. Otherwise, you two lovebirds would have met your end in the sands. On their way back, Lin Chuan and Lu Zio had already conspired to attribute the credit for slaying the Abyssal Lord entirely to Lu Zio. To avoid unnecessary complications, and because of concerns that someone might take an interest in Lin Chuan. Although no one knew that Lin Chuan had acquired the Abyssal Demon Seed, the treasures dropped by the level 79 Abyssal Lord were sufficient to incite madness in most. Hearing Lu Zio refer to her as junior sister and call her and Lin Chuan lovebirds, Xie Yuqing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Senior brother, please refrain from such talk. That is not the case. As they conversed, several figures rushed out from the city and swiftly approached Lin Chuan and the others. Captain, you're all right. Thank goodness. I thought you wouldn't make it back. Wang Yuan, the fastest among them, immediately enveloped Lin Chuan in a heartfelt embrace. What nonsense are you saying? You have the tongue of a crow. The new and old captains are blessed with great fortune. How could they possibly fall? Hong Xiaoqing chided. Yes, indeed. Forget what was just said. Captain, are you all right? The healer arrived promptly, with Hu Jing being the most considerate. Quickly noticing that Xie Yuqing was not well, Xie Yuqing weakly shook her head, indicating that she was temporarily fine. Her body was currently afflicted by the essence of the abyss, compounded by the aftereffects of the forbidden technique. While Lin Chuan was capable of treating her wounds, he could not resolve the issues within her body. Fortunately, given Xie Yuqing's elevated status within the assassin clan, she was equipped with a professional healer. So it was not a grave concern. Following Wang Yuan and the others, a small squad appeared, led by a burly man whose aura radiated both a chilling ferocity and commanding presence. Greetings, everyone. I am Fu Shuahan, the commander of the Northwest Garrison. I sincerely apologize for our intelligence failure that misrepresented the true level of the star domain monsters, placing you in such peril. Upon receiving the news, we prepared to rescue you immediately, but we were subsequently detained by the Sandstorm Lord. Fortunately, you are unharmed, and I extend my apologies once more. Fu Shuahan was the most formidable figure in the Northwest Garrison. Lin Chuan was taken aback that such a distinguished individual would personally express regret to them. He quickly replied, Commander Fu, there is no need for concern. The underlying circumstances of this incident likely involve the star domain's aberrant master, and even if your intelligence had been accurate, they would have found other means to ensnare us. Lin Chuan distinctly remembered the Abyssal Lord mentioning the star domain master by name, threatening his life, suggesting that this had been premeditated. Even had Lin Chuan and his companions known that the Abyssal Lord was level 79 and prepared accordingly, they would have still encountered other dangers along the way. Their unintentional intervention had thwarted the joint offensive of the star domain monsters against Huaxing City, which could be considered a stroke of fortune. Your understanding of our predicament is greatly appreciated. Although Lin Chuan's attitude did not affect Fu Shuahan's status, his words brought comfort to the commander, who found himself developing a favorable impression of Lin Chuan, his tone softening slightly. To express our apologies and acknowledge your contributions to Huaxing City, we have prepared a token of our appreciation. With a casual wave of his hand, a flurry of violet light descended into the hands of the gathered crowd.